remember as a kid I used to think Resident Evil was a grown-up game, mainly because there were real guns used on real people, and I mean sure, they were zombies, but blood shot out of them whenever you, well, shot them. But aside from the realistic aspect of the game and how it was reserved for adults only, I also remember being afraid of playing the game. It was scary. Seriously, I mean those low poly zombies might not seem like shit to us nowadays, but as a kid that was the scariest thing I ever saw, and the fact that I was given control over a character whose life depended on me was just way too much responsibility, especially when I was just 6 years old. So I never touched a Resident Evil game ever, until of course a few years later when Resident Evil 4 came out on the GameCube. I remember thinking, oh man, yeah, I'm totally old enough to play this. It's time for me to get a big boy game with real zombies and real guns. None of this Wind Waker crap with cartoon characters. Mario's for babies. I want a real scary, horrifying, realistic game, and I'm gonna be brave this time. And to be honest, I wasn't too scared of the game at all. That is, of course, till I met... Oh my god. Yeah, fuck that. I ain't playing this shit anymore. Dr. Salvador is probably the scariest enemy in any Resident Evil game, and I'd argue in any horror game in general. And I'm sure to many of you, the fact that I even said that is a cardinal sin, what with Pyramid Head and the like being considered scarier enemies. So let me make my case real quick. First off, every character you faced up until this point has been very slow, limbering idiots. The Ganados aren't really scary, they're just stinky, smelly brown foreigners with Ebola. Oh, sorry, I mean Las Plagas. Ooh, whatever. So they're picked off like livestock, hence the name. However, fighting him is way different. Unlike the other Ganados who get stunned for a second every time you shoot them, Dr. Salvador can take multiple shots to the head and body before even reacting. Not only that, but he doesn't approach you quietly like the other villagers do. He runs at you, he charges at you with his horrifying chainsaw, which is a one-hit kill. This juxtaposition not only makes him stand out, but it also makes him terrifying in a gameplay perspective, as the other Ganados act as a sort of locust horde that relentlessly attack you constantly and mindlessly, while Dr. Salvador needs just one shot, and he is aggressive, constantly going for you and charging at you. His simplistic design with the burlap sack on his head is effective in being scary, and the sounds his chainsaw makes immediately tenses up buttholes and has players sweating profusely. I seriously couldn't play this game for about a week until I mustered up the courage to fight him again. What makes Dr. Salvador even scarier is the fact that he's used sparingly. He's only encountered a handful of times, and each encounter is spaced out far enough that you'd end up thinking he'll never show up again, but then oh shit, there he is! Though I will admit that he suffers a diminishing effect with each encounter, and it doesn't help that by the end of the game you're just a walking, talking incel soldier with guns for days, making the encounters in the end trivial. So sure, while maybe in your eyes Dr. Salvador ain't much compared to other horrifying characters in gaming, in my eyes this dude has been solidified in my deepest, darkest dreams as the scariest encounter I've ever had in any game. Hell, they even tried to replicate this with a different enemy type in Resident Evil 5, but it just wasn't the same. I mean, it's not the fact that he is some weird dude with a chainsaw and a sack over his head that makes him scary. It was the idea that he was defined by those around him. Dr. Salvador never got a cutscene dedicated to him where he has a giant, massive chainsaw over his head, screaming like a banshee like this dude does. He was just a dude with a chainsaw that would randomly show up when you least expected him. And the chainsaw sound effect made your skin crawl instantly, like, oh shit, he's still dead, like, I mean alive? It really makes you wonder when he's going to show up again. It's a constant fear, constant anxiety that he could be lurking around the corner, somewhere deep within the caves or within the hallways, and you just won't hear him until it's too late. Honorable mention, by the way, to the Chainsaw Sisters. They were fucking nuts. Goddamn, I am never taking that route. Creepypastas are a shell of what they once used to be. Oh my god. Actually, can I just break the mold real quick about the whole Traumathon thing? While I was researching old ass creepypastas, dude, visiting that website is horrible. There are so many ads that it has slowed down my browser significantly, and I swear I have viruses sneaking around the corners of my hard drive right now. That place is cancer for your fucking computer. Don't go to creepypasta.com. It is really, really bad. Anyways, back to Traumathon. I'm sure nowadays people still make some pretty good creepypastas out there, but for the most part, it seems that the short story horror genre has adapted to many different things. You know, you can call them creepypastas, SCPs, true stories from Reddit, ARGs, whatever. They're still just creepypastas. But with the immense popularity that creepypastas have garnered, it was only a matter of time till the format was exhausted of all creativity and talent. Like I said, I'm sure there are still diamonds in the rough nowadays, but creepypastas are now more associated with memes online. Nobody takes them seriously nowadays, but back then they were top notch. Or so I thought, anyways. Yeah, actually, looking back on them now, creepypastas were never really that good. But to an edgy, pretentious teenage mind, this was golden. I assure you though, if you actually look back on a lot of these creepypastas, especially the more well-known ones, you'll probably be shocked at how bad they were. Take for example Jeff the Killer, a story that so many people remember just for the scary image, and I won't lie, that image is terrifying. Like, that shit gave all of my friends nightmares. Not me though, you know. I'm tough as fuck. You know, men who wear bows are chads, you know, take it from me. I am an orgasmic god. Oh, where was I? All right, the Virgin Jeff. Reading his story is actually kind of funny. The way the story is structured feels like it was definitely written by a teenage angsty kid who doesn't really know how to write a book, but thinks it's really simple and, you know, who cares, right? Authors are just nerds. They don't know how to write. I can write a better story than this Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It's not even that scary. Where's the jump scares and the hyper-realistic gore and stuff? He describes the first attack, which makes Jeff the Killer seem like a ninja, but with him lunging at his first victim, throwing his knife at his father with clean precision. It's so weird. Also, apparently Jeff talks? I never actually read this story, but seeing him talk is just so jarring because he pretty much talks exactly what I would expect an angsty teenager to sound like. He's being yelled at by his parents, he's talking back to his parents. He's not even being like edgy. You know, he's just saying like typical teenage boy stuff that someone would say to their parents. It's like, it's so funny, like reading him talk. You know for a fact, Jeff grew up to be some incel who's watching the Joker right now thinking about how it's his manifesto or some shit. Like, that is the kind of character Jeff the Killer is, and it is so fucking hilarious. But his iconic thing that makes his creepypasta so memorable is the psychotic smile. That's literally the only reason why Jeff is popular. It's because of this image, and because weeaboo teenage girls just love smiling psychotic characters with hoodies for some reason. I don't know. Something about a hoodie is just orgasmic for little girls. I just don't get it, really. Overall, Jeff the Killer is just a power fantasy story about kids who just want to kill their bullies and their shitty parents. I don't know, because there is a point where he has to kill his bullies because they have guns or something. And keep in mind, they're like 13 or 14 years old. They have guns pointing at his parents. And he's like, no, I'll save them. And he kills them all. Bleach goes on his face or something like that. And then he kills his parents anyway. So it's like, whatever. It's dumb. Please stop fantasizing about this dumbass white kid. Speaking of dumb attires, Slender Man, he'll hit you with his big old hand. Slender Man is another edgelord creation from the creepypasta community. While his story is pretty vague, what with it just talking about this mythical cryptid that lasted for an eternity, Slender Man didn't really take off until Marble Hornets decided to run with its IP. Marble Hornets, if you're not aware of, by the way, is a web story based on the Slender Man lore. It stars Jay, a young man who's trying to find out the mystery behind Marble Hornets, which is an incomplete film shot by his friend Alex, who just never got around to finishing it. I'll talk more about that later whenever I can in Traumathon. So just keep an eye out for that video later on. For now, all you need to know is that when the series launched, it pretty much added much more depth and horror to the Slender Man mythos. It established the whole wonky camera effect that happens whenever he's around. It grounded his identity, explains why he exists or who works for him. And it even added its own flavor into the horror mythos that made Slender Man far scarier than the original content, which was just Slender Man at his base level. However, the people behind Marble Hornets just elevated him, made more monsters, and it was really well made, to be honest. It basically just adds story that lacked flavor in the original. Even though the creators have stated that the monster in their story isn't actually Slender Man. Yeah, right. That's not Slender. Okay, sure. Speaking of people trying to save their asses from copyright, Suicide Squid. or Squidward Suicide. Did I say Suicide Squid? Like Suicide Squad? All right, sure. Let's run with that. Let's just run with that. Anyways, you all know the story, I'm sure. But if you don't know, let me run it down for you. Some intern at Nickelodeon somehow got this magical privilege of getting into the magical closet full of SpongeBob episodes. I guess they needed to get there because they needed to archive an episode or something like that. Whatever, who cares? Anyways, they find Squidward Suicide and they watch it. It was a normal episode until suddenly there was hyper-realistic Squidward with hyper-realistic eyes, and Squidward was hyper-realistic, so realistic, and everyone in the crowd had bloody, realistic eyes, and they were also hyper-real, etc., etc., you know. And then suddenly the footage just gratuitously shifts to like footage of child blank, something I can't say because it'll get demonetized, and dead babbies. I'm trying to like avoid demonetization here. Give me a break. So all this horrifying gore, hyper-realistic stuff, and blood and guts, and yeah, it's just a typical SpongeBob episode, honestly. Nothing too special. Actually, interesting enough, this was the very first creepypasta I ever read, and me being the dumbass that I was, believe this to be 100% true without question. I mean, keep in mind, I think a good chunk of the audience believed creepypastas were real, mainly because we were all just dumb brats that have never actually experienced this stuff before. It was like Goosebumps, but with hyper-realistic eyes and blood, and made by people that we didn't even know. It wasn't just an author that had a book, it was people who were recounting their stories as if they were real life. Oh, and just so I don't get too off track here, I'm pretty sure that the Squidward Suicide creepypasta just popularized the whole hyper-realistic eyes and blood, mainly because SpongeBob is well known for having hyper-realistic shots in the show, so I'm assuming the writer of the creepypasta just made that into the scary element of the story. So when other people did the whole hyper-realistic eyes and various EXE creepypastas, it didn't really make sense because it just was comical to think a video game can be hyper realistic, as if that technology exists or something like that. Speaking of which, let's get on to the EXE creepypastas. No kidding, this is my favorite format of the creepypasta genre, I guess. Something about finding a ROM-hacked game that was cursed was just something that was very appealing to me, I guess because I was a gamer girl back then. Essentially, all EXE stories start off with this kid or man baby who goes to a garage sale buying a game for nostalgic reasons or some bullshit, and sometimes the garage seller would be very worried or would be a bit off as soon as they purchased the one cursed game that they didn't want them to buy, even though it was clearly there, like plain as day. I don't know why you would want to sell it if you didn't want anybody to buy it. Hello? Anyways, but then they'd come back home and then they play it normally, and then the game would talk to them or turn off, or it would have a jump scare or some other bullshit. You know, this leads to the kid thinking, oh, I just saw Sonic get drenched in hyper-realistic blood, and that's weird, but I'm sure it's nothing, or something that stupid. Oh god, it was so dumb. But I seriously loved it. Again, it was appealing to think that this could happen in real life or to anyone. And when the stories were cringy, well, I benefited from that too, because that gave me entertainment, because it was just really fucking funny. Like the Godzilla EXE creepypasta about that one dude's dead girlfriend or whatever. God, that was so stupid. Oh my god, I loved it. Yet throughout all the dumb shit creepypasta has provided, the one EXE creepypasta I absolutely loved was Ben Drowned. Now that's a story for another day, but man, Ben Drowned lived in another world of its own. It had gameplay footage, scary storytelling, a scary lore, a pretty interactive ARG that was actually really fun and cool. It redefined the way we looked at the game and the way we listened to the music. It was a brilliant piece of work, and I'd argue one of the best creepypastas ever made. Seriously. Now, there's a lot I haven't mentioned. Really popular ones like The Rake, Herobrine, Laughing Jack, the Russian sleep experiment, Tiki Toby, which is something I never actually read, but I heard it's really popular, Sonic.exe, you know, the Tails doll, all sorts of other stories, but to be frank, most of these stories haven't really aged well. Either some of these stories ended up being memes like Herobrine or Sonic.exe, or they're just needlessly long and boring like The Rake or Russian Sleep Experiment. Either way, none of them have really aged well, at least in my opinion. I still love Ben Drowned, and while this one technically doesn't count, I believe Username 666 is still a fantastic video. Not the shitty creepypasta, mind you. The video made by Nana, who is a fantastic horror artist and content creator. The creepypasta was made literally to ride on the success of Nana's video, but the video itself, it still holds up, and it's still really good. But that's the beauty of creepypastas. A lot of them, while the storytelling lacks in flavor or writing skills in general, a lot of them are amazing simply because of the fact of the concept. The concepts were always the creepy aspects of it, like a cursed video game or a cursed doll or cursed video footage, etc. Take for example Squidward Suicide. After 10 plus years of being on the internet, it finally shows up in an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. Like, it was actually acknowledged by someone in the show and was put into an episode. Let's also not forget the countless games that were produced that were literally inspired by creepypastas, or the show Channel Zero that was based off of Candle Cove. So sure, creepypastas, they haven't aged well, and I'll be the first to say that not everything that was inspired by creepypastas were great either. Yet the cultural impact it had on the horror genre can't be ignored. It has a massive footprint in the world of horror, and love it or hate it, creepypastas will continue to serve as the inspiration for several more projects in the future. Some good, some bad. Either way, at least we got entertainment. Ocarina of Time, considered a masterpiece by many, and yada yada yada. Why do I even have to say that? You all know that. Why does every single gaming channel always start off like The Legend of Zelda, one of the greatest? Like, of course, yeah, I know. Every fucking gaming YouTuber has told me that already. Thanks a lot, man. Nah, but in all honesty, it's a great game, dude. Like, I love it. I love it. Really, I do. Yeah, one thing that I feel is sometimes heavily underplayed is the fact that the game is really dark. Like, seriously, I understand for many people Majora's Mask is a darker game. I know most people say that because of the apocalyptic nature of it, well, with the moon coming down in like 3 days, but Ocarina of Time takes place after the apocalypse. I mean, for God's sake, the first thing you see when you leave the Temple of Time after turning into an adult is a bunch of dead zombies. Oh my God! Without a doubt, one of the scariest monsters the Zelda franchise has ever had, the Re-Dead are incredibly popular in the fan base. They've been terrorizing nightmares of many young minds since the 90s, and I, of course, being one of them. In fact, I'd say it's one of the reasons I never really beat Ocarina of Time as a kid. That, and I was stupid. I didn't really get the puzzles at all. Also, I'm not kidding about the nightmare part, by the way. I had a seriously horrifying nightmare that probably changed the brain chemistry in my mind for, like, my entire life, which I'll talk about in one of the Traumathon videos someday. The first time encountering them is probably the worst experience you'll have playing Ocarina of Time. They're just standing there, menacing. You think, oh, well, this is really, really creepy. I better avoid this. Yeah, and then that happens, and you're suddenly latched on by this skinny-looking, horrifying... oh my God, why'd they make this thing? What exactly are the Re-Dead anyways? Well, I mean, they're zombies, right? Hence the name Re-Dead. Actually, that name doesn't really make any sense. Like, wouldn't it imply that they died again? So, shouldn't it be, like, relive? I don't know, this is stupid. Why am I saying this? Yet that is a misconception. Many people believe that they are zombies, and nobody can really blame you for thinking that way. They walk like zombies, they look like zombies, they behave like zombies, only they're not zombies at all. Nah, according to Nintendo, they're just monsters conjured up by dark magic and clay. Okay, but why are they called Re-Deads? And also, why are so many of them in the castle town? Doesn't that imply that they maybe were citizens from 7 years ago? Nope. No, they're not. They're the people of Castletown made it out safe. They didn't die. Haha. Oh. Okay. What about the fact that they're found under a graveyard, like dead bodies? You know, surely that means nope. Ganondorf made them. He made them. They're guarding the Sun Song. Yep. All right. What about the guy that says, no, what? No, they're not zombies. So yeah, despite the overwhelming evidence of them being undead zombies, Re-Dead aren't actually undead. No doubt this is in part of Nintendo trying to lower the age rating of each Zelda game from being T or above. After all, zombies are more associated with games like Resident Evil and the like, which are M-rated games, but this move is just really baffling. Canonically, undead characters already exist in the Zelda universe, and they're called Gibdos. Granted, they're not as scary as Re-Dead, but they are mummified corpses that have been brought back from the dead. Hell, even burning off the bandages of Gibdos reveal an undead lurks underneath, which look exactly like Re-Dead, so what gives? Well, again, this goes back to the age rating of each game. Gibdos just aren't as graphic as Re-Deads are, which are just naked corpses walking around with scary looking masks. Oh, sorry, no, they're not corpses. I'm sorry, they're clay monsters. Funny, because with each new installment, Nintendo continues to double down on this clay monster thing, even making them far more clay-like in Triforce Heroes. Still, the identity of Re-Deads remain largely unknown. Nintendo just sometimes slips up and still describe Re-Dead as undead creatures, implying that they're still zombies. So, who knows, really? Actually, no, I know. Let's be blunt about this and clear this up once and for all. Re-Deads, canonically and story-wise, are zombies. They are living dead creatures. However, Re-Deads are also conveniently clay monsters when Nintendo wants their game to be appropriately rated. So, as scary as these guys are, I gotta be honest, with the new Zelda game coming out, I'm really hoping these guys make a reappearance. I mean, come on, the game takes place underground with the corpse of Ganondorf just chilling there at the bottom of Hyrule. How can you not have zombies in this? Oh, wait, no, sorry. No, I mean clay monsters. Wait, hang on, I mean clay monsters. Alright, so this one's a personal one, I'll admit. Not a lot of people will probably be as scared as I was when I was a kid meeting this character, but I'll still talk about it. So you might disagree with me on this, but I consider Metroid Fusion to be a light survival horror game. I know. Kind of weird, but really think about it. You're alone, isolated from the outside world. You never once meet anyone in the game, not a single soul. Literally, there is no NPCs in this game whatsoever. There are these horrifying creatures that lurk around every corner, bosses that stalk you, terrifying monster designs, and a limited resource of skills and ammos, plus parasites that copy and control things that have died on this space station, essentially making it so that you're literally fighting zombies, and all the while, you have your very own nemesis. Literally, this is just pretty much a Resident Evil clone, let's be real here. Now granted, there's a lot of things about Metroid Fusion that really aren't survival horror-esque, but that's why I consider it a light survival horror, diet survival horror. It's unsettling, but the things that make the game terrifying the most is SAX, or Sax as I used to call her. Samus is no stranger to doppelgangers, but SAX is on another level entirely compared to Dark Samus. She's an X-parasite that replicated Samus's skill set, weapons, armor, and upgrades when she was first infected by this parasite. The implication is that this was the virus that almost killed Samus Aran, and now it's back to finish the job. Goddamn, I love it, but also I hated SAX. She was incredibly overpowered, and mainly because she had all the moves you wanted to get in the first place, or at least attempted to get. While SAX doesn't actually hunt you down, the encounters are sparse enough to make you fear every meeting with her. It was already implied that she was much stronger than you simply because she was the reason you became significantly weaker story-wise, and that creepy image of SAX looking down into the camera, that was nightmare fuel, and it still is to this day. Not only that, but the music that plays when she's around and the heavy footsteps that you hear when she's approaching you in the hallway. That is just anxiety fuel, man. It is really, really well done. The sound design, everything about Metroid Fusion is very well done, but especially the encounters with SAX. And to be honest, there are other very scary creatures in there. And I know you guys are going to mention Nightmare, who is also pretty scary. And because this episode is going to be short anyways, I might as well mention Nightmare. Nightmare is essentially this bioengineered creature that had failed. Just like every other bioengineered weapon, this one was out to kill everything that it saw. Nightmare has this incredible introduction into his character, or rather the boss fight itself, wherein you first went to the Arctic region. In Metroid Fusion, you would see shadows constantly passing by, and very, very briefly, you would hear this very low humming sound. You couldn't quite catch what it was, but you could always see it, you could feel it, you could hear it. The shaking effect made it feel like this was an enormous creature, and you would soon realize that he was really big. And while you were dreading the fact that there was something lurking in the shadows, something literally making the ground shake, there is a sudden pause, a sudden relief. This one room where nothing is happening, and then
emergency in Sector 3.
all of a sudden it's just an emergency, something's happening in Sector 3 and it's just chaos, and you're like, holy crap, your mind is totally off of it, and you might even completely forget that you just encountered some weird creature in Sector 5. But then of course you have to go back to Sector 5 because you were told that there is massive damage being dealt. And that is when you realize that it is being caused by Nightmare, who has completely altered the entirety of Sector 5, making it a brand new level essentially. You're then given the objective to go out there and eliminate him. That's when you get the very first glimpse of him. You see this giant, ominous looking figure that is eerily floating in the air, and the more you damage Nightmare, the more pus and this disgusting looking ooze comes out of his eyes. Shoot at him more and then you'll reveal this horrifying looking, disgusting, malformed face. It's just something out of a, well, nightmare. And he is just so, God, he's so cool, but really gross, and goddamn, I hated fighting him as a kid. That was a scary motherfucker. But let's not downplay SAX. She was really creepy as well. And really all of this entire game, like, there are so many parts of it that really freaked me out as a kid. But those are the only two that really stand out. And I guess I'll just leave you with this one thing that I thought of when I was a kid. If that's how creepy SAX looked behind the helmet, then what does she look like without the entirety of her armor? Is there anything there? Is it just flesh? What exactly lies beneath that power suit? I've always wondered that. And honestly, I don't really want to find out. Welcome to tonight's episode of Traumathon. Tonight I thought it'd be a little different. I've been doing a lot of media related stuff, mostly video game related stuff. But I think tonight I want to tell you about a nightmare that I had when I was a kid. Now, if you haven't already seen it, I made a video about the Re-Deads. And I mentioned very briefly how that was the cause of one of the worst nightmares I ever had as a kid. And I'm not joking about that. I really did have a very traumatic, horrible nightmare. And while I may hype it up, to you it might seem a little silly, but to me it remains as one of the worst nightmares I've ever had. And that's what I want to tell you about tonight. Tonight's episode is about that nightmare and my recollection of what had happened in it. Within this nightmare, I started out by just playing with toy cars and other sort of action figures that I had. Power Ranger stuff, Transformers, you know, stuff that little boys like in the 90s. I was in my apartment living room with my mother, who was currently ironing a bunch of clothes of ours. I believe she was getting ready for church, and she would always do this. She would iron my father's clothes, my brother's clothes, my clothes, etc. In the living room, there was a door, and it was right behind me while I was playing with my little toys. I didn't really think much of it. I was just more distracted by the toys that I was playing with. And then suddenly, it just opened by itself. And I had noticed that it was opening slowly, inviting a cold air within the living room, one that had not been there before, changing the atmosphere, one that was more warm and inviting to something more chilling and sinister. And that's when my mother had to go to the kitchen, which was right around the corner. While she was moving past me, she had accidentally kicked one of my toys towards the door. And as it went inside the cold, dark, unknown room, I heard a clanking sound. The toy was descending. And that's when I opened the door to fetch my toy. It's when I saw these stone creatures that were living within the basement of our home. Now, these stone beings, they didn't move at all. They were just people, in fact. People who had horrified expressions on their faces and had seemingly turned to stone somehow. They were all surrounding my washing machine. There was maybe about a few dozen of them down below. Somehow, however, my toy had landed on top of the washing machine that they had all surrounded. There was a very thick, invisible fog that was crawling alongside the floor. I tried to call my mom for help to get my toy back, but she didn't respond. In fact, I don't even think she was there anymore. I really wanted my toy back, and I didn't really think much of the stone figures other than the fact that they were kind of creepy. So I had descended down the stairs very carefully, because I felt like there was something strange about them, something I didn't really quite know about, but something that I knew I shouldn't have disturbed. I was walking down the stairs, and it was then that I knew just instinctively that I couldn't have touched the floor, like the very floor of the basement. There was something about it that just made me not want to touch the floor at all. It kind of told me instinctively that if I had touched it, I might have turned into one of the stone creatures that were down there. So I stood up on the handrail and I tried to jump at my toy, surrounded by all these stone people. I leapt forward and I actually landed on the washing machine and I got my toy back. I was relieved and I really wanted to get back up, but without thinking, I actually stood on the floor, and as soon as my foot touched the ground, all the statues started moving, and they looked directly at me. The ones that were covering their faces revealed that underneath their hands were just nothing, no faces whatsoever. Some of them just had mouths, others were missing eyes. The ones with mouths had screaming expressions, the one with eyes looked like they were about to cry, and the ones that had no face started to approach me slowly. I tried to move away and I was panicking. I tried to run, however my legs were already stone. I tried to budge, but every movement that I made was pointless because more of my body began to turn to stone, and I looked up, screamed, yelled, hoped that my mother could hear me, but nothing responded. But just as I was about to lose hope, I saw her. My mother was there. And she was doing the same thing that I saw her doing in the beginning. She was ironing her clothes. And through the crack of the door, I was able to scream out, begging for my mother to save me. But the door started to close slowly. And I screamed and I screamed. I reached out to her, and as my arms pointed forward, they instantly turned to stone, and I couldn't move. I screamed out crying, and my face was petrified. There was a grasp like that of hands around my throat. I soon realized that my throat had turned to stone. I could not scream anymore. I couldn't even see anymore. Through my eyes, all I saw was darkness, but I could still feel a little bit of my face left. But that feeling soon dissolved as the rest of my body turned to stone. The rest of the dream was just darkness. And I heard nothing except for the door closing. For as long as there's been media, there's been piracy, and with piracy often being an issue for most distributors and developers, they've often found ways to counter pirates from stealing their games with anti-piracy measures. Some anti-piracy strategies are clever, like Gmod's method of crashing your game and giving you a string of numbers that, when you submit in the forums, pretty much outs you out as a pirate. Some are funny, like how in Game Dev Tycoon they have a method where they just literally make the game unbeatable because of rampant growth of piracy of your game, making your company just go bankrupt. And others, of course, are just really creepy as hell. Unfortunately, I had a really hard time finding creepy anti-piracy examples in games, but real quick, I want to roll through some honorable mentions. And if you're here for Cuphead, then just skip to this timestamp. Okay, first one up is from Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Apparently, nobody in the world hates pirates more than Game Freak, because if you illegally download the game, the ferryman next to the SS and after accepting your ticket will immediately tell you to buy the real version of the game or die. Considering the majority of the people playing this game were probably all children, this would have really scared some jackass kids from stealing games. Actually, real quick update, apparently this might have been a hoax. There's no real evidence of it actually happening in a pirated game, but I don't know, I haven't seen it disproven either, so it's up in the air. Honestly, just take it with a grain of salt. Next up is from the Spanish DOS game called La Abadia de Crimen, which is a game with a cult following about a monk trying to solve a mystery of the disappearance of another monk, which was based off of a best-selling book, The Name of the Rose, and has an interesting anti-piracy measure that replaces the Ave Maria song that was supposed to be playing here started saying pirata over and over again, which means pirate. Every time he says it, the word gets slower and slower and sounds way more demonic.
Pirata, 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 pirata.
Wow, I would shit my pants. And finally, Five Nights at Freddy's little anti-piracy thing. Guess what happens when you have a pirated version? You get jump scared. Wow. Never would have saw that coming. Alright, on to the main entry.
Well, Cuphead and his pal Bugman, they like to roll the dice. By chance they came upon a devil's game, and gosh, they paid the price. Paid the price.
Wow. Who would have thought that this game had the scariest anti-piracy method ever made? No, seriously, it's pretty bad. But I suppose that's to be expected from a game based off of the rubber hose era of cartoons. See, back then, cartoons never really held back punches and would often have spooky imagery of Satanism and violence in the cartoons. It wasn't really because the creators were like Satanist or evil or anything. It's just cartoons really didn't have any sort of restrictions and they were made for adults back then, so, you know, whatever. But the dudes over at MDHR Studios took a step further with their anti-piracy song that can be heard on the title screen when the game detects you're playing an illegal copy of the game. Yeah, that's fucked. It actually gets even creepier when you run the audio through a spectrogram, which reveals the devil is hidden within the audio of the song. Further enhancing the spooky satanic symphony is the file name, which contains the number 666. So yeah, that's haunting. But apparently this piracy prevention file was only added to the game after a few months after the game was initially released. So if you're one of the bastards that decided to pirate the game when it first launched, chances are you never actually saw or heard this Easter egg / anti-piracy song. This would explain why some people online have claimed to have never heard of the song before. So that's cool and all, but creepier still is this alleged rumor of this jump scare hidden away in King Dice's room. See, before you move on to different worlds, King Dice has to make sure you have all of the contracts in order for you to move on. Normally, you'd get this amazing little song sung by Alana Bridgewater, but allegedly in the pirated version, you actually start hearing something ticking in the background. You're not really sure what it is, and apparently you can't leave the die house. The ticking begins to get faster and faster, till eventually the ticking stops, and then... well, no, not exactly that, but allegedly you do get jump scared by King Dice himself. Once this happens, you're kicked out of the game and you're trapped in the title screen forever. Again, these are just allegations made by one dude on Reddit that began to spread everywhere. There's no real evidence of this happening ever, and the guy who posted this on Reddit was very reluctant in showing footage. He was also dodging a lot of questions and just ended up disappearing from Reddit, honestly. I personally tried getting the pirated version of the game, but I have yet to find this specific updated version with the song. I was able to find a pirated version, but this was the one before they added the pirated music. And before I get called out for pirating, don't worry, I already bought the game on Steam. I'm just trying to fulfill a curiosity. But if anyone out there wants to find this supposed jump scare, then please let me know if you ever find it. As of right now, well, it's just a rumor and probably not even real. Though I can say that those songs that you hear in the title screen are real, and that spectrogram is real as hell. So regardless of that, this is still one of the scariest anti-piracy measures I've ever seen. Here's another strange, obscure fear of mine. The ocean. Now, I'm not just talking about like any ocean. However, I'm really just talking about video game oceans. Yeah, I don't know if I'm like part of a collective niche here, or maybe I'm just the only one who feels like this, but I really hate video game oceans and any sort of deep sea levels. It's not that I'm afraid of large bodies of water. Oh, I was holding the mic the wrong way. I'm sorry about that. It's not that I'm afraid of large bodies of water, nor am I afraid of the ocean in real life. In actuality, I think life in the ocean, the marine life, is just very fascinating, and I really do love swimming. When it comes to virtual oceans, however, yeah, then my anxiety starts to kick in, especially when it comes to games with open world. And honestly, why shouldn't I fear the ocean in games? Sometimes developers hide some scary shit, like for example in Wind Waker, which is a game that's nothing but vast oceans and open seas, and I'm assuming the one game that actually kicked off this anxiety of mine. It's very cheery and actually pretty exciting to explore out in the ocean and discovering uncharted islands, yet things start to shift quickly when you encounter this bullshit. Yeah, out of nowhere, the clouds just turn gray and you're stuck in this whirlpool with this horrifying giant squid. Or like when you end up finding the ghost ship on accident. That was both the scariest and coolest thing I saw as a kid. Seriously, I was both mystified by the fact that I got to see the ghost ship that everyone keeps talking about in Windfall, and horrified to see that it actually exists. Stuff like that always seems to appear in games, and it's often pretty scary when you're not expecting it. Another more recent example is World of Warcraft. I don't know if you guys are aware, but WoW has some of the scariest oceans in any game, and it might just be because of my own niche fears, but I just don't like the idea that there is literally nothing beyond those oceans. It is just nothingness for as far as the eye can see. Sure, there are things lurking deep within the ocean, and oh my god, you can find some really scary things down there. But the idea of the vastness beyond the sea, like the fact that the end of the world is literally at the end of those oceans, just creep me the fuck out. It's like when I found out Outland was literally beyond Eversong Woods. I got this odd irrational fear of being on the edge of the ocean, let alone diving deep into the vast darkness, which already terrifies me in its own right. But then more discoveries were made that things that lurked in the ocean, like the portal that exists below Azshara before Cataclysm, something about that existing underneath always scared me. Or that really creepy abandoned island that's just south of Tanaris, and it's just eerie whenever there's content within a game that has just been left abandoned by the programmers, either because they forgot or because they're gonna get back to it soon, but most likely it's just literally abandoned. Honestly, I could do a whole list on WoW things and the creepy shit that they've left behind or they purposely left in, but I really want to focus on the Leviathan that lurks below the oceans of Stormsong Valley. He's nearby two places. One, where he's just chilling in the middle of the lake of Stormsong and he's just like next to a boat, and another that can be summoned with a horn beneath the ocean in this one secret underwater shop. I fucking hate it. This is like, I hate it. It is like in a dark ocean. It has tentacles. I don't want it, man. I don't. See, this is the kind of crap that makes me hate underwater exploration in games, and it surprises me that it's not explored more in video games. Only game I can really think of that takes place underwater and has some horror aspects to it is BioShock and Soma. And BioShock doesn't really even count, seeing as how it's more like action oriented than Soma, which is like psychological terror. But I don't really want to actually talk about real horror games being underwater. What's creepier to me is the games that aren't intended to be creepy and have underwater levels, like Mario, for example. In Mario Sunshine, you got this one mission, or I don't know, what is it called, the mission? I don't know. Anyways, you would go underneath and you would find this giant ass eel, this, oh my god, this horrible thing that lurks deep, dark. Oh no, yeah, fuck, I don't want to get that shine anymore. Fuck the 100% completion rate, fuck that. It's almost like the developer saw like how much liters of piss like people were producing every day. They would see that damn eel in Jolly Roger Bay and they thought to themselves, oh hey, that was funny, let's do that again. Sometimes I got so scared of that eel, by the way, that I'd spend more time running away from him and less time getting air, resulting in this horror show. It's, oh my god, he's fucking, like, Mario is legit, he legit is dead. He just died. He's dead. Goodbye. Mario's dead. Actually, while we're on the topic, can someone for the love of God please tell me why every video game character drowns the worst way possible? You see Mario falling in lava and singeing his tight little asshole, getting electrocuted, showing off his little skeleton, but the moment the dude loses oxygen in water, the fucker dies IRL. He's dead. It's not just Mario. Literally everyone drowns a horrible way. The worst one being Conker, and I understand Conker is an M-rated game, but seeing him drown in the game is just excruciatingly painful. His other deaths are violent, sure, but they're more akin to like Tom and Jerry kind of deaths, you know, if Tom and Jerry had blood in it. I guess more like South Park, you know? But watching him drown is so uncomfortable. So be you a horror game that takes place completely underwater, or just a regular video game with an underwater level that has something lurking beyond the dark, deep depths of your dumb game, just know that I'll always hate your game forever, no matter what, you fucking scumbags. Courage the Cowardly Dog was a mystifying little show because it somehow balanced humor with horror. And not to say that the entire show is like some horror fest that nobody could ever watch. Of course, it has a few creepy moments, but it's not actually stupidly scary, right? Maybe not to an adult, but to us kids, we were terrified of some of the things here, and I saw a lot of you recommend several aspects of the show, and it was really hard to narrow down some experiences that you had and myself, and see which one really was the scariest moment of them all. But instead of competing against every single one, I would rather go through just a few moments that actually impacted us as kids, the ones that were really, really terrifying. Starting off with a real popular one. Return the slab. See, this is scary on multiple levels. Not only is the voice and the repeating return the slab very haunting, but it's also the way he's animated. They made him very much surreal. They made his look, the way he moves, very unnerving, and it works out in this episode's advantage. But of course, there are some pretty humorous moments, including the mummy, especially that one part where he's like, "Oh, come on." I always thought that was hilarious, and that really broke the mold for me. I didn't think he was scary after that. Regardless, to many of us, he was horrifying, and we really avoided that episode whenever possible. But no episode was more avoided by me personally than this one that featured this horrifying looking dude that was just... that is bad. Now you're just being mean to kids. Essentially what the episode was about was that Eustace had to grow some crops, whereas he claimed that he had a green thumb. In reality, he didn't grow anything. This angers the spirit of the harvest moon for disrespecting his land and not growing any crops for the harvest. This causes him to appear, and it is so... words really can't describe how horrifying this creature is. Like, they were really trying to make kids shit their pants. This was mean. This was cruel. This was horrifying. Not only that, but his voice was also pretty bad, what with the whispery way that he talked. So I'll be honest, rewatching the episode, he's pretty silly. He doesn't really say anything ominous. He doesn't really have a foreboding air about him. Like, he does have a spell that he casts upon them all that basically makes them all melt and in this horrible heat. But honestly, he's really kind of silly. He also makes a very brief appearance as opposed to the mummy that was asking for his slab back. But speaking of brief appearances, and very effective ones at that, this thing.
You're not perfect.
I really can't explain what it is, and I can't explain either what makes it so terrifying. But I remember as a kid that it was the single most horrifying thing I saw in a kid's cartoon. It really was. That's no exaggeration. I actually remember having a nightmare featuring him like 3 nights in a row ever since I saw him. Now, there's nothing about him that's really too scary. Like if you were to talk character design 101, he's really not the top charts of like spookiness, but it's just the way he whispers out. It's this haunting message that will always be with you. You are not perfect. You will never be perfect. And maybe I'm exaggerating with the way I am interpreting the monster. It is a kid's cartoon after all, but this is something that affects you for a lifetime. And that monster, that thing, that dream, that nightmare that tells you that you are not perfect, it is the one thing that always reminds you of your humanity, your imperfection, your everything. And there's just so much about it that is just so awesome. Honestly, as scary as he is, it is amazing how effective his appearance is. Also, shout out to this guy for introducing me to psychological horror. But diving deeper into the aspects of different kinds of horror, there is that episode that featured this masked character who, spoiler alert, we find out is related to this other character who is known as Bunny. Bunny is in an abusive relationship with this dog that pretty much is just as bad as it sounds. While the show is still for kids, they definitely try their best to emulate what an abusive relationship is for children. And it is graphic in a sense, especially if you're a part of this kind of relationship. If you've been influenced by this kind of stuff, you will see how this will affect you. And it's not horror in the aspect that, okay, she's wearing a scary mask, sure. But it's more horror in the sense that this is just real people. I mean, they're animals, sure, but this is just how it happens. This is life. Sometimes people are abusive and they can't leave. They can't escape from the reality that they are stuck in. But thankfully, they do escape, and it's a happy ending. It is kind of a shame, though, that they couldn't actually, be a couple at the end. They have to be best friends forever at the end. I know that if it were made today, they would actually be a couple that would totally kiss on TV. But hey, you know what? You get what you get. And finally, one that I personally don't find scary, but you guys seem to find scary, is the episode with Freaky Fred. Do you know how close I was to saying Freddy Freaker? I was seriously about to call him Freddy Freaker. So Freaky Fred is a freaky barber who does freaky things with hair, or rather the removal of hair. Now, this isn't really too scary to me, but I do understand that for some people it made people feel very, very uncomfortable. I actually had a lot of friends when I was a little boy that really hated this episode because it scared the crap out of them. But for me, I thought it was very whimsical. I thought it was very charming, if not fetishistic. I mean, that's what this entire episode is. It's just one dude talking about how his fetish just took over his entire life and how he has done horrible fetishistic things to other people for the sake of his own pleasure. It is very uncomfortable when you understand that connotation as an adult, but as a kid I thought it was like, oh, this is a really cool like Dr. Seuss episode. I love episodes that just like rhyme in limericks. It's just awesome. It's nice. But like now I watch it and there is definitely some underlying sexual themes with everything. Or maybe you disagree, but I think understanding that part of it, thinking of it as like his fetish being the thing that takes over his life, that is scarier to me than just Freaky Fred having a freaky design. I think that is the thing that truly makes him horrifying. Also, while I'm at it, a huge shout out to the Freaky Fred reanimated collaboration that was just made. It is amazing. It is completely well done, and it has just a bunch of incredibly talented artists under the hood, and it is fantastic. Just watch it. I can't like celebrate it enough. It is wonderful. Courage the Cowardly Dog will forever be cemented in our minds as that one freaky show that we loved, but not just because of the fact that it was horror. Sure, for many of us it introduced us to the world of horror and how we can explore that even further, but for many of us it was a charming little show. It was more than just Tom and Jerry-esque antics or screaming faces, screaming courage. It was more than that. Sometimes it was a touching show that had an incredible lesson to teach. And it was also one of those shows that could make you feel more than just fear. It could make you feel happy. It could make you laugh. And it could just make you feel really good inside. Invader Zim is a legendary show amongst the folks over at Hot Topic. It's that one show that you always see that green little gerbil sprouting out random shit all the time, and it's part of the reason why you were seeing emo bitch baby as a kid. Yes, yeah, it's that show. Nah, but for real though, it's a great show. I don't know. Well, I mean, what else should I say? I feel like everyone already gave like their 3-hour-long reviews on what made it a quote-unquote masterpiece, so I'm not really going to waste my time regurgitating the same amount of shit that everyone's already said. I just thought it was a funny show, and it had a very cynical and dark sense of humor that was just a breath of fresh air. The unique factor of Invader Zim was the fact that it was a black comedy for kids. It was edgy, and not in the overused sense of the word of like, we live in a society. I mean, like, they were making jokes that were literally on the cusp of being censored out. Like, one of the worst episodes, and by that I mean like the darkest, involves Zim actually harvesting kids' organs just so he could seem more human, making his body grotesque and bursting with intestines, literally. Yeah, that was like some dark shit, and it played out like a horror movie, what with Dib being chased around by Zim halfway through the episode, with Zim hiding in the shadows and the cooing of the pigeons signifying how close he was to getting Dib. That's pretty scary in itself, I'll admit, but the real thing that made Invader Zim creepy to me, at least, was when I learned about Bloody Gur. See, Bloody Gur was this little inside joke amongst the creators of the show because he was supposed to show up in one of the episodes. Now, there's no real context as to when or why Gur was supposed to show up bloodied, but again, Zim was harvesting organs, for Christ's sake. Like, why wouldn't Bloody Gur just be a thing? Seriously. Although when Jonan Vasquez submitted the idea to Nickelodeon, they promptly denied his request. But the drawing of Gur bloodied up still exists within the episode, despite rejection. See, because director Steve Russell actually snuck in several bloody Gurs throughout the show in just one single frame. The most notable and famous example of Bloody Gur showing up was in the episode Bad Bad Rubber Piggy. During the episode, Zim creates a time machine to get rid of Dib. At first, he has this giant mech to send back in time to kill him, but Gur throws a rubber piggy instead. This actually benefits Zim as it makes Dib's life incredibly miserable, and the more rubber piggies he threw into the time machine, the more it was causing several horrible accidents to happen in his life. During one of the times that they threw a pig, Bloody Gur faintly shows up in the portal at the very center. It's very faint, but he is there. This little scene scared and fascinated a ton of kids at the time, at least the ones who were paying attention. And when word broke out that the staff snuck in several Bloody Gurs all over the show, the search continued onwards. Although as cool as it is to know that several of these Bloody Gurs exist, specifically 14 or so, it was real scary to me as a child, and I think to a few other kids as well who were fans of the show. I knew this because I talked to my friends about it when I was a kid, and they said it creeped them out too. Hell, I still get some people telling me that Bloody Gur is a creepy little Easter egg. It didn't really make us stop watching the show, nor was it really that terrifying that we just couldn't see it anymore or whatever, but the idea of Bloody Gur existing in one of the shows we love so much and that he's just hiding right there in front of our faces is just kind of scary, don't you think? Not to mention that the image of Bloody Gur isn't really that friendly either, nor is it really even that funny. It's just a deadpan Gur with blood all over his body. It's eerie, honestly, and it's not like it's ketchup or some other substance. It's literally blood. It's especially scary when you consider that Gur is the weirdo, funny character that always lightens up the mood, if not annoys the crap out of the audience, yet here he is, just staring at you with blood all over his head and his torso. It's unsettling to say the least. Now, as far as we know, there's only 2 known sightings of Bloody Gur, the aforementioned Bad Bad Rubber Piggy episode and the episode Mortos der Soul Stealer, that's hard to say for some reason, which is far clearer than the former's appearance. He can be seen in the intro of the show, again, as a single frame. A lot of people believe that this was the reason why Invader Zim got cancelled, but in reality, Nickelodeon never actually found out about it until after the show's cancellation, and when they inevitably did find out, they really weren't that bothered, honestly. So if that's the case, then it's very likely that Bloody Goose still exists in Invader Zim and has not been edited out in future releases. In fact, I can prove that this is the case since I've already seen Bloody Goose in Bad Bad Rubber Piggy on Hulu, which is where you can stream the episodes now. Going frame by frame during that one part of the episode revealed that Bloody Goose still exists even today. Again, it's very, very faint, but he is there. But again, only 2 out of the potential 14 have been found. So if you got time to spare and patience to go by frame every single Invader Zim episode, then by all means go on ahead. But be warned, these Bloody Goose sightings haven't ever been found in like 13 years, so you're definitely got your works cut out for you, especially when you consider that the director and the producer behind this stuff actually revealed where these things are, where these sightings are, and yet people still haven't found them. It's a difficult, like, Easter egg hunt, to say the least, so good luck to all y'all. I don't think I speak for myself saying that this is the movie that made me hate dolls. Like, legit hate dolls. See, I had a sister, and I'm sure many of you did, or maybe a brother for some reason, that collected a bunch of dolls, a bunch of action figures, and they all had these dead eyes on them that just looked and stared blankly off across the room, and they were just so unsettling. Something about them made me really hate dolls. And they just, they were so ugly and horrifying, especially when it was dark at night and you had to get something from your room, but you know that your sister's room is literally open and you can see that horrible Barbie doll is just staring at you with those blank eyes. Well, nothing emphasized my fear for dolls and that kind of shit than Chucky. And I think for all of us, it started there. See, for you kids who had grown up with Freddy Fazbear and his 5 Crazy Nights, we grew up with something called Chucky, and I'm sure you have grown up with it too, but for the most part, we are heavily influenced by our fear of dolls because of Chucky. Chucky had this horrifying little design that seemed very friendly, child-friendly, whatever, but then as the movie progressed, he becomes this villainous, murderous doll. And you know something? I remember watching it as a kid and being just horrified of the doll for no real reason. Honestly, he didn't do anything that scary. And rewatching it now, I think Chucky isn't really that scary. In fact, he's really, really funny.
I said talk to me, damn it! All right. Make you talk. I said talk to me, damn it, or else I'm gonna throw you in the fire!
You stupid bitch, you filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
Brad Dourif played the character so incredibly well, and his yells and his screams, his performance was magical. It was amazing to watch, but the little doll running around, it was kind of ridiculous. There were definitely some horror aspects that made it a great horror movie in itself, but as a kid, I can't explain it. I really can't explain it. It was just the smile on him, the fact that a doll could come to life and murder me and can kill me. It was the complete opposite of Toy Story, and I grew up more with Toy Story than I did with Chucky, but the idea, like, what if Toy Story went wrong and they just started murdering me, they stared at me, and even with the toys that I had, like, for example, I had a Woody doll, actually, I would hate the idea of him staring at me, so sometimes I would just put him away in a box, because I didn't like the eyes of dolls. They were just so uncanny to me. And I'm not speaking for myself. I'm sure many of you felt the same way. There was this unexplained fear with Chucky the doll, and there were so many sequels to that movie, so we could never really escape the horror that was Chucky. But again, as an adult, reviewing it, rewatching it, it's nothing really. It's nothing too scary. It is a great movie to watch, at least for the first time. The next few times, not so much. But for those of you who are unfamiliar with Chucky, or at least Child's Play as a franchise, let me explain real briefly what it is. Okay, it's actually really dumb reading the synopsis. It's really fucking dumb, but I'll try and say it with a straight face. So essentially, there's this criminal, horrible criminal, does a lot of bad shit, whatever. He gets shot out by the cops in the very beginning of the movie, and it's here during his dying breath, he summons this god, or he does this little ritual with the voodoo gods where he replaces his soul with that of a doll. So now his soul is no longer within the husk of his human form. It is now within this doll, and it's there that he infiltrates this home that belongs to this loving family of a single mother and her child. And of course, she wants to just see her child happy, and seeing how the child really just wants a good guy doll, which the one she gets just so happens to be notorious villain by the name of Charles Lee Ray. Of course, she's none the wiser, and while her son Andy plays with the new doll, there are violent incidents that happen within the home that is at first thought to be by Andy, but of course we soon find out that it is the doll that is causing all the crime. And I feel like that's the weak part of the entire movie. Like, I wish we hadn't been told that Chucky was a doll that was committing mass murder. Like, the very beginning tells us, yes, this is the murderer, he put his soul in the... It's weird. I kind of wish that there was more subtlety to it. There are many shots in the movie that makes it kind of suggest that maybe it's Andy that's committing all the crimes and he's just a demonic child that likes to murder people. But it flat out already explains that Chucky is the main villain. I think even in the trailers it explains that there could be this duality between Andy and the doll. He's blaming the doll for all the murders, but obviously that's not the case. We all know that it's Chucky. I mean, for Christ's sake, we all know already in the movie. Like, hindsight is 2020 already. I mean, seriously. But as goofy as it is and how poorly structured it is, I still appreciate the movie for when it came out. You see, during the late 80s, early 90s, there was this craze for action figures and dolls for kids, and it was just everywhere. Everyone wanted a doll. Like, you hear about those Tickle Me Elmos that just like sold out. Well, take those Tickle Me Elmos and amplify it by like 1,000, and that was happening all the time around the Christmas season, man. People died for some of these dolls. That craze helped inspire this movie, and it sort of parodies and kind of commentates on the sort of obsession we have over these plastic things for our kids. So despite its flaws, I still watch this movie every now and again because I still think it's pretty good. And to be honest, that scene where Chucky is burned alive and all that's left is just this black tar skeleton, oh god, that is so good. And man, I hated watching that as a kid. Oh man, I hated it.
They're coming. They're coming your way. They'll be here soon. Will you be ready?
If there were a bimbofication equivalent to turning a normal, otherwise innocent piece of media into a creepypasta horror story, I would call it pastification. A seemingly harmless piece of media that somehow turned into some awkward horror story about someone's suicide or how it's possessed by a vengeful spirit or something like that. It happens all the time. But the one pastification I never really thought would happen is with Super Mario 64. Well, I mean, I've seen a ton of it before in the past when I was a kid and I read creepypastas all the time. I mean, they were everywhere, but in the year 2020, like, that stuff is still popular? Yeah, over the summer, someone on 4chan posted an iceberg on Mario 64 and the many obscure details of it. Many of the details anyone can point out and say, oh yeah, I know about that. But some other parts of the iceberg were far more obscure or downright horrifying. It's where the meme, every copy of Mario 64 is personalized, came from. It's actually not one of the worst creepypasta-esque stories I've read, and with the contributions of some key YouTubers, it would make you think that maybe what this post is saying is true. Hell, I'd roughly say 90% of this iceberg is in fact true, albeit in a vague way. And if you want to know what I mean by that, just check out the video by this young man right here, who I can't remember his name, but I remember his video, and it was incredibly fascinating and very entertaining. So please give him some love. It'll be in the description down below. Yet as interesting or downright silly as some of these are, there's something I personally couldn't get out of my mind, and that is simply this. Mario 64 was always scary, either unintentionally or purposely. Mario 64 has a cavalcade of horror lurking beneath its kid-friendly exterior. I believe it has to do with two reasons. Number one, the graphics. The game's looks have not aged well, and it's because of its low textures and jagged appearance that makes it seem a bit uncanny. I might be speaking personally here, but when I saw that scary eel monster from Jolly Roger Bay again in Super Mario Odyssey, I really wasn't as spooked as I was when I was a kid. It's most likely because now I'm an adult, and looking back at my childhood fears still gives me shivers, but really, compare the two. The one in 64 is so much worse than the HD revision. I mean, sure, I'm not saying it's not scary, but to me personally, the newer version just looks so detailed and kind of cool that it pales in comparison to the older one. This one just has this air of weird and disturbing qualities about it. It's not just Mario 64 either. Look back at any old games you used to play. Don't some of these look way scarier back then as opposed to now? Have you guys ever stumbled upon a weird glitch in a modern video game that make the characters look low poly or low res and super creepy? It's something about the way they look, the way they move. It's all sort of unnerving and strange. Again, it could be due to childhood fears playing into our biases, but it can't be denied that low poly textures can be really disturbing. The game studio Puppet Combo recognizes this and uses it to their advantage. It's why their games are so horrifying. They use this niche trope to their advantage by mimicking old school graphics into modern takes of horror, but I'm getting off track here. The second reason why Mario 64 was terrifying to us kids is simply because it was our first time exploring a 3D space. Imagine how much of a mindfuck that is, to go from going left to right to explore literally wherever we want, which can lead to some of us discovering fears we'd otherwise never would have, from diving into deep dark oceans with terrifying sea creatures to exploring haunted mansions full of ghosts and monsters. Mario 64 gave us the opportunity to go anywhere and fear everything. Seriously, how many of you were scared of the ocean after playing Mario 64 as a kid? How many of you were terrified of sinking into quicksand? A lot of these things might have been totally innocent to the developers of the game at the time, but these things really scared a lot of us to death. I knew some people who were terrified of pianos of all things after playing Mario 64. Even when revisiting this game, as I'm sure many of you are, what with the release of the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection, there's some things you can still find unsettling. Nowadays, people are talking about wet, dry worlds, haunting background, negative aura, emotion thing, whatever. It's really just a photo of Caceres, a little town located in Spain, but something's just off about this background. To me, it was always the juxtaposition of Mario's colorful, wacky world side by side with this very real city, with its cold, eerie blue washing over the town, almost making it seem submerged. Then you realize, wait, the town is submerged. The people who lived here are long gone by now. The buildings are all empty. How long has it been this way? What caused it to be submerged? Did everyone just forget about it? Did everyone really escape? What if there are still bodies in those buildings? The unfortunate souls that could just never escape in time. Are they forgotten too? Forever underwater in this forgotten city? These are real thoughts I had as a kid, by the way. This is the thoughts I had when I saw Wet Dry World's background. It's the little things that add up and make you scared. The small, almost innocuous details that the devs glazed over still haunt many people to this day. Then there's this stuff that makes you think, wait, did the devs actually intend to creep us out? For example, did you know that a strange laugh can be heard before you enter Boo's mansion in Big Boo's haunt? Seriously, take a listen. creepy, right? Most of you would assume that it's just Boo's laughter, but that's not how a Boo's laugh sounds like. It sounds like this. We already know the secret behind Boo's laugh, which is essentially Bowser's laugh just sped up. But if that's the case, then whose laughter is this? It's not King Boo because he laughs just like any other Boo. It can't even be explained as to how it activates. It just randomly happens sometimes. So if you ever want to try this out in Mario 3D All-Stars, do try and let me know what your results are. Speaking of Bowser though, did anyone else hate dying in Mario 64? Not just because it was annoying to start the whole level again, but because it was just, well, kind of creepy. It's not like nowadays where Mario just dies like he just stubbed his toe or something. Mario legitimately dies. You can see X's in his eyes when he's killed. The way he sinks into the sand always fucking terrified me. And drowning? Jesus Christ, why did they ever depict him drowning so realistically? I even mentioned this in the previous Traumathon when I was talking about water levels being just horrifying, and this is one of the reasons. To be fair though, a lot of games did this whole drowning thing, though I'll have a whole video dedicated to that soon. And of course, who can forget Bowser's terrifying laugh and that scary Bowser symbol that fades everything to black, and when you get a game over, you get this real creepy red error screen with that really slowed down, super creepy game over music. Thankfully, it doesn't last very long and just sort of fades away as Mario's Viagra kicks in. Let's not forget the infinite staircase also. I mean, Christ, I really don't think I have anything to say that everybody's already said thus far. There's a ton more eerie details that Mario 64 has that I'm sure I've missed, and in a way, this game really was personalized for everyone. What you might have found scary in Mario 64 might have been totally fine for others and vice versa. Everyone had their own unique experience. Some of us can bond over certain things while others will just roll their eyes and just say, it's just a video game, there's nothing scary about it. The tradition of Mario being a scary game though doesn't end here, as that tradition has carried on. Mario Sunshine still harbors some terrifying stuff itself. Remember that huge eel that was just sunken down in the very depths of the ocean that's like so dark and horrifying you gotta clean his teeth? Like, fuck that. And Galaxy, I'm sure, has its own list of horrifying encounters and Easter eggs, but if I talk about every single detail that every Mario game has that's creepy, I might just be here for a very long time. Let me know what you guys think. Is there anything in particular I missed that scared you in Mario 64? Maybe other Mario games that had certain elements that made you shiver? Or maybe there's something you know that most of us don't. Something that lurks even deeper within the Mario games. Something that can't be explained or otherwise could never be seen. For a lot of kids nowadays, the introduction to horror is plentiful. You got games that are just safe enough to be parent approved, TV shows that can be easily accessed online at any time, and most horror movies nowadays are PG-13, and even if it were a rated R movie, then kids nowadays can just wait a month or two, and then they'll just be back up on HBO or Netflix or Hulu or whatever service that you pay. Pick your poison, there's like 50 of them. Really, anyone can watch any horror film they want. But back in the 80s and 90s, when most horror films were made exclusively for adults, and parents thinking games were the product of Satan, it was a lot more difficult to get your hands on spooky stuff as a kid. That is until 1993, when here in the States, a book series swept the nation with its unique approach to horror, that being horror aimed directly at children, Goosebumps. It was an interesting take on the way horror was produced because at this point in the early 90s and late 80s, kids weren't really allowed to watch any horror movies whatsoever. A lot of them were rated R. We had to just sneak into theaters to watch some of the scary stuff adults kept talking about, like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, and a slew of other classic horror films that were in the theaters at the time. And like I said, back then horror films were often rated R, so for a lot of us, it was our first time seeing naked girls and a ton of gore. Yeah, it was cool, but maybe a little too much for some more fragile minds. Enter R.L. Stines, a novelist who at the time was known for making children's literature and worked on a few Nickelodeon projects. Before working on Goosebumps, R.L. Stine showed his love for horror through a different series of books he called the Fear Street books, aimed for a younger audience and a much less talked about series. His love for horror and his writing talent would then soar to greater heights when Scholastic and Parachute Press decided to collaborate and launch R.L. Stine's Goosebumps series in 1992. The book was a massive hit amongst kids. You know, back when kids actually read books. No, seriously, the 90s was the last time you'd see books get commercials on TV, and boy, they must have worked really well, because they made R.L. Stine a household name seemingly overnight. Although as effective as I'm sure these ads were, a lot of the credit in Goosebumps' success has to go to the legendary cover artist Tim Jacobus. His Goosebumps art was incredible, and more so than that, eye-catching. I know we're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, but damn, when your covers look as cool and as interesting as this, oh, you can't help but be interested. That's not to discredit Mr. Stine's writing. The man was a master of cliffhangers and twist endings. It's what made his books such page turners. You really couldn't just stop reading these things, and there were dozens of them. From 1992 to 1997, R.L. Stine had published 62 Goosebumps books, each of them as memorable as the last. Well, okay, maybe not too memorable. Yeah, actually reading back on some of these, they can be kind of cheesy and a little goofy at times. I mean, keep in mind, this isn't horror made for us, and by us I mean the general demographic of 18 to 30-year-olds. I mean this was made for kids ages 7 and up, so of course most of the horror was dialed back to meet the expectations of children. Nowadays, I'd argue your average kid is desensitized to a lot of this stuff, like scary dolls coming to life. That's nothing. Have you ever seen Freddy fucking Fazbear? That dude is a zombie robot thing that'll just stuff your mangled body into an animatronic while you're still alive. Like honestly, if some of these kids just went back in time and saw some of the shit that we were into, they'd laugh at us and just call us dweebs. But of course, as scary as the books were, we can't ignore the absolute classic television series that is Goosebumps. Airing first in 1995 and ending in 1998, Goosebumps brought almost every book to life, as well as having their own ideas, making each one just an episode long. Now, you might think that half an hour might be too short to really capture every nuanced thing that made the original book it's basing itself on scary, and yeah, you'd be right. I mean, these books are short, don't get me wrong, they're all averaging around 120 pages each, which could be read by most people in about a day or two, but 120 pages condensed to 24 minutes? Well, I mean, hopefully that doesn't lead into anything awkward, right? Yeah, needless to say, the show was just about as cheesy as the books. Even for the 90s, this stuff was corny. Keep in mind, the 90s was a turning point in kids' media in general. It wasn't just Goosebumps changing the way horror was being made, but stuff like Mortal Kombat was changing the way we viewed video games. WWE was changing the way we viewed wrestling. The Simpsons changed the way we viewed cartoons, and a slew of other things made this otherwise violent content more available to kids. And when Goosebumps was coming out as a TV show, well, it was entering a bold new world, but also needed to be kid-friendly enough for mom and dads to be satisfied with. Still, I won't say the show wasn't scary. I actually really liked the episode titled The Haunted Mask, which was about, well, a haunted mask, and I think most people actually really enjoyed that episode. I think the mask is still very creepy, but the part where she tries to get it off her and she's just freaking out, noticing that part of her body is basically just becoming the mask, telling everyone that she's not herself anymore, and she slowly begins to transform into this horrible creature. I mean, that's just classic horror. And of course, how can you mention this episode without mentioning the absolute freaky scene where she visits the mask maker and there's just a bunch of floating masks and they have this distorted voice and they're just like begging her to join them, and it's so terrifying. It's still vivid in my memory to this day. I mean, have a look. Other than that though, with the limited time each episode had to work with, give or take around extra 20 minutes if you're special enough, I think the show worked well for a sort of baby's first horror, if you will. Need I remind you that this stuff wasn't made for us, it was made for a new kind of horror audience, a much younger demographic, and while that doesn't excuse it for being bad or being totally cheesy, it was a one-of-a-kind experience. But that's not to say that adults like us can't enjoy Goosebumps. It is a very well-written show, and again, R.L. Stines is a very talented writer who knows what he's doing when it comes to the twists and turns, and there's still some spooky stuff that even us as adults can find totally eerie. They're a lot of fun, regardless of who they're made for. And I feel like that speaks in volumes of R.L. Stine's writing. It was like the Twilight Zone for us back then, except in color and not as boring. Nowadays, R.L. Stine still makes horror for a younger audience with his latest series called The Haunting Hour, hitting TV around 2014. And of course, we can't forget the recent Goosebumps movies that have been coming out in the past couple of years, featuring Jack Black as, of course, R.L. Stines. Although I am a bit sad to say that Tim Jacobus's art has been replaced with newer iterations of the book's publishing, and I gotta say, I'm really not feeling it. They're just too colorful and they just sort of lack that creepiness that made the old covers classic. Now they're just sort of modernized and not in the best way. Not that they're bad or anything, they're just not the first images that come to my head when I think horror, let alone Goosebumps. Oh well, book covers might have changed, but the stories are still there. The show is still there. Here's to the man who got me into horror. May he continue to show everyone just what it means to get goosebumps.
Have a scary day, everyone.
This one might seem new to most of you, unless of course you're Hispanic and grew up in a Hispanic household just like me. See, back in the 90s and the 2000s, there was this massive show called Sábado Gigante that aired on Univision, a Latin American channel that hosted everything from drama to news to daytime talk shows, movies. Yeah, it was great. For my mom and dad, at least.
Pruébala. Es cocaína.
Yeah, even though I speak Spanish, I didn't really like what Univision used to air. Hell, I bet I still wouldn't like if I saw what they aired still. It's all just adult stuff, I used to think. Cartoon Network was still the channel for me, a growing, healthy kid. Though as much as I really didn't care for Univision, Sábado Gigante, or Gigantic Saturday, was a show I actually really didn't mind watching. There's just sort of a comforting nostalgia when I think back at Sábado Gigante, because I remember those calm Saturday nights, sitting close to everyone on the couch or on the floor. My entire family would gather together, get some food or snacks, and watch this 4-hour long show. Yeah, you heard it right. 4 hours long. What the hell could they be doing for 4 hours? And what the hell is this show doing on Traumathon? Well, to answer your first question, Sábado Gigante was a sort of variety show that pretty much had everything. Hence the phrase, variety show. It had drama, it had comedy, contests, beauty pageants, lie detector tests, live concerts. I mean, Christ, you name it and they had it, and it was all presented by the legendary Don Francisco. It was a real melting pot of a show. Think of it like the Maury Povich Show meets Saturday Night Live, meets Ellen DeGeneres, meets Oprah, meets America's Got Talent. Never mind. You really can't compare Sábado Gigante with anything, maybe except the massive party contained on TV. It was a unique experience that sadly got cancelled in 2015. Although, as much as I enjoyed it, there was that one part of the show that I really hated. If you were a small little Mexican boy or girl at the time, then you'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah, that's right. That slimy, ugly, trumpet-blowing creep El Chacal, or in English, the Jackal. See, towards the end of the show, they'd have a singing contest where contestants tried their best to impress the audience with whatever talent in singing they had. Although, let's be honest, most of these people were probably drunk or just wanted an excuse to be on TV, so 9 times out of 10 they'd pretty much fail instantly. What makes it worse is that El Chacal acted as a heckler and tried to intimidate, distract, or straight up harass the guests. Well, I mean, Don Francisco also tried to distract the guests by wearing stupid hats. which I guess is distracting, but he was more motivational than he was a massive prick like El Chacal. El Chacal would then blow on his trumpet and eliminate the guest, and I swear sometimes he just did it because he just didn't like the people. No, not because of the fact that they were bad at singing, but because there were just something about them that he just didn't like. I'm telling you, this asshole scared the shit out of me as a kid, and I really can't tell you why. It's something about his ghost-like appearance, his weird smile, his creepy attitude, and honestly, just for the fact that he was just a huge cunt. Sometimes he'd just blow his horn so early, the guests barely even had a chance. I was told by my family that sometimes El Chacal would come and get me and feed me to the lions if I didn't behave. Oh, which, by the way, that is something they did sometimes. Yes, that lion scared the shit out of me too as a kid. My family told me when El Chacal blows his horn, the contestants are thrown into the lion's pit and mauled to death. What makes it worse is that they'd throw out a goofy skeleton to play up the shtick that the lion really killed him. Okay, obviously he didn't. But I was a dumb little 6-year-old. I really believe they kill the contestants off screen and rip their flesh and organs out. I mean, I didn't think the lion was real, for God's sake, or anything like that. I just thought that he was a murderer, which, to be fair, is 10 times scarier than if he were just a lion. I mean, seriously, think about it. What's scarier, a man dressed up as a lion who murders you, or an actual lion? I thought the fucking former was way scarier. I'd sometimes have nightmares of this guy coming into my dreams just to harass me and tease me before he got bored and straight up murdered me. I fucking hated this guy. I swear I cried multiple times just at the sight of this stupid fucking freak. I hate him. And I'm glad to know I'm not alone on that either. I'm seeing a lot of comments nowadays saying how much they were scared of El Chacal as a kid, which makes me feel a lot better. That doesn't change the past, and frankly, I'm glad this motherfucking show got cancelled. Anything to get this stupid asshole off the air. Fuck you, El Chacal. For some reason, gaming culture seems to attract a lot of outlandish and creepy theories. This is pretty recent, as with the rise of social media makes it easier for all of us to just throw out ideas like whether or not we killed Gary's Raticate in Pokemon Red or Blue, or if every Nintendo franchise somehow takes place in the same universe, you know, stuff like that. Then there's the theories that are made simply because the story itself necessitates it. Classic examples, of course, being Five Nights at Freddy's and Dark Souls. It's weird to compare the two, I know, but these are both games that don't really talk too much about their stories, but have a ton of clues scattered throughout their worlds to give you a glimpse into a much deeper lore that hides beneath. Theories are fun, if not sometimes stupid. Either way, I never really read a theory that's ever put me in a sour mood or got me so mad that I needed to rant about it, because in the end, we're talking about video games. It's harmless in the end. Okay. This is the part where about like 300 people message me in the comments below about a theory that'll get me mad, like some SJW bullshit. I don't care about that. Listen, my point is, these theories make you think and seldom ever have any truth behind them, making us freely express ourselves to the fullest potential. Yet as creative and silly as many of these are, sometimes they hit so close to the truth that it's hard to imagine they'd be wrong. One such theory is the Squall is dead theory, a theory seemingly revolving itself around Final Fantasy VIII's main character Squall, who, as the theory suggests, met his tragic end halfway through the game as Ultimecia impaled Squall at the end of Disc 1. The theory goes that this fatal blow to Squall's chest ended up killing him instantly. If not that, then the fall did. Everything after Disc 1 is allegedly just a dream. One thing that helps prove this theory is Squall's wound being healed fully, as if he were never stabbed in the first place. Other evidence includes the inclusion of a new, never-before-seen being known as the Moombas, seemingly just coming out of nowhere. One of the other, more creepier evidence of this being the case is during the cutscene where Squall and Rinoa are sharing a beautiful moment together towards the end of the game. As a shooting star passes by, Rinoa points at it to Squall, and the two embrace lovingly. Yet, in this cutscene, we can see a different perspective. Rinoa, at the very same balcony, pointing at the same star in the sky, can just be seen alone on that balcony. No one is there with her. It could be argued that Squall is just out of frame, but it's hard to say, as the camera eventually just dies. Yet, it's important to note that Squall was never caught on camera previously as this cutscene went on. But then comes this real kicker, the thing that almost solidifies this theory, which is the part where Squall is lost within the time compression after fighting Ultimecia. You explore around a little bit before you're given this strange psychedelic cutscene that makes Squall question who he is. This cutscene is supposed to illustrate time and space leaving Squall behind, but for some, it's an indicator of Squall losing his memories and his identity as he begins to slowly drift into the darkness that is eternal death. It's really a terrifying cutscene. Everything's so blurry. Rinoa begins to become this scary blob of nothingness, while some shots are repeated over and over again, illustrating this time loop that Squall is trapped in, this infinite spiral of memories and darkness. And then, as the cutscene reaches its climax, everything comes collapsing inwards and starts flashing different cutscenes prior as Rinoa starts to approach the camera over and over again, and she's way more distorted and indistinguishable. Until finally everything sort of snaps as Rinoa's spacesuit visor breaks, which is a haunting image, honestly. It sort of seems like she's been dead for years out in space, just floating there. It's really a haunting image, even if we take the Final Fantasy context out of it, just to be forever alone in space, nothing to see, nothing to do, dying slowly until your corpse eventually decays. Only it'd probably be super preserved, as there are no insects or microorganisms out there in space to eat your flesh, so you're just a pale body forever floating out there. Oh, and let's not forget the classic faceless Squall. Wow, that's really creepy. I actually only just started recently playing Final Fantasy VIII, well, recently as in like 8 or 7 years ago, but I always thought this image of Squall was some fan-made thing for a creepypasta or some other thing, but no, I mean, it's real. It's in the game, and it's just as haunting as ever. Probably even more so now that we know that the context is just Squall losing all sense of reality, time, space, and memories, and everything in between. Though if we were to take this theory that Squall is dead seriously, then this is the image of Squall finally coming to terms with his death as he realizes that his body is just an empty husk, soulless and rotting. It's a very haunting image, and if you were a kid playing this, as I'm sure most of us were, you probably really scared the shit out of yourself. It's also just a really intense cutscene, like you've never really seen this from anybody else other than Square Enix. And at the time, they were the pioneers of FMVs, or full motion videos. They would dedicate minutes, if not almost an hour, of gameplay time to just cutscenes, which, you know, during that time period, there were no cutscenes. At this point, it really felt like a movie. Nowadays, that's a negative thing, but back then people would really actually advertise how much of the gameplay is cutscenes, and people enjoyed that. I'm not sure why, but they did. Probably because it was such a new thing, and honestly, this cutscene still holds up. I mean, it is so weird, so experimental, so strange and horrifying. It really brings this sort of anxiety to you, this strange feeling in your gut that something's just wrong, something's just beyond comprehension. It is something so very haunting, and it stays with you for the rest of your life. But of course, now this is the part where I ruin everything, this theory is not true, which is unfortunate or very fortunate depending on how you see it. Yeah, it just had to be spoiled by the man who produced the game himself, Yoshinori Kitase. This was taken by a surprisingly interesting interview conducted by Kotaku, where he pretty much debunks a ton of other theories, such as Squall is dead and the fact that you could revive Aerith. Yet, it is interesting to note that while Kitase's plan was never to imply that Squall is dead, he does actually think the theory is really interesting, and he implies that he might even take that idea into consideration should he ever remake the game again. So while the theory is dead, no pun intended, it's still both fun and very terrifying to think about. And it's all enhanced by the wonderful cutscenes found in Final Fantasy VIII. And who knows, maybe in the future we might see an FF8 remake that'll include an alternate ending, one that I believe would enhance the story tenfold. This is the sound you hear when something's gone wrong. It's the sound all of us heard when the clouds were gray and the rain starts pouring heavily. Sometimes it's the sound we hear before we're told that someone's gone missing, or perhaps someday it'll be the sound we hear before the nukes drop. As scary as that scenario is, the EAS, or the Emergency Alert System, was built to warn us of either ongoing situations or emergencies that were going to occur. When I was a kid, I usually hear the EAS go off when I skip school. See, back in the 90s and early 2000s, not a lot of people stayed home. Usually those who stayed home were kids ditching school, people who got injured at work, or house moms with nothing better to do. Obviously, this meant that this was the perfect time to test the EAS, and boy, did that ever make me regret skipping school. Why exactly did it even make that sound? What was the deal behind it? Well, interestingly enough, that horrible screech at the beginning of the alert is apparently digitized code called the digital header, and it's meant to communicate with the system what kind of threat they're in, what area it's affecting, and just how long the threat will last. The digital header is repeated 3 times in order for the system to catch any mistakes it might have made. The source of these broadcasts all come from different sources, yet once these sources find a reason to display a message and warn the people, it automates a message to that area affected. So, for example, one such source could be from the National Weather Service, and they suddenly find a tornado somewhere in, I don't know, North Carolina, Wake County. The system will then automate a message telling the EAS to make the message, then the EAS then screeches 3 times to make sure that the message is right, and well, basically, it just works the same way dial-up internet used to work back in the day, you know, when that was a thing. It's communicating back and forth between the source and the area. It's bad enough that I'm scared of tornadoes, but now I gotta listen to this banshee-like screech from a computer. And keep in mind, this sound is supposed to keep us safe and aware. Yeah, I'm aware alright, aware of the stains on my fucking underwear, asshole. Now of course, as horrifying as that sound is, nothing can compare to local access alerts, which is something a lot like emergency alert systems, only it was more local and was dealt with local authorities and anybody else who was currently in the position of power to alert the community. Local alert systems were soon replaced by emergency alert systems, but man, I feel for anybody who actually heard the local alert systems, because these seem way more terrifying.
This is the 18th Wing Command Post. As of 1500 local, the 18th Wing Commander has declared tropical conditions storm watch for Okinawa.
Wow. Satan, is that you? You gotta keep in mind that even though the emergency alert system came out in 1997, local access alerts still helped everyone else that weren't affected by emergency alert systems. It didn't all come in at once. It had to be rolled out slowly, one by one in each city, and of course major cities had them first, as opposed to much smaller rural areas. But again, this sound worked largely in the same way emergency alert systems work. They're digital headers that told you info and communicated with the entire community what they needed to do in case of the emergency. Honestly, as fascinating as the digital header itself is, that never really stopped me from fearing what message the creepy voice had to say. It's always either a very muffled up man from nowhere telling you how you'll be dying this evening, or some robot with little to no empathy or remorse about however you're going to die. Pick your poison. Nowadays, I seldom ever hear this message on TV anymore, especially since, you know, I don't really pay for TV. I think most of us don't. Although I still hear it, just on my cell phone. It's pretty much for the same reasons too. Bad weather, child gone missing, some other horrible disaster, and Jesus Christ, do kids go missing in North Carolina? Can I just mention that real quick? Like, while I was living there with my parents, oh god, as soon as I got my cell phone, that thing went off like every night about some other child going missing. What is with you people? What is there, a kid sale for Food Lion or something? Like, what? Though it's not just to warn you of weather or missing kids, but it can also warn you of other disasters as well, though they're not as frequent. So I wouldn't worry about this sound being the last thing you hear anytime soon, though accidents can happen. As was shown in Hawaii one January morning in 2018, somehow the person who was supposed to test the emergency alert system accidentally clicked on the warn everyone that they're about to die from nuclear arms button. You know, a common mistake. Though it doesn't have to be an accidental thing, sometimes the EAS can just go off for fun. Like that one time someone hacked into the EAS and warned everyone that there was a zombie invasion.
Civil authorities in your area have reported that the bodies of the dead are rising from their graves and attacking the living. Follow the messages on screen that will be updated as information becomes available. Do not attempt to approach or apprehend these bodies as they are considered extremely dangerous.
Boy, I'd feel bad for any snot-nosed brat that skipped school that day. Probably thought that shit was real. But hey, let's not forget, America isn't the only country in the world shitting their pants over this shit. All across the globe, people hear different types of screeching noises from their own personal emergency alert system. Whether or not they work similarly to America's is really unknown to me, but if I had to hazard a guess, probably. Either way, they're just as scary, if not worse, than America's EAS. Let's take a listen to a few of them, shall we?
Hello, John Sluter again from the Bureau with the latest situation on... On toggle.
Do not be alarmed. You have just heard the important message signal of the public warning system. There are two other signals of the public warning system, namely the alarm and all clear signals. Signal is sounded when the threat is over and you can leave the shelter.
This is the Wartime Broadcasting Service. This country has been attacked with nuclear weapons. Communications have been severely disrupted, and the number of casualties and the extent of the damage are not yet known. We shall bring you further information as soon as possible. Meanwhile, stay tuned to this wavelength, stay calm, and stay in your own house. Remember, there's nothing to be gained by trying to get away. By leaving your homes, you could be exposing yourselves to greater danger. If you leave, you may find yourselves without food, without water, without accommodation, and without protection.
And of course, my absolute favorite one, the Russian EAS that just straight up flashes up and says warning while this horrible noise is just blasting through your TV screen.
2 метра в секунду.
Внимание! Говорит Главное управление МЧС России по Ульяновской области. Проводится техническая проверка системы централизованного оповещения населения.
These are all pretty bad. And I was actually going to end off by showing you Japan's EAS, which I felt was the most relaxing and calmest way to tell you you're gonna die. But then I found out that they have an infinitely scarier one, and yeah, take a listen.
緊急地震速報です。強い揺れに警戒してください。緊急地震速報です。強い揺れに警戒してください。
緊急地震速報です。福島県、宮城県、山形県、
Holy crap. Well, whether it's a zombie apocalypse or someone's kid getting snatched up, one thing's for certain. This sound is among the scariest sounds we'll ever hear. And if I had to argue, it's not just because it sounds scary, but let's face it, the message that it can bring sometimes is twice as scary than whatever sound it can make. Sometimes on Traumathon, I like to keep it simple. Sure, we can talk about, I don't know, the history of a serialized novel, or maybe we can talk about the reasons why a national broadcast system sounds so scary, or we can just sit here with a thumb up our asses and just talk about some actual scary shit that just happened one time in a video game. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. See, back in the early 2000s, Scooby-Doo was a big thing, and don't ask me why, I legit don't know why. The franchise has been around since the 70s, and somehow, through the magic of syndication, I guess, it grew into something even bigger with spin-off after spin-off, toys, movies, I don't know, maybe albums, if I'm pretty sure that existed. The 80s and 90s was a peak point of Scooby-Doo as multiple revivals came out of nowhere with a pup named Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo in the Ghoul School, Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf, and Scooby Mania really just ramped up towards the end of the 90s when seemingly every single year a brand new Scooby-Doo animated movie would come out, all being pretty well animated and even being sometimes decent. Things haven't really changed nowadays, have they? I think every single year since the 2000s, there has been at least one feature-length animated Scooby-Doo movie, hasn't there? Though I do think the animation and the quality has definitely dipped down a bit. But going back to the early 2000s, everything exploded when Scooby-Doo had its very first live-action movie called Scooby-Doo and the Scooby-Doo. To be honest, I actually kind of enjoyed the film as a kid, and even now as an adult, I actually still think the movie's pretty charming. I mean, sure, fart jokes, the typical story, stupid CG. I mean, it's made for kids, not for the Oscars, but give it a fucking break, it knows what it is. I even rewatched it just recently, and really, I don't think it's that bad. I wouldn't even say that it's great, but if I'm ever in the mood, I wouldn't mind watching it again. Now, of course, with all this newfound marketability that Scooby-Doo had and suddenly garnered, and with the live-action film garnering over $275 million in the box office, it was a no-brainer to have a sequel to the film. And a sequel there was, Scooby-Doo 2: Monsters Unleashed. Of course, with any film with a seemingly endless potential of financial gain, promotional material has to be made. Sure, we had the Burger King kids meal toys and the bad video game or two, but the one I want to talk about tonight is of course the point-and-click flash game known as Scooby-Doo Escape from the Coolzanian. The main point of the game is to get you to watch the movie, help Scooby-Doo Escape from the Coolsville Museum. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time saying that. I've actually recorded this 30 times now. Coolsville. I don't know why I'm saying Coolsville. What the hell's wrong with me? Oh, you got a fucking dick in your mouth? It's a simple game that has a few brain teasers here and there, as seen in most popular point-and-click games. Not many people talk about it because, well, what is there to talk about, really? Well, there is one thing that we can talk about, and it's something I think is unnecessarily creepy, and honestly, kind of fucked up. See, after you're done solving your first room of the game, you're taken to a room with ancient Egyptian motif called the Mummy Archives. As you solve puzzles between the two rooms separated by the sarcophagus room, you will eventually stumble upon a crowbar. See, without the crowbar, you're unable to open the sarcophagus in the center of the room. And up until now, you're pretty much told that everything you click has some meaning, some clue to help you to get by the level. So, of course, logic stands to reason that if you use the crowbar on the sarcophagus, it's likely to have a clue or a puzzle piece to help you advance to the next room, right? Well, here's what happens when you actually open the sarcophagus. Wow. Holy shit, that's fucked up. Like I said, the game thus far made you trust it, made you think that everything you picked up was part of the game and it was part of solving the entire thing, and it's needed to move on. Not this though, there's really no purpose for this crowbar, this sarcophagus, like at all. It's all just a huge red herring. What's even more messed up is the fact that they really play up to the atmosphere of this scare. The music goes totally quiet. All you can hear is the scribbling from the writing that's appearing before you. As the message is being sprawled out, you get a pretty creepy vibe from it all. It's so totally dark. All you can hear is the scribbling on the wall, and the message itself is kind of creepy when you actually read it, warning you about this creature following right behind you. But by the time the message gets to the end, it's too late. Keep in mind too, this is a Scooby-Doo game. Scooby-Doo isn't really scary. I mean, sure, it can be for babies, and some of the monsters are kind of creepy. Though for the 99% of the human population that isn't scared of Scooby-Doo, your guard is totally down. Like, nobody really expects a jump scare from a Scooby-Doo game. It's the last thing on your mind, and then bam! You get hit with this horrible apparition. This face comes up half a second after the last word is written too, and it's pretty devious when you think about it. Look how small this text is. And sure, it's legible from where you're sitting, but keep in mind, this is how the game actually looked on most monitors back in 2004, so you really had to get up close to read it back then when it was being written. The message goes away so fast and you might even think that you must have missed a clue, right? After all, the game hasn't given you a red herring before, so why would it do so now? So you check again, preparing yourself for that jump scare, enduring that hellish scream and that ghoulish face, all for the sake of beating this game, only to find out the message really doesn't have any meaning whatsoever. It's just nothing at all. Before you can even conceive that info though, this horrible white mummy thing, I don't know what the hell to call it, comes up and scares the ever-living shit out of you for the second time. I gotta admit, it's a good scare, albeit cheap. For some of you, this might be your very first jump scare ever, and for that, you really have my sympathy. It's odd to say, but this Scooby-Doo Flash game has probably one of the most effective and the most terrifying jump scare ever seen in a Flash game. Oh yeah, and by the way, one more thing. Does anybody want me to cover Zombie Island? I kind of mentioned it briefly, and I really liked that movie a lot as a kid, and it really spooked me too when I was a child. I know I'm not alone on that either, but a lot of people already have talked about Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, so I'm wondering if you guys want to hear me talk about it too. Let me know in the comments. Imagine this, if you will. One night, just summer's eve, you're having a ton of fun with your console, playing Smash Brothers or maybe some other Nintendo 64 game, or maybe even PS1. You're just sitting there having the time of your life when suddenly someone or something kicks your console by accident, or maybe they trip over the wire, and without you really fully understanding what happened, the screen corrupts and does a bunch of weird shit that freaks you out so much that you run over the console and unplug it, thinking the evil was contained within the console, whatever was trying to get out. Well, hopefully you didn't do that, because that just sounds like something a caveman would do, aka me, because that's exactly what happened to me as a kid while I was playing Smash Brothers on the Nintendo 64. Everything was corrupted, and the noise the TV was making was just hellish and sounded like infinite digital screams. Ugh, I hated it. But stuff like that can happen sometimes in games or consoles, mainly due to an error from the game or perhaps an error from the console itself. Or maybe you bought an illegal version of the game and the console itself is just trying to punish you for trying to feed it garbage. There are a multitude of reasons why these, what I call kill screens, happen. The term kill screen isn't really an official one, but it's one I heard a lot as a QA tester back when I used to do quality assurance for games. Kill screens can happen, like I said, when something isn't functioning right. And if you ever hear your game make this noise, that means there is a critical error that could be potentially damaging your system. So I was advised to unplug the console I was working at whenever that happened. And I'm not sure if I can advise that with you because keep in mind I was working with current gen consoles when I was a QA tester, so maybe that advice doesn't really work with everything, and these were American machines, so you know, take that with a grain of salt. I was just told to do that. Thankfully that rarely happens with most games nowadays, thanks to how advanced technology is now, but even with all our advancements, that shit can still happen. And I want to focus on that weird and scary stuff that happens with game consoles, you know, the scary sounds that they used to make, as well as the various kill screens, error screens, and boot up screens that haunted us in our youth. Because honestly, it's a bit of a hobby of mine to check out some of the freaky shit that these consoles or games do sometimes even in secret. Now, unfortunately, the topic of today was a bit too much, especially since what I'll be talking about tonight has a ton of info on it that is basically needed for a video on its own, so I decided to cut this video up in 2 separate pieces. Hopefully you guys watch both, and hopefully you enjoy each one. Okay, with that being said, let's talk about the wonderful yet equally horrible boot up screen that is the PlayStation. Good God, I hated the PS1 boot up sound so much. Even now as an adult, that shit still gives me the creeps. I never understood why people always said that it was so nostalgic and calming for them. Like, I get it, it's nostalgic, but I mean, the sound that I always heard from THX's horrible intro was always nostalgic to me too, but I still hate that thing. Though there is something about the BIOS that I found super interesting while I was looking into it. See, it's interesting because there are 2 unique and somewhat secretive sounds that the PS1 plays as it boots up a game that either is pirated or corrupted. I never knew about this until I started researching for this video, and these 2 sounds, I'm not even joking, are called Fearful Harmony and Personified Fear. But why? Who would name it this? Well, I gotta give props to whoever named it that, because the sounds these 2 make are pretty horrible, and that's no hyperbole. The names are appropriate for the sound that they are attached to. Take a listen to Fearful Harmony, which plays when you have a bootleg or pirated disc or a modded console. Yeah, no, seriously, I'm not joking. I legit would have just thrown out my console if I heard that. Seriously, that is a haunted piece of hardware right there. I ain't dealing with that. But to be more technical, the PS1 is essentially trying its best to read whatever you have inserted it, but the BIOS is failing miserably, making the entire console lag terribly and making the chimes seem much slower than they usually are. There's some speculation as to why exactly Fearful Harmony plays when the console tries to read corrupted data. You know, aside from creeping out kids and making them ever regret modding or pirating games, But apparently, in Japanese culture, strong winds carry evil spirits and disease, so it is believed. So having wind chimes help ward off these negative energies from your home. In a way, the PS1 is playing these sounds in an attempt to protect you from dark and malevolent energies. It might be a bit of a stretch, but I thought that was an interesting enough tidbit that I wanted to mention it. Though most talk and speculation around Fearful Harmony is just that, talk and speculation. Nobody really knows why this sound plays, but others really suggest that it's just the main sound, the boot up sound that is, but just stretched on over. Remember, I did say the boot up was very laggy, so it's playing the same animation that it should, but it's very, very slow, and you can see that in some of the videos that have Fearful Harmony. And of course, we can't forget about the little brother of Fearful Harmony, known as Personified Fear. Seriously, I cannot emphasize how weird these names really are. By the way, just to clarify, Fearful Harmony and Personified Fear, these aren't official names given to the files or whatever audio is playing. It's just fan-made names given to these sounds, but still, whoever came up with it, kind of a dick. Anyways, Personified Fear plays only when there's an error reading the disc. The screen goes to black and plays a pretty spooky sound. I hear this one is supposedly a rare sound to hear, but I call bull on that. There's a ton of kids who had these in the 90s, and for the most of us, it was our first disc-based console, meaning most of us probably smudged or scratched our discs because we were idiot kids who didn't really know any better. Seriously, raise your hand if you tried to put your PS1 disc inside of a CD player. I know some of you did that. It's kind of interesting when you really think about it. I like to consider the PS1 a pioneer of horror games, you know? A ton, and I mean a ton of horror classics came straight from the PS1, if not found their footing with the PS1. It's kind of hard to believe that the console that was innovating fear and horror in video games also had its deep, dark secrets with these horrifying sounds that I don't think any of us as kids would ever want to hear. Today we'll be looking at a few spooky error screens from past games and maybe a few screens in general that were just straight up terrifying but in no way related to an error. This is sort of a continuation from the video we did yesterday, so if you want to check that out, just click on the link on the top right. Alright, let's start this video off with every single 6th generation console. And by that, of course, I mean GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. First, let's talk about the GameCube. I actually really didn't like the GameCube startup. I mean, sure, the classic little xylophone and stupid little Easter egg sounds, yeah, sure, charming. But whenever you had a disc error or no disc at all, it did this whole rotation thing and it was really scary with the string sounds or something. I don't know what it is, but that sound just always freaked me out. It didn't really help that it was followed by this weird ambient music, which I know when sped up is supposed to be some Easter egg that's supposed to be referencing the Famicom, but that doesn't really matter to me because keep in mind, this was around the 2000s where literally nobody knew about that at all. To us kids, it was just a weird, eerie sound, and it's just kind of off-putting. It also didn't help when you tried playing with the Game Boy player with no game inserted. It also gave you this really punishing and kind of horrible sound. Whoa, Jesus, calm down, I forgot. My God, you don't need to make me shit myself. This is like the equivalent of your dad yelling at you for fucking up. I mean, what do you expect? I'm a kid. Then of course we have the PlayStation consoles. I already covered the PS1 yesterday with Fearful Harmony and Personified Fear. Yeah, they're pretty bad sounds, but the PS2 isn't much better. And it still has that horrifying, ear-shattering sound that's just way too loud for comfort. Yeah, seriously, how many of you tried to sneak into your living room or into your bedroom with your TV on and you tried to play some like PS2 games around 10 or 11 p.m. around your bedtime, and then that sound just blares right in front of your screen and it's just like, oh, great, now everyone in the neighborhood knows that I'm a liar. What makes it worse is when you have a disc inserted to the PS2 that isn't a PS2 game. It gives you this real ominous blood red screen known as the red screen of death. It's so eerie and weird, and keep in mind, a lot of us kids played with the lights off, and we ain't even have that stupid strip lights literally everyone on TikTok has nowadays. We just sort of let the screen bask us in its light, but seeing this in the middle of the dark, I mean, that must have been terrifying. Granted, the PS2 isn't so bad when compared to the previous iteration, but it can still be pretty spooky. They also don't have any equivalent to the personified fear or fearful harmony sounds, thank God, though the BIOS can get corrupted and play otherworldly sounds. Really, any BIOS from any console can corrupt and make horrible sounds, and if I did a video on that, then it'd last for hours, so let's just move on. And of course, you can't forget the Xbox boot up. You know, honestly, I never really found the Xbox boot up to be all that scary, though I hear a lot of people get scared and hated seeing the Xbox boot up whenever it turned on. I personally really like the boot up a lot. I guess in a way this is like how some people really like the PS1 and PS2 startup, saying that it's very calming and relaxing, while others just think it's really creepy and weird, like me. I personally always really enjoy the bubbly reactor core and how it explodes. It's just so cool. I also hear that there's an Easter egg with the startup screen that hasn't even been discovered yet, so that'll be cool to find out, if we ever find out. Though Xbox doesn't really seem to have a kill screen or error screen that was just as spine-tingling like its colleagues, but there are some creepy sounds that can be found deep within the console. Well, I mean, as deep as the main menu of the console goes. See, in the background of the BIOS screen, you can hear all these weird, funky noises playing in the background. According to Microsoft, this was implemented into the ambience of the menu screen in order to give off the impression that the Xbox was an otherworldly device, unlike anything we've seen before. Yet for a lot of people, these sounds were super eerie and unsettling. I mean, really, take a listen. Again, I gotta interject by saying I really never thought these sounds were even scary at all. I actually dig these sounds and I get a huge wave of nostalgia myself. Polar opposite reaction to the PS1 and PS2, I know, but I grew up with the Xbox and GameCube. I guess my bias is in play here. For me, it felt very homey and very spacious, like I really am in another world. I don't know how to explain it, but that's just how it is. But I totally can see how you can find it creepy or eerie, especially if you didn't grow up with these consoles. During the next generation though, boot up screens were way quieter and calmer, so I doubt anyone really was creeped out by any of this, nor have I ever heard of anyone being scared of the Wii's, the PS3, or the Xbox 360's boot up, so why don't we just go back a bit further into the past, back to the days where Sega had some sort of weird fetish for creepy shit. Okay, so you might know where I'm going with this. Yep, the Sega CD error sound. If you don't know what that is, or what I'm talking about, well, refer back to when I was talking about how most kids were idiots when it came to CDs. See, Sega knew this, and when they created the Sega CD, they wanted to ensure that kids weren't fiddling around with their games by putting it into boomboxes or car radios or CD players by playing this horrifying message.
Warning, this disc is for use with the Sega CD system only. This disc contains CD-ROM data and is not for audio use. Please press stop on your disc player now. This disc contains CD-ROM data that may damage your audio system. Please stop playing this disc immediately.
Yeah, I really just don't get it. Like, seriously, was that necessary? I guess in the same vein that the EAS alarms were supposed to keep you alert and aware, this is supposed to jolt you back into your dumb 10-year-old senses and not put CDs into the wrong devices. But at the same time, was that wacky guitar solo in the background really necessary? And keep in mind, the 90s kind of sent you mixed messages about what to do with video game discs. Sega hated the ideas of kids just fucking around with their games, so they put that scary warning into any radio or the audio of the game disc whenever you try putting it into some sort of audio player. But consoles like PS1 and even the Dreamcast sometimes offered some pretty cool Easter eggs or bonus soundtracks that are otherwise not found in the game.
As you can see, this is a PlayStation Black Disc. Cut number 1 contains computer data, so please don't play it. But you probably won't listen to me anyway, will you?
Minute. What do you think you're doing? This is a Dreamcast disc.
There is game data on track 1, so please don't use this disc in a normal CD player.
We can't save the world from a CD player, so just put us back in the Dreamcast so we can do our job.
So that's pretty cool, but don't fuck with Sega. They hate that shit. Although, to be fair, if you're actually morbidly curious about what happens when you play a CD on track 1 and it's a video game CD, well, this happens. Yeah, I don't even know which one's worse, the Sega CD one or the horrible screeching cryptid screaming. Maybe I'll take the warning over the screaming any day, though depending on who you asked, that's not nearly as creepy as what Sega did with Sonic CD. Everyone knows about this, but if you don't really know why there's creepy Japanese text with a creepy old Sonic in the background and creepy music playing, well, essentially when Sonic CD came out, the devs decided to have a bit of fun by adding in the secret sound test. Pretty much every game in the 90s had a secret sound test hidden in the game, and I'm not really sure why it was hidden. I heard somewhere it was to test the audio and whether or not the music played correctly. I mean, hence the phrase sound test, sure, of course. But I really think that it was just a way for the devs to enjoy some of the tunes while they programmed the levels and everything like that. Though this sound test found in Sonic CD was a bit different from the rest, as it's hidden away a few secrets within this secret. See, if you input certain values on the sound test, you'll get access to a few cute and funny images, and I heard some people were creeped out by this one image right here. That's sort of like a weird tribute to Batman, but I always thought it was kind of funny, just to see Sonic all buffed up and dark and gritty like Batman. Yeah, I don't know, it's just kind of funny to me. But then of course we have this. When translated, the text in Japanese says, "Fun is infinite with Sega Enterprises, Madzin," or Majin. Majin is the nickname of Masato Nishimura, one of the landscape designers for the game. Now, I'm not really sure if his intent was to creep out little kids, but if it wasn't, he did a terrible job. Now, I've actually been told about this screen, and it was supposedly a sort of anti-piracy measure, and that's something that I've been hearing since last year's Traumathon, but I've never really found any evidence of this being true. I've always heard about this being just a creepy little Easter egg ever since 10 years ago. It's only just recently that I've been hearing people say that it's an anti-piracy image, which probably has to do with the fact that it's just sort of a niche group of people who love making creepy anti-piracy fakes. Now that might seem like a good segue over to the next stuff that I wanted to talk about, which was anti-piracy screens, which there are plenty of them, and ever since last year, thanks to your guys' help and my research, I've actually found way more that are way creepier. But unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to end it here. There is going to be another anti-piracy this year in Traumathon, but I think if I were to add those, oh man, this video would be way longer than I really wanted it to be. So I think I'm just gonna end it here for now. I know, there's a ton more spooky kill screens and boot up error screens that I haven't even mentioned quite yet, but I'd figure with most of them, I'd want to save for future Traumathon videos, like game over screens. Yes, I'll talk about the Diddy Kong scary game over screen soon, but this video has gone on for too long. Let me know if there's any spooky kill screens or any other sort of boot up screen or error screen that I missed, because you can bet on seeing them later on in this month. We're only a quarter of the way there, folks. We got a ton more spooky trauma to go through. By now, most of you must have seen my Goosebumps video for Traumathon. If you haven't, go ahead and watch it by clicking on the top right of the screen or just by looking it up. I really liked that video, but honestly, it didn't start off as a Goosebumps video, but rather as a frame of reference for the other thing that I really wanted to talk about. See, apparently over in the UK, only the first season of Goosebumps was ever released to VHS, with some of the episodes actually missing. I'm not really sure if this is true or not, but I'm having a difficult time finding out any sort of info on this. What I do know is true is that the original 32 books didn't even feature any of Tim Jacobus's artwork. That's just sad. If only the UK had their own special little niche of horror made specifically for kids, something made with that old British charm they're so well known for. Hey, wait, what's that? Why, it's Grisly Tales for Gruesome Kids, a book series made in 1990 preceding Goosebumps by 2 whole years. Known commonly as just Grisly Tales, it was a series of books written by Jamie Ricks that served as cautionary tales for naughty children. The very first book featured 15 stories, all of which ended with some bastard kid getting what he or she deserved. Much like Goosebumps, Grisly Tales also aired on TV, airing around the year 2000 and ending in 2006. Now, to be fair, while both of these series focus on horror for younger demographics, the similarities really end there. In fact, I would argue that Grisly Tales isn't really horror, just kind of shock humor in some way. Also, unlike Goosebumps, which was live action, Grisly Tales was animated in 2 parts, one in stop motion and the other hand drawn. Secondly, where Goosebumps focused more on one horror story per issue, Grisly Tales focused on several smaller cautionary tales that were much more whimsical and almost fairy tale-esque. Well, I mean, as whimsical as cutting some poor asshole's tongue off just because he's too much of a smart-ass kid. Yeah, no, you heard that right. There's a story where a barber cuts the tongues off of naughty little smart-ass kids for talking too much to their parents or their teachers or something. There's also one where a kid is burned alive in a stove oven because he was watching too much telly, as the Brits would call it. Hell, some poor kid actually gets murdered. Yeah, it's fucking brutal, but they don't call it Grisly Tales from Gruesome Kids for nothing. I gotta say though, even though I just learned about this show last year, because I really wanted to talk about it last year but couldn't because I ran out of time, I'm actually kind of a fan of this show's format. Each episode is about 10 minutes long, and before you get into watching the actual story, the episode starts off with a small stop-motion segment that sort of serves as a framing device for the real stories being told. This segment featured an old man known as the Scream Caretaker, named after the theater that he's in, or you could just call him Uncle Grizzly, which apparently is his real name, and his pet spider named Spindleshanks. Uncle Grizzly acts as a sort of correctional figure, giving the audience morals and life lessons, all while acting like a massive prick towards his spider and being overall creepy. He also serves as the narrator, and man does Nigel Planer do a wonderful job in this show. Apparently Nigel Planer did quite a lot of theater before working on film and television, and it really shows. His narrations are so theatrical and have so much weight and feeling behind each and every word. I can't help but hang on every word Uncle Grizzly says.
Pies don't just make themselves, you know. There's the filling, pastry, and the thumbs. Well, go on then. Have one last big suck before you give it up forever. Oops! Not that big, you stupid spider! You've sucked all your fur off!
He also kind of sounds like Guru Larry, and that's a plus in my books. The second half of this episode was, of course, the actual story, all of which came from the Grizzly Tales series, and I gotta be honest, as much as I think this show is entertaining, I kind of wish they stuck with the stop motion animation, because this, it looks like shit. And understand, I totally know why they had to do that. Stop motion animation is very time consuming and very expensive at times, so there's no way they could ever make a series out of that. And don't get me wrong, I think in some ways it strangely fits the creepy and weird aesthetic this show was going for, but I still feel like they could have pulled off this ugly look much better and way more aesthetic. Some of these shots just look so weird and jagged, sometimes just straight up looking kind of bland and lifeless. They later on moved the format from traditional animation to Adobe Flash, which, oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry about what I said earlier. Just please, just can we take it back to the older style? Please, this is so, oh my god, it's so soulless. It's like I'm watching the Progressive commercial, only with like less ass to keep me from being bored. Good God save the Queen. Well, that's what happens when you gotta save money. The stop motion sections also unfortunately stop later on in the series with this transition to a much more soulless CG setting. And don't get me wrong, I love me some CG animation, but this wasn't really on par with what was going on in the 2000s. Man, how are you guys gonna get one up by Cubics of all things? That show looked like ass, but at least it had energy to at least compensate for some of its shit. Thankfully, Nigel Planer keeps his role as the narrator, now known as the Night Night Porter, and he's just as fun as when he first started off the series.
I haven't changed my underpants in 20 years. That's why I crunch when I walk. Listen.
The quality of the stories also vary from episode to episode, regardless of which animation style was used. Some are pretty ridiculous and kind of confusing, like I don't know if this is a specific UK thing or what. Others are pretty brutal and sometimes real mean-spirited. Though what I can say with Grizzly Tales as opposed to Goosebumps is that this show actually holds up. Goosebumps can sometimes be frustrating to watch, with some pretty annoying camera angles and awkward dialogue, but this show, animation aside, has pretty neat stories that only last around 10 minutes long, so it's not like a huge dedication of your time. Whether or not you agree with me, I'd still implore you, my United States brethren, to check out this series whenever you can. Most, if not all of it, is still on YouTube, so there's really no excuse not to watch them. Just be careful. Some of these Grizzly Tales may just be about you someday. Possibly one of the greatest, if not most fascinating indie horrors ever made, Yume Nikki. I'll probably keep this short just because I think everyone and their grandmother has already had their say about this game, and so there's really not much I can add, but this game is just a classic. It's really hard to believe that this game was made 16 years ago. Yes, 16 years ago. Cave Story came out just about a few months later. I mean, that's crazy, really. So what is Yume Nikki, and why is it such a big deal? Well, to ask what Yume Nikki is kind of a tricky question. It's a game where you play as a hikikomori named Marotsuki. Hikikomoris in Japan are basically shut-ins. They pursue a life of extreme isolation, rarely ever talking to anyone outside their rooms and pretty much never leaving. The reason I mention this is because that's just who Marotsuki is, a young girl with major issues leaving her room, and while we explore her dreams, we can get a glimpse as to why she's like this and possibly some of the things she suffered through. See, the whole game takes place inside her head, never once revealing who her parents are or why exactly she's like this. There are 12 doors that lead to a multitude of worlds, but they're not necessarily levels. To say one door leads to like the ice level or the fire level would be egregious, mainly due to the fact that while one door might lead to a place where it rains all the time, that does not mean this world's theme is just rain. Rather, this room's theme is rain, because before you know it, you might find a different door within this room that'll lead you to some blood red maze full of creepy girls or a room full of cubes. Yeah, these rooms don't really make sense, like, at all, but why would they? You're in a dream after all. Rhyme or reason is not something dreams are known to portray, but what is portrayed in these rooms can sometimes lead into something deeper, perhaps even something darker. First and foremost, you have to keep in mind that there is no dialogue in this game whatsoever. There's never once a cutscene where Matatsuki gets called fat or taunted or anything like that. You just have these images and these strange events to interpret from, but even then, none of these has ever been confirmed to be true at all. Still, what's there is still very interesting. Among one of the most interesting rooms belongs to Uboo, a strange black creature with a white face, and yes, he is basically the inspiration for every indie game using a black figure with a white face as a creepy unknown villain, but more than that is the symbolic nature behind him. See, he hides behind this little ice hut under the guise of a girl with blonde hair. If you turn the light off, you have a chance of encountering him, yet it takes some time as it's a very low chance. And you can't just switch it on and off, you have to leave and come back in and then turn it off. Once you're able to summon him though, a very scary sound drones in the background. It kind of shocks you to your senses. If you interact with him, you're stuck in this plane of reality where this strange monster is just groping on these weird looking mountains as it vomits blood. And yes, the mountains do kind of look like breasts, maybe? This leads into the theory that Matatsuki might have been coerced into sexual deeds without consent. It's an unfortunate theory that does have some legs, as many people point out the uterus hallways that look super distorted and are really scary looking, as well as the phallic monster that hides behind this wall, smiling at you, groping this handrail. Ugh. And of course, when you reach the top of the stairs and enter the room, you're given this horrifying face that pulses at you, possibly symbolizing the terrifying nature of her assaulter. It's a very unfortunate and uncomfortable theory, and it really does have some credence behind it, but I'm not so inclined just to say yet that this is what the game is all about. See, to me, Yume Nikki is more than just a game of exploration. It's a goal, journeying deep into Matatsuki's mind and finding out so much about her. To me, yes, there is a hint of sexual assault there, but I personally view this as a sort of fear that she has within herself, more so than it is a sexual assault theory. When you delve deep into her mind, you see all these insecurities within her, and some creatures that only enhance her anxiety about the outside world. Creatures like the Tengu girls, who just hang around with each other yet hate being with her. As soon as you touch one of these girls in their frenzy state, you're transported to a dead-end zone. To me, these symbolize the bullies she had to deal with or still currently deals with in school, and the uterus to me always symbolized the horrors of change she's facing as a teenager growing up. Her body is doing strange new things and she's scared of growing up. You can even see this while she's in her Famicom world, all these references to video games, particularly in Earthbound, showing how much of a gamer she is, and it being a world she can escape to. Then again, if she can't escape from the real world through games, she can escape the real world, literally, well, in her dreams at least, as she can befriend this one alien that takes her off planet and crash lands on Mars. It's one of the game's most charming events, and to me, it always symbolized her friends online, or maybe a pen pal she has. Her crash landing on Mars is really just her wanting to leave her room and being somewhere else, just somewhere more exotic, stranger, and new. It's why she chose Mars in her dreams, because it's barren, but it's a fertile land full of possibilities. The effects can also show off who she portrays herself as. The long hair effect shows who she once was, and the blonde hair shows who she wants to be, as in Japan, some people believe the idealistic beauty comes with more Western features, like blonde hair. Her fat appearance and her midget appearance could reflect of how other people view her, like her bullies, seeing her as someone who's short and pudgy. There are eyes and hands everywhere in this game, indicating her sense of anxiety, always being watched, and the avoidance of being being touched by anyone or perhaps avoiding to be intimate with people. And of course, we can't forget Monoko and the possible accident that happened with her. She's a little girl that changes appearance once you use the traffic light effect. She turns into this deformed thing with several arms poking out of her, possibly symbolizing bones coming out of her. And it's believed by many that this also symbolizes a horrible car accident that she had with this girl. And the fact that she has a name implies that this girl was a good friend, or maybe only a friend of Matsuki. Whether she was responsible for it or not is unknown. There's so much more, so goddamn much more. But if I talked about everything, I'd honestly be here for possibly hours. I'd love to get into them all, but I'm really running out of time here. I will say though, I am a little tired of people only remembering this game for the quote-unquote sexual assault theories. It's like, sure, you can interpret that for some of these, I guess, but I really don't think that this is the only thing this game should be remembered for, nor should it be the only worthwhile theory that should stick with you. There's a lot more to this game than meets the eye. Hell, I've heard some people theorize that the whole game takes place after a horrible alien invasion occurs, and that's why Matsutsuki sees all this weird shit. It all depends on your viewpoint, your interpretation, and the beautiful thing about Yume Nikki is that you're not wrong with any of your theories. The developer of this game has kept their mouth shut about theories and confirmations on theories. Really, it's up to you. If you can dream it, it's possible. Now, of course, I can't end this video off without mentioning the, well, elephant in the room. Yeah, the new Yume Nikki games. Are they worth it? Well, I've never played them before, but honestly, I can't really see how they are. The original will always be a classic to me, and from what I've heard and what I've seen with the new game, I mean, it just doesn't look very appealing, despite the original creator being on board with it. Though, if you're already playing through Yume Nikki and you're craving for more, I'd suggest checking out Yume Tuki. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I haven't played it myself, but a lot of fans attest to its quality. Many say it's a lovingly crafted and well-made sequel with a ton of respect to the original, so I'd say give the game a shot. Just remember, it all started here, this one game, this one dream, this one thing that kept us all invested. It's always there, and it will always be there. It will always be remembered as one of the greatest indie games of all time. Silent Hill 2 is without a question a masterpiece. There is no doubt in my mind that it is. And before anyone brings up the awkward dialogue delivery or the bad controls or the graphics, whatever, in my opinion, a masterpiece does not equate perfection in all aspects. To me, a masterpiece is a piece of work that has an impact on the genre, the medium, and the people who consume the craft. I think Silent Hill 2 covers this in spades. There was no other game like it, and anybody who tries nowadays is only a pale imitator. And if you still question my definition of masterpiece, keep in mind Ocarina of Time, largely considered a masterpiece by many, was at the time questioned by some as to whether or not it is a masterpiece just because it didn't have voice acting.
Yeah, he called me into his office and basically just tried to poke holes in it over and over again in a way that at the time I thought was actually really frustrating because he was saying like, this game doesn't have voice acting. How can you say the sound's a 10? This is when we were scoring on component scores.
So it was, what was this?
This was graphics, gameplay, sound, value, and reviewer's tilt. And so he just sat there and kind of poked holes like, wouldn't it be better if it had voice acting? Wouldn't it be better if it had this? And I was like, well, the standards of the console, all this other stuff, like if these are the policies that we review by, absolutely not. This is a sound 10 all the way. And he kind of grilled me on it for a while, and then at the end of it went, all right, if that's what you want to do, which was actually the worst thing he could have said. Like, fuck, God damn it.
The way we view these mediums change, but I believe the impact they make speaks in volumes than how they age. I really adore Silent Hill 2 and I'll sing its praise forever, yet there's one aspect of the game that I truly wish to focus on, and that is the monster design. See, Silent Hill monster designs have always been stellar. Well, I mean, most of the time. Each monster has a purpose, and they aren't just made just for gameplay mechanics, or just to be creepy for creepy's sake. They were created as an antithesis of the main character, sometimes acting as a distorted mirror into the main character's psyche. In Silent Hill 2's case, it's reflective of James Sunderland. Do keep in mind that a lot of these monsters are in a way spoilers to Silent Hill 2's story, so I really recommend playing the game first and beating it and returning back to this game, but I'm pretty sure most of you aren't going to do that, or you've already played the game. And, well, if you don't want to, that's fine, but I just really love this game, and I think everyone should really give it a shot. Anyways, I warned you, so let's start off with the Bubblehead Nurse, possibly one of the most famous monsters in Silent Hill history, right behind Pyramid Head, and don't worry, we'll get to him soon. To back it up a bit, for those who don't know Silent Hill 2's story, it's about a man named James who had recently lost his wife Mary to an illness, or so he thought. Things changed when he received a letter from her saying she'll wait at their special place in Silent Hill. It's a very short summary, but that pretty much kicks off the whole story, and the reason you need to understand this is because James had to deal with Mary as she lay dying. When people know that they're about to die, their moods shift, they don't become themselves anymore, and they lash out at the people closest to them and hurting them the most. It's around this time that during her illness, it's believed James had an affair with Mary. Now, it's only a theory, and there's pretty much no flat-out admission of guilt, but there are the nurses and some other monsters. The nurses, aside from being very, very terrifying, are also scantily clad and rather erotically designed, and trust me, this isn't just because they're good for selling merch, it's due to how James Sunderland felt during his wife's illness. Again, it's believed that James had an affair, and what other person is there to have an affair with than the homebound nurse, who's most likely younger, more attractive, and if not that, then they're at least less sickly looking than his dying wife. People debate whether or not James slept with the nurses, and I personally believe he didn't. I just think the man really wanted to have sex with, well, pretty much with anyone, honestly. It just so happens that the nurses were readily available right there for his imagination to go gaga, and while it's not as fucked up as actually cheating on his dying wife, it's still a messed up thing to think about, and to make anyone really feel guilty. Like, that's your only thing on your mind, sex, while your, like, wife is dying? Come on, man. Though the outward appearance of these nurses likely contribute to how Mary looked. She's ill, sick, looking deathly pale and constantly in pain, much like the bobblehead nurses, who are constantly twitching, groaning out of pain. It's sort of a hybrid between his wife and the real nurses. It's the main reason why the bubblehead nurses have bubble heads. They're bandaged up to look like nobody because to James, they were nobody. Just beautiful women he wishes he could be with instead of his angry, sick wife. Though, if we want to personify his wife in a more brutal, disgusting rendition, then look no further than lying figures. These are just the manifestation of Mary Sutherland. She once stated that she looked like a monster, and in a way, this is her own dark reflection of herself and how James felt about her during this time. This is the monster of terminal illness, the most corrupt form of a human dying. The way that creature has its arms restrained is symbolic of how Mary felt trapped in her own body, and James's frustration of being unable to hold her or reach out to help her. The way they spit out acid could be indicative of how toxic she was towards James during her illness. It can also reflect just how much she vomited during her sickness. The zippers on their head could reflect of how James wanted his wife to just zip it up or shut up whenever she spoke so harshly towards him. Of course, not every monster is based on James's fear. Silent Hill is also a reflection of everyone's sins and fears, and the abstract daddy just so happens to be Angela's greatest demon. It's a monster that merged itself with another creature, and when you look on top, it almost looks like the first half of the monster is bent over on top of the other half of the creature, which is constantly screaming. I think we all know what this symbolizes, what with the phallic mouth and the bondage between the two creatures and the agony of the body creature. It's very sexual looking, and yeah, even the room the monster resides in is such a huge phallic representation of what the abstract daddy is. I mean, it's in the name itself, abstract daddy. Ugh. The room is textured as if it were the inside of a womb or a uterus, and there are multiple phallic objects going in and out of the room. It's really horrifying, especially when you consider the demonetization symbolism. Fun fact, this was the only time you would have had to fight the abstract daddy, as it was just Angela's dark demon. It wouldn't really have made sense if James had to fight them, yet you fight a ton of them during the last part of the game when you're in the hotel. It really makes no sense, like, at all. When asked about this, the monster designer of the game, Masahiro Ito, said that it wasn't supposed to happen, yet when he was asked why it did happen, he just replied with, "It's the game." Cool. And of course, who can forget Pyramid Head? Oh, the symbolism he carries. Obviously one of Silent Hill's most iconic characters, also one of the most overused and overmarketed to the point where he really has no meaning anymore. But that of course wasn't always the case. See, in Silent Hill 2, Pyramid Head is the very definition of James's guilt and inner turmoil. Again, if you don't want the game spoiled, this is your last chance. I'll give you 10 seconds. Okay, good? Well, anyways, James fucking murders his wife, and it's weighing on him so much that it burdens him, and it's manifested through this massive butcher knife that he struggles to carry around but refuses to let go because it symbolizes how he really wants to fucking off himself because of all the guilt. It's also interesting to note that Pyramid Head is a sort of bizarre version of an executioner, and according to the lore, Silent Hill was a town where executioners were frequent. So frequent, in fact, that most families were either friends with executioners or had relatives as executioners. This is, of course, going back to the motif of him being a sort of reminder of James of his past guilt. He even goes so far as to abuse other monsters both sexually and murderously. This is meant to both represent the themes of death and sex that is so heavily implied throughout the entirety of Silent Hill 2, and to show James's violent nature towards his own wife and to himself. Oh, and also there's a bunch of Pyramid Heads, not just one. And I'm not talking about the ones the other Silent Hills where he's just like there for no reason. Oh god, that shit makes me sad. Now, I can go on and on and on and on about a lot of these monsters, and I know for a fact there are so many more that I've yet to touch, and even symbolism that I haven't even mentioned yet, but I either left them out because they're just different versions of James's sexual frustration or his abuse towards his wife, and vice versa, or because their designs weren't really as interesting as I thought they were. That's not to say they aren't fascinating, it's just that we've got other things to cover here on Traumathon. Maybe someday I'll dive deeper into these monsters, or maybe next year I'll talk about them in length. I'll just have a whole video dedicated on every single Silent Hill monster ever, whichever comes first, I guess. In the end, the scariest monsters we have in life are our own guilts and sins, haunting us forever, never leaving us alone and always tormenting us. And that's exactly what Silent Hill personifies so well. Growing up, I got to see a lot of things pass me by in the world of horror. For example, I didn't grow up with Friday the 13th, but I was around when Jason X came out, and I wasn't there for the original Halloween, but I did get to see H2O, which is terrible. Please don't watch it. God, I'm serious, don't watch it. So this sort of formed into jealousy. Jealous that I didn't grow up to see these kinds of horror movies and the legacy that they were building, just sort of the aftermath and kind of the collapse. Nowadays, I don't really have to look any further for these movies, as every other year, these once horror classics are being rebooted time and time again into something lesser. Well, sometimes it can work, but it'll never be the original. So as a teen, I went to my local DVD stores or went online to search for some horror movies, but not the contemporary ones everyone else knew. The ones that I could keep to myself, something that I can personally enjoy and know that it can't have been ruined by its reputation because it never had one in the first place. This is how I found out about Sleepaway Camp. Often considered a Friday the 13th knockoff, the movie stars a young girl and boy named Angela and Ricky respectively heading off to summer camp. It starts off by showing us some past trauma that Angela faced as a little girl when her father and brother were caught up in a fatal boating accident caused by negligible teens of the same camp she's going to. From here onwards, we see that the two of them get into some camp shenanigans like water fights, volleyball, swimming, baseball. Oh my God, what are you wearing? Jeez, man, they're kids. Cover up. Well, I guess this was back when this sort of thing was more accepted and less viewed as creepy, or dare I say it, gay. Ooh. But see, there's a problem with this camp, and that problem is, you guessed it, someone's killing off the campers and the staff. Now, who could it be, I wonder? Can't possibly be that one girl with the traumatic past that constantly gets bullied and sexually harassed. Nah, that can't be it. Maybe it's that cousin of hers. Surely a woman can't possibly have the gall or strength that a boy has in order to kill all these campers. Ooh, what if it's a twist and both of these kids are a red herring? Yeah, needless to say, the movie is a bit of a poor whodunit story, as it's immediately obvious what's going on here, despite the many quote-unquote misdirections. Although, to the film's credit, it is a pretty enjoyable flick, and it's kind of weird yet understandable that people call this a simple poor man's Friday the 13th. The only thing linking these two films together is the fact that they're both taking place in a camp setting. Other than that, I think I really failed to see the connection, though I don't doubt that this was inspired heavily by Friday the 13th. I do think it's an enjoyable film, but nothing too special, but definitely not worth the scathing criticism that it received back then. The deaths are pretty grisly and the special effects were pretty stellar. Check out this guy's blisters, they're actually pulsating as he screams. I mean, that's awesome. Also, there's this one scene where one of the camp counselors leaves a bunch of kids behind so that he could just drive 2 other kids back to camp, and when he comes back, all the kids are dead. It's brutal, especially considering that these were like 8 to 10-year-olds, not your average teenager, which in movie standards were sometimes casted by 20 to 30-year-olds. God, the guilt this guy must have felt. I mean, I tell you, I really feel it. It makes my heart sink. There are other pretty good deaths too, but I think I'll save them for any of you who are curious enough to watch. I know most of you will ignore my warning at the beginning that has spoiler alert, so I'll intentionally leave out some major deaths and scenes, though I will be spoiling the end of this movie, so this is your last chance to watch it before it getting spoiled. It's not hard to find this movie. It's actually available in a lot of outlets and a lot of streaming services, so I'd say give it a shot. Otherwise, let's talk about why this is on Traumathon.
Boy.
Jesus Christ, this ending scared me so goddamn much when I was younger. Do I even need to describe why I was so scared of this ending? The twist, oh man, Angela wasn't actually Angela, but Peter, her brother that was believed to be killed. It turned out that Angela died in that boating accident along with her father. I mean, it's kind of obvious when you look at the hair, but the twisted aunt that looked, I mean, oh, she took care of Peter, then forced him to be a girl for the rest of his life just because of her sick obsession of just having a girl instead of another boy, which she already has with Ricky. Now, of course, by today's standards, some people might view this ending as transphobic, and the usage of exposing Angela as really being a boy all along is sort of a dirty shock value tactic, more or less treating their transness as like a horror object, like, ooh, isn't it shocking that a girl can actually be a boy? You know, that kind of thing. Well, not even by today's standards was it viewed as tasteless. Back then, this scene was still viewed as pretty controversial, and many saw it, and still see it, as trans-misogynistic. Now, I personally don't want to get too political into this, as I feel Traumathon isn't really the right setting for that, but I will leave this wonderful article written by KLM Keegan in the description. I feel like that pretty much portrays how I personally feel about this ending in much greater detail, but if you want my quick and dirty opinion, then honestly, I feel like it's unfair to judge the movie just by the ending. Throughout this whole movie, we see Angela dealing with a ton of abuse, making her out to be more of a victim than a villain. I mean, it's true that she is the villain, but not because she's bad inherently like Michael Myers or Freddy Krueger, but rather because she's been a victim throughout her entire life, wondering who she really is, questioning her identity in some scenes, if she really is who she thinks she is, and all of this added by the physical abuse and mental anguish built up ended up in her violent, broken mind. The trauma that the current Angela faces, the bullying, the ridicule, the sexual harassment, the betrayal, the forced gender role, the anger that Angela felt, as well as her keeping quiet about it, led to her being as messed up as she is, and ended up with her exploding and killing anyone that wronged her. And of course, it's just so poetically happening in the same place that her father was murdered. In my opinion, this is more of a horror story of mental health and trauma going unchecked, more so than it is a story about someone just being trans, which is debatable in the first place if she really is trans. It's all pretty interesting, but that face, by God, that face, ugh. And the sound Angela makes with her mouth wide open, it's so uncanny, even more so when you consider that the way they did it was by getting a still image of actress Felissa Rose's face and pasting that same face on a mask and putting that mask on a drunk, yes, seriously, drunk, naked college student. Reportedly, the original ending had Felicia standing naked in front of the counselors with a prosthetic penis attached, but well, there were some definite legal issues with that, what with Felissa being only 13 years old at the time, and her mother absolutely refusing to having her daughter do that. Only in B movies will you hear something this absurd. This leads to this horrifying, uncanny, and nightmare-fuel image, and it still terrifies me to this day. This borders campy and horrifying, much like the rest of the film, which again, I highly recommend. It's a fun, scary, and campy, no pun intended, ride all the way through. Why yes, I'm almost certain it is. You might already know this, but to clear this up for anybody who doesn't, Traumathon is a month-long event where I cover this spooky stuff that scared us as kids, be you from the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and if this series goes on long enough, maybe 2010 someday. But some people think I cover stuff that just scared me as a kid, which isn't true. In fact, that's a rarity. Most of the videos made thus far were either suggested by viewers this year or last year, or they're just things that I'd figure most of us would be scared of. It also gives me an excuse to sometimes just dive deep into horror topics I'd otherwise never get the chance to talk about. Though there are some things that I'd love to talk about with you that I personally was affected by, so I hope I'm not being selfish today, but I want to talk about something that gave me nightmares, a movie that terrified me throughout my childhood that I thought for the longest time never existed. See, when I was a kid, my sister told me about this movie she saw with her friends one night. You know, she just came back home from, going around town, hanging out and just chilling with them. And when she came back, well, she gave me in detail about this horror movie that really scared the crap out of her. Apparently, in this movie, there's these group of friends that got to some, museum or something like that. It's some place with weird artifacts or displays of some sorts. One of these artifacts just so happened to be a mask that possessed evil powers, but unbeknownst to the gang, one of the friends took down the mask and pretended to wear it, acting all silly and trying to creep her friends out. The curator, or the owner of the museum, stops them and scolds the young girl and forces her to take off the mask. But as she does, a piece of her flesh tears off, and the mask's hooks clings onto her cheek and just tears it off. She screams out in pain and throws the mask at the man. Aside from it hurting her, she didn't think much of it until that night where she began to feel sick and starts feeling off. She begins to vomit and grow sicker and sicker as her skin gets paler and parts of her flesh starts falling off. Then, as her symptoms worsen, she ultimately dies and comes back to life as a zombie and begins feeding on her friends and the people around her, turning them into zombies, and ultimately it ends with the movie having a whole zombie army chasing down the main characters, which there's only 2 or 3 left. I really don't know anything about this movie, nor if the movie even existed. Remember, what I just described was a description from my sister. I can't remember if I ever actually watched the flick or not, though I do remember certain scenes vividly, though this may be just caused by my vivid imagination when I was younger. I had nightmares about this movie a ton, and I really can't tell you why. Something about masks turning one person into some monster and infecting others, essentially creating a pandemic that kills almost the entire population of this town. I mean, that freaked me out as a kid, and I really couldn't get it out of my mind for a long time. I even had some dreams, and probably the same dream over and over again, of my sister putting on the mask and turning herself into a zombie, and eventually it changed from my sister wearing a mask to my friends, classmates, teachers, and past exes. I'm telling you, it really fucked me up, and to this day, I don't even really know what my sister was talking about, but every now and again, I still remember it, and I try to look it up. I've asked her a few times before, but it was so long ago that she can't even remember what she was talking about. First and foremost, I had to look for a movie that came out before the year 2000 because that was around the time she told me about this film, and it was the last time we lived in New Jersey. My memory of the film was a little foggy, but I definitely remember her telling me this when we lived in New Jersey in that one apartment. I also really doubt it was a movie shown in theaters because I'm pretty sure she didn't go to a theater that night. There was a Blockbuster just about 2 blocks away from where we lived, and the theater was almost a city away, so I really don't think any of her friends who were around 14 to 15 years old could really drive them all the way over there. So either this was a straight to VHS film, or more likely a movie that came out in the theaters during the 1990s or the 80s. It was on VHS, so it had to be either one. At first, I had assumed it was one of the Living Dead films by George Romero, but none of them were about a mask turning people undead. But then I thought, well, what if it wasn't a movie about turning people undead, but into something else? What if it were a movie about masks instead? I googled it at the time, and I got nothing. Absolutely nothing. This was around 2010, 2011. I don't know, I was still thinking about it even 10 years ago. And for years onwards, this has still bugged me. And I had no clue what the movie was. That is until a few years ago when my curiosity got the better of me once more, and I just had to find out what this film was. Anything. Just anything. Even a clue. And lo and behold, I found it. The goddamn film that scared the shit out of me as a kid. It's called Demons, and holy shit, I had no idea this was the film that she was talking about. Part of the reason it was so difficult to find, by the way, is because it's not an American film. It's Italian, and I was right about the mask. While it does exist in this film, it doesn't actually turn people into zombies, but demons. Though it's understandable for me to confuse the two, as the demons in this film can turn other people into demons just by biting or scratching them. And even though I know the name now for this movie, and I've found ways to watch it, hell, it's available on YouTube in all its glory, for Christ's sake, I still haven't watched it to this day. It's not because I'm afraid of it or anything, but I feel like it'd be muddying up something that I really cherished for a long time. In my mind, this film is already 20 times scarier than what it could probably show. And I mean, sure, it fucked me up for some years, but honestly, I love creepy stuff. It's why I do Traumathon. I love to explore scary media or anything unnerving. It's what fuels me, and it's the inspiration that I draw from. If I were to spoil something that haunted me for years and found out that it's not as spooky, maybe corny, and probably just shitty, then I think it'd just ruin me more than if I were to just stay curious. And even if it were better than I thought, I still cherish the memory that I have in my mind because, again, my imagination is vivid and wild, and whatever I can think of is probably scarier to me because it hits me personally than what this movie could probably show. It's kind of like my purpose now, and if I were to lose that, then what am I? I think sometime this month during Traumathon, I'll have some special movie night stream over on Twitch where we could all watch it, but right now I'm a bit exhausted working on Traumathon as it is, so I'll take a rain check on that and any other streams for the rest of the month. So I hope you guys understand, but my focus is entirely on making Traumathon as entertaining and as nostalgic as possible, and also probably being very creepy. So yeah, probably no streams for a little while, but I'll keep you guys posted on Twitter if I ever change my mind. Hopefully, when we do watch this, it's as scary as I make it out to be, because otherwise, man, I'm just hyping up this movie for literally nothing. Today, I want to keep it simple and clean. Let's talk about Gygus, the ever-embodiment of evil, the universal cosmic destroyer, the almighty idiot. If you're not familiar with the story of Earthbound, trust me when I say you're not alone. Nowadays, I feel like people haven't really talked about Earthbound that much, and it's kind of fading away due to Nintendo's negligence, so yeah, that sucks, but it can't be helped. Though what I can tell you about Earthbound is that it's an incredible RPG with charming characters, wonderful graphics, stellar writing, and just an overall purity, charisma that's rarely ever seen, if ever, by most games nowadays. You play as this kid from Smash Brothers known as Ness, a psychic who goes on wild adventures with 3 other kids that weren't really good enough for Smash. Really, the gameplay is a lot of fun, and the mechanics are super unique, like nobody's done anything like this ever since. Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure someone in the comments is ready to prove me wrong. My point is, at the time, and even now in some ways, Earthbound is a unique experience. It's just a shame that it's an Undertale clone. Could probably grow its own legs if it didn't depend on that. Yet, there's a lot of cool things about Earthbound, honestly. Also, a lot of creepy things too. Yeah, I know the main topic is Gygus, but even I acknowledge that there's other creepy aspects about the game that's often overshadowed because of him. Like the Happy Village being full of cultists and weirdos based on the Ku Klux Klan, and Shinrikyo, that cult that, you know, did the whole sarin gas attacks in Japan that killed a lot of people. There's also that one part where Pooh has to finish his training by meditating atop of this hill called the Place of Emptiness, which I felt was very clever because you were forced to do nothing, yet some NPCs try to distract you and you just have to ignore them. It's here a real scary looking face just sort of pops up and tells you in order to finish your training he needs to rip your legs off and rip your arms off, feed it to the crows, and cut your ears and gouge your eyes out. It's actually really surprising to me that nobody really talks about this scene. Maybe it's because that one part is super short and honestly most people are concerned about Gygus as a whole, but honestly, it's mutilation. This child gets his arms, legs, and all sorts of parts of his body get fed to crows, and in a way it's a graphic scene. I mean, it's taken away your eyes and your hearing. I mean, ugh. Well, there's plenty more stuff in Earthbound that's really spooky, but I figure there's no bigger, badder creep than, of course, Gygus, who has earned the reputation as the most disturbing final boss ever in video games. First, before you ever encounter him, you have to go through the Cave of the Past, which is already playing this eerie music that really plays up the final battle, but not in an epic way like, oh, we're about to save the day, but more in an you should be scared right now sort of way. Then past that, you're in the Devil's Machine, a device made to stabilize Gygus' power and mind and essentially make him invincible. A lot of people have speculated that this machine looks a lot like a woman's uterus, going so far as to say that the machine is symbolic of a womb, which makes sense as this machine is technically supposed to be, in a way, giving birth to Gygus. Well, we'll talk more about that soon, but first, let's focus on the encounter itself. Pokey, or Porky as he's originally known, starts off as a sort of annoying character in the beginning, but now is turned into this real huge dickhead villain, and he actually just taunts you as well as Gygus in some ways by calling him an almighty idiot, and fights you head on before he actually unleashes Gygus to you. And this is the part where Gygus just unleashes his raw fury on you. This is where the insane boss battle begins, the one that haunted everyone's dreams forever. Gygus has lost all sensibility, his mind is warped, his body is incomprehensible, his power beyond godlike. You're now trapped in this dimension unlike your own, one made entirely by Gygus, now neither in the past, present, or future. You are all alone, in darkness, surrounded by a being which you cannot comprehend nor touch, but one that resembles a demon that cannot be stopped. Throughout this entire fight, Gygus takes on numerous forms that are pretty creepy and borderline disturbing. Take this form for example. Many people have speculated that it's supposed to represent Gygus as a fetus, what with it looking a lot like a baby through an ultrasound. Also, Gygus keeps on saying these random phrases, these pieces of dialogue that are just creepy and weird as his strange form just continues to warp. This boss battle is especially creepy if you rename Ness into like your own real name, which I know a lot of us did when we were kids, and they just keep saying your name over and over and over again. Things only ramp up from here as Paula's prayers continues, which is something you need to do in order to defeat Gygus. His form, so too, changes as well, and it gets creepier and creepier and more sinister and just unfathomable. It's something you just can't find line with most games nowadays, a boss that has no rhyme or reason and doesn't even know what it's doing. It's all pretty scary, and even though it all ends with the players and the party winning in the end, defeating Gygus once and for all, and ending the horrible shit that would have happened in the future, one can't help but think about what they just saw, what they just read. What the hell just happened? Did we just commit an abortion? Well, to go back on the old theory of the devil machine looking like a womb or a cervix, many people speculated that in a way, Gygus' boss battle was an intergalactic eldritch abortion. After all, we are going to the past to stop Gygus during his weakest point, which is still very powerful, mind you, but stopping him now prevents him from being this horrible god he would have inevitably been. It's assumed that he's just, in a way, a baby, especially when you look at this one particular form of Gygus that looks way too much like a baby. However, let's just ruin a few things real quick by saying that the English writer of the Earthbound series has already debunked this theory, and while he acknowledges the fans' enthusiasm, the reality is many of us were just thinking too deep into this, and if you don't believe me, allegedly Shigesato Itoi already confirmed that this form of Gygus isn't really meant to look like anything, let alone a baby. I also read a long time ago that Devil's Machine wasn't actually meant to look like a womb either, but sadly I don't remember where I read that, if I even read that anywhere credible in the first place. Still, the theory of it being an intergalactic abortion is unfortunately false. I can't even believe I just said that, but that really just doesn't stop us from believing that at all. However, there is the absolute true fact that Gygus and dialogue was based on childhood trauma of the creator Shigesato Itoi. When he was a child, Itoi went to a movie to catch a flick with some friends when unfortunately he walked into the wrong theater. He mistook this one love scene between two characters to be a romantic one, but in reality it was, well, something not so consensual and advertiser friendly, if you know what I mean. This led to a multitude of imagery that, quote, assaulted Itoi's mind, unquote. One such imagery was the part where the main dude assaulting this woman grabbed her breast so hard that it became like putty and he could just shape it into whatever he wanted. This violent imagery of eroticism and violence was just too much for his mind and made a lasting impression on him ever since. And that's exactly what Gygus is based on. He's not really a horny creature or a violent one. I mean, he is kind of violent. He's just one that wants to be loved and wants to feel intimacy, to have human emotions, and to feel something, anything, but is stuck in this primordial phase of violence and raw nothingness. That's why when Gygus says it hurts, and I feel good, it was a way to convey Gygus's feeling of something other than raw, unbridled, emotionless violence. And yes, these are also lines from the movie Itoi watched, that film being called The Military Policeman and the Dismembered Beauty. Wow, great title. It was a difficult thing to find, as much of what Itoi described didn't really happen in the film. It was mainly his childhood imagination that got the best of him. Well, I mean that and age. I mean, this happened several decades ago. How would he remember every detail? Though I do think that, regardless, the imagination Itoi had while making Gygus and fully knowing that it came from a porno or snuff film, I mean, that's incredibly disturbing. Even if that's not the case, he thought that that was the case, and so the intent is still there. But in the end, there's so many things about Gygus that's really just incredibly scary, to the imagery, to the theories, to even the very genesis of the creature itself. Everything accumulated to this one horrifying creature in this one beautiful video game that started off with you just chasing your dog. This intangible being is the final boss. It all just sort of happened without any sort of notice. It's a lot like life. You have no idea what exactly it is, and you'll never know what it is that the future holds for you. It's something that'll surely haunt us for the rest of our years and more to come. And that's why Gygus is possibly one of the scariest villains, if not the scariest villain ever created. In the late 2000s, webcomics were just starting to find their legs all over the globe. It was around this time some artists found massive success in this bold new form of media, while others found their success in other unconventional ways. One such artist by the name of Hwarang, a South Korean artist, found a way to redefine webcomics as a whole when he found his success through a comic named The Oksu Station Ghost on Naver Webtoons. While written like any other webcomic, this particular comic incorporated something other comics on Webtoons rarely incorporated, which was a script program on Adobe Flash. What exactly did the script do? It hijacked your browser and forced it to scroll by at a certain speed to make the comic seem animated, all while playing this distinguishing sound to jump scare you. This webcomic had everyone in South Korea enamored, with the story being well written, the art well made, and of course, the jump scare being so damn good. Hwarang found an opportunity to make something big, and so he uploaded a new webcomic, this time for the 2011 Mystery Short Contest on Webtoons. It ran from July 12th to September 13th, but Hwarang didn't need that time because he made that very famous comic that we're about to talk about within the same month he made that last comic. I, of course, am speaking of the Bongchang-dong Ghost. The story follows a young Korean schoolgirl while she was coming home from a long night of studying. The walk seemed eerily quiet and no one was around her when suddenly she saw a figure right in front of her, a strange woman with twisted joints and pink pajamas that's all dirty and bloodied. And by the way, even when I was younger, I still find this one part funny. Worse, her hair was a mess and sticking out everywhere. Yeah, okay, let's ignore the broken leg and the creepy dirty clothes. The worst thing about her was the absolutely dirty hair. Oh man, the Korean fashion standards, man, I'm telling you, absolutely unobtainable. Anyway, she was wondering whether or not she should leave or pass this woman, when suddenly the figure turned her head. The girl, too shocked to even scream or move, just stood there. The figure asked, "Where is my baby?" To which the girl only replies by pointing at a random direction and saying, "Over there." As the figure limped towards that direction, the girl takes this opportunity to get away. Then, the figure strikes back at a horrifyingly fast pace and knocks the girl out cold. This is when we learn of the true story of the Bongchang-dong Ghost. She was a woman named Cho who decided to commit suicide after she had lost custody of her 2-year-old child after having an affair with her husband that ended in a divorce. After that incident, Cho has been seen walking around the apartment complex several times. This story absolutely blew up after it was submitted, not just in South Korea, but all over, especially once a fan-made translation of the comic itself was published. The comic soon received an official translation sometime in September, which only helped elevate it even further. What's more is that during that year, PewDiePie actually made a video on the Bongchang-dong Ghost just about a month after the release of the official translations.
Oh my god, my fucking legs. She fucking turned around. Okay, I get the warning now. I get the fucking warning. I get the I need a pillow or something. She's not here. I heard her screaming from far away. I'm glad I have the fucking pillow. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
It's honestly kind of amazing what someone can do with a bit of scripting and some spooky sound effects, and I think the webcomic is well deserved of praise and attention. I actually remember showing my friends this comic and scaring the shit out of them. It helps that none of us knew Korean, so the name Bongchang-dong Ghost made it seem a lot sillier than it really was. Sadly, the webcomic doesn't function the same way it did before, due to Adobe Flash being obsolete since 2019 and browsers removing functionality since 2020. It's not possible to actually read the original comic as intended without doing a few workarounds. Thankfully, Hwarang still makes short horror comics on Webtoons, this time under the name Hwarang's Nightmares. And yes, they still have the creepy animations that made his previous works so popular without the need of Flash. They're pretty cool, and I recommend all of you to check it out. I'm not gonna spoil any of them, as I feel the big appeal of his comics is still his jump scare, so if you really want to read them, I'll leave a link to his webcomics in the description below. Hopefully you guys will find something just as worthy, if not better, than the Bongchang-dong Ghost. In 1964, British author Roald Dahl released the classic children's novel Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It received glowing reviews and praise from everyone who read it, inspiring certain artists and talents today. Sadly, as wondrous and fantastical as the book is, the book started off first as an anti-racial novel known as Charlie's Chocolate Boy. Charlie first started off as a black kid who was accidentally encased by this chocolate mold by Willy Wonka, and honestly, it's kind of scary the way it's described, like he can't see or hear or feel anything, and Wonka just sort of like forgets about Charlie as he's encased in this mold and nobody can hear him, nobody can find him, and like it's really disturbing. But that version wasn't made, sadly, due to the horrible things that were happening with Roald Dahl's own children. His 4-month-old was sadly ran over by a cab as his nanny was negligent of the stroller that she was carrying, and his daughter eventually developed measles that sadly proved to be fatal. This proved to be Roald Dahl's most difficult years, and this eventually led to him creating Charlie and the Chocolate Factory as a way to escape his heartbreak and mental anguish. As tragic as that story is, you can really see how Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory and Willy Wonka himself are sort of symbolic of Roald Dahl's personality, or rather, someone he would want to be. Someone who can overcome anything and do whatever he wants and have any miracle machine to help those in need or to make those people around him happy. And through Roald Dahl's hard work and effort and pouring his absolute heart and soul into this book, we have the wonderful creation that is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It was a creative novel with vivid descriptions and a whimsical setting. It was a hit amongst kids and adults alike, so naturally a film would be made of the book, and naturally the author would hate it. Well, aside from the author, the movie itself was praised by audiences and critics alike, yet sadly it wasn't really a big box office hit most people might think it was. Despite this, it's considered a classic amongst many, and I personally think of it as one of my favorite movies of all time. I must have watched it like 30 times by now. Oh, and by the way, what Jay and Mike said about the movie is true. Everyone skips Cheer Up Charlie, including me. I don't know why, I just don't like that part. It's just shit. Aside from that though, there's a ton of classical songs and wonderful scenes. I remember loving the idea of a wall that never loses its flavor, banana, strawberry, schnozberry, whatever the fuck that was.
Who ever heard of a snozberry?
We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams.
Well, anyway, I suppose if this movie's gonna be here on Traumathon, then most of you who've likely seen it know what I'm about to talk about. But honestly, before we get into that, when you really think about it, this whole movie has a weird air about it. Yeah, it is a little charming and a little whimsical, like fairy tale-esque, but there's some weird moments. I mean, these kids in the factory die, explicitly die. In the new remake, it's shown that they sort of make the kids like deformed forever, but in reality, the book says each one of the kids die a horrible death. This movie's more of a slasher than it is an adventure. Then, of course, there's the weird imagery everywhere. And yeah, that one scene with the guy, the horns, it's funny now, but when I was a kid, I always thought it was like kind of freaky. Like, is this saying that TV personalities or the news is like the devil? Like, what? I even remember some of my friends back when I was like 8 years old cried whenever Slugworth appeared. I don't know why. I never thought he was that scary. He only shows up like maybe 4 or 5 times max in a total of like a whole minute in the entire film. But I think the one that really got me personally was the fizzy lifting drink. Just the idea that Charlie and his old man were gonna kick the bucket, no pun intended, by getting shred to pieces, knowing that they can't stop it and ultimately just accepting their fates. I mean, it's kind of grim. Well, I mean, yeah, sure, they learn how to get down from there by burping, but still, it's a weird scene. And also, that led me to learn how to burp on command. No, seriously, check it out. Yeah, see? I tried to do the alphabet. I was about to fucking vomit. I haven't done this since I was a kid. Shit's gnarly though, right? Well, no reason beating around the bush. Let's talk about the Tunnel of Terror. After possibly one of the most iconic songs ever created and one of the most brutal deaths happening, we're taken to the Tunnel of Terrors, a place where all of your worst nightmares happen. As the kids and their parents enter the tunnel, the colors get duller and the lights get dimmer. Things get more frantic as everything goes red, the passengers panic, and the tunnel suddenly flashes images of just generally icky and scary things, like a giant millipede walking on someone's face or a fucking chicken getting their head cut off. I'll hedge a bet that I can't show that part due to, you know, monetization reasons, but I remember seeing that as a kid and thinking, holy shit, did that really just happen? It's one of the first instances of me ever seeing an animal get killed. Well, I mean that, and that one time my dad skinned a pig in our backyard. Yeah, that was weird. It tasted good though. It was also one of the first times I'd ever hear swearing from a movie. Listen, hell is a big potty word for a little 8-year-old. Give me a break, would you? Of course, after all this horrible imagery is shown, we get that ever so infamous singing from Mr. Gene Wilder himself as Willy Wonka. Unfortunately, due to copyright issues, I'm really not allowed to show the entire song, but it's iconic. And then of course comes his iconic poem copied directly from Roald Dahl's rowing song poem. It wasn't part of the book, but I always viewed it as a sort of little nice tribute to the author, despite his dislike for the movie. Well, I should probably clarify too that Roald Dahl didn't actually hate the movie. He even acknowledges that there are some good parts, but he just didn't like it. But anyways, back to the horrible scene. Man, how many kids did this scene actually fuck up? I hear some people make theories that the poem Willy Wonka recites is actually in some way symbolic of how trapped these kids and their parents are, and how their fates are sealed shut. Whatever they do or want to do is already decided for them, and ultimately they will either suffer the consequences or relish in success. I personally always just thought of it as Wonka just fucking around with them. I mean, that part where he yells at them? That shit always makes me laugh. I don't know why, but it's just a genuinely funny moment. Like, this is the kind of shit a senior in college would do to the freshman as a sort of hazing ritual. Well, whether or not it's true, it's probably one of the most iconic and genuinely scarring moments in a children's film. Well, I'm sure there's more, but I'm certain we'll talk about those real soon.
Stop the boat!
Well, everyone, we're just over halfway done with Traumathon 2. How have y'all enjoyed it so far? Hope you guys have been having a good time, and that I'm not really killing myself over nothing. I've lost a lot of sleep and had a lot of stress because of this, so I seriously hope you enjoy it. Well, seeing as how we're pretty much halfway through Traumathon, I'd figure I'd use this time to take on some user suggestions and dive into some of your scariest traumas as kids. I asked all of you through a community post what exactly you're scared of and what you were scared of as a kid. And now, after 250 comments and 3,000 likes, I'll be taking a look at some of them. Now, of course, I've already been taking down some of the more popular suggestions given to me. After all, Traumathon isn't just what scares me as a kid, but what scared all of us. Yet there are some unique traumas and scary moments that aren't really heavily suggested to me or just personal to some of you. And that's what we're going to be looking into now. If you don't see your suggestion here, then don't worry. Chances are I either didn't see your suggestion or you just suggested something that is already highly requested and being made into a future episode. Since I'll be covering a wide array of suggestions from all over, don't expect me to go into too much detail as previous videos. I'll just be taking a quick look over some of your personalized nightmares. Let's start off with Megan Leatherman's suggestion, which was E.T.'s lifeless corpse. The scene in E.T. where Elliot finds E.T.'s pale lifeless corpse by the river, and the following scene where he comes back from the dead, rambling loudly in that weird casket body bag, always scared the hell out of me as a kid, and since it was the 90s, I would have had to be right in front of the TV to fast forward the tape, so I would either turn the volume down and hide under the blanket or leave the room until the offending scenes were over. Not sure why the rest of the movie didn't bother me. I never actually watched E.T. as a kid. In fact, I always thought it was a boring movie, and if I were to be completely honest, hell, I still haven't watched it even as an adult, but E.T.'s design was always freaky to me. His design always had this like sort of offness about it. The wrinkled skin, the creepy voice, I don't know, I just don't like him. It's hard to imagine this movie was such a big hit. Seeing him all pale and deathly, I mean, it's no wonder you'd be scared, but I mean, to me, he was always really freaky and kind of shitty looking. Here's another suggestion by Yeetmaster. I can't be the only one who thought the butterfly close-up from SpongeBob was scary as hell as a kid, right? I get a few of these requests too, actually, but I never really thought it was a warranting of an episode. I probably wouldn't have much to say about it either. There was just one episode where SpongeBob and Patrick had to take care of Sandy's worm named Wormy, which after metamorphosizing into some butterfly, this butterfly scares both SpongeBob and Patrick after they think that it ate Wormy, not realizing that the butterfly itself is just Wormy well, as a butterfly. To them, it's a horrifying death creature of doom, though. I remember when they jump cut to the butterfly's face up close, and it was a live action stock footage of a butterfly, and I mean, it was the funniest shit I saw as a kid. And the way the city reacts to the butterfly just flying around, everyone causing mayhem, and that shit got me cackling. Though I can see how it can spook some kids, as it's a harsh juxtaposition from the bubbly, colorful cartoon to this dull, scary close-up thing of a bug. And I'm currently dating someone who is deathly afraid of bugs, so I can see it through her point of view as to why it's pretty freaking scary. But to me though, I just thought it was kind of funny. But again, it wasn't much, so I couldn't make it into an episode. BJ Khaled also had an interesting topic. I can think of one. So there was this game on the Nickelodeon website way back in the 2000s, and the premise is that it takes place on Halloween and you are giving trick-or-treaters candy, but you can't at any point give the kids black licorice. You have a bag full of candy, but at one point at the bottom of the bag is black licorice. And you have no other choice but to give the kids black licorice. When you give it to them, if I remember correctly, I was under 10 when I played it, they say, "I don't like black licorice," and you get jump scared as the game ends. Anyways, I pinpoint this game as to why I refused to eat licorice for so fucking long. Genuinely traumatizing stuff, especially when you're under 10, lol. This is pretty insane. I've actually never heard of this one, but when I looked into it, holy shit, this is scary. So apparently this was part of a Flash game series on Nickelodeon called Nickelodeon Click-em-a-Jigs. They were really short and just simple little Flash games, mostly just humor, honestly. Like, you just click on something and then you get like a Flash movie real quick. One of them was called Black Licorice, and it was a special Halloween game where you just gotta give the kids candy, as, well, BJ Khaled said. But you're not allowed to give them black licorice. Uh-oh, you just gave that little girl licorice. What's gonna happen? Oh my fucking god. This is terrifying. Honestly, as a kid, I'd hate this so much. And what's funny is that this is supposed to act as some sort of prank or gag game. You know the ones, those Flash games that they're meant to really mock or prank the person playing them. After you realize all the tricks, the game gives you an opportunity to go ahead and prank one of your friends by sending them this via email. Well, when you do, they'll be in for a surprise. There's also one last jump scare at the end when you don't have any black licorice at all and you think you're safe. You give all the candy to the kids and then bam, fucking jump scares you back to reality. It's devious, sure, but honestly, as much as I'd hate it as a kid, I'd probably love to just prank some of my friends if I had the opportunity. Rob then says, scariest thing to me as a kid was Mimi in Super Paper Mario. That section where she just straight up became a spider made me quit the game for a year. I've heard a few people talk about this, but I've never really played Super Paper Mario, so I can't really tell you much about the game. I do know that it was always this scene and the river twigs that got people really scared, and man, if it weren't for the fact that I haven't played Super Paper Mario, I'd probably talk about both. I mean, even if I haven't played it, I would still talk about it, but there's really not that much info I can really delve into. Still, when it comes to the Mimi scene, like I said, a few people mention it here and there when it comes to kid-friendly games with spooky elements, but that sort of faded away as the years went on, so I'm not really sure it affected that many people as I think it did. It's scary, sure, but in a way, I always thought it was just some twisted joke. Mimi seems like the cutesy girl who tries to act posh and cute, but in reality is a sadistic brat with a dark power, a pretty common trope. Though I suppose if you're arachnophobic, you'd be pretty scared of this one encounter. Shitlord Diabetes then suggested the Scary Maze game. The thing has caused me so much nightmares over the years, it's really messed up. This is one of those suggestions that I know is really popular, but I just can't make a decent video out of it. I mean, how am I supposed to make a video that can last longer than maybe 2 or 3 minutes out of just this Scary Maze game? But we all know it exists and still exists to this day. Probably the very first jump scare any of us have ever encountered. Hell, I'd bet if you looked up jump scare in the dictionary, this game would be in it. I unfortunately don't know too many people who actually got pranked this way though, growing up. By the time I learned about it, it was already getting popular and people grew wise to it. I never really personally played it, mainly because I was scared of it as a kid, and because now, as an adult, I don't need to. I know what's gonna happen, so what's the point? And if you don't really know what happens in this Scary Maze game, well, as it suggests, you use your mouse to navigate through this maze and then you get to the end. Simple, right? Well, you get through through a few levels, you think you're doing pretty good, but then here comes this really complicated level. If I'm not mistaken, I think this was supposed to test, well, quote unquote, test your hand-eye coordination, like some bullshit like that. And you were supposed to navigate this tiny mouse through this tiny little maze. And of course, if you reach to the end, you get this. It's a really mean prank, but like I said, never really seen it happen to anyone personally, but there's a ton of funny videos out of it, so I really suggest just watching those if you really can, if they're still around. I mean, it's old. It's a classic, and I approve these kinds of shenanigans. John Balness said, I walked in on my parents on Halloween. My mom was dressed as Dorothy, and my dad was the Tin Man. Oh, God. I pray for you, man. Nero Redman then suggested, probably a bit cliche, but those Minecraft sounds/songs horrified me as a kid to the point of just playing it on mute. Minecraft will probably make a Traumathon episode someday, though maybe not this year, but I do acknowledge that there's a near endless well of creepy material in Minecraft. I remember first playing it when I was younger and getting scared of the night. There's so many weird and strange noises that come at you at night that you really can't process what everything is. Not the first time you play it anyways. And I know I'm about to do my boy real dirty right now, but check out Omni's first time playing this game, bro. Like, this is legit how some people feel playing this game for the first time.
I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm lost, y'all. This is like... I don't know what to do. Okay, wait. Where? How do I pull a fucking map? Okay. I'll keep moving. I can't pull a map. I just gotta wander around the world. Eat. Oh! What is hitting me? Yo, he has armor? This dude has...
I don't blame him. I'm not making fun of him for showing this. I legit don't blame him for feeling this way. This fucking game is horribly scary. Also, follow him on Twitch and give him a little sub. I love him despite him being bald. You sinful motherfucker. Stick around for more, everyone. I kind of like doing this video, so I think I'm just gonna make a part 2 for tomorrow. Let's just consider this a sort of walk down memory lane, a user suggestion weekend. I hope you guys like it, and I hope you guys enjoy this video. Stick around, there's more. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you a ton. Alright, my fellow Mexican, I was scared of the dancing baby gif. I don't know why, but I was. It looked creepy to me. I've never heard of anyone being scared of the dancing baby gif, but I chose this just to show that everyone has their own personalized fears that not everyone shares. Let me know in the comments if the dancing baby ever freaked you out. Personally, I can see kind of why you'd be creeped out by it. It's a pretty good definition of uncanny valley, especially when you consider this came out during the mid-90s, when there were really not a lot of examples of CG character models. We were still getting used to it, so it's kind of jarring to see this during that time. It was one of the very first memes ever created, and it has a fascinating history that I'm afraid I won't have time to talk about, though I'm sure there's plenty of videos, articles, documentaries, and whatever that's already talked about it in length, so just watch those. I never grew up with the dancing baby. Actually, maybe I did, I just never really noticed. I didn't get into computers until like 2008 or 9, and I was really old by then, so those kinds of memes really passed me by. Milky Way gave me the blackout in Luigi's Mansion. This sounds kind of silly, but I remember being so scared of the section in Luigi's Mansion when the blackout occurs. The telephone room had no music, and upon leaving, the panic of a bunch of ghosts chasing you was stressful. Luigi's Mansion does this strange yet wonderful thing that I think seldom ever shows up in horror games, which is to never fully be scary, but embrace creepiness. That's how I felt about Luigi's Mansion. I was never fully scared of the game, but it was just creepy enough that I never really felt safe lowering my guard. One such example would be the part where the blackout occurs after a lightning bolt strikes the mansion. It's intense because up until this point, you've been able to light up every room that's cleared of ghosts and ghouls. Now all that progress has spun backwards. It doesn't last long, but I can definitely see how this created anxiety and fear, and I certainly didn't like that part any more than you did. We have blossoming Sakura-chan with the killer bushes from Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. Really scared me a lot. They're disguised as bushes, but they close in on you to gobble you up. A small thing, but I remember being scared of it. Well, I never played any of the Spyro games, but I can tell you, mimic enemies have been the sum of most people's fears when playing any sort of video game. Remember the mimics from Dark Souls? Unbelievable. Anyways, I should probably dedicate a whole episode on mimic enemies, because they always seem to have the worst designs, and by worst, I mean scariest. So, thanks for the suggestion, I'll keep this in mind. Lee B then gave me this, the game over scene in Katamari Damacy, where the King of Cosmos yells at you, scared me to death as a child. I would always run and hide when it played. The king just belittled and insulted you, always made me feel bad when I was younger. God, that's not even scary, that's just sad. Oh my god, look at Lee B's icon. Why is it so fitting? I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. I hate characters that make players feel bad. You don't deserve it, Lee B. You're a champ. The king's a fucking asshole anyways, don't listen to it. Then we have Ope, or OP. Okay, this is really silly, but I got traumatized by Mulan. It was the girl's doll and the village burning that did it. In my head, it was going to happen to me since I was a kid, and I thought getting burned alive was a normal thing. I was like 5, but still. Jesus Christ, this is one of those examples where our imaginations are actually much scarier than what we initially think about. I mean, seriously, that is a horrifying thing to think about as a kid, and the worst part is that it's not even totally wrong. Well, at least in the context of the film. Back in those times, being burned alive was most definitely a common way to go. Just imagining a little girl from Mulan getting burned alive and dying with their family, I mean, that's definitely a strong image that probably would affect most people. It's just surprising that you'd come to that conclusion as a kid. The number taker from the Numberjacks always freaked me out. Way too scary for the 4 to 5-year-old audience it was going for. That whole show was one weird trip, to be honest. Now, what in the world is the Numberjacks? I never really heard of it. Oh my god! Wait, this is the guy you're scared of? Not these horrible abominations? I tell you, as kids, we really let a lot of shit slip through. Like, yeah, we'll get scared of obvious things, but stuff like this? I mean, God, why weren't you scared of these guys? So, the Numberjacks, for any of my American bros and sisters that don't know, is a show about a bunch of alien creatures that live in a couch. No, not on, I mean in the couch. They stay dormant until some brat calls them and demands that they solve crimes. How exactly? By doing math. Wow. Cool. Anyways, this show lasted for like 3 years, and the number taker, I assume, is their arch nemesis, taking every number in the world and stealing anything that comes in a pair of those numbers. Like, one time he stole the number 4, and then he suddenly decided that's good enough reason to steal 4 of everything, including this lady's groceries, which I'm sure she was going to use to just help her poor starving children. What an absolute knobhead. Also, probably one of the worst Doctor Who villains ever. It's silly, but it's a kid's show, so I don't think it's much to really delve into. I don't know if it counts, but one time in the 1st grade, the thing that traumatized me was seeing this video called Yelling Creature by Rob Herman. It would scare me for a long time due to the uncanniness. It had a creepy background, the body looked like clay, and the face was superimposed. It was the introduction to that weird side of YouTube and disturbed me to the max. Eventually I got over it, but Rob just announced that he may be doing more in the future. I would be curious if you're able to cover it for this year's Traumathon. It would be neat. Well, if Rob Herman made any other creepy content that was worth it, I would love to dedicate an episode on him, but sadly, I can't make an episode on a 6-second loop. What I can say is that what you said about this video pretty much sums up everything. The creepy noise, the weird background, the face that's human-esque, but the head that's like so inhuman, there's no denying it. This is freaky. Then Echo Waves gave me this. I think the most scary thing that I remember was the face that appeared in between shows on Nick Jr. Every time I saw it appear, it freaked me out so much that I just look away from the TV and cover my ears as to not listen to what he's saying. I even had nightmares about it too for years until I forgot it existed for a while. Even looking back at the blocks, by looking at videos of it, some of the stuff it says and does is still very weird and a little unnerving. I actually wrote down Face from Nick Jr. on my journal, and I definitely was going to cover him, but the more I thought about it, the less I could justify him being on Traumathon. I think there's definitely an odd air about him, but if you really watch any of the bumps with Face, he was honestly a real chill, wholesome, and funny guy. I still vividly remember coming back home from elementary school and seeing Face still on TV as Nick Jr. was just ending its programming block. I really loved him. And the amount of creative things that they did with Face, despite him being, well, a face with a blank color, I mean, that's incredible. They were so limited with what they could do, yet found so many ways to do anything. I respect that. Apparently in 2004, they changed his design, if you can even believe that, seeing as how there's not really much to change, and they gave him a new voice. He's way more obnoxious now than his previous iteration, which was often more soft-spoken. This guy was just another way louder and energetic personality that was already flooding the mid-2000s, and I don't know, I'm not really into it. Ash1106 gave me, I forgot which one it is, but I remember watching one of the Final Destination movies as a kid, and the scene that got me was the one where the girl is on an escalator that breaks and gets crashed to death. Oh, sorry. I think you mean crushed to death by the gears. After that, I was crazy scared of escalators. I want to say it was maybe 2 or 3 years till I finally got over it. I haven't really watched any of the Final Destination movies after the second one, but each movie has always seemed to ramp up the gore and kill counts each and every installment, and it sort of instills a new phobia in kids, well, any kids that are willing to watch the movie. Honestly, there's a lot of scenes from every Final Destination film that was pretty horrible, and I'm pretty sure each and every one has given someone a nightmare. Some movies made you scared of serial killers or sleeping, or maybe even going to camp, but Final Destination made you fear everything. I do remember this one elevator scene very vividly and had nightmares about it for a real long time. I hated it. I'm sure this movie gave me my slight fear of elevators. I'm still scared that someday I'll get trapped in one, or that I'll fall as it's rising to the top of the building. Fuck this franchise. It really fucked with all of us. Alright, I think that just about covers it for some strange user suggestions. I know I'm not really touching on more popular ones or ones that I feel most of you would expect, but I really wanted to touch on some of the more minor suggestions. I gotta be honest, a lot of the suggestions you guys gave me were really good, and I even wrote down some of them in my journal to keep in mind in case I ever want to cover them in greater detail this year or next year. There were also a lot that made me realize just how scary some shows were, most of the time unintentionally. Do you guys honestly know how many times I saw SpongeBob suggestions? Seriously, there's loads of them. Hopefully I get down to the more popular ones this year while October's still young, but if not, remember, there's always next year. For now, let's enjoy the next half of Traumathon 2 while it's still going strong. In 1983, George Lucas founded THX, a high-fidelity audio and visual reproduction company that basically created the standard in audio all over, from movies to theaters, radio systems, even video games. The THX system itself isn't really a system made for recording or anything, it's more like a quality assurance system, you know, to give your audio crisp, booming sounds. Fun fact, later in 2016, it was acquired by Razer Inc. That's really not necessary to this video at all, but I think that's kind of neat. Honestly, THX is one of those companies that you don't really think too much about, and to be real with you, I would say most of us wouldn't even know it existed if it weren't for that sound. That goddamn sound. Here's a common story for all of us. When the sound came on, known as the deep note by the way, most of us, I assume, either lowered the volume all the way down, or y'all ran away from the room, or hid under your bed, or alternatively, you could have had asshole family members who thought it was really funny when you cried and screamed when the deep note came on. So they bumped up the volume to the max, and yeah, you cried even more, and they find it funny because they love teasing you. Fuck them, right? More importantly, fuck Dr. Andy Moore, the creator of the Deep Note. Actually, what Andy Moore did was nothing short of genius. He created the Deep Note initially to test how deep and loud stereo notes work, but then it was turned into the very theme for THX in a way to show everyone the power of their system. You gotta keep in mind, before THX, a lot of sounds in movies weren't really dynamic, and some were running on mono and not even considering stereo. The quality of sound pissed off one particular individual for his particularly big movie, which was of course George Lucas with Star Wars, when he reportedly said that he couldn't hear key plot points or certain sound effects that he was really impressed by, but was emulated so poorly that he just made THX to make sure that his next movie would sound richer and look better. In a way, THX was a big fuck you to every theater that didn't really set its standards high when it came to sound. THX made its big debut in Return of the Jedi, which was the first time people ever heard it. Imagine how mind-blowing that is, like really. It's like having this shitty audio for your entire life and it's just there and you can't really do anything about it, and then you show up at this movie premiere and then this booming sound surrounds the entire theater and pretty much skull fucks everyone there. I mean, that's incredible. As for how it was really created, well, I can't really articulate how exactly it was made, as I'm not personally into audio engineering, but I do know that this sound was generated by a computer created from the ground up by Andy Moore. He could have done it manually by increasing the pitch of every channel, but that would have been pretty arduous, so instead he went through the other method of just letting a computer do it for him, which was a program that used up over 600 lines of code. Not a huge feat, but definitely not small, especially considering that he did it in just 4 days, and this was 1986. It's also interesting to note that the THX Deep Note isn't actually that loud. I know, right? How can it not be that loud? Well, it just isn't. It's more of an illusion that it's a high volume thing. Because the sound starts off so low, the end of the crescendo being so high pitched and containing over 30 voices make us perceive it to be louder than it really is. Though be it loud superficially or not, ultimately is superfluous, as it still makes people unsettled and scared. I'm sure even for adults they felt the same way as THX became a commodity. I know for a fact some of my viewers are much more sensitive to sound too, so hearing the THX logo must have been a nightmare, and I feel for y'all. And I'm not really sure if newer people like you guys just spawned in, but no, seriously, people who are like under the age of 15 or you're still in your teens, I don't know if you guys still have THX in your movie theaters. I mean, I've been watching a ton, and I mean a ton, of Netflix for the past few months, and I'm sure most of you have too, and I have not come across the THX logo in ever actually. Out of maybe 30 or 50 movies that we watched, yeah, I haven't seen it at all. Which is a funny thing, because I'm pretty sure if you go to THX's channel on YouTube, you can see the 4K resolution remastered strange CG thing that they have up there, and I'm assuming that's for newer movies, but again, I have not seen any movies use the THX logo at all. Personally, while I did hate this THX Deep Note bullshit, I also wasn't a really big fan of the New Line Cinema logo. That one creeped me out too, and I really don't know why. Actually digging through the whole New Line Cinema logo and as well as the THX logo, I found this one wiki called the Scary Logos Wiki, and that made me dive deep into a really weird rabbit hole that I might have to visit later on in Traumathon, or hell, just for fun. Whatever the case, it's been remastered, regenerated, and remade a couple of times, but that iconic THX Deep Note sound is still the thing that gives kids back then, and probably kids even now, a ton of nightmares. So imagine being back in elementary school, just starting the day, trying to wake yourself up, but today's different because there's a book fair going on, and that's good enough reason to just get the hell out of class. You go downstairs, and what do you see? This book, that book, this one's kind of cool. This one's alright. Oh, the author of this one has some interesting concepts and ideas. Boy, I can't wait to support her in the future. Oh wait, what's this? Scary stories? Well, I am a fan of Goosebumps. It's not really as colorful as Goosebumps. Oh, what could be inside? Oh my god! Jesus Christ. That's a hell of a way to get kids shitting their pants. How is it that we've gotten through 2 Traumathons and I've yet to talk about this one? Well, I actually really wanted to talk about scary stories for a little while, but I don't know, I just first wanted to reread the book at first, I guess. I kind of have this vague remembrance of how the stories were like, but I just wanted to remember how it really was. But I'll get to that in a bit. First, let's talk about this series of books. Written back in 1981 by Alvin Schwartz, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark is a book full of short horror stories. Some of them are long, lasting about a few pages. Others are pretty short, lasting maybe 1 or 2 pages. And some are just poems. These stories were written specifically for kids, and sometimes it shows with silly yet whimsical stories such as The Big Toe. Yet as kid-friendly as some of the stories are, one can't deny that the real reason we all got into this book wasn't because of the stories. Oh no, it's because of the drawings. Good fucking god. These are nightmare fuel. I've rarely ever heard anyone not be scared of these illustrations. The artist behind it all was Stephen Gammell, a self-taught artist who fancies himself an illustrator specifically for children's books. Now, if you see any of his other work, you can sort of get this nostalgic feeling out of them. You know, like, oh, I swear I've seen this art somewhere before. You know, that kind of feeling. Though he may be good at what he does, he absolutely excels at horror, making him far more popular as the artist behind the face of Scary Stories than as the children's book artist some people might know him for. Though to say people know quote-unquote Gammell would be a gross understatement. The man, while known for making such scary pieces that ever graced a book, is also known to be a relatively enigmatic man. I don't give interviews, not even for my publishers. It's just my policy. Man, what a badass. I can't really say what went through his mind while he made these, nor why he created these art pieces the way they are, but Gammell has said in these rare but short interviews is that what you see from him is what you get, and his art pieces do the talking for him. In a way, he's right. Each of these art pieces tell a story all on their own, which is fitting considering that this is a collection of horror stories. Sometimes I feel the art pieces complement the stories and vice versa, though sometimes I do ask myself just how each one fits. Not because they don't illustrate the story well, but just because the story itself cannot do the art justice, and again, vice versa. Like, take this one art piece for example. This is the one I fear the most. This is the one I actually had nightmares about as a kid. I hated this one, and I was super scared of it, and I could not muster the courage to actually read the story. But now, growing up, maybe I think around my teens, I reread it, and I read that one particular story, and it's forgettable and boring. Like, I had no idea I was afraid of nothing, and then, that day, I learned. Yeah, unfortunately, the stories are a mixed bag, and it's clear and obvious that the art pieces steal the show more than once, honestly. It's not to say that the book is filled with bad stories, but it's also not filled with an overwhelming amount of good either. Many of them range from forgettable to laughable to downright horrifying and just boring sometimes. Yet it is important to keep in mind that the Scary Stories and Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark aren't like the stories found in Goosebumps. Each of them are fully fleshed out stories with characters and structure, rising action, falling action, all that garbage that you would love to see in any of the Goosebumps books. But these short stories are more akin to campfire tales. They're not meant to be read in a day by yourself. They're meant to be told by a group of people surrounding you and read by a compelling narrator. Some of these stories, I gotta be honest, are really stupid and goofy, but only if you have the wrong narrator. If you have someone who can tell a compelling story with gusto and energy, with the right inflections and the right mood is set, then you can turn an otherwise silly story like Me Tai Doti Walker into a genuinely terrifying one. And I should know, I read that story and thought it was super stupid, but when I heard Channel Zero, by the way his link is in the description down below, read it out loud, Oh man, my opinion on the story really changed. It's the reason why I was unsure whether or not I wanted to make this video, because I remember the stories themselves being pretty silly, but hearing other people read it changed my mind fully. Now, of course, I can't end it off without mentioning the movie, but I did want to focus solely on the books themselves on this video, which all pretty much are the same, by the way. Mixed bags with interesting drawings, which, oh yeah, they were apparently changed in later publications because they were too scary. No, seriously. And then they were re-changed back to the old ones as the movie was being released. I have watched it, and I'll just say that honestly, I think they did a pretty good job. I would have preferred an anthology movie rather than stringing together a weird subplot about some, I don't know, cursed woman and stories. Whatever, that's forgettable, but oh my goodness, the effects were unbelievable. The fact that it used so many practical effects was astounding, and in 2019, that's rare and pretty cool. Again, it's a shame that the story itself is so forgettable, but I can see why they did that. It's a sort of greatest hits collection on some of the stronger stories, and like I said, most of the stories are either too silly, too boring, or maybe sometimes just too short to be made into a movie, so this was the only possible route that could have made it to the mainstream. If I were in charge, I would have just made the premise about, I don't know, a bunch of people camping out and telling spooky stories, you know, like it's intended to be told. It doesn't matter, it's already been made, and y'all can check it out when you can. I thought it was pretty entertaining, and while you're at it, get the books. Gather some friends in a Zoom call or Discord and challenge each other to read the story as scary as possible. Get some beers if you're old enough and see who can be the scariest or the drunkest out of everyone. I don't know, it sounds like a lot of fun to me at least. If not, then it could really be quite a terrifying night. Salad fingers, where are you? There you are. There you. Oh my god. Salad Fingers is a web series created by David Firth, someone well known to make some of the creepiest shit on the internet. None more recognizable, however, than Salad Fingers himself. But before I really dive deep into David Firth's creation, Salad Fingers, I really recommend checking out his Patreon page. Animators already struggle enough when it comes to YouTube ad revenue, and seeing as how he's a horror content creator and how he refuses to tone down the tone of violence or the imagery just for it to be ad friendly on YouTube. So really check it out. It'll be in the link down in the description. So yeah, I don't know. I just feel bad if I don't mention that. Starting off life as an inside joke after Firth's friend said he had salad fingers while playing the guitar, the series features a mutant green man-thing with elongated fingers who enjoys rusty things, be it spoons, metal bars, hooks even. Who cares about lockjaw? That shit's orgasmic to him. I remember a ton of my friends being super scared of salad fingers, yet a close friend of mine at the time really enjoyed it, and we both watched it every time it came out. There was something oddly mesmerizing about the series, be it Salad Finger's soft-spoken tone of voice or perhaps the bizarre world he lives in. Everything about the series kind of pulls you in slowly, even if you really don't feel comfortable being there. Sure, nowadays people can find creepy content anywhere. Some might argue are just much creepier, much scarier than Salad Fingers, and much more nightmare-inducing, but you gotta keep in mind two things. Firstly, Salad Fingers was a unique, one-of-a-kind show at the time. Most web series or flash animations were solely comedy-based. That's not to say there were no horror animations, but often those relegated to just jump scares or just a one-off. And it was certainly a minority amongst the waves of people making parodies and just comedy skits. Salad Fingers started in 2007, 13 years ago if you can believe it, and has been continuing onwards even today, though episodes are less frequent than they used to be. Whereas back then they were uploaded once every few weeks, now the series seems to be shoved aside and new episodes only show up once every few years or whenever David Firth feels like it. It's not at all his main focus right now, and I'd argue his other shows are far more creepier and engrossing than Salad Fingers, so I'd really recommend checking out his channel after you're done with this video. For now, the focus for today is just Salad Fingers. Honestly, it's hard to talk about Salad Fingers because it's just so off-brand when it comes to horror and comedy. It's so surreal and strange that it's hard to describe. It doesn't really have a structure, like you can't just say Salad Fingers wakes up every morning and shenanigans ensue or whatever. Things just sort of happen at their own pace, and that may prove to be difficult to watch for some, even despite the gross shit sometimes shown. It's a very slow grind of a show, each episode trudging at a snail's pace, then escalating rapidly towards the end, and things happen in between that you don't really expect, but you are captivated. It's not a contemporary horror in the sense that you get a jump scare here and there, nor is there really that much strange imagery assaulting you all the time, but there is every now and again. It's just off. Like, you watch this show and you can't help but get this strange feeling that things just aren't right. Things shouldn't be this way. And yes, you're right. Things shouldn't be this way. Salad Fingers is an abomination, but he's not really a villain, but he's not entirely good either. He means well as a character, but his mind is so fried that he can prove to be a danger to others. He's also possibly a cannibal, so maybe don't trust him. It's strange because Salad Fingers is clearly the very embodiment of someone dealing with some sort of heavy mental illness or some sort of psychotic episode. Whether or not that's the intent or if there's some sort of commentary put in place in Salad Fingers, I don't know. But it's arranged to be a very mysterious show as theories upon theories have piled up, much to David Firth's amusement. Though it's kind of funny that Matt Pat's theory, though the most popular and well received, was lambasted by David Firth himself on Twitter. Him calling it ridiculous is like the funniest slap to the face I'd ever seen Matt Pat get. He doesn't even acknowledge it in his next theory episode, which is like, come on, Matt Pat, we all know you saw that tweet. You're just totally ignoring it. Though to be fair to Matt Pat, Salad Fingers is so very strange and a seemingly scatterbrained series that it's difficult to even contextualize anything he's saying to a coherent story. I even had trouble writing this script because I have no idea what to talk about. There's a mention of a great war, clear childhood trauma, dissociative identity, possible schizophrenic episodes, signs of dementia, and so much more, fogging up and destroying Salad Fingers' mind. And he's our narrator. We're supposed to perceive the world in the same way he perceives it. How can you trust what you see in the show to be true if all the interpretations of the show comes from a man as delusional and racked as him? I've even heard some theories that Salad Fingers is suffering from gender dysphoria, which I have no idea, and I can't really tell you the truth. There's so many theories out there, and there's so much to explore with this show. I do think it's interesting that the show became so popular, raking in millions of views with each new installment, and honestly my personal theory on why it became so popular is that it was appealing to the weird kids of the late 2000s. Okay, look, you might hate me for saying this, but I swear it's true. 2006 was the year Invader Zim got cancelled, right? So people were a little peckish for weird, green, random entertainment, right? Well, who do we have here? Uploaded in 2007, Salad Fingers. He's green, he's weird. The fact that he likes rusty shit, I mean, that's random, right? And he's adorable in some weird way. Yeah, I know it might be a stretch, but growing up, I always saw emo and scene girls wearing Salad Fingers and Invader Zim merch all the time, so I don't think it's too far-fetched personally. Well, whatever the case may be, Salad Fingers is among one of the classics of early Flash animations, and has continued to pioneer the art of creepy and addicting uncomfortable atmospheres since 2007. Let him reign longer, and let's hope someday we can tell what the fuck is going on. Here's something I didn't expect to do this year, HBO's Crashbox. It was one of my more highly requested shows, and as much as I've been unlocking nostalgia for a lot of you this year, this is the one time you guys unlock nostalgia for me. I had completely forgotten about this show and only just remembered it when I was told about it and told to do a Traumathon episode on it. Though as highly requested as it was, I'm sure most of you probably haven't even heard of the show, which isn't surprising considering it's an HBO show, and to me, growing up, HBO was a rich family's channel. You had to pay premium fees in order to get that channel. The only reason I was able to watch this show, despite me being poor as a kid, was because my dad didn't know anything about family plans or premium plans. He just sort of paid for the plan that got him the most channels. So for about a good year or so, I was able to enjoy HBO and all those weird shows and movies that were out for that channel. Yet during that time, I got to enjoy one of my favorite HBO shows. Yeah, that's right, Crashbox. It was a stop-motion edutainment show that basically made a game out of doing math, learning new words, learning facts about animals while being digested inside their stomachs. Yeah, it was weird. They never really made learning simple. They sort of just went wacky and crazy, to the point where you asked yourselves, is that really necessary? Am I really learning anything? For example, there's one segment in the show called Psycho Math, featuring this coked up maniac known as Professor Rocket who gives you math problems. But the problems don't really feature numbers, oh no. They feature something stupid like the number of minutes in an hour, add it to the fingers and toes that you have combined, and divide it by the amount of days it rained on Noah's Ark. Well, that's kind of bullshit and vague. What if a person watching this doesn't have all their fingers or toes? Or what if they were born with more? Hell, scratch that. Who the hell knows how many days it rained on Noah's Ark? I only know because I'm a rosy-cheeked Catholic boy, but if you didn't grow up reading the Bible or told Bible tales as a kid, well, you're shit out of luck, dumbass. Go back to Sunday school, you fucking sinner. Then we have this weird show called Eddie Bull, where some sort of like mutant human works at a zoo. Apparently he's super tasty because every single animal in the zoo wants to devour the fuck out of him. It's a really weird segment that never really made me feel comfortable, and not like in a creeped out or a spooky kind of sense, but just kind of the fact that, you know, he's in intestines of some animal and it's just kind of nasty. I mean, seriously, he's swimming through the colon of some strange animal and I have to identify it? Alright. Wait, it's a beaver? I'm pretty sure they don't eat meat. Oh, whatever. Nothing really makes sense on the show, which is shocking because it's supposed to be an educational show. But honestly, sometimes it's just a stretch. Like this one segment called Word Shake. It's just a guy making puns. No, seriously, there's nothing educational about it. He just gets a word like mini and soda, and he's like, oh, by the way, it's a French accent. Oh, can you guess what the fuck this is supposed to be? Is mini and a soda. What the fuck does that mean combined? It's a mini soda. That's a Mexican accent. I just divulged into something completely different. Anyways, it's like, who the fuck cares? And yeah, I know, honestly, most of these are more entertainment than they are education, but that's what made it fun. It's a game show, so you played along with the show, despite the ridiculous nature of it. So why is it on Traumathon? Well, for a lot of people, I was told that the stop-motion puppets really freaked them out, and honestly, I can kind of see that. Distraction News has a host that has these dead eyes that's just gazing at you coldly, and it's like, ugh. Then there's this one weird segment where some Jamaican dude has this submarine. You have to like find the things that are in common with all these items. I don't know. I don't like that puppet at all. He looks more like a burnt victim than he does a man from Jamaica. It's weird to say, but it's just not a very good rig. But the biggest complaint that people have had about this show was about the revolting slob. This massively overweight, bald thing that lives in the worst conditions possible, who's constantly ridiculed by the narrator. The segment is supposed to teach you about words. How exactly? By shitting on the slob and the way he lives. It's like, oh, what's this? The slob is eating soup? Can you describe his soup? Is it disgusting, terrible, or rancid? Meanwhile, the slob is all like,
lady, please leave me the fuck alone. I suffer from depression. I can barely muster the strength to clean up after myself. I know I don't live in the healthiest conditions, nor under the basic human standards that one should live under, but I'm so tired of living I've practically given up on my life. I just want to rot away and watch TV while eating whatever slop I can make myself. I relied so much on my wife's cooking that when she passed away from her terminal cancer and Alzheimer's, I couldn't be bothered to learn it myself due to my crippling depression caused by her death. So please, lady, won't you leave me alone? I'm just trying to eat and...
Boom! Yeah, Fuck your mental health, blow that fat fuck up. It's honestly never bothered me as a kid. There's a very specific type of people out there that are terrified of claymation or animatronics, and honestly the gross nature that the revolting slob lives under is pretty weird and rancid. It kind of grosses you out and makes you really not want to be there. I mean, keep in mind, I've also gotten a ton of other requests from similarly animated shows with puppets and animatronics. Maybe I'll get to them soon, but my point is, everyone has their own fears. I was told by a lot of people that the revolting slob scared them, as did the other hosts of the other shows, and to be honest, it might be a very specific fear, but who am I to deny someone like Rachel her fear of the show? She even gave me this lovely little email. Goose Senpai, I am humbly reaching out to you in a time of trauma to cite the scariest show in existence, according to Child Me. I looked everywhere to see if you were taking suggestions, so if this is totally unwarranted, my bad, but every one of your latest Traumathon videos reminds me of this stupid show, so I won't be able to live with myself if I don't share it with you. The show is called Crashbox. It aired on HBO for 2 seasons. It consisted of the scariest puppets on the planet talking about educational things like math and history. The one that scared me the most was the revolting slob, who I think had to do with numbers. I don't think I've ever understood the content because I was too terrified by the slob's haunting visage. I've attached some photographic evidence for proof. The entire show, only 2 seasons, is available on HBO Max right now. As an animator and artist myself, I do appreciate what it accomplished now. I actually think it looks kinda cool, but I cannot ignore how terrified it made me as a kid. I'm interested in knowing if anyone else had this same sort of experience. Well, that's my email. Thanks for reading if you did. I love your work, I always have your videos in the background, and I'm especially enjoying Traumathon. A special shout out to the Final Fantasy one from 2 weeks ago. I always cite the Faceless Squall as one of the scariest things I've ever seen, besides Crashbox of course. I look forward to seeing your work in the future. Gee, thank you so much, Rachel, and good luck with your art. I really actually like your art and design, so if anyone wants to follow her on Twitter or her Instagram, well, her links will be in the description. Well, honestly, I just had a lot of fun revisiting the show and writing the script and editing it. It might not be the scariest to everyone, but I wanted to give myself a little break and just talk about something I really enjoyed as a kid and possibly scared a ton of others. Seriously, when else was I going to talk about Crashbox? Only on Traumathon, baby.
They're coming. They're coming your way. They'll be here soon. Will you be ready?
Have you ever taken a look at a photo, maybe even a painting, and you thought that there was something off about them? Something you just couldn't really shake off, but you knew that they stuck around with you for a long time, maybe even followed you to your dreams? Well, today I wanted to talk about the viral haunted paintings and images that creeped us out as kids. I'm not really sure why these particular images got so popular. Maybe they were part of some creepypasta, or maybe they somehow got around the web as an urban legend, which is funny considering how old some of these paintings and images really are when compared to the date that they actually got popular. Seriously though, I love these images a ton, mainly because there's no trickery behind these. Well, sometimes. What I mean is, when you have something like Jeff the Killer's image, then you can tell it's just an image of someone who is heavily edited to look creepy. Yet stuff like Tomino's Hell is just superbly creepy. That scary face, that horrifying figure, ugh, it's so terrifying, and you pretty much saw this image everywhere when creepypastas became popular. And yeah, it might be a stretch to call Tomino's Hell a creepypasta, as many have said it's a Japanese urban legend, but frankly I've been having a lot of trouble confirming that this is even an urban legend to begin with. Whenever I find out that this is a quote-unquote Japanese urban legend, somebody always mentions the creepypasta instead, so who knows. Though as creepy as the painting is, honestly it comes from a very unfortunate background. The artist is Yuko Tatsushima, and the art piece itself is called I Can Never Be a Bride, or something to that extent. Tatsushima actually deals with a lot of real trauma and bases her art on her past and the sexual assaults she faced. I won't go any further than that, as it's both too serious for Traumathon and because I feel like she is such an interesting subject that I would actually like to dedicate a video entirely on her someday. There's also this painting called the Japanese Suicide Girl, and the urban legend is that if you stare at this picture long enough, you'll hear voices, you'll start hallucinating, the painting will move, and of course you'll end up killing yourself. None of it, of course, being true, not even the part where it's Japanese. It was actually drawn by a Thai artist named Robert Chang, and this was an actual concept art for his sci-fi screenplay called Tellurian Sky. This is supposed to represent Princess Rue, a main character in that screenplay. Not much came out of Tellurian Sky, though Robert Chang still makes a lot of art. I guess the real fascination for this painting comes from this eerie stare the woman gives off. She just stares at you, never blinking. I mean, it's a photo, so of course she'll never blink, but she's never really staring in one particular direction, making it seem like her eyes are constantly following you. It really does make you feel like it will blink or it will move, and I even swear that I have seen it blink, but that's most likely in my head as a stupid teen. I knew others who said that they felt sick or just totally off, maybe even getting a headache staring at it for so long, but I always thought to myself, well, yeah, obviously you'd get a headache. You're staring at a screen for like hours, you dumbass. There's not much credibility to it actually being haunted, and nobody really knows where that haunted little story came from. It's just somewhat eerie, even to the way it was drawn. It's so clean, yet rendered as if she's a real girl. It's an uncanny valley sort of deal, and I think that's why for so many people, it's nauseating. You can't quite comprehend why it's off, but there is something about it that is off. We just don't know what it is. The Hands That Resist Them is a haunted photo with a generic story. Something about it making people feel sick and awful, though interestingly enough, it was actually purchased by John Marley. Yeah, that's right, the dude who got that horse head from The Godfather. Well, after he passed away, the painting was then sold to an old elderly couple who claimed it was cursed. I saw this painting circulating around the internet for a little while alongside the other haunted painting, so I personally always saw this painting as a sort of set. Later on, the artist of this painting, Bill Stoneham, created a sequel to this painting after being commissioned to do so, which made it look way cooler and not at all creepy. It kind of defeats the creepiness of the old painting, but who's to say it was really supposed to be creepy in the first place? It was part of Stoneham's gallery, which was of course when it caught the eyes of John Marley. The painting itself is supposed to represent Stoneham when he was a little kid, and it was based on a photo that he took when he was a child, and the doorway itself is supposed to be this split between reality and fantasy, while the little doll was supposed to be a sort of guide to that fantasy world. And of course, those hands are supposed to represent different realities, different possibilities that we of our lives can take. It was only after that it was sold on eBay with the description that it was haunted that people started believing that. It is interesting to note that Stoneham actually did create a prequel to the painting, which was commissioned to him by some random person. It does still have that creepy, eerie vibe to it, but honestly, it just seems to be telling a really intricate story that can be interpreted many different ways. It has a fascinating little history that's, I think, more interesting than the whole implication that it's somehow haunted. Really, you should really check out the art from Stoneham. It's far more interesting. Then, of course, we have the ever so famous Crying Boy painting. Honestly, this has been told so many times, and I really don't know which of the Crying Boy paintings really is the haunted one anymore. I believe this is the one that most of us know about, or even people are talking about, but I have seen other interpretations of the Crying Boy, or just completely different paintings of crying boys, and I really don't know which one's the original. I'm just gonna say that this one is. But anyways, if you don't know the story, essentially a UK homeowner purchased a copy of the Crying Boy, possibly the original, and that night, he hung it on his wall. Afterwards, a massive fire set the entire neighborhood ablaze. This fire pretty much destroyed every house on the block, but the only thing that remained untouched, unscathed, was the original painting itself. I never thought the painting was creepy by any sense, but I can kind of see where people were coming from with this one. Seeing any kind of hyper-realistic painting is always in some way unsettling. People still report it being haunted to this day, and even though the original painting I don't believe is being sold right now, there are copies of the painting being sold by several different outlets, so you can snatch yourself a copy of this painting. And some people have reported that yes, this painting, even though it's a copy, is also haunted. I don't know how that works, but sure, why not? Now this one might be a stretch, mainly because it's not a painting, but it is a haunted image from Creepypasta, so I'm gonna go ahead and include it. Smile Dog. Which one? Any of them. Just pick your poison. I can't really tell you what Smile Dog was all about. Something about being a chainmail and possibly has something to do with dying or suicide, you know, the usual. Whatever the case may be, the images have always been pretty unnerving. Yeah, I know, by today's standards, they're super goofy. It's really just a dog with a smile, but I do remember staring at this photo for a long time and thinking that I could maybe possibly see something in the background. There really isn't anything deep with this photo. It's honestly just a shopped image of a dog's mouth being smiley and all of that, but it's creepy nonetheless. Then there's this photo, and I can't really tell you if this one came first or second, but I always thought this one was just too overt with its creepiness. Like, it's just trying too hard to freak you out that it kind of hurts my eyes just how bright and red it is. I like it, but really not as much as the other one. It always creeped me out, and I know some people who really had haunting nightmares and cried whenever they saw that image. You know how fucking teenagers are. We're so overdramatic and stupid with the shit that scares us, I swear. This one might not be that viral, but I do like the story behind the man proposes, God disposes painting. Students at the Royal Holloway believe that this painting is cursed. As legend goes, a student who sat next to the painting stabbed himself in the eye, causing his instant death. When people approached his body, they noticed he wrote down on paper, "The bears made me do it." A painting is believed to be cursed by so many students that it's kind of a tradition to just cover up the painting with a Union Jack flag. I've heard some people talk about this when I was younger, and while admittedly the painting is grisly in nature, especially when you consider the subject matter dealing with an actual ship being missing and, well, those people being part of the expedition just never coming back and nobody knows whatever happened to them, it really enhances the urban legend. I don't know why or how, because there's no real records of anyone dying around this time of this supposed student that committed suicide, so there's really little to no credibility. The students there, however, beg to differ, and even if you go there now, you will see that painting covered up with a Union Jack. It's strange, but hey, we all have our traditions, I guess. Mariana Mortigard Glesgorv, whatever. It's more known for being a cursed video than a cursed image, but technically speaking, the video itself is a still image for about 30 seconds until it changes to like 2 other still images. I know the eyeballs, but whatever, it doesn't count. As the story goes, the longer you watch this video, the more likely you are to go insane, or possibly even kill yourself. It's really not that scary as a video, but I always did feel unnerved by the image themselves. I mean, come on. This guy is using Windows Movie Maker effects. How can you honestly be scared of that now? Well, back then, people really believed it was a haunted video and that these images were subliminally making us think horrible thoughts. Not knowing anything about that sort of thing and also not understanding what the placebo effect is also helped this urban legend get some traction for no reason, honestly. Though looking back now, it is ridiculous to think that a bunch of teens would even believe this. In fact, this might be more indicative of their mental state more than anything else if they really believe this. Though, you can't deny it. It really is a weird video that makes you feel off. I don't know, maybe I'm just fooling myself. Finally, there's of course The Anguished Man, a horrifying painting with an unknown artist. Some people consider it to be the world's most haunted painting, and there's even a video of the painting causing paranormal shenanigans. As the legend goes, many people believe the haunted image was from a painter who mixed his own blood into the painting, then, after selling it, killed himself shortly after. Whether it's true or not is honestly irrelevant, because really, the painting is such nightmare fuel that it's hard to even think about the story. I'm sure for many of us, it has haunted us in our dreams for a long time, and it's really hard to forget it. Once you see it, it's permanently engraved in your minds. I've rarely ever met someone who saw this photo many years ago and then just forgot about it. You show them that photo and they will remember instantly what it is. It's terrifying, more so knowing that this might be really haunted, and not only is there video evidence of its supposed haunting, but because the story can't really be discredited. Not that I know of anyways. You know what? Now that I think about it, there's probably some more haunting images from around the web that I can definitely make a video on, mainly from our boys over at Creepypasta and the SCP's Foundation. So stick around. New videos on spooky images from around the web coming soon. Next time we'll explore some of the worst images found online that scared the crap out of us, whether they came from Creepypasta or some other outlet. I'll see y'all soon. Love you guys. Last year I made a video on creepypastas and how truly unscary they are. And by no means am I retracting that statement, but I kind of failed to acknowledge some of the scarier parts of creepypastas, and that's the images themselves. While yes, plenty of these stories are either a bore or just straight up cringy, some of them excel solely because of their haunting visages. Look no further than the ever so famous Jeff the Killer, a story that's only half as good as its image. Seriously, this image is the reason this urban legend has ever gained any sort of traction. Without it, we're left with an edgelord story with no substance or reason, but I've talked about Jeff the Killer way too many times now. Instead, let's jump over to some of the ones that I've left out, the stories that, while not good on their own, definitely can give you nightmares simply for what they contain. Now there is the Big Daddy that we can't ignore, but I can. Sorry, I'll be mentioning him later on in this month, just not now. For now, let's get talking about one of the more notorious cryptids and images associated with that cryptid, the Rake. I'm not really familiar with the Rake at all, but I have heard about it around, pretty much everywhere. It's essentially a very thin creature that moves on all fours and attacks humans just because, well, just because. Honestly, the photo itself never scared me. It just always seemed like some sort of Photoshop image, and of course, that's exactly what it is. I'm not really sure why I can't really find this photo of the Rake scary. I guess just because it's not really that scary to me, at least. Though I'm not gonna lie, I love these kinds of photos. They're what you call mock sightings. Photos made to convince you that someone, somewhere, caught evidence of something supernatural. You see it all the time, whether it be Bigfoot, Slenderman, or even the Rake. They're always creepy yet so interesting. Some people even make art out of just making creepy fake encounters. None are more famous than Trevor Henderson, who actively seeks creepy or old photos and adds his own monsters in them. He's also the mind behind Siren Head, so that's cool. He's honestly really incredible, so if you thought that the Rake was scary, seriously check out his art. The link will be in the description. The Russian sleep experiment is one of those stories that everyone's heard of, but nobody read. Yet it's possibly one of the more interesting stories with, of course, one of the scarier images. There's this human-looking creature looking to its side, arms all wrapped up, and its face being visibly distorted and exaggerated. I gotta be honest though, there is something funny about this image, and that's the fact that it really has nothing to do with the story at all, which I should mention is one of the few creepypastas that I acknowledge to be one of the more interesting ones, yet still poorly written. It's basically just about a bunch of Russian shenanigans ensuing, featuring evil Russian scientists experimenting with this drug that'll make their soldiers never sleep. Then it turns out, hey, humans actually act like fucking crazy people when they don't get their beauty rest. The soldiers kill each other, they kill themselves, they come back to life, they take out their own organs and die like 5 days later. Anyways, the story might be mixed up, but the image is terrifying. Where is it from, actually? Well, it's not human, if you can believe that, though if you were to believe that this is somehow a real human being other than some sort of Halloween prop, then you'd probably be the type to believe that the Russian sleep experiment was based on a true story, which it's not. But the prop is not on a true story. It's a real prop is what I mean. Anyways, it was created by Morbid Enterprises. They've made a ton of Halloween props, including the Spasm prop, which is the exact prop used for the image that spearheaded the Russian sleep experiment as one of the creepier creepypasta stories ever made, despite it not being very good. P.S. There are other images often associated with this story, but they're pretty much nonsensical and often don't coincide with the story. Plus, this one was the most famous one, so yeah. Then there's this photo, taken from the Mario creepypasta. Which one? Well, just the one called Mario. Yeah, it's not really a creative title, but the story tells of a boy who plays a hacked ROM version of Super Mario World. A bunch of spooky things happen, some cryptic messages occur, and at the end of the creepypasta, the boy is given this image on his desktop that is titled Victim Number 1. Now, as creepy as the story is, the image itself is actually way creepier, and I remember it being one of the first creepypastas that ever scared me, and possibly one of the first ones I've ever read. I remember being rather creeped out by the fact that the writer would mention random sound files playing on his desktop. The ROM of the hack itself actually does exist, but I think it's not really available anywhere. I mean, it's been 10 years. Maybe it's still there, maybe it's not. I don't know. At any rate, the picture itself has yet to be solved. Yet if we were to take the story seriously, then this is a photo of someone who has possibly been murdered. It's most likely not, yet the fact that nobody knows the origins of this photo still creeps me out. And really, the photo itself is so indistinguishable that it's hard not to be scared by it. I don't know, it sort of resembles a Harlequin baby, which I really seriously do not recommend Googling if you're not into, you know, gory or gross or scary images, because that one's one of the worst, and it's real life. So yeah, don't look up Harlequin baby, but it really does look like one. I don't know, but there's something about this photo that looks oddly familiar, and I wish I could put my finger on it, but I just can't tell where it's from. If only we knew. Speaking of which, this image. I've seen this image float around a couple of times, but I never knew where it's from. Apparently it's from the story called Liars, which I will admit, it's a bit too recent for my liking. On Traumathon, I like to cover things that are from 10 years ago at least. So yeah, this is from 2012. It's a little past the deadline for Traumathon, but I'll make an exception just because I like the image. The story is about a boy who gets horribly disfigured by a bunch of bullies and, as an act of revenge, brutally tortures and murders them on camera. It's very, very much like Jeff the Killer. Oh, and by the way, the main character's name is Jimmy. Ooh, Jimmy the Killer, not like Jeff the Killer. That's completely different. Bullies, what's that? They both had them. Who? Whatever. I hate creepypasta so much. But anyways, the Jimmy VHS recordings are really grisly, and they feature the tortures and the murders of these bullies that he has, but the only frame that we're allowed to see is this one. It's an admittedly creepy picture, but it's not real. Apparently the origin of the photo, or the screen cap if you want to call it that, came from the experimental band Liars. Oh, wait, isn't the story named Liars? Who cares? Anyways, the music video itself is raw, it's weird, it's low quality, and it's indie as fuck. It's totally surreal, but really not that creepy as compared to the image itself. Now, of course, how can we make a video about, you know, creepy images without first mentioning Squidward suicide? Or Suicide Squid, as I used to call it. I think we all know the story by now, but to summarize, well, an intern working for Nickelodeon was told, for some reason, to find a certain role or video from the back storage of Nickelodeon Studios or whatever. I don't know why you'd ask an intern and maybe not one of the, I don't know, storyboard artists or animators or whatever. Anyways, the intern stumbled across a lost SpongeBob episode titled Squidward Suicide. The episode, sorry, it's really stupid. The episode comprises of strange imagery, strange sounds, odd clips of Squidward crying, and SpongeBob torturing him, etc, etc. Anyways, it all accumulates to the final part of the story, in which the intern, alongside some other animators, witnessed the ending of the episode, which features a bunch of unadvertiser-friendly stuff that I cannot even describe nor talk about. It's shocking, and a bit too shocking for YouTube, I'd say. At any rate, one of the more creepier aspects of the story is the Suicide Squid image. I literally just called him Suicide. Well, whatever. This image is pretty creepy, and I gotta be honest, it's definitely not one of my favorite images. My girlfriend still gets creeped out by this one, as do some others, and you know, I do get uncomfortable looking at it, especially when you stare at it long enough. Obviously, it's a heavily edited photo of just Squidward, and it does the job well. I mean, to be creepy, sure. But, you know something? This reminds me of Bart Suicide, which I feel goes hand in hand with Squidward Suicide, and I can't mention that without mentioning Bart Suicide. Well, I mean, it's the same old story, it's just dumber, and it's a lost episode or something like that. Honestly, from what I remember, I just remember it being like a fan who was very interested about this lost episode called Bart Suicide. I don't know how he learned, but there's an episode called Bart Suicide, and he goes directly to Matt Groening about it, and when he did, Matt Groening cried uncontrollably at the mention of Bart's suicide, and he wrote down on a piece of paper while crying, I'm not making this up, seriously, I remember it clear as day, he gave him a website or some download link or something, some bullshit, and he allows him to watch it, but all the while he's like, hey, please don't watch it, it's horrible, oh god, it's so spooky, and then he just drove away. Like, what the fuck? Sure. Anyways, the Bart suicide episode is pretty much the same, just scary noises, Bart dies, images of death. The only difference is that apparently this episode predicts the deaths of actors both new and old, as well as just well-known figures like Bush or Queen Elizabeth. There's no real image that's often associated with Bart's suicide, but there are many creepy images that pop up when you look up that story. Oh right, and we also can't mention that without also mentioning Suicide Mouse. Same story as before, some intern or something found lost Mickey Mouse episodes and, well, spooky shenanigans ensue. Yeah, I know, it's not an image, it's actually a whole video, which has been remade a couple of times. Personally, I remember it being the freakiest one out of all of the suicide or lost episode genre videos or whatever. Like, I was genuinely terrified of the video, and I don't know why. I think it's just because it was the first time I was ever exposed to creepy videos from Creepypasta, and it had a really weird vibe to it and really scary music attached to it, as well as that haunting scream that was shown halfway through, which, by the way, it's so cliche nowadays, but back then, Suicide Mouse was the first video I knew that used that scream. Everything else that uses the scream now, I mean, I'm so desensitized to it, but honestly, it makes it no less creepy in the context of the story at the time. Here's an obscure one though, Charlie Noonan. Anybody that remembers this story, you are ancient and you have some sort of fucking elephant memory, because I barely remember it. Well, that story is just about a guy named Charlie Noonan who was fascinated by tall tales and urban legends. Apparently the guy was so fascinated in one particular woman that he searched high and low for this lady. Apparently this lady wasn't actually a person or a human being at all, but something worse, and she was also seen with this large dog next to her. They were inseparable. But Charlie Noonan, being fascinated and stupid, left that night to find her, only to never return. It's a short but sweet story. It doesn't overdo much, and it pretty much tells a very nice, coherent story, and there's barely any sort of grammatical errors. I like it a lot, and it gets you really in the mood of this photo that is attached to the story. It really reminds me of scary stories to tell in the dark, maybe even better. Unfortunately, looking back now, the image is comically photoshopped. You can clearly see the dog doesn't belong there at all. When I actually researched where the photo came from, well, it apparently belongs to a woman named Virginia Romero, or at least that is the name of the woman in the photo. She works laboriously on her farm every day, in and out, never getting any sort of rest, and is super strong despite her being only 90 pounds. Yeah, she's small, and she can lift so much more than I bet most of us can. It's a fascinating tale on strong women in America, but not really that creepy. Finally, I'll end off with the Cooper family photo. Not a creepypasta, but it's an urban legend that's been circulating the web for years now. And I think it's time that I talk about it now rather than deal with it later. Yes, that is a floating or possibly falling corpse that is right next to this seemingly innocent family. It's a scary photo, but if it were real, I'd honestly think it's one of the more miraculous photos to ever exist, or it could definitely prove that ghosts exist. Either case is unfortunately not possible as it is photoshopped. I won't go too much into detail, but it's well known that it's a fake, and there are plenty of blogs and videos that go into detail how exactly it was faked, but I feel like I'd be trudging a well-treaded ground if I were to regurgitate the same info, so I'll just leave it off there. Well, I've just gone about through every single scary image from Creepypasta. I'm sure I'm missing a few, especially more recent ones, but I wanted to take a look at the more nostalgic entries. Yeah, there are some notable ones that are creepy, but honestly, they really aren't that interesting. Screw it. Let's just do a quick lightning round section where we quickly go over some of the other creepy photos. First off, Smile Dog. I already talked about it yesterday, but we can talk about it again. There are 2 more images to this thing. And yes, I know that the original photo is supposed to be a recreation of what the guy saw. It doesn't make it any less goofy. And yes, I know about the hands in the background and all that stuff, but I don't think it's really that scary at all. It's just kind of weird. The Expressionless Woman. It comes from a story, I don't know which one. I think it's called The Expressionless. Well, it's scary, sure, but I mean, that's just typical 1940s, 1950s kind of like dentist scary dummies. I don't think it's really worth mentioning that much. Farewell audience. I don't know the story behind this, but I do know that the photo is real. It's not a ghost. It is photoshopped a little bit, just to make her head look way more distorted, and they added some bars on the woman's faces, but other than that, it's actually a real image, and I don't know why she does look like that, though I don't think there's much I can tell with this photo other than what I just said. The Buckley family photo. It's stupid. It's just this is like a postcard you would give someone during Halloween. It's really just silly. What do you want me to say about it? Funny Mouth. Never heard of it. Don't know what it is. Can't even be bothered to read it. It looks complicated, but hey, it's kind of creepy. I'm sorry. I just don't know all creepypastas. I'll get around to it someday, but I just don't know it. Eyeless Jack is a story that I wish I knew, but I absolutely do not. I kind of grew out of creepypastas during that time. Yeah, I just remember it being like sort of similar to Jeff the Killer, and I never liked Jeff the Killer, so I kind of avoided it. It looks creepy though. Like, I've seen this image so many times. I have no idea where it's from. Probably some short story, probably something else, but I enjoy it immensely. It's really creepy. I love it. And finally, brace yourselves. This scary fucking photo. I do not know where it's from. I know it's I can tell it's edited. Actually, it's very much edited. It's very much Photoshop. It is probably of a Japanese doll. I don't know. I don't even know if it's from a creepypasta. I've just seen it everywhere before. Even now, there's some urban legends that have sprung up like a year ago that have this image, and I really can't be like I can't tell you where it's from. I can never find out, honestly. By all means, if you know the origins of this, let me know, because I know it's been haunting the dreams and the minds of other people forever now. So, let me know. Anyways, if I missed anything else, just give me a holler, and if I don't talk about them later on, my bad. I just can't cover everything. Creepypasta is a massive library of a ton of stories, and I'm sure there are several creepy images that I can't get to right now. Oh, and yeah, I did say I was going to mention SCPs too, right? Well, I decided to leave that out, because honestly, that would make this video way longer than it should be. So, we should just end it here. Besides, I think I might hold off on SCP for a little while. After all, that seems more deserving of its own Traumathon vid than a handoff, right? We'll see. Until then, stick around. We only got one more week of Traumathon left. It's almost over. I'm getting sad just thinking about it. Username 666 is possibly one of the most popular scary videos on YouTube, ranking in over 12 million views and fooling thousands of people into believing that this was real. Obviously, there is no channel 666 that'll haunt your browser and PC, but people were much more gullible back then. Yeah, in a way, that really solidified the scariness behind this legendary video. Though I'm getting ahead of myself. The video's ancient by this point, so I'm sure a couple of you out there don't even know what this is or what it's about. Hell, even if you are familiar with the video, I bet you don't even know where it came from. Well, it all started back in 2007. A little known website called Nico Nico Doga had this popular little online flash movie festival going on called Slash Up 05, which was hosted at the end of 2007 on December 25th. It didn't only feature online flash animations, but flash games and illustrations as well. A certain user by the name of Piropito submitted his entry into the festival around the 28th of December. His entry being a horror animation that told the story of someone trying to find a cursed Nico Nico channel called SM666 that was allegedly reported on 2chan's paranormal board. It's a fictional story, but the way it was shot would almost make you believe that at least the first part of the story was true. Yet things started to turn weird as Piropito's investigation started to bear some fruit, and he actually finds SM666. This is the part of the video that might seem pretty familiar to most of you. He enters the username, refreshes when it doesn't show up, continues to refresh until eventually everything starts glitching out. All the while, this horribly eerie music starts playing in the background that really gets you in the mood of things. Then, the screen goes red, trypophobia starts setting in as holes start appearing, and a horrifying video plays on the front page of SM666's channel. The person recording this video begins to panic as all of this distorted imagery starts getting worse and worse, and there's no way to stop the video at all. Seriously, this video does a fantastic job at making you feel like this could be a channel from hell. Like, it is so disturbing. The background noise is absolutely bizarre, and the noise the video makes is unbelievably scary. If it's your first time watching either SM666 or username 666, I honestly recommend watching it with the lights off in the middle of the night and as creepy of an atmosphere as possible, because overall it's a horrifying video even 12 years later. Well, needless to say, once this video came out, it was a near instant hit amongst the Japanese community, especially those who are into the occult. It wasn't long until Piropito, now more famously recognized as Nana825763, recreated the video to be more recognizable for a Western audience. This one has less of a story, skipping the entire investigation segment SM666 has, and jumps straight to the action, immediately starting the video with this person looking up username 666. Pretty much the exact same thing happens in username 666 as what happened with SM666. He puts down the user's name, refreshes a couple of times, it deteriorates into something horrible, trypophobia sets in, and welcome to hell. It might be my personal bias, what with me having nostalgia for this video, but I do actually think that username 666 is far more better of a video than SM666. This is mainly due to the fact that Piropito actually explores more of the channel than previously, where only one page of the channel was made available to us. In this, he searches pretty much the entirety of the YouTube channel, and this might be due to how YouTube channels have more tabs and customization to them in comparison to Nico Nico channels, or probably because Piropito wanted to add more substance. Either way, it's still a fantastic video nonetheless, and I still recommend it. I absolutely adore everything about it. This video became a massive hit the instant it landed, spawning parodies and copycats from both sides of the pond. The video gained so much popularity that Piropito actually created a sequel to the video called Another YouTube. Not as well known, but still rather popular and rather well made nonetheless. Now, of course, with all this praise and love I give it, there is one unfortunate blemish to the video that I actually really hate, and that's this one stupid creepypasta attached to it. I'm not sure who created this abomination, but it's so shit and kind of insulting to the actual beautiful masterpiece that is the original Flash videos. It was made 4 years after the original 666 videos were made, and it's honestly just such a generic and bland shitty story. It really gets me riled up just thinking about it. Something about a guy who works at YouTube trying to find this mysterious user who kept uploading horrible content or whatever. Yeah, there's like 50 million of them nowadays, it's really not that special. Yet he goes out of his way to try and find it nonetheless. Then the rest of the creepypasta is literally just him describing verbatim exactly what happens in the video. It sucks, and I hate that I know it exists. Enough of that though, let's talk briefly about the creator of this masterpiece, Piropito, or Nana825763. I'll just call them Nana from now on. He is possibly one of the greatest horror content creators on the internet, and that's no hyperbole. He didn't just create username 666, but also equally horrifying videos such as Cooking Idol, Doll, Mr. East Loves Mom, and his more recent hit, My House Walkthrough. Oh man, if you haven't watched that one, I seriously recommend it. Same settings too. Wait till it starts, turn off all the lights, and enjoy. Speaking of which, if you were to watch the making of that video, you can see that Nana puts a lot of effort into his videos. More effort than I think most creators would even dream of putting in. And I don't mean that as an insult. I just think that nowadays, more popular content creators are wealthy enough to hire their own film crew, set designers, props, actors, producers, cameramen, makeup artists, visual effects team, and a ton of other things readily available to anyone who has more than 10 million or so subs, probably even up to 5 million subs. You could probably afford that stuff. But Nana is an artist, a perfectionist, not to mention that he's nowhere near that famous to hire his own crew. Seriously, the strenuous amount of effort cannot be ignored here. The man did everything by himself, possibly ruining a house he owns in the process. I'm pretty sure it's not his real house, but either way, this home gets fucked up. And it's not surprising that Nana is the way he is, because most of his inspiration is drawn from other surrealist artists such as Jan Schwankmeyer and Suzanne Pitt, both surrealist artists known for their strange animations and art pieces. They too put a laborious amount of effort into their art, with Suzanne Pitt notably taking up to 4 years just to create her well-known short animated film Asparagus, while Jan Schwankmeyer has been perfecting his craft in stop-motion animation for decades. It's really quite fascinating to see works like these still exist in modern-day YouTube, and I am fond of Nana's art and everything he's ever worked on. It's kind of funny though that he's mostly a Minecraft YouTuber on his channel than he is a surrealist artist, though he still uploads surrealist videos whenever he can. Hey, this shit takes time. Also, I hear he's working on a horror video game, and he's been uploading progress on the game in his channel for quite some time now, so I'd recommend keeping an eye out on that. I personally won't be seeing these videos, as I like to be surprised whenever he does decide to put it up online, but hey, you can watch it if you want. At any rate, make sure to check out his videos, and if you're unfamiliar with his work, now's the perfect time to acquaint yourself with his masterpieces, because Halloween is just around the corner, and man, you're gonna need some great videos to watch with your friends, or hell, by yourself, especially if you're a connoisseur for the creepy. The summer of 1999, a perfect time for movies. Everyone's out of school, and it's time to use up your allowance on confectionaries and movies. We got this movie, that movie, oh, that looks promising, oh, this might be fun. Man, what a wide array of good movies. But wait, what's that? Huh? Oh, that doesn't look like a movie at all. What is it, a documentary? It looks more like a home movie or something. Wait, it's based on a real event? The Blair Witch Project? Huh. Whoa, this must be incredible. Well, in a way, yeah, it was incredible, but if you're looking for good old jump scares and scary nuns, well, this ain't the movie for you. See, I know I'm reaching here a bit, but today on Traumathon, I wanted to visit something a bit old and not as talked about, at least not nowadays. The Blair Witch Project was a movie based on 3 filmmakers that allegedly disappeared while making this film. Their footage was found just a few years later, and this is just a recording of what they filmed that day. Like I said, it's not your average horror film. There's no killer in a mask, or a spooky leprechaun, or ghosts, or anything like that, but just people being scared and lost in the woods for like an hour. No audio or video distortions, no real tangible story either, other than these 3 filmmakers being lost. None of that really can be found in this film, and yet it grossed over $240 million worldwide with a budget of a shoestring. Well, I mean, in comparison to other movies that came out that year. So why exactly did this dull, dry, seemingly uneventful movie get so popular and become so well known as one of the scariest films of all time? The answer is pretty complicated, but it comes down to a matter of timing. See, there wasn't really anything like the Blair Witch Project at the time. Not really, anyways. They weren't the first ones that created the found footage genre or format. No, that credit goes to Cannibal Holocaust, a disgusting and controversial film that I might take a look at in the next year's Traumathon, or maybe later on in the year. It's also not the first time a movie tried to trick the nation into thinking a film with real people got lost and had their footage found. That too goes to another film by the name of The Last Broadcast, which came out just 1 year prior to the Blair Witch. So what gives? Well, look no further than the Blair Witch's viral marketing. As soon as you see this trailer, you're given a website, and in that website, you get a whole nother layer of the movie that seemingly is missing from the film itself. Yeah, it's weird, but the movie actually does so well, mainly because it was telling the story before you watch the movie. A lot of people seem to always talk about the Blair Witch, but everyone always seems to gloss over or glaze over the whole viral marketing scheme, which I feel is far more fascinating than anything found in the movie itself. Not to say the movie is bad or anything, but I mean, that's up for debate. The real show starts prior to the film's release, where the film's crew started talking about the film to locals across America. And I'm not talking about spreading a video online or starting a podcast. I mean, they just literally went to like a diner or a library and talked about the missing filmmakers and the Blair Witch curse with people. Several of them had missing person posters that featured the three main characters. They posted it around the town and gave it to some people. They even shared some of the police photos and the crime scenes, and even convinced local newspapers to publish a story on the three missing filmmakers and the Blair Witch lore. Word spread like wildfire, and it soon became a small urban legend wherever they went. But why stop at real life when there's the whole internet to explore? See, back before Discord chats and whatnot, people had AIM, or AIM if you're an asshole. The marketers behind the project knew very much that these chat rooms and forums were excellent places to stir up bullshit rumors and drama, so they just acted like normal people and began talking about the Blair Witch and the missing crewmates, which led people curious and sowed the seeds of belief into otherwise ignorant moviegoers. This was the perfect time to plug their website in, and plug they did, which of course leads us to the website itself. And boy, it might be really old and super outdated, but this relic of the past is still pretty eerie even by today's standards. There's no eerie music, there's no pop-up scares or ARG messages or whatever. It's just straight up raw photos of the evidence caught by the police and photos of the missing, presumably dead film crew. It's somber and in a way creepy. I mean, really put yourself in the mood, or in this case, the times. You were sent here by some stranger on the internet who talked about this missing film crew or whatever, and apparently they found the footage that belonged to them. And all you know is that they're making it into a movie or like a documentary or something. Once you were done praying to God that this wasn't a virus, you clicked on the link they gave you and you're here, surrounded by info on this so-called Blair Witch. What is it, like a Jersey Devil or something? You get photos of these pretty realistic crime scenes, and you get some really off-putting pictures of these possibly dead kids. Something about that just sends shivers down your spine, even if we all know the truth. It's still got that vintage 90s website vibe, probably because it hasn't been updated since the 90s, but at the time, it was being updated constantly with new photos, new stories, new pages to the mythos, all of it adding to the realism of the film even before it came out. If the Blair Witch Project was made today, well, I mean, it kind of was, but let's just forget about that for a moment. Anyways, if it were made for a modern audience, I really wonder what the film crew would do. I almost feel like there's no wonder left on the internet, and most things are debunked or scrutinized so fast that there's really nothing left to digest. People would inspect elements, find clues, make clues out of nothing, make twitlongers on why the rumor is fake. They'd try and cancel the film studio for trying to sell this story as real, citing that it affects real people who actually got murdered or got lost in the woods, etc, etc. God, me saying that makes me realize that this is exactly what would happen, and I would hate it. This is what makes the Blair Witch Project so scary. It's the realism behind this whole project. It would absolutely be ruined in today's time. The absolute hard work these filmmakers put into this illusion, the act of the film, it was all one huge charade that went on for a long time, and even went on in the movie. The three main characters, that being Heather, Josh, and Michael, head off to Burkittsville, Maryland to find out more about the legendary Blair Witch. Not much much can be said about the witch itself, if it even exists, but there are several stories told by the people of this town that the woods are haunted. Something about like ritualistic sacrifices back in the 40s, a little girl who went missing in 1888 and came back talking about a woman who could float, and 5 men who were found murdered in the woods in the 1800s. This all sort of sets up this atmosphere of the woods and gives you a hint of what exactly will happen later on in the movie. Though, to be honest, you'll have to trudge through a lot of nothing in this movie before something happens. To say that this movie rewards the patient would be a total understatement. It rewards people who are into nothing, but more importantly, it rewards those who were actually into the lore and the backstory of the Blair Witch, rather than those who knew nothing at all. If you saw any of the flyers or explored the website, hell, maybe you watched the documentary made on the movie. Yeah, there was a documentary made about the movie before the movie came out. Seriously, they were dedicated in selling this thing as authentically as possible. Speaking of authenticity, did you know that they actually re-edited their IMDb's, that is the actors themselves? The IMDb profile pages of each of the actors were changed to make it seem like they really were missing and or dead. It was crazy. Not only that, the actors who played the 3 filmmakers were seldom ever in contact with the real film crew behind the scenes. They were allegedly being tormented by the crew from a distance for days and days out in the woods, you know, to make it feel as realistic and authentic as possible. Not to be like dickish or anything, though it's still a pretty dickish move. The producers would blare out, no pun intended, generic yet spooky sounds like children laughing and spooky ambient sounds and screams. Every morning, the 3 actors would be given instructions via a note left in the front of their campsite, which just told them what to do, where to go, what to act out, scenes to film, and all that junk. They basically had to do all of that themselves, while the real film crew sort of took a backseat approach to the film. But they were always watching the crew at a distance. Knowing that kind of gives you a new perspective on the film, making it almost feel like someone's constantly watching. Yet it works because technically in the movie's lore, there is someone always watching, and that's the witch itself in the context of the film. But if we were to talk about the behind the scenes stuff, then it's still true. Someone is watching, and that is the entire film crew in the context of the movie's production. It really gives you this sense of anguish the characters and simultaneously the actors are feeling. The thing that makes this work out even more is that the actors themselves, pardon me if this is rude, don't really look like superstars. They just sort of look like normal college students who got lost in the woods. They're way in over their heads and they're just scared, hungry, and desperate. It gives you this sense of realism no other film can give you, probably because it's just too crazy to think. A slow-paced horror film with a small budget? Who the hell's gonna watch that? Can't we just hire like passably pretty people on screen and maybe good old jump scares? There's nothing here that's scary. All these fuckers do are just look at twigs and get scared and shit. That's not scary. Have a big epic chase scene and make everyone scream all the fucking time. Show the witch and make her look really cool and ugly and dangly and ugh, it's so scary. I mean, seriously, that describes practically every film nowadays. Hell, to be honest, even before the Blair Witch came out, they were still doing this old tiresome formula of just having pretty people get killed by really spooky monsters. Seriously, look no further than the new Blair Witch movie, which had practically 100 times the budget the first Blair Witch movie had, with a much better camera, much more appealing Saturday morning cartoon actors, with an over-explained plot, stupid effects, stupid plot. Hey, God. Fuck off. I think I'll vomit if I talk more about it. I'd rather be willfully ignorant and pretend that this is real than to have some over-budget, overpriced bullshit movie. I mean, that was the mindset people had while watching this movie anyways. For most of us, it really wasn't willful ignorance, it was just plain ignorance. Nobody knew if this is real or not. And even if we were to think or had an inkling of a thought that it was fake, we sort of pushed that aside in favor of the idea that it was real, because that's what made it a heck of a lot scarier. And plus, there was so much viral marketing done on the film that nobody would have believed it was fake without having some sort of small belief that it was real, and vice versa. Unfortunately, that magic only lasted for a certain time frame. You just had to be alive and old enough at this point to be part of this cultural phenomenon that can't ever be replicated. You only had maybe about a year or so to enjoy this blissful ignorance of believing that this film might be real, only to have it all shattered when the sequel came out a whole year later. You couldn't have just left it at that. You just had to ruin the entire mythos you were building up for a shitty sequel nobody remembers or even asked for. It's really an insult to those who worked both on the myth of the Blair Witch and those who were captivated and read everything about the myth itself. But nah, let's just buttfuck all that nonsense and make it into some generic butt rock horror movie that nobody can remember. Yeah, well. It was one of a kind, and you just had to be there. Nowadays, we all know the truth, and most of us really aren't scared of the film anymore. Not likely anyways. Yet I put this on Traumathon because I know that a good chunk of you guys had seen this film as a kid, and either because someone lied to you or because you truly didn't know anything about it, you believed it was real. I certainly did, and it wasn't until a few years after I saw the film that I found out it was fake. In fact, I'm pretty sure I was in high school when I found out it was fake, which sort of demystified the whole movie for me and kind of made it a lot duller, though I still enjoy watching it nonetheless. Thankfully, I found some friends in my life who are into horror and have yet to see the Blair Witch. They don't even know anything about it, and honestly, let me tell you, that's a rare find, and if you ever come across those kinds of people, cherish them. Cherish them, hold them, and never let them go. Grip tightly onto them and love them like your life depended on it, because you are holding on to a fossil, a relic, a rare jewel that is so very uncommon in this digital age, full of bullshit info and crazy amounts of spoilers and all of this kind of bullshit, that friend of yours, that relic, that jewel, should be heralded at the highest peaks of the tallest mountains. Then, once you're done cherishing them, show them this film, tell them it's real, and watch what happens. Maybe they'll think it's boring, maybe they won't believe you, maybe they'll think it's fake, but that seed has been planted in them, and by fucking God, the looks in their eyes will be unbelievable when they reach the end, which is the scariest scene in any film I had seen up until that point. I mean, when I thought it was real, it was pretty much the scariest I've ever seen, but, you know, things have changed. Seriously, it's worth it. And I still rewatch it now and again just because there's something about it that hooks onto me. Maybe it's the eerie setting, maybe it's knowing that their reactions are 100% real, or maybe it's because I know that there was so much hard work put into this that it's a shame to let it all go. I would love to just think it's real. Sometimes I just kind of do. And I make sure that I enjoy it that way, because that's how it was supposed to be consumed. You thinking that somehow, somewhere out there, there's something that we can't explain, and something that can harm us. Something that we can't see. Something that lurks out there in the woods. Very true to even now, Adult Swim was and still is that rebellious side of Cartoon Network that CN would probably be afraid to show, but AS would unabashedly flaunt in front of everyone's face. Really, it's wild what Adult Swim has done and continues to do even now. This is probably the part where I would go over the history of Adult Swim and tell you all about their humble beginnings, but the truth is, if I were to do that, this video would be way longer than it really should be. Plus, I think everyone in the cartoon community has already literally talked about it to death, and if you've been a viewer of mine for long, then you know that I hate treading worn ground. Though, it is worth mentioning that, even though Adult Swim is still that rebellious dark side Cartoon Network never acknowledged, AS still does a few things that challenges the norm of television as a whole, not just Cartoon Network. I'd even say, looking back, some of what they've done is so ahead of its time that it's hard to imagine they've gotten so far without getting cancelled. What I mean by this is that they bend conformity very often, featuring and funding shows that otherwise never have a chance. Experimental shows, wild segments, surreal art, surreal humor, strange works of fiction, and things that would otherwise never breathe life if it weren't for Adult Swim. Some of these shows should even warrant their own episode of Traumathon if I'd ever have the time. Maybe next year, the heart she holler. And with most of the content being so cerebral, it often led away most viewers, yet attracted a healthy niche that kept the block going for years. Yet, as I'm sure Adult Swim enjoyed this niche of viewers, one thing was for sure: kids were watching, and kids really aren't the demographic Adult Swim wanted. After all, that belonged to Cartoon Network, so early on in the heydays of Adult Swim, it really seemed like they tried their best to avoid getting kids to be part of the network. One such tactic, of course, was to air late at night, like around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m., which for a lot of us isn't really that late, but for kids, that's pretty much grounded levels of late night. The other tactic was to play shows that wouldn't really be suitable for kids, and not in the sense that they were inappropriate. Oh hell no, like that shit attracts kids. What you really need is a boring ass, slow paced, talk about real life, barely any poop jokes or crap jokes kind of adult show. Like, I don't know, King of the Hill. Seriously, I love King of the Hill now, but I'm willing to bet most kids did not find it as entertaining as, say, The Simpsons or Family Guy. As I remember as a kid, I thought that shit was boring as hell. And I still got people who think that show is fucking boring. Then, of course, if all else fails and you got some snot munchers on you, then show them the goods. That's right, the bump ads. Oh my god, what in the fresh hell is this? Yes, the ever so infamous bump ads. None more infamous than the Dawn is Your Enemy, a bump ad I saw so frequently that while it disturbed me at first, actually kind of got me into my own schedule and actually made me realize whether or not I was going to be late for school. If I saw it, I wasn't going to be late. If I didn't, I might have been late for school. Yeah, I had to go to school around like 7:30 in the morning, so I had like an hour to get ready around like 6 o'clock or 5:30. It really sucked, I know. But honestly, it's actually kind of strange for me to put this on Traumathon because I actually never thought people saw it as frequently as they did. But yes, it turns out that I wasn't the only kid who woke up really early for school and saw this play first thing in the morning. Well, I mean, actually I would see either a rerun of Inuyasha or Yu Yu Hakusho play before this, then I would see The Dawn is Your Enemy playing. Though I'm not so naive to think that all of you were good studious kids that just got up so early for school. Nah, I'm sure most of you were just falling asleep and then you just sort of woke up with this on the TV, right? I hear that story quite often. Or perhaps you actually stayed up so late that this was what greeted you around maybe 6 in the morning, you crazy nocturnal bastards. Oh, by the way, I'm talking about Eastern Standard Time. I don't know if like in the Pacific West, like you guys had a different time that played. All I know is that in the East Coast, it played around 6 o'clock. So is it different over there? Let me know. Well, no matter how you saw it or when you saw it, it traumatized most of us as kids, and it really is eerie. Yet it's not just that, but other Adult Swim bumps that really scared us. Most Adult Swim bumps back then were just still images that were weird and had strange music or very unsettling music that can really catch you off guard, especially if you were the type of kid to leave your TV on at night. I hear a lot of stories of kids who left their TV on while they slept and suddenly they woke up to some horrible Adult Swim ad. Oh god, it's probably the most common way people have encountered these nightmare fuel pieces of work. Some of these honestly don't make any sense, and they are clearly deliberately trying to scare you. Allegedly, that was the point of some of these ads, to scare away these little kids that would stay around late at night, and these bumps were really designed for them to just scare the kids away. I've never once read an official statement or article by someone who worked at Adult Swim that is exactly what they're designed for. It's like one of those pieces of trivia you hear about so much, but nobody ever seems to have a source for it. It's just sort of assumed that that's why some of these bumps exist. It's really just an urban legend or maybe even a rumor. Still, even if that weren't the case, it still deterred most of us away. Though, let's not ignore the other bumps that were clearly just as, if not way more, scarier. I hear that the Heart She Holler was getting an exclusive bump and guerrilla marketing in order to promote the show that scared everyone. Essentially, it just showed this character from the show bleeding from her mouth as she was laughing. Then, as soon as the screen was covered in blood, the title would show. Apparently this scared a lot of people, but I was probably a bit too old at this point to be scared of it, though I will admit that it is scary and I do remember seeing it a few times. What's scarier was the guerrilla marketing, which Adult Swim loves to do, where the Heart She Holler would jump scare a lot of people while they were just watching normal Adult Swim shows. Out of nowhere, it would just distort the TV and have the same character scream for about a brief second. It's actually kind of brilliant how it worked. I think if it were a full-on screamer, it'd be annoying, but Adult Swim did it fast enough where it scared you, but also made you wonder if it really ever happened, and if you were going crazy. I love it actually, but I'm getting off topic. Maybe someday I'll talk more about the weird shit that has happened on Adult Swim, or what Adult Swim has done in the past that got them in trouble, because trust me, there's a lot more than you think, but for now, I just want to talk about the bumps. As time has passed by, Adult Swim has increased this creepy factor when it came to the bumps, but also the weirdness factor, to a point where it's just kind of comedic at times. I hear the Dawn Is Your Enemy doesn't even play anymore, and that they either updated it or got rid of it altogether. I also hear some people question whether or not the Dawn Is Your Enemy ever really existed, and that just goes hand in hand with what I said earlier. The only people that saw it were either people like me who get up really early in the morning for school, or people who just accidentally woke up to it, or maybe you really did stay up all night just to watch everything on Adult Swim, if you're really that crazy. I mean, I know I tried to stay up for like 24 hours one time. It sucked. I don't know why we kids do some stupid shit sometimes. Anyways, there's also the creepypasta, and I have no interest in covering it. This has sort of spread some misinformation that it was just a creepypasta, but it did exist. I saw it every single morning when I went to middle school or elementary school. It was there. Seriously though, when it came to weird bumps, Adult Swim had some of the best and simultaneously worst. They're still unsettling. I don't care who you are. Some of this shit still strikes a nerve that puts you in flight or flight mode. There's no particular bump that I can think of. I'd say most of them hit the same notes when it came to being unsettling and weird. And of course, there is the unfortunate fact that some of these bumps are lost forever to time. There might be one in particular that really scared you as a kid, but you might have a hard time finding it because it's just gone. And that's just to be expected with live TV, especially Adult Swim, where they change up their bumps and music almost weekly, sometimes daily. At any rate, I really do wish I could talk more about Adult Swim, and I might just do that for fun sometime later on, not just for Traumathon, although there are a few programs I want to get back into, but either because we don't have enough time, or because it doesn't meet Traumathon's criteria, I just wasn't able to talk about it this year. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. On June 8th, 2009, the Something Awful forums hosted a Paranormal Pictures Photoshop contest. The contest would have contestants test their photo manipulation skills by taking otherwise normal photos and manipulating them into more paranormal encounters, such as having a spooky ghost show up in a photo that wouldn't otherwise have one. The point was to be as convincing as possible, spreading it everywhere around other forums and making everyone truly believe that these were real sightings. One particular user that went by the name of Victor Surge, real name Eric Knudsen, posted 2 photos of children playing at a playground with an ominous strange figure looming over them in the background. Under the first photo, the caption read, "We didn't want to go, we didn't want to kill them, but its persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comforted us at the same time." The second photograph had this caption, "One of the recovered photographs from the Sterling City Library blaze, notable for being taken the day which 14 children vanished, and for what is referred to as the Slender Man, deformity cited as film defects by officials. Fire at library occurred 1 week later." actual photograph confiscated as evidence. The Slender Man was described as having a blank, expressionless face, a tie and a suit that gave off the guise of his normality, a tall, slender appearance in which his height ranges from 8 to 15 feet tall. When he approaches you, you begin to feel sick, nauseous, you begin to hallucinate. Electronic devices also reportedly go haywire when in proximity to him. There's no real reason as to why Slender stalks his prey, or even who his prey is, but he is known to stalk you for days, weeks, months, even years, until you eventually give in to him. When you do, he grabs you, lifts you up high, impales you into branches, and harvests your organs. This is who Slender Man is, and this, for many, was the source of nightmares for years to come. The inspiration for Slender Man, according to Victor Surge, actually came from a multitude of sources. Some notable works of fiction, including H.P. Lovecraft's books, Stephen King's The Mist, Zach Parsons' That Insidious Beast, which I'm not familiar with, but it's there, Resident Evil, and really just anything scary. You look at Slender Man and you think, well, he's not actually that scary, and to be honest, you would be right. Really, I wasn't scared of him at all when I was a kid. I thought he was a bit silly, but nonetheless I respected the craft that went into creating him and bringing him to life. From the Something Awful forums to the creepypasta and eventually to the web series. Let's talk about Marble Hornets. It's about goddamn time. Something I've really wanted to talk about since last year's Traumathon, but I never really got around to it. Well, here we are now. Let's jump right into it. Marble Hornets was a web series that featured a character named Jay Merrick who tried to uncover the mystery behind why his friend Alex suddenly stopped producing his student film only after 3 months of filming. Upon further investigation, Jay soon realizes that his friend was being stalked by this strange creature and slowly began to lose his mind during this process, and his tapes were also corrupted or perhaps tampered. Soon, the series switches from Alex's lost tapes and perspective to Jay's eventual investigation as he films certain sites and locations by himself. Things are further complicated when he finds out that he's being stalked himself by someone or something known as the Operator, alongside his little minions or proxies that occasionally hack into the channel and upload their own videos. The series lasted from June 20th, 2009 all the way until June 20th, 2014. It's hard to believe, but the series really did last for 5 years, though that's honestly debatable, as some spin-offs were made from the success, though nobody ever really watched them, and the magic of the Marble Hornets sort of died down after that. The series also wasn't ever really consistent with their uploads. They tried to be as canonical as possible with their upload schedule. For example, if something bad happens to Jay or any other main character, then there wouldn't be an upload for a long time, or if there's something like a sort of major event that was happening that has the characters moving, then we wouldn't see any upload until the character quote-unquote settles down. This sort of grounded the story and setting, despite it having supernatural elements involved. It really made you feel like it was part of the real world, like this was somehow happening somewhere in America. And to some degree, it did fool quite a handful of people. Of course, the crazier things started to get, the less people believed it was true. Though the point of this story was to make it seem like it could have been true, not to actually fool you into thinking that it was. It's the immersion that got a lot of us hooked, especially little old boring me who loves slow-paced stories. Still, the immersion came at a cost. While yes, the story was rather interesting when it first started off, things started to taper off later on. Especially since the people behind Marble Hornets wanted to be as realistic as possible with both the filming and the upload schedule, which some of us might argue was really just randomized more than it was immersive, but I want to believe that they actually planned out when they would schedule their uploads, though the longer it took for them to upload, the less interest people had for the next episode. It didn't help that when we eventually did get an episode, keep in mind like about 5 months or 4 months later, it would usually be about 6 minutes of filming in some abandoned building or the middle of the woods, and then like 4 seconds of spooky stuff. People just didn't like to wait, and the results often wasn't that rewarding. Even if we were dedicated to the lore, as the youngsters would say, normies wouldn't really find this appealing. Hell, even I didn't finish the series, and I was pretty invested for a long time. The problem for me was that the upload schedule while it was, again, immersive, was just so very hard to keep up with. I mean, the interest really dies down after you're waiting for like 5 years for some sort of resolution, especially since around this time, creepypastas and online creepy culture was just exploding. This was around the time creepy content creators were on the rise, and if not then, there was a new creepypasta or SCP that got people re-interested in something else. That's not to say that Slender Man was even dying. In fact, during Marble Hornet's run, 2 video games called Slender the 8 Pages and Slender the Arrival released in 2012 and 2013 respectively. There are multiple versions of the Slender game, but of course, the more popular one I feel was the original 8 Pages. This game lacked any sort of story or mechanics, and it was more or less a spooky walking simulator with just one objective: collect the 8 pages. This may or may not be a reference to the Marble Hornet series, though I can't honestly remember if it is. I do remember Alex scribbling Slenderman images everywhere in one episode, but I'm not really sure if that had anything important to do with the story at all. But it doesn't matter, honestly, because this game was built to just scare or creep you out. It's the sort of game that, you know, you play once by yourself and you think, oh, that's not too bad, and then you go on YouTube and literally find out that everyone on YouTube, including their grandmothers, have played this fucking game. This sort of became the rise for many YouTubers, as this helped elevate their acting careers as well as their YouTube views. At any rate, while I don't personally like the game, honestly, I didn't think it was all that scary. I did enjoy its minimalist style and the simple execution. It works, but for some people, it lacks substance. Enter Slender the Arrival, which came out just a year later. This time around, the game was far more fleshed out, even teaming up with the creators of Marble Hornets to really tie in and expand the lore. Again, it's not one of my personal favorite horror games. I'm just really not into walking simulators, no matter what, honestly. Though I do recognize how incredible it is that this small little indie game evolved into something way bigger. This in turn skyrocketed Slendermania into newfound heights. The game rose to fame, as did the interest in Slender, spawning even more games that were pretty much a copy and paste version of the original 8 Pages, which, most of them were just And in turn, more stories were being written on creepypasta about Slender Man. People wrote their own personal encounters, or they created their own pieces of lore, or they created their own proxies, which again is basically another word for Slender's bitch. Separate web series based on the Slender mythos were born from the popularity of Marble Hornets at the time also. There was even a reference to Slender Man in Minecraft. Oh geez, I wonder where the reference could be. Hell, if we were to even go beyond Slender Man, we'd have to mention how ARGs were highly popularized by Marble Hornets. For those of you who don't know, ARG stands for Alternate Reality Game, which basically describes a sort of interactive media that doesn't really require much conventional play, but rather interactivity through various outlets such as decryption or other websites to even real life. Often ARGs are meant as a way of unconventional storytelling, and ultimately the goal of each game, or riddle, was to find the answers to the story and unfold the mystery behind the ARG, or in this case, Marble Hornets. Many people do believe Marble Hornets is an ARG, but I didn't really see that until after To the Ark came about. If you're not familiar, well, essentially during the series there was this cutoff point where someone hacked, quote unquote, the channel and started posting weird, out of the ordinary videos. When you did a bit of digging or followed the links, I don't remember how it worked, you would eventually find To the Ark, a cryptic ARG channel that was connected to Marble Hornets and shed light to many of the unsolved or unanswered questions from the series. Though you wouldn't get these answers easily, as all of the answers behind To the Ark's ARG were hidden via codes, websites, and several different kinds of cryptic messages, all of which were cleverly done and extremely well made, even by today's standards. These videos are 11 years old, and they're honestly some of the best ARG puzzles I've ever seen. So many of them are well thought out and are honestly quite challenging, but not so challenging that you'd never find the answer, just hard enough to make you think outside of the box. This sort of interactivity, again, wasn't created by Marble Hornets, but it really made everyone want to be Marble Hornets and start up their own mysteries. This not only got people interested in ARGs, but the Slender lore as a whole. Slender Mania was huge during this time, as was the growth of the mythos, so the dwindling audience that Marble Hornets was suffering from wasn't really from a lack of interest, just more of a side effect with how they made the series. And also, you gotta admit, despite the fact that this was all pretty well thought out generally, the creators of Marble Hornets, Troy Wagner and Joseph Delage, were still largely amateurs, so the writing, the directing, and the acting, oh god the acting, were very visible at times. Seriously, Jay's our main character, and the dude has the personality of a brick. But as much as I love to criticize Marble Hornets, or dive deep into the series, that's not really the focus of today's video. Slender Man is, and you can hop around other people's channels if you truly want to deep dive into Marble Hornets. Besides, it's like I said before, I haven't even finished the series, and honestly, I'm not interested in finishing anymore. But you know what is finished nowadays? The interest in Slender Man. Oh boy. I think we all know what I'm gonna talk about now. You just can't make a video about Slender Man without mentioning the tragedy that occurred some years after Marble Hornets started. That's right, I'm unfortunately, of course, talking about the Slender Man theme song.
Slender Man, all the children try to run.
Fuck this song. Nah, but seriously, fuck this song. No, but seriously, there was a stabbing that involved three 12-year-old girls in 2014. Anissa Weyer and Morgan Geyser believed that if they offered a sacrifice to Slender Man, they would be turned into proxies, which is something they read online or something like that. So they lured their best friend Peyton Lautner into the woods and proceeded to stab her 19 times. Thankfully, she recovered fully later on that summer, and the two girls were found not guilty by mental disease or defect. Keep in mind, at this point, creepypastas were at an all-time high, and not just Slender Man. This is around the point that more cringier stories were created and germinated within the fandom, making the fandom more appealing to teenagers more so than anyone else. I don't know what it is about white skinny teen psycho boys that make teenage girls go crazy, but it just does for some reason. Anyways, this horrible case sullied the name of Slender Man and the lore behind it forever. I hear a lot of people accuse this as being the nail in the coffin to the already dwindling fan base, but I can't comment on that since I already stopped being part of the fan base years prior. All I know is that I personally stopped seeing a lot of creepypasta content being a relevant thing during this time period. I think overall it was the decline of that rather than it was a decline of Slender Man that really killed the lore. Well, I mean that and the horrible fucking movie that was released just years after. Nobody cared, not even Sony, so I'm not even gonna bother talking about it because it is so fucking dumb. Good God, no. So with the interest declining and Slender practically being a dead meme, is there really any room left in this world for another Slender Man? Well, yes, actually. I'd argue there will always be an interest in Slender Man, yet it won't always be Slender Man that takes the forefront of this newfound interest. It sounds weird, but let me explain. Slender would always have to adapt, change it up, and bring about a new myth. And to that, I introduce you all to Siren Head, essentially the same shit as Slender Man, just with the new skin. Created by Trevor Henderson, who we've already talked about previously on Traumathon, Siren Head has the sort of same beginnings as Slender Man. It was inspired by horror, it has a rising interest, it has an ever-developing lore, and it even has its own game, which has been spearheaded by popular YouTubers, which in turn has made the character far more interesting. And of course, teenagers love him. Seriously, look up TikTok and Siren Head on YouTube and you will be flooded by teens who are in love with this character. It's actually kind of charming seeing Siren Head take rise, as so many of its characteristics reminded me of Slender Man. It truly shows that even creepypastas are cyclical. Just give it a brand new coat of paint and it's back on track. I can't wait for Jeff the Killer's new iteration, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Oh wait, that's already a thing? Oh well, shit. And yes, I understand that Siren Head and Slender Man aren't really that similar lore-wise, but come on. A slender, tall figure who stalks their prey, doesn't have a clear objective, possibly murders them. I'm not trying to diss anything about Siren Head. I think it is genuinely an unsettling creature, but honestly, there's just nothing too special about him when you look into him. It's one of those times that I wish the monster didn't have an explanation or anything deeper to him other than it being a scary background creature, which is exactly how he started life. Actually, both of these guys started their lives pretty much the same way. Just images in a photo, fleshed out carefully by fans, growing exponentially, until eventually we have a legend. And legends never die, but in this case, they were born to something bigger, maybe even something better. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finale of Traumathon 2. It's been a long time coming. Lots of promises were broken, but many more were fulfilled. This time around, I felt like it was only necessary to end off the month of trauma with something more uplifting, and maybe even wholesome. I'm of course talking about The Addams Family, a movie I've been watching every year on Halloween for the past 6 years. It's also a film I've considered to be possibly the perfect Halloween film. But how could that be possible when it's not even about Halloween? Well, why don't we go ahead and dive a bit deeper in order to understand. See, back in 1938, American cartoonist Charles Addams felt kind of bored with the average nuclear family at the time. The idealistic family of, one boy, one girl, a husband with the perfect job, and the wife who never complains. Well, screw that shit. How about we turn all that shit upside down? And so that's what he did with the Addams Family, making them out to be a very grotesque family who were fascinated, if not excited, by all things macabre and icky. Interestingly enough, however, they didn't start out as a family, just individual characters who happened to hang around each other. The first time they were ever seen was with Morticia and Gomez and this salesman trying to sell them a vacuum to their desolate, horrible home. These group of characters were known as Addams' ghoulish family, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the entire character lineup was a family, just that they belonged to Charles Addams, which, by the way, I gotta mention, this dude was super gothic. Like, gothism didn't really exist back in the 1930s or the 40s, but if you see his drawings, I mean, the dude is so classically dark and gothic, it is so beautiful. Like, his drawings are magnificent, and he even drew, like, gravestones and tombstones just for fun. Honestly, he was a dark dude and he loved everything macabre, and so it's only fitting that he made the Addams Family. The dude who was into the dark occult stuff was also the guy who made the Addams Family? Sure, I would not have seen him any different. But who were the Addams Family? They weren't a necessarily evil family, though their tricks may sometimes go too far. They were just a loving, caring family who sees things that are deadly, wicked, and evil as something to be fascinated and loved. Morticia was the matriarch of the family, very quiet, very reserved, kind, soft-spoken, but wicked and ghoulish all the same. Gomez was the patriarch, eccentric, deadly, always finds ways to entertain himself and the family, even if it endangers them, which they were very much enjoyed. Pugsley and Wednesday Addams were the son and daughter respectively, very rarely seen apart, always playing with their deadly toys, sometimes just straight up being weapons, and playing games together where Pugsley acts as the crash test dummy to all of Wednesday's devilish plots. Uncle Fester is the twisted, demented uncle that's always seen taking things to the extreme, being a massive masochist and always destroying stuff and himself in the process. Grandmama is a occultist witch who constantly brews potions, casting hexes, cursing everyone just for the fun of it. And then of course we have Lurch and Thing, the butler and handservant to the Addams family, both very loyal if not a bit creepy. But that's okay. That's part of the reason why the Addams family loves them. The Addams family, since the very start of their creation, challenged the norms of how we see the average American household. I mean, it's such a fantasy to think that every American home was just like the ideal nuclear family, which is seldom ever true. That's not to say most families are unhappy or miserable, it's just that most families can be happy without having most of the things that are quote-unquote normal that a family should have. That's what the Addams family defied. They lived in a rundown, dirty, cobwebbed home, but they loved it and saw the cobwebs as decor and the creaky floors as charming. They were vicious, cruel, and violent towards one another, but that's not a bad thing. That's just part of the fun to them. They weren't a conventionally beautiful family. The Addams clan comes in all shapes and sizes. Cousin It is a blob of hair, for Christ's sake, and they still love the guy despite that. And I think for that reason, the Addams family is, in many ways, the most wholesome cartoon family ever made. They're not at all dysfunctional. There's rarely ever a time they have conflict with one another. Pugsley and Wednesday, despite being little demon kids, are very respectful to their mom and dad. Gomez and Morticia also aren't horrible people either. They treat their guests and friends well. They're not all that selfish at all. It's also funny to realize that Gomez and Morticia legitimately love each other. Like, they cannot live without each other, literally. Every opportunity they get, they make out, hold one another, kiss each other, and they just don't care where they show their love. They're proud and happy to be in love with each other, and they don't mind people seeing that. And I say that's a funny thing because you gotta keep in mind that the Addams family is supposed to be an upside down, opposite day version of the contemporary perfect American household. So this means that in most nuclear families, showing affection to your spouse was just something people didn't really do, which is probably true considering how conservative and Christian Americans were back in the 40s. Now, with all that being said, the Addams family, of course, found its success among the American audience, so much so it even affected the way people viewed the creator Charles Addams. Seriously, people actually thought that he was portraying himself in his own comics, like that's what his family actually was like. There were rumors that he slept in a coffin, that he had a guillotine in his house, that he received a straitjacket as a birthday gift and proudly wore it, that his own fans chopped up their fingers and sent it to him via mail. There were so many crazy stories about him. And then there was even one that's particularly famous where he apparently went crazy and drew this one comic of a ghoul that visited a maternity ward, and as it loomed over the babies, it told the nurse, "Don't bother wrapping it, I'll eat it here." This never happened, but due to his fascination with the macabre and his wonderful yet creepy art style, which is absolutely beautiful but totally dreary. I love it though, it's wonderful. People just assumed that he was that crazy. Keep in mind, that kind of humor back in the day would have been incredibly shocking, and I'm of course referring to the whole ghoul in the maternity ward comic. A monster eating babies? I mean, that's just incredibly shocking, and at worst, it was incredibly taboo, but it never really happened. Years later, and the Addams family, while still one of the more unconventional families out there, is definitely not the more controversial. Yet, with success like theirs, it was only a matter of time that, after many cartoons, TV shows, and comics, there'd be a movie. The Addams Family. Oh boy, what a wonderful film. By God, does it just capture the absolute wonderful energy and chilling vibe of Halloween, and with the important family values as well. The film features possibly one of the best, if not the best casting for the Addams family ever portrayed. Angelica Houston perfectly captures Morticia's beauty and wit, while also portraying her reserved yet wicked nature. I love how her eyes are always highlighted, a somewhat tribute to Bela Lugosi's Dracula portrayal, where his eyes were always visible, even in the shadows. Raul Julia has seemingly infinite energy when it comes to portraying Gomez, and I gotta say, no one, and I mean no one, has ever portrayed Gomez as perfectly as Raul. He's just such a master of charisma, and he steals the spotlight any chance he gets. Rest in peace, man. You were wonderful. And of course, Christopher Lloyd is Uncle Fester, and by God, what a weird role to see him as. It's like my brain wants to recognize him as Christopher Lloyd, but the way he plays Fester makes it almost seem like he is Fester, not Christopher Lloyd. Seemingly always holding back, tensing up, always having this sort of devilish look on his face, like he's hatching something in his brain. He's just loving it. I mean, he has this role in the bag. I would talk more about the rest, but they have have a much smaller role in the film by comparison, and even in the sequel, they're not really that important. Wednesday kind of glows up, but not really by that much. Regardless, they played these roles really well, and future renditions of the characters never really felt the same. I mean, did you know that there was also a rendition of the family where Gomez was played by Tim Curry? And this little kid who played Pugsley grew up to be the fedora guy? I'm not fucking kidding, that's him. It is hilarious. It's a fun little piece of trivia, but I really just didn't like the other portrayals that the Addams Family soon had. It's not really my style, and I think it was done way better in the movie. But I am getting a little bit off track here. Let's talk about the film itself. The plot of this movie revolves around the Addams Family. Duh. But they owe some sort of money or some sort of issue they have with this loan shark asshole that gypped them. Meanwhile, Gomez is lamenting the fact that his brother, Uncle Fester, has gone missing for 25 years after the two had a falling out with one another. I gotta be honest, as much as I love this movie, the main plot of the loan sharks or whatever was always my least favorite part. I hardly pay attention when they're around, and I don't say this too often, but that crazy mom character is an absolute bitch. Seriously, if you had manipulative parents, then this chick will infuriate you to no end. I was actually much more interested in the family themselves. After all, they are the main focus. The main bitch, named Abigail Craven, finds an opportunity to use her son Gordon to infiltrate the Addams family home in order to steal their riches and treasures alongside any other valuables, after Tully, the Addams family lawyer, sees a resemblance in both Gordon and the long-lost Uncle Fester, and so Gordon awkwardly transitions into Fester, matching Fester down to the very wrinkle. Soon after introducing him back to the family, Gomez is ecstatic and eagerly reintroduces him back into the family. It's almost like he was actually missing for like 2 months instead of 25 years. They pretend like nothing really happens. I mean, the chemistry Lloyd and Raoul bring with each character, I mean, it almost makes you feel like they really do have a lost, estranged connection with one another. It's funny because everyone except Gomez has some sort of suspicion over Uncle Fester, so he pretty much brutalizes Fester any way he can, thinking naively that he is Uncle Fester, not knowing what's really going on and that this is another man. But, I mean, technically in the ending, it's revealed that it really is Uncle Fester, but that doesn't really matter. At this point, he doesn't even know that. Yet, despite all of this, Fester does end up liking the Addamses, and eventually warms up to them, even teaching the kids about how to kill each other, showing them disgusting pictures of death and gore, and making a device for them to spew out blood in their class play. Seeing the family get together, being weird with one another, and having these little sadistic side gags always got a laugh out of me. My favorite part was when Morticia, after seeing Fester having trouble sleeping, guided him through the Addams family graveyard. As she passed by each grave, she described how each one died gruesomely, as if that were something to be proud of. The best one, however, was when she passed,
"Darling Uncle Imar, buried alive."
That always made me laugh, and I really don't know why. That moan, man, it just gets to me every single time. Honestly, the house the Addams family lives in feels, well, lived in. There's so many mysteries and wonders within the house. So many trapdoors, hidden rooms, cursed objects. It's like exploring a haunted mansion combined with a Dungeons and Dragons dungeon. I love it. While I've already said this, the family is possibly the best they've ever been portrayed, but I really just don't mean that in the sense that they look and act the part, but they're written like an actual loving, caring family. It's what I said previously. The family treats each other with respect and love. They don't care if one of them is a weirdo or psychotic. They love the imperfections that they have. The scene where they invite the more distant Addams relatives was fantastic, each one being weirder than the last, but not a single moment was there ever a scene where they hated or shunned someone out in the Addams family. It's honestly wholesome just how well they treat each other. It reminds me of my family and just how imperfect we are. We don't really get along, but we're family nonetheless. I don't know how many of you out there don't currently live with your parents, nor how close you are to them, but I can tell you that I am the black sheep of my family. I'm the weird one. I'm always the outcast. And yet, when I visited my mom and dad 2 years ago after not living with them for nearly 3 years, I really felt like I was still at home. Sure, I gained a few pounds and I had a lot more facial hair, but I was still their son. My mom even made me meatballs, one of my favorite dishes of hers, which is crazy because I've never really told her that, yet somehow she knew that I loved it. If you could believe it, after I finished eating it, I told my mother that I loved her. It made her tear up. It was the first time I had told my mom that I loved her since maybe I was in elementary school. So probably 16 years ago, I want to say. It's not a common thing we say in our family. Yeah, we don't say I love you to one another, and when we do, it feels weird. But I really did appreciate what she made for me and the hospitality that she had given me alongside my father. Even though we never really talked that much, nor had we ever seen each other in a long time, nor have we ever seen eye to eye on many topics, she was still my mother. And my father is still my father. As is the rest of my family, is still my family. That's why I've watched this movie every single year, because this is a Halloween movie about family. And yeah, I know, it's not really a Halloween film. It doesn't even take place during Halloween, nor are there any pumpkins or anything of that sort. I mean, sure, it ends off on Halloween, so that kind of counts. But more than that, I feel this is a good Halloween film because, frankly, I think Halloween can be just about family and friends, as is something like Thanksgiving or Christmas. We always use Halloween as the perfect opportunity to get scared and dress up, hang out with friends, family, loved ones, carve a pumpkin with our mom and dad, brothers and sisters. We can go out trick-or-treating with them or with our friends, maybe even prank the neighbors or watch a horror flick with our loved ones. Halloween is, of course, about all the ghoulish things in the world, about the spooky stuff, about the traumas we endured, about all that nostalgic horror we faced. But Halloween is really, seriously, about unity. It's so much fun to hang with people during Halloween, just as it is fun to watch other people online having fun on YouTube or on Instagram during Halloween. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all connected by this wonderful, spooky little month. More than it is about Halloween, the Addams Family movie is about family and acceptance of who they are, no matter how long they've been gone, nor how much they've changed. There's even a scene where it seems like Fester has betrayed the Addams family, but Gomez and the rest of the family still believe in their heart that Fester still loves them, and doesn't really blame Fester, but blames the loan sharks more. It's really, and I know I've been using this word a lot, but seriously, I mean it, it's a wholesome, heartwarming movie, even if there are creepy, weird things about it. That's why I view The Addams Family as the perfect Halloween film, because it encapsulates everything about Halloween perfectly. It's got the creepy vibes, the dark tone, the ghoulish setting, the tributes to monster movies, and of course, the ever-loving, never-judging, always caring, wonderful family values. Plus, if Die Hard can be considered a Christmas movie when it's not even about Christmas, why can't The Addams Family be about Halloween? There's one Halloween scene, and I think that's good enough, honestly. Speaking of which, happy Halloween, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed this year's Traumathon. Special thanks again to Trey Watson for being a wonderful musician and having that wonderful intro music for this year's Traumathon. Thanks to Ducky3D for teaching me how to use Blender, and thanks to my wonderful girlfriend who has accepted me into her life and arms and has taught me that even a freak like me is worth loving. I'll see you all soon. Sorry if I didn't get to your suggestion. Traumathon will always be forever though. So long as spooky images or things or videos or movies or video games or whatever, as long as those things exist and they scare the ever-living shit out of all the kids of all generations, there will always be a Traumathon. Happy Halloween. Now go enjoy your candy, you little brats. I'll see y'all next year. I love y'all so much. Good night. Let's go ahead and start Traumathon off right with possibly the most popular and most unsettling web series everyone knows and loves, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. As of this year, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared has entered its 10th year anniversary, and in those 10 years, we have been subjugated to some of the most nerve-wracking videos on YouTube featuring a family of puppets engaging in some of the most bizarre, esoteric, and many times horrifying adventures any kid's programming could ever face. Of course, when it first released, not everyone knew what Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared was, many believing it was something innocent and cute, as its outward appearance would have you believe. I'm not kidding either. If you go back to the very first video in the series, you'll actually see a surprising amount of dislikes. Now, don't get me wrong, 65 million views would naturally garner a massive amount of likes or dislikes no matter what. But I have a hunch to believe that this small percentage of dislikes came from ignorant parents that didn't know any better. You know the ones, those scathing Karens and Kens who figured out a YouTube video with fluffy puppets and catchy tunes somehow equated to a good enough substitute for a nanny, not even giving any sort of parental supervision and just letting their kids experience this existential dread-filled nightmare fueled by color and has underlying malicious views of fun extrapolated by the definition of creativity now defined by the manufacturing of consumerist media that would have you believe the distinctiveness of your own characteristics while failing to address the properties that make you special are actually idiosyncrasies that make up a large majority of the population, and that the real unity we have as a species is the thing that makes us both separated and sane. In other words, don't let your kids watch this shit, you fucking idiot. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. First, we explore what Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared really is for those who really don't know what the series is. To put it simply, it's a video series that plays a clear satire on today's children's programming, making kids think one way and not help expand their minds into different avenues of thinking, having fun or learning to be static and emotionless rather than learning and growing. Knowing this, we can either see the original video as something really dark yet funny as hell, or something really bizarre and scary. It's a series that's really a person-to-person sort of thing. Everyone sees it differently, and I think that's what got people engaged and helped the fan base grow closer. Hell, it's the reason why it even has a fan base. Elaborating further, the show is consistent of 3 characters: a red tall character, an old green duck, and a young yellow dopey round boy. They don't really have personalities of their own, because often the trials and tribulations they go through often interrupt their otherwise calm lives and make them pretty much suffer. The first video that went viral, of course, is the one about being creative, an otherwise innocuous venture for a kids show, slowly beginning to unveil a dark side when this little notepad begins to deny the yellow boy's request of being creative on his own, stating things like this color, for whatever reason, is not creative enough, or when he draws a silly little clown but is told that that's not what they're doing right now, so it kind of, you know, don't do that. He just wrecks his drawing right there in front of him too. Then things get really crazy when the notepad states, let's get creative, and everything just goes ballistic. Things are thrown on the wall, the camera goes crazy, the characters are no longer just puppets but people in suits, although I guess the red guy didn't really change much, and there's dancing, there's a rat hole with whatever the hell is happening here. Jesus fucking Christ, if you saw this 10 years ago, I mean, this would have been mind-blowing. Sure, parodies existed back in the heyday of YouTube, but with sort of high production values, I mean, not really. With this sort of mental twist, I mean, it's suffice to say this video took the world by storm. It was theorized, it was criticized, it was beloved by many, hated by some, feared by a few others. I honestly never thought of this video as really scary myself, but I know some of you guys are now just hitting your 20s, so I'd imagine as 10, 11, or 12-year-olds, you guys must have thought this was real scary shit, especially if you hadn't been exposed to these sorts of things before. Well, with the popularity rising, the show went on, and everyone wanted more. And what do you know? That's exactly what they delivered, like 3 years later. Yeah, I don't think I'd be the only one to say that Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared doesn't really feel 10 years old. And in many sense, that's sort of true. Yes, the first video did come out 10 years ago, but the series didn't actually kick off till about 7. I'm sure for most of you out there, that's still a pretty long time, but hey, it's at least not as old as you think. As in the nature of the beast, the reason this series took so long to kick off was mainly due to money and time issues. Funny enough, that was the topic of the second Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Time. It delves deeper into the abstract horror of age and growth and eventual death. It was a lot less subtle than its predecessor, and I suppose it was meant to be. After all, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared garnered 66 million views. Everyone already knew what the twist was, so everyone knew what to expect out of the second one. It would needed to have been deeper, scarier, and existential, and that's exactly what it did. This one really teetered more on the psychological part of its horror than previously, and doubled down on its comedic bits, with the clock singing terribly, the bit with the fish and annoying alarm. It just doubled down on everything really, but more than that, and this is really important, it doubled down on the crypticness. See, the reason this episode took so long is, again, because this stuff took time and money. And the only reason that the second episode even exists was because it was funded by Channel 4's Random Acts. It was a separate division in Channel 4 that helps budget short films. The creators of the series, Rebecca Sloan and Joseph Pelling, were then offered several deals to make Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared a full series, but they declined that help in order to focus on the creative freedom of the show. Knowing that they could do it on their own, but not through their own budget, they decided to start up a Kickstarter campaign, and holy shit, these teasers are so brilliantly unsettling. I love them.
If you're watching this, then we need your help.
Seriously, not enough people talk about how horrifying their campaign was. They only lasted about 30 seconds each teaser, though the full trailer is actually more comical. They were effective, however, with over 3,500 backers and accumulating more than £100,000. It's actually kind of shocking looking back at the Kickstarter and how few people backed this project. I mean, make no mistake, £100,000 is no small feat. But with so many products and projects nowadays making over, well, I don't know, $1 million or $300,000 at least or more, and with this being such a well-known project, I'd figure more people would contribute. Well, thankfully they met their goal, and they had about £8,000 to spare, and so the series continued onwards. A strange show about strange puppets and strange scenarios. It's really a wonderful show, and it was a cryptic one. Out of the gate, even since the first Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, people flooded the internet with their own theories as to what the meaning was, and I bet the original creators saw just how much people loved the backstory and the hidden meanings, and so they implemented more story and hidden messages behind each video. Now people were wondering what the overall theme was, the story, the identity of Yellow Guy's dad. Yeah, by the way, these main characters still didn't have names at this point. People were wondering what the meaning of June 19th was, and if this was all going somewhere. Now, I don't have nearly enough time to talk about the meaning of every little thing, and plus, I think there are content creators out there who could do that sort of research better than I ever could, but my point is, there was now a new layer of depth into this show, and people went wild whenever a new episode of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared released. It delved deep into issues that we'd otherwise not really think about: the dangers of cyberspace, the dread of time, the possible brainwashing the youth face through garbage, overstimulated television shows, isolation, the lack of love, the fear of growing up, the fear of growing old, the facade of purity and love. And even if we weren't to divulge into the deeper stuff, On the surface, the show was unsettling as fuck. The imagery is beautiful, the colors are vibrant, but then you get scenes like this, and it all sort of slams you back to reality. Even some of the visual gags and the small details reminding you this is all fake. I mean, something about it seems off, and it just gets worse and worse per episode until hitting the climax towards the end with episode 6, which saw the end of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared as an online series. It's a one-of-a-kind thing that really messed with your mind, and like I said, I saw this series as more comical than horrifying at the time, but some of the concepts of the show that were explored really did creep me out. It's always a scary thing to think about your life, about the future, about growing older, to think about your own mortality, your eventual death, the feeling of your body getting older and slower per year, missing out on that childhood that you once had or never had. And I think that's what makes Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared a perfect entry into Traumathon. Because Traumathon explores our childhood and all the creepy stuff that we'd otherwise shrug off now as adults or as teens. It was just a phase, a creepy thing that stuck with us, but those are just memories. What's truly terrifying about Traumathon is unlocking those hidden and deep childhood memories that we yearned and analyzing just how much they really scared us. And sometimes when we really think about it, we get scared because we begin to realize that the things we feared the most are gone now, forever. But we remember small moments of our lives, yet eerily enough, they still haunt us. Even though those times have moved on, we haven't. We're literally haunted by ghosts of memories, and they'll be with us forever. Even as we get old, and even if we grow slower, we're stuck. We're slaves to nostalgia, comforted by younger and brighter days, but we can never get them back. No matter how scary nor wonderful, we can never get that moment back. Instead, we have this one freeze frame, this one scary moment that's still with us, still lurking, sometimes still giving us nightmares. The trauma that we have will almost certainly never leave us. Here's a good one from across the pond. Mr. Blobby, a terrifying pink creature with horrible warts all over its body that was a hit sensation sometime in the 90s. He first showed up on Noel's house party as a gag to prank several celebrities and acted like an absolute prick to whoever he was with, even to Noel Edmonds himself, the man who created the bastard. We here in the States really don't recognize Mr. Blobby and even Noel Edmonds himself, and that's mostly because of the fact that he was an exclusive UK icon, an icon birthed from death. Well, not really, but kinda, but no, sort of. Well, let's go down that rabbit hole real quick. First, a shout out to Kim Justice, who made a pretty extensive video on who he and his creator truly was, and the events that led to Mr. Blobby's birth. I only have a limited amount of time to talk about some of the details, so I highly recommend checking out his video if you want more. Starting off, let's talk about light entertainment. See, in the UK, light entertainment to them is what old people watch now. It's essentially safe content that's not meant to offend or cause much of a ruckus. I guess stuff like Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune or even Good Morning America could count as light entertainment. They don't challenge the norm, and for some, that's what they like. Yet that shit got old and stale real quick, and the encroaching attitude era of the 90s was fast approaching. People needed something daring, something bold, something up in your face. Enter Noel Edmonds, an eccentric host who got his notoriety from radio, kids TV, and apparently was one of the first Top Gear hosts. He was young, handsome, and young. I know I said that twice, but I really need to emphasize how old his competitors were. Really, he was perfect to start the new era of raunchy and daring TV with the Late Breakfast Show. It was alright, and well received for the first couple of times it aired, but it didn't really kick up until they started doing some bold shit, most infamously the Give It a Whirl segment, which had audience members of the show call in and participate in absolutely insane stunts. Yes, audience members, not trained professionals or anything of the like house moms and construction workers volunteering to be shot out of a cannon or driving over rows of cars. It was maddening to assume people would do this, but they gave it a shot, and those two stunts I mentioned led to some serious injuries, the former breaking the participant's shoulder while the latter nearly killing the stunt driver. To top it all off, there were allegations against the show that nobody gave a shit about the stunts. Like, they either did not prepare the volunteers that much, or they'd just be neglectful in some areas, or they just straight up never check if this was something safe to do in the first place. Now, naturally, when your shtick is to dare normal people into doing insane stunts, and you're neglectful to boot, something is bound to go terribly, terribly wrong, and unfortunately it did. One of the volunteers, Michael Lush, met his tragic end at the age of 25, when his challenge went horribly wrong. It involved having Michael jump from an exploding crate atop a 120-foot high crane with a bungee cord attached. When Michael jumped, the bungee cord came loose and Michael fell to the ground, dying instantly. Word spread of the show's neglect, and it subsequently ended the careers of everyone involved, canceling the show immediately after and leaving Noel Edmonds with nowhere to go, except back in the depths from whence he came. Only, of course, to resurface just a few years later with Stone Cold Steve Austin's theme song playing all throughout the 90s. Hey, remember when I mentioned the Attitude Era of the 90s? Well, this son of a bitch took the 90s by the balls in British TV with his absolute fucking bonkers of a television show, Noel's House Party. It was a massive variety show, and I guess in many sense, UK's answer to Sábado Gigante. Everyone kind of forgot about the fact that Noel used to host a show that killed someone, which is sort of the magic of the 90s. People just sort of forgave celebrities for everything or just forgot about it. You could just about get away with murder back in the 90s. Some of them did. Luckily for Noel, he knew this and basically just did whatever the hell he wanted. It was watched by millions and applauded by all, and had some of that Nickelodeon slime we dumbass kids loved. Oh, but it wasn't just for kids, it was for the whole family, and everyone loved it. But then one day, it emerged. Mr. Blobby, born out of malice and death, sort of. See, Mr. Blobby was initially just a prank, meant to deceive guests into thinking they're participating in a mock TV kids show when, in reality, it was just Noel hiding under this horrifying visage of death and malice, sort of. Mr. Blobby doesn't really do much in these pranks other than be really fucking annoying and say Mr. Blobby over and over again. But I think the reason many UK children are terrified of Mr. Blobby is just honestly his design. It makes sense his design would look terrible because he was initially a parody of annoying kids shows that were arising in the 90s, but man, that is a freaky fucking thing. It doesn't help that accompanied by his freaky body and his googly eyes and the warped smile, he also has the most demonic fucking voice for some reason.
Yeah, very funny. Very funny. Yeah, alright. Okay, now look.
Oh my god. It is so horrendous, but strangely enough, it was popular with everyone. Why is that? I guess after manifesting itself into being bigger than the show that conceived it, Mr. Blobby just sort of won everyone not through looks, but sheer character? Being a parody of kids shows and being an absolute freak helped elevate his comedic nature, and I don't know. Honestly, it's pretty weird why he became so big. He's just kind of annoying, but I suppose people can find charm in anything if you just shove it in their face hard enough and force it down their throats and make them believe that the annoying thing they absolutely do not love and actually really, really hate is something they secretly do love through merchandising. Thanks, capitalism. Yeah, Mr. Blobby was everywhere. He had all sorts of merch, as toys, balloons, drinks, t-shirts, mugs. He even had his own amusement park called Crinkly Bottom, though it's more popularly known as Blobbyland. It's kind of a horror show nowadays, but back then people went there and... I mean, it was a horror show back then too. Yeah, it was really rather mystifying as to why he got so big in the first place, other than being attached to one of Britain's biggest television shows at the time. In March 1994, Elizabeth Colbert, a New York Times journalist, had this to say about the rise of Mr. Blobby, who she referred to as the UK's answer to Barney. Mr. Blobby's rise to stardom has provoked anguished commentaries about just what he stands for. Some commentators have called him a metaphor for a nation gone soft in the head. Others have seen him as proof of Britain's deep-seated attraction to trash. Ooh, scathing remarks. Nevertheless, Blobby Mania was spreading all throughout the UK to the point where Blobby had his own music video and made it as a Christmas #1, which I'm told is a very big thing in the UK. Also, he had his own game, but then again, everyone in the 90s had their own game, so that doesn't really mean shit. Now, keep in mind, despite him being quote-unquote popular, he wasn't necessarily universally loved. He was probably about as loved as Pokemon was in the 90s. And listen, kids loved Pokemon, but adults? Oh, they hated that shit, mainly because of the classic rule of, if it's popular, it's worth hating. Or the other classic rule of, if you shove it in my face hard enough, I'm going to shove it down your fucking throat. The thing is, with Mr. Blobby though, he was popular and people hated him for that, but he was also just a douchebag, and that's something that led to his ultimate demise. On March 1994, while attending a little girl's birthday party, Mr. Blobby, being annoying and stupid as he usually is, was scaring the little girl, because of course he was, and deciding that it would be very hilarious and very cool for him to be in character and to knock the little girl's birthday cake on the ground, making her weep profusely. That's when the father of that little girl got up, flew across the room, and beat the ever-living shit out of Mr. Blobby. No joke, this really happened. The best part about it was that while this was going on and he was getting his ass beat, everyone who was watching was applauding the dad for beating up Mr. Blobby. Imagine that, being so hated by the public that they'd rather see you get your ass beat than to even exist. Fucking hilarious. And soon after this made national headlines, Mr. Blobby faded into obscurity, rotting away with the rest of his garbage in Blobbyland. Now, I'm not really sure if this happened at an actual party, like a little girl's party, or if this happened on the show. Either way, still really funny, and that eventually ended up being the canceling point of Mr. Blobby. Of course, the showrunners and the man behind the Mr. Blobby outfit said that the whole incident was blown out of proportion, and that it was a hit piece to get rid of Mr. Blobby, but whether or not that's true is irrelevant, as Mr. Blobby remains unseen. However, this isn't really the end of Mr. Blobby. No, there are rumors that a Mr. Blobby reboot is in the works, and Noel Edmonds has shared interest in rebooting Mr. Blobby as well as his own show. I mean, of course he would. Why wouldn't he? It made him millions, and nowadays it's a good time to just reboot the same old garbage that we loved as kids for nostalgic reasons. Why would he just stop there? Mr. Blobby still dwells underneath the bowels of the UK, and he's lurking around, stalking the opportunity to arise from the depths from whence he came. When opportunity strikes, he'll be there, and he's coming for you, my fellow UK brothers. He's not gone, he's still out there, waiting till you're most vulnerable, and he's ready to come back. You're not safe anymore. Coulrophobia is defined as the extreme or irrational fear of clowns. It's something I can't relate with, but something I know lots of people suffer from. Think of coulrophobia as the millennials' version of automatanophobia, which we'll get to in some other time. For now, I want to talk about clowns and the fear of them as a whole. It seems that nowadays clowns don't really get as much ire as they used to back when I was in high school, but make no mistake, clowns are some of the freakiest and scariest beings for some people. Now, I say some people because I am not one of these people. In fact, I was really confused as to why people were so scared of clowns for so long. Like, really, they're not that bad. In fact, I legitimately think they're funny. I guess the reason I'm personally an outlier to this sort of fear of clowns thing is because everyone went through this sort of shocking experience as a kid, but I had an incredible experience with clowns when I was a child. No, seriously, back when I used to live in Mexico, I was invited to a party at this kid's house, and it being a Mexican party, it had all the things a Mexican child's 6th birthday party could have. Dozens of guests, most of them uncles and aunts, overpriced venue, a DJ for some reason, a huge buffet, and well, Mexican birthday parties are really made for the adults, not necessarily for the children. But one thing I did find interesting was the clowns. Yes, there were Mexican clowns at the party, and I was honestly convinced that I was going to be traumatized. Like, I was seriously about to be very scared. Sure, I was only about 6 years old, but I knew in my gut that I was going to get ruined for life. But as it turns out, I did it. They ruined every other kid's life instead. The kids were horrified. Every kid was screaming and yelling, crying, all the while these clowns were just juggling or doing flips, slapping their asses in front of the adults, fitting in a tiny car. Yeah, I got to see that in person. Doing a bunch of slapstick comedy. It was golden, and ever since then I fell in love with clowns. I think they're hilarious. Of course, my experience was clearly abnormal to the rest of the children my age at the time. The other kids, after all, were absolutely terrified, and even mentioning or showing people around my age a picture of a clown made them scream or run away in fear. But why is that? The clowns I grew up with were clearly funny and completely innocent. Yet people demonized clowns for a long time. First and foremost, I think it's safe to assume most hate for clowns spawned from the very infamous movie It. And no, not the recent one, I mean the old one starring Tim Curry. This made-for-movie two-part special, I'll admit, scared even me as a kid. The design of Pennywise the Clown is surreal, and some of the scenes featuring him were beautifully executed, like the infamous boat scene. Pennywise's makeup, while not intimidating at first glance, does very well in emphasizing odd parts of his head, making his forehead look surreal and unnatural, bulbous, and the thin eyebrows help exaggerate some more monstrous expressions. And then, of course, we have those scenes where Pennywise's teeth just grow sharper and longer with his piercing, jaundiced eyes. It's really effective, honestly. But as I got older, I watched the TV series in full, and I realized it was honestly just more boring than it was scary, and Pennywise was just really funny. Like, seriously, you can't take this guy that seriously when he's just acting like this.
Kiss me, fat boy.
I love it. But the fear of clowns didn't just start with Pennywise. Maybe it affected most 90s kids, sure. That fear has been there forever. Why else did Stephen King choose to have a clown represent the fear of every child? I'd argue that innate, clowns are scary simply because of what they are. They're characters that are made to make you laugh, and to us as humans, that fills in the uncanny value criteria. Just like how robots try to be humans, humans trying to be funny can be just cringy sometimes, and if they really try hard, it could end up being creepy. It also doesn't help that a clown wears an excessive amount of makeup to the point that they just don't seem human anymore. But that goes back to what I was saying. It's humans trying to dress funnier than they really are, and it seems very disingenuous, almost hidden. I remember a very close friend of mine who legitimately had coulrophobia said something about clowns that I'll never forget. Clowns are scary because you can never tell what they're up to. At the time, that was funny to me, and I'm sure she said it in a very joking manner. But when I really thought about it, aside from making you laugh, you don't really know who they are behind the scenes. Taking real-world examples of clowns, we have people like Bozo the Clown, self-proclaimed world most famous clown of the 60s all the way through the early 2000s. Generally speaking, Bozo was beloved by thousands of people all over the world, and it would seem that the people playing Bozo loved being the clown much the same. He was the inspiration behind Ronald McDonald, if not a straight ripoff, seeing as how the person behind the DC iteration of Bozo the Clown was the same exact person who played Ronald McDonald in his very first commercial, Willard Scott. So overall, Bozo the Clown was a well-beloved clown that, aside from real-world beef between all the actors who played Bozo, was seemingly unproblematic. But then we turn from the most famous clown to the most infamous clown, John Wayne Gacy, better known as the Killer Clown. He was a serial killer and known sex offender, a killer with over 30 victims, some not even found, a man who lured innocent teens to his home just to murder them. This actually harmed the image of clowns throughout America, to the point that nobody wanted to hire clowns anymore anywhere in Chicago, which is where Gacy lived. Ironically enough, he never even really used his clown act to ever kill anyone, but it was his side hobby, which is something that just tainted the idea and the imagery of clowns for decades to come. I could go on and on about famous clowns, but really the reason why people are scared of clowns vary from person to person. Ronald McDonald scared the shit out of the elementary school I used to go to, though that was kind of funny. Yeah, Ronald McDonald visited my preschool, and it was really an entertaining kind of time, and I thought everyone getting scared was just hilarious. But anyways, for many, the makeup is what truly terrifies them. Those strange, uncanny expressions, those strange laughters, and for some, it's about the anonymity. I guess that's the real horror behind clowns, honestly, that these are real human beings that are acting as someone else, being veiled by this curtain of security that there's someone to be trusted, when in reality, behind all that makeup, you really have no idea who they are or what their intentions are. It also doesn't help that a few years back, there were tons of killer clown sightings all over the United States and in the UK. Nobody knew why, and people are pretty much sure that it's some sort of hoax or some sort of promotional stunt, but dude, it was a freaky fucking time. Added to the fact that for decades now, we have seen dozens and dozens of clown films that feature them in a negative light. When was the last time you saw a good clown, like a good protagonist clown person who wants to save the world? Not many. Not many at all. This adds to the distrust people have of clowns. They're scary, and we really can't tell what they're going to do next. You know, I'm in a really unique position, along with a handful of other people my age, where I grew up on creepy content. I guess I mean like old creepy content. I grew up with creepypastas, ghost videos, weird websites, all that sort of stuff, and I believed it was real. And as I got older, I tend to notice that the things that I loved when I was much younger are starting to disappear into obscurity. I say this with a bittersweet taste in my mouth. I think it's wonderful that so many people are enjoying new creepy content, and that these wonderful, amazing channels that have sprung up in the past few years that cover this sort of creepy stuff. But it does make me sad knowing that so much that I loved years ago isn't really relevant anymore, or it's just totally forgotten today. Thankfully, I'm an old fart who loves recanting the tales of his youth, so with that being the case, let's travel a few years back and talk about one of my favorite and strangest YouTube channel personalities, Shay St. John, a strange puppet-looking character who got their fame from just being weird and strange. Yeah, there isn't really much you could say about Shay St. John that isn't already self-evident. I remember bringing up Shay on a live stream once, and I told everyone how my favorite video from Shay was the hand thing video. It was so weird and wacky and off the walls, and it's just kind of funny.
Shay? Are you still doing that hand thing? I heard you're doing the hand thing today. God, what is that? Shay, what is it? Hood. You've been doing this for 24/7. See, you've been doing the hand thing all day. Heard you were. Jordan told me you had been doing it on a sleeping bag earlier. Shay, I can't stop doing the thing. What is it? God, I heard you're doing the hand thing. Hood. Hood. What is that? God, what is it?
It's not the sort of thing to creep you out, but I understand if it did. It's unsettling with the strange makeup, the plastic mannequin hands, the weird music. But I get this weird feeling of joy just watching it, and maybe that's just nostalgia, honestly. It's reminiscent to absurdist art and comedy that was rising around the mid to late 2000s with the introduction of Adult Swim content, most notably Tim and Eric, and of course the Eric Andre show. Or if you're a really, really old fart, then something like the Tom Green show, which was Though exploring more into Shay St. John, we see a myriad of videos, 56 in total, all uploaded in 2006 to 2007 on Shay's official channel, Elastic Plastic Fantastic. Yet despite the channel being made 15 years ago, some of you might be surprised to hear that the character of Shay St. John was actually created in 1999 by surrealist filmmaker and punk rocker Eric Fournier. Around this time, there was no YouTube, so Eric was distributing DVD collections of Shay St. John titled The Triggers Compilation. You can even see a trailer for the DVD right here, and you know something? It's kind of crazy to think about this, but Eric Fournier, and by extension Shay St. John, was among the first people to create viral creepy content. In many ways, you can even consider this a true-to-life alternate reality show, not necessarily a game. Mind you, Shay St. John isn't a real person, but she is fleshed out to be real, as described by the various DVDs she was included in, as well as Eric Fournier himself. Shay is a supermodel who got into a horrific car accident when one day she was run over by a train. She's been disfigured all over, and she uses wooden hands and a plastic mannequin face to cover herself. Back in 2003, just about 4 years after her creation, Shay made a live journal blog. And if you don't know what those two things are, well, it's like Twitter and Tumblr combined, only without the character limit or the validation. Around 2006, Eric Fournier uploaded all 52 of Shay's videos up on YouTube with the previously mentioned channel Elastic Spastic Plastic Fantastic. And the videos themselves, I mean, if you haven't watched them before, it's just hard to describe. You just gotta watch them yourself. If you watch any of Shay St. John's videos, I guarantee you that you will not find the words to describe what she was or what she's doing. She was her own thing. And in many ways, I think it's very insulting of me to say that other people copied her style. The fact is, she was something worth imitating. The style, the franticness, the crazy edits. I know this sort of stuff is so common nowadays, what with everyone and their grandma making their own creepy ARG content or whatever online, but Shay was doing something 20 years ahead of her time. This is around the time a cult following was garnered, and when I say it was massive, I mean people really dug into the character. I mean, there were people all over YouTube at the time trying to imitate Shay, some people claiming that they were Shay, or making their own Shay content, people dressed up as Shay St. John for Halloween, or just for fun, videos of other people doing the hand thing. I mean, we were in love with this freaky character. Now obviously, she wasn't mainstream. I mean, anyone with a phone bought in the double digits and a good editing software could pretty much become mainstream creepy nowadays if they're lucky enough and get enough coverage from the right people. But back then, Shay was in an environment that was unfavorable to her, yet she flourished. Back in the late 2000s, people weren't willingly looking for creepy weird shit. This stuff was mostly word of mouth. This was during a time when you found creepy stuff or weird videos online, it would be considered the weird part of YouTube, not the main part. Nowadays, that's sort of celebrated. It's like its own subgenre of YouTube videos. So this fan base she gathered, I mean, I say it's massive, but it was really about, I don't know, maybe like 80,000 people or so. I understand by today's standards, that's nothing, but back then, that was big. I even remember a creepypasta trying to capitalize on the character and trying to make them the next big Jeff the Killer. I think I even saw someone trying to make Shay an SCP. Yeah, early 2010s creepy community was a bit try-hard, but I loved it all the same, and we loved anything we could find. When we found Shay St. John, I mean, it was a trip. It was a trip and a half, a sort of parody of the washed-up superstar trope, as well as the common teenage spastic energy you would see in any middle school or high school during this time. It was 3 parts comedy, 2 parts creepy, but 100 parts insanity, and only weirdos like me would love this sort of shit. By the way, I understand in the UK that spastic or spaz means something incredibly offensive and derogatory, but I assure you here in the States it doesn't really mean anything derogatory at all, so please stop dialing 999 at me. I'm not trying to be offensive. Sadly, the resurgence in fame Shay garnered over the years is fairly recent. And I say sadly because in 2010, Shay St. John's creator Eric Fournier passed away. To add insult to injury, Shay's channel was removed in 2017 by YouTube for seemingly no reason other than it being too weird for YouTube. This was around the same time Shay became much bigger than she ever was, what with the rise of spooky content creators like I mentioned, and scary, freaky content being more of a regular thing for people to cover. I guess in a way it was a side effect of the rise of the spooky community, and an unfortunate one at that. Luckily, all of Shay's videos have been re-uploaded to YouTube, albeit with fewer views. There is also a new Elastic Spastic Plastic Fantastic channel with all new videos and such, but I'm not quite sure if it's Shay herself or not. There was a second person working alongside Eric Fournier, Carl Crew, who was pretty much an instrumental part of her growth and her fame as well. Eric and Carl had quite a lot planned together, something about a deep plot involving Shay turning out to be a person on the run, being protected in secrecy by witness protection. They were essentially going to get into the lore of everything, but that never came to fruition. Honestly, that would have been cool to see, but I remember Shay for being who she is and what she represents. Yes, she's crazy. Yes, she's energetic and weird. But honestly, and I'm not trying to be sentimental here or anything, Shay legitimately reminds me of just someone who's confident in themselves. Listen, in the 2000s, I and many of my friends were bullied for being too weird. I saw that as a bad thing, like I wasn't allowed to express myself or else I'd stick out like a sore thumb for others to point and laugh at. I was very insecure about who I was or what I loved. It wasn't until around 2008 when I got my own computer and I found others who also shared my interests and loving these interests wholeheartedly. This is when I found Shay, and I saw in her a weirdo who loved doing weird things and loving herself, not because she sees herself as weird, but she sees herself as something beautiful. What we do in our lives and what we love, what inspires us, that makes us beautiful, not weird. If those things are weird, then so be it. We are who we are, we love what we love, and through Shay I found some amazing people who are just as beautiful as her and as you. Yes, you, the audience back at home. Huh. This isn't really a good Traumathon episode, is it? I guess I forgot to mention how scary she might be to some people, but... yeah. Well, I guess I can consider this my worst Traumathon entry of all time. For now, at least. Oh well. Imagine you're a kid again. You come home from school, you get on your laptop or desktop, and you get a private message from your friend, either on Facebook or MySpace or Gaia Online. It all really depends how saggy your skin is. And within this private message is a link to a YouTube video. Your friend says it's a funny commercial or a banned video from a different country. Well, whatever it is, you click on it. You're curious, and you see this. Holy shit, what the hell was that? Well, that would be a jump scare, but when it comes to viral videos like these, I heard people describe them as screamers, which apparently is different. Now, we'll get into the details as to what makes a screamer different from a jump scare, but I think it's more important for us to now talk about the history of jump scare. Yeah, it's something you don't really think about, is it? Back in the 20th centuries, when movies were beginning to rise in popularity, horror films were extremely different than what we consider contemporary horror now. You know what I mean. Spooky films such as Creature from the Black Lagoon or Dracula or even Godzilla. Yeah, the first Godzilla film was considered a horror movie. There was no distinguishing genre for monster movies or kaiju films yet. It was a wild time, and things that were considered horror then are considered by many standards comical now. And we all know that. Some of us embrace that. I mean, no film buff is going to defend 1953's Robot Monster. I mean, look at how stupid that thing is. Yet there's a charm to how horror films were made, and in many sense, some of these films can be considered creepy, but there's one film that stands out, not for its quality, mind you, but for this one scene that's arguably the very first jump scare in any horror film ever. The movie is called Cat People, and up until this point in the film, we find out that the antagonist slash main character Irina is currently in love with the marine engineer Oliver. Oliver wants to marry Irina, but she's hesitant as she fears she's cursed to turn into a cat-like creature should her emotions ever flare up. Despite this, the two end up getting married. Yet Irina's fears come true when she believes a young woman by the name of Alice is in love with her husband. This is when we see Alice and Oliver leave a restaurant together, and Irina sees them both. Irina then decides to stalk Alice, perhaps with the intent to kill her, and this is where we get this scene. Beautifully executed by the books, and it's a great jump scare. Elevated with the sound of quiet footsteps slowly approaching to Alice, sort of emphasizing the sound of the bus. It makes you focus on what kind of noise Alice is listening before the bus comes in, making you hyper-focus of the bus sounds itself and scaring the shit out of you. Now maybe it's not as scary as your modern jump scares of today, but back then, this was innovative. Now, I have heard some people argue that there were prior jump scares that made more sense, hence why this is arguably the first ever jump scare. First one that comes to mind, for example, was Citizen Kane's jump scare, which was a movie that released just 1 year prior to Cat People, though Citizen Kane's jump scare doesn't really count. At least I personally don't count it. If you weren't aware, Citizen Kane does have a jump scare, one that's seldom ever talked about. See, it happens during this scene, and honestly, it has no rhyme or reason as to why it happens. It just sort of does, and I guess that's why people don't talk about it.
Like the time his wife left.
Allegedly, this scene was added in due to Orson Welles' fear of boring his audience and putting them to sleep, so he put this jump scare on to wake them up. It's one of those urban legends you hear about so many times that you wonder if this is even true, but it just so happens that this is exactly the only reason why this jump scare was included. It's said by the man himself.
Everybody remembers that one scene where you suddenly cut to a cockatoo screeching just before...
That was to wake up the audience.
It's as simple
That's
as
the
that.
entire significance of the cockatoo.
I just can't get I can't get a pretentious answer out of you. We will be back after message.
It's a meaningless scene whose only purpose was to make sure you weren't bored. I wouldn't consider this the first jump scare, but it's kind of hard to give the film that credit when the intent wasn't really to scare anyone in the first place, but to just wake people up. I don't know, maybe it's just a horror fan in me that just doesn't want to believe it's the first jump scare. I just don't want it to not come from a horror film and just coming from a random movie like Citizen Kane. I don't know. Other people have argued that Psycho had the first jump scare with the shower scene or the big reveal of Mrs. Bates's corpse, spoilers by the way, in the cellar, but that really hardly counts, as they're more stingers and shocking than they were jump scares. I can see how some people might have jumped out of their seats when this came out 80 years ago, but I hardly doubt that it really fits in the category of jump scare. I've also heard this one film called The Haunted Castle, which came out back in 1896, gets the credit for the first jump scare because the appearance of skeletons in this movie made audiences back then literally jump out of their seats in fear. Hey, go easy on them, okay? It's the late 1800s, times were simpler. Though if this were considered the first jump scare, then I think we have a fundamental misunderstanding on what a jump scare really is. It's not something that actually frightens you, it's something that catches you off guard and makes you more vulnerable for future scares, or catches you at a time when you believe the worst has passed. That's why I believe Cat People's jump scare really is the first jump scare, not Citizen Kane, because you're not really expecting anything else from that film to scare you, nor was there anything prior scary either. It doesn't really build up atmosphere, it's just sort of a gimmick that Citizen Kane employed. Though I will say a strong contender for the, well, modern jump scare, if you will, probably does belong to Carrie. And if you haven't watched Carrie, I highly recommend it, but to summarize, Carrie is a young girl who goes through puberty much later in her life, which receives ire from her mother and frightens Carrie as it's revealed that she's gaining psychic abilities. Now, I'm sure most of us are familiar with the prom scene at the end, and I won't spoil what happens just because it's such a great scene, but I am going to spoil the ending just so we can talk about the jump scare. So be warned, if you haven't seen the film yet and you're itching to watch, now's your last chance to save yourself from spoilers. Otherwise, let's talk about the moment. After Carrie kills her mother and destroys her own home, Sue, one of the only survivors of that horrible prom night, has a dream of her visiting Carrie's grave, and, well, let's watch. Holy shit, that scared the fuck out of me and my roommates as we watched it not too long ago. It's a really effective scare, because nothing like that throughout the entire movie ever happens. Hell, you could even argue that nothing in the film is ever visually scary at all, and aside from the loud dun dun whenever Carrie uses her psychic powers, yeah, I mean, this film is more or less just a teen drama with supernatural elements and dark religious undertones. This jump scare paved the way for modern jump scares because prior to the 80s, not a lot of films used jump scares, and there really weren't as many jump scares in horror films, if at all. Yet, of course, after Carrie's release in 1976, more modern horror films began to use jump scares, and much more often, more effectively. Most films focused on atmosphere and their writing more than they could visuals. Some might think this was due to the black and white era being very limited visually, but I think this gave most filmmakers an excuse to use heavy shadows and create eerie and dreary settings. It probably also has to do with the fact that the 30s, all the way throughout the 60s, things were a lot more conservative. This was the era that deemed Elvis Presley's debut to be too sexual just because he shook his hips a little too many times. Films were getting banned left and right just for showing a little bit of blood or deformities. Sometime in the late 60s, however, the horror genre started to spread its wings and gave less of a shit if they were going to get banned for being too explicit. This gave rise to the grindhouse era, where people just showed a bunch of tits and gore and action with the lowest amount of budget, and it was crazy. Around the 70s, horror films began to embrace the jump scare, and if we go to where'sthejump.com, we get to see that Halloween actually holds the record for that decade for the most jump scares in the 70s. Carrie only had one. But one is probably all you need to inspire a whole generation of horror films, and it's attributed to be the inspiration behind Friday the 13th's influential jump scare at the very end of the film. Though it is interesting to look at this and realize just how drastic the horror genre began to shift from slightly relying on jump scares to just fuck it, let's just scare the fuck out of people in the 80s. Look at that. Halloween has a measly 13 jump scares, which sounds like a lot, but then you look at the 80s and most films went above and beyond 13 jump scares. I mean, shit, the second Evil Dead movie has 27 jump scares. Actually, looking at this chart, we get to see some real influential and highly praised horror films use quite a lot of jump scares during the 80s. And hey, the 80s was the rise of the slasher genre and horror as a whole, so are jump scares really that bad? I mean, considering that nowadays people think of jump scares as cheap and lazy and honestly not very good, it's curious to see that some of our favorite films use jump scares like it's no one's business. I guess honestly it's not really the jump scare that's to blame, but rather the quality of it that is. I mean, when you have so many jump scares, you can't honestly expect them all to be that effective, right? I mean, look at this list. This is a hell of a list. I mean, these are just some incredible movies. But let's fast forward a bit and see what the 2010s has to offer in store. Oh my, oh fucking, what? Oh, ew. Ew. Wow, I mean, that's excessive. Look at these movies. All of them have more than 20 jump scares per film. And only a handful of these movies can be considered good. The rest, not so much. I mean, the highest jump scare count goes to The Haunting in Connecticut 2, which is notoriously bad. So I guess to some sense, there is an argument to be made that jump scares are extremely cheap and lazy and definitely doesn't make a film any better. But what is it that we consider lazy in one film, but scary in another? Well, like I said, the quality of jump scares go down the more you use them. Priding yourself in having the most jump scares in a film is like priding yourself for eating the most hot dogs in under an hour. That's impressive, sure, but you really don't get to enjoy the moment while it lasts if your aim is quantity rather than quality. Also, you kind of feel nauseated after a while, and sort of bored of it all towards the end. The issue also stems from the fact that a lot of films rely on these jump scares as a sort of crutch. It sends off this illusion that you're really scary and terrifying when really you're just doing the same trick over and over again, filling in the gaps where you're not actually scary. I mean, I'm not going to fault anyone for enjoying a film that scared them with a ton of jump scares. I mean, I understand the thrill of watching a horror film as if it were a carnival haunted mansion ride, sure, but I just personally don't believe these momentary scares really really impact me at all. What impacts me more is a movie like The Evil Dead 2, which again has 27 jump scares, but also has some wonderful and creepy visuals and some amazing effects and a fantastic atmosphere. It doesn't rely on jump scares, but it uses them all the same to help emphasize its visuals and atmosphere, and doesn't solely rely on them to be creepy. It's just a very fun film that already has the creepiness factor to the max. It doesn't need the jump scares, but it's a welcoming thing. It is interesting to note, however, that the 90s didn't have quite as many jump scares as, say, the 80s or the 2000s, and this may be due to the fact that people were facing sort of a horror drought during this time. Yeah, people were kind of sick of teenagers getting slashed up in films. It almost became really cheesy, to the point where it was even parodied by one of the most influential slashers of the 90s, Scream. Yet while horror movies were going through a jump scare lull at the time, video games were only just starting to explore the realm of horror, which is something we're going to explore more in part 2. I'll see you then. Now, it remains debatable as to when or where the first jump scare was used in a film, and even more debatable as to the effectiveness of jump scares in movies as a whole, but things are drastically different when we jump over to video games. First and foremost, it's easy to spot what exactly the first jump scare was in gaming, as many have already documented its existence. The first ever jump scare in a video game came from 1985's Rescue on Fractulus, made by Lucasfilm Games. It was available for the Atari 5200, Commodore 64, Apple II, and the ZX Spectrum Color Computer 3. Oh god, this was back when there was a lot less uniformity in computers and video game consoles as a whole. But check it out, this game had some incredible graphics back in the time. I mean, 1985, it's really mind-blowing. Keep in mind that this is way before Doom or Star Fox or anything closely resembling 3D, so this game really blew some minds back in the 80s. Enough gushing though, let's talk about the jump scare in question. See, the objective of this game is to save these crash-landed pilots from this alien planet infested with Jaggies, an alien race that's ready to exterminate you and your friends. Searching around for the missing pilots can be difficult with the Jaggies constantly shooting at you, but once you find them, they end up running towards you and enter your ship. Though sometimes you might get it wrong, and you won't know until it's too late. Oh fuck, well look at that ugly freak, and he's got a real impressive animation there. This might not be the scariest jump scare or the loudest, but again, it's 1985, the first ever horror game hasn't even been released by this point. It has scared a few people in the past, but honestly, it doesn't matter if it has or hasn't. What matters is that this is often credited as the first ever jump scare, and from my research I haven't really found anything sooner. I mean, I have heard some people call the Yeti from Ski Free a jump scare, and I've had some interesting claims that Sinistar was one of the first jump scares with this horrible digitized scream.
I hunger, coward. Beware, I live.
But I feel like that's a bit of a stretch. I think if we really want to get into jump scares in horror games, like games that actually utilized in order to freak out their audience sort of jump scares, then I'd personally recommend Sweet Home on the NES. It's a game based off the Japanese horror film of the same name, and it's widely considered the very first horror game ever made, which influenced Resident Evil later on. More importantly, however, the encounters this game has are all pretty terrifying and often make you think fast before you face the consequences. I don't see too many people talk about this game enough, but really it is a fantastic game, and I feel it deserves its own recognition for the horror genre as a whole. But of course, just because it might be the first doesn't mean it's the most popular, which is why we gotta mention Resident Evil, which many people claim is the true horror experience that brought all sorts of crazy techniques that made you scared shitless. The awkward controls, that's scary. The terrible camera angles, also pretty spooky. That one corridor with the dogs. fuck that. Everything about this game was built to make you experience terrifying difficulty and anxiousness. These jump scare moments helped amplify just how alone you are and how vulnerable you are. You're never too sure when you'll be safe, as every room could be a death trap. Horror games, however, are very different from horror movies, as controlling your character and being immersed in this world is far more effective already on its own than having a movie build this all up from the ground. Horror movies have to really teach you to be scared, but horror games, you're already scared. Not to knock horror films, of course, it's just that there's a reason why jump scares are far more effective when used less in movies as opposed to in games, where that's almost celebrated. We play horror games for the experience, sometimes for the story, or for maybe sometimes how fun they can be. It's why Five Nights at Freddy's can be so terrifying while mainly using jump scares as their main hook. You can't really get away with that in films, where it's almost a weakness. Though used correctly, it can be very, very powerful. But then, of course, we have the outlier, the thing that lives between entertainment and cheap scares. I'm talking, of course, about screamers. Internet screamers are far different from jump scares, as jump scares are used to emphasize the terror within a movie or game. Screamers are literally meant to be just cheap, and many times it's meant to just trick you. I briefly spoke about the Maze game last year, developed by Jeremy Winterrod. The Maze game paved the way for spooky jump scare videos everywhere, ever since its genesis in 2004. Hell, it was so popular and so old that you could even see some early prank videos show up on America's Funniest Home Videos. Boy, you gotta have some saggy ass skin if you remember AFV. Anyways, this took the internet by storm, and before you knew it, everyone was making a screamer. I even covered how Nickelodeon had their very own screamer flash game back in the early to mid 2000s. It was easy to make and fun to watch other people fall for it. Of course, talking about screamers is nowhere near relevant to the impact jump scares had. Screamers are their own thing after all, but without jump scares in films, we wouldn't have them. Nowadays, people discuss whether or not jump scares are effective, with near unanimous belief that jump scares are lazy and aren't necessarily what make a game scary or good. I think when it comes to video games, you see this talked about a little less. I mean, I've played a lot of modern horror games where there were dozens and dozens of jump scares, but I still think the game is very good. But then again, you have games like Five Nights at Freddy's who pretty much uses jump scares as a gimmick, and while very effective in the very first game, as I mentioned, it got incredibly complicated and far too predictable in the next few games. It was practically a meme about how overly exaggerative these people were with their reactions of Five Nights at Freddy's jump scares. I mean, honestly, it's the same game and the same kind of scares over and over again. How could you not learn from before and not be scared? This actually was the catalyst to PewDiePie's changes in current content because of how bored he was with the series and how he hated pretending to be scared all the time. So yeah, use it one too many times and you kind of get jaded of it all. I still believe 1 or 2 jump scares in a horror film is perfect. 1 jump scare is enough for me to be scared, but 2 jump scares is enough for me to be paranoid. But after that, you're just pushing your luck. In the end, it's the utility of jump scares that people need to learn how to master, not how it can be done. It's something that can take careful planning, perfect shots, and the right atmosphere. Build it up enough and it can really scare the shit out of people. But you know, it's funny. After nearly 70 years, that cat people jump scare seems just as effective now as it was back then. Maybe even more so. It all just takes some careful planning. For any fan of Half-Life, most people would look at the title of this video and think, well, yeah, of course it's horrifying. Though nowadays Half-Life has been more of a passing meme than an actual game series. Sure, Half-Life Alyx brought a lot of vitality to the franchise, especially since the ending alludes to a possible revival to the series, and while many see this game as an innovative push forward to the gaming industry as a whole, people sometimes forget that this game is rooted in horror elements. See, Half-Life 1 actually has its roots in a sort of mixture of both high-octane action and some terrifying horror elements. It's weird, but it works with all these shambling, creepy zombies running around these dark corridors filled with these little creatures and strange existential cutscenes here and there. Of course, I wouldn't blame you if you disagreed. I mean, 60% of the game you're fighting like soldier dudes and actual fucking ninjas. It's stupid, yeah, but it's the 90s. It's like 90s stupid. Half-Life was pretty well received at the time, but I don't really remember anyone really talking about it too much. I think Duke Nukem was talked about more than Half-Life at the time, but that could totally be my personal experience. I personally grew up with Quake, and yo, everyone loved Quake in the late 90s. But that suddenly changed when the world was introduced to the next generation of games in the new millennia. The Xbox, GameCube, and PS2 were hot off the shelves. People were interested to see just what the next generation of games have to offer. Aside from looking better, games had the opportunity to just do bigger things, bigger stories, better soundtracks, larger worlds, thanks to CD-based technology. But of course, PC gamers been new. PCs back in the 90s performed really well for gaming, but the market just wasn't tapped in yet. Sure, we had unique PC games that couldn't be emulated on consoles, but the mainstream still focused on bits and 3D. With the new generation coming, however, it was the perfect time to innovate. However, no other video games out there innovated the genre and gaming as a whole more than Half-Life 2, and that's no hyperbole. Half-Life 2 was just a glimpse of what gaming had to offer, not just technically speaking, but as an art form as a whole. It had a grand story, beautiful graphics, ragdoll physics. Yeah, that was a thing that not a lot of games during the time had, and if they did have it, it'd be sometimes very buggy or wouldn't look as good as Half-Life did. The physics engine absolutely changed the way so many games are developed, and I know for a lot of you guys, the physics engine in your games might be taken for granted, but legit, me seeing barrels roll around and destroy crates, I mean, even today's games don't use physics engines like Half-Life 2 did. And ragdoll physics? Oh my god, I played around with dead bodies for hours. Wow, that sounds incredibly messed up when I say that. All of the great things Half-Life did, we tend to forget what lies beneath this game. I'm talking, of course, of the horrors of the lore and the many implications that this one game hides. Y'all think Dark Souls has some juicy lore hidden in the items and environment? Wait till you examine this shit. First and foremost, let's talk about the story. Starting with Half-Life 1, you play as Gordon Freeman, a scientist working on some experiments conducted by this super secret facility called Black Mesa. Science happens, Corona and aliens are unleashed, and it's up to you to stop them. On the surface, Half-Life 1 isn't anything special. Fact is, we've been fighting aliens all throughout the 90s, but that's not what makes Half-Life special, not the aliens, no. Half-Life was made special simply for the sheer fun of its gameplay. The cutscenes were non-existent, and it's all seamlessly transitioned over to scripted dialogue and scenes. The alien designs were very unique, and the weapons were a ton of fun to mess around with. Plus, this game introduced some iconic Half-Life tropes, like the crowbar and head crabs, which resurrected a ton of scientists found in the Black Mesa facility, changing the mood from a simple shoot-'em-up to a real dark and existential survival horror. Of course, much of that gets thrown out the window when the military gets involved and you're all decked out with RPGs and submachine guns and fucking 3 kinds of explosives. Then eventually you get your hands on some weird alien tech and it's just so good. But honestly, not much about this game is horrifying. Aside from encountering your first few aliens and headcrab zombies at the beginning, Half-Life quickly turns horror to action, like the Alien movies. That actually makes sense. It's not really till about Half-Life 2 when things start getting more complicated. The story turns more existential, the writing is incredible, and the atmosphere, man, the atmosphere. Well, instead of gushing about the game, let's talk details. I won't go too much into the story of the game as I feel like most of us have already played the game, and if you haven't, you should. Also, I really would like to dive into some of the spookier aspects instead of just nitpicking some story parts. To summarize though, after the events of Half-Life 1, the alien civilization known as the Combine was able to find Earth and enslave it within a matter of hours. Since then, the world has been living under a fascist regime. Nobody is free, everything you do is monitored, everything you eat is monitored, where you work is monitored, you become sterilized so you can't reproduce anymore, your bodies are forcibly mutilated to serve the Combine. You see helicopters made from the carcasses of other alien races they've enslaved, burnt bodies from subordinates who failed to take orders. Oh, yeah, and Ravenholm. There's a lot to unpack, and like I said, If you haven't already played the game, I highly recommend you do, and I really want you to experience it yourself, because now I'll be diving deep into this game, starting with the Combine itself. In the first game, you actually get to visit a plane of existence called Zen. It's really unique in the sense that you really don't ever visit anything like this in any other game but Half-Life 1, and it's the home world of your main alien baddies. It's here you fight the big bad boss, Nihilith. This is where he begins to whisper things into your mind.
The last you are, the last you are. You are man. He's not man. For you he waits. For you. Now die. Now die. Now.
At first, it seems cryptic, almost nonsensical, until you begin to piece together that the Nihilith is talking about the Combine, their terrifying indoctrinations and slavery, and of course, G-Man. Yes, G-Man, the most infamously mysterious character in all of gaming. G-Man is an enigmatic character who speaks in an odd tone of voice, strange inflections whenever there shouldn't be any. He's shown to have power beyond comprehension, such as stopping time, putting Gordon Freeman in stasis for years, transporting him in and out wherever he sees fit. I remember as a kid thinking that G-Man was not only one of the most interesting and enigmatic characters I'd ever seen in any video game, but also one of the scariest. The way he talks is freaky, sure, and I remember some people describing it as some sort of alien who's never had lungs before, trying to get used to breathing. I remember that description. I think it's the most beautiful way to describe his talking, but that's not really what got me all spooked out. It's freaky, sure, but what really got me was the fact that he was always watching you. You don't really need to look very hard to find him, because chances are you will eventually see him. He's in the monitors, he's on TV, he's here, he's there. It's unsettling. You always feel like you're being watched, not just by the Combine, but by something else you can't really explain, which also describes G-Man himself. Is he a friend or just an enemy? Is he someone you can trust or someone who's yet to reveal his true motives? Who does he work for? It doesn't help that whenever G-Man appears on TV, this real creepy music starts playing. To this day, no one can decipher what that female voice in the background is saying. Although many suggest it's a Combine radio chatter heard throughout City 17, others have suggested that if you play it backwards, you can hear something akin to, "Gordon, can you hear me?" What do you guys think? Speaking of which, G-Man gets a lot of attention for being creepy, but I feel not enough people talk about the horrors that the Combine puts humanity through. First and foremost, you gotta understand that the Combine are a massive galactic federation that has enslaved and taken over dozens of civilizations from different dimensions and different planets, including the very aliens you fought against during the first game. Of course, by this point we're under the impression that the Nihilith was the big bad, but as stated before, the Nihilith was just a cog, and it's sort of unclear whether or not Nihilith wanted to take over Earth for himself or inhabit Earth secretly in order to escape the Combine. But this results in the Combine eventually finding out that Earth exists, and by the time you're dropped off in Half-Life 2, several years had gone by, and the Combine has had full control over Earth. The things the Combine did to humanity is bleak, but not quite as bleak as what was put in the beta, which we'll talk about right after this. At this point, the Combine had taken over humanity and essentially neutered them. Most men and women have been sterilized, a ton of children have been put into labor. Though never explicitly shown, it is implied and shown in the beta. Also, the oceans were completely dried up by the Combine, turning these places into wastelands, toxic, filled with a poison that could have you coughing foamy blood. This isn't explained outright, but the beta of this game tells otherwise. See, I've had a bit of trouble naming this video because I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about the beta of Half-Life 2 or if I was just going to talk about Half-Life 2 in general, because I believe both versions are two completely different games with different atmospheres and have different ways to make you feel uncomfortable. Both have horrifying aspects that I feel go underappreciated. But I didn't want to focus on which one was scarier because I feel they're both scary in their own right, and this is because they both show the Combine differently. Overall, the backstory is much the same. The Combine defeated the humans in just a matter of 7 hours, as if in a way to humiliate humanity while it was down or to just rub salt in the wound. We learned through some newspapers that this wasn't even done through the Combine's main military unit, but by a much smaller unit to soften the Earth's defenses. Something about that when I was a kid, it really freaked me out. I mean, we've all seen alien movies where the aliens invade Earth and whatever, but the concept of aliens being so incredibly advanced that they could just bring humanity to its knees in just an afternoon brings me terror to no end. It's that unknown that scares me, sure, but also what the unknown has planned for us that scares me. Half-Life 2's retail release shows the Combine to be more similar to George Orwell's 1984, their totalitarian regime that have humanity pressed underneath their thumb, treating them more like cattle, or maybe even less than that. They mutilate them to serve their own purposes and experiment on them whenever they go too far, as if they were nothing more than children who cannot understand their place in the universe. Humans are constantly transported from city to city, confusing the masses, alienating them from the community they're in, separating themselves from their families, clearly as a way for the Combine to keep everyone demoralized and confused, and from forming an organized revolt. And for those that do plan to revolt or refuse to stay in line, well, the punishments are far more severe than words can describe. Countless times we see humans turn to headcrab zombies, for example, but when you examine them closely, you feel a sort of tragic empathy towards them. Their torso and stomachs are torn away, their bodies mutated to fit the headcrab's needs, whatever they may be. The shouts and screams of the victims begging to be stopped can still be heard if you play their moans backwards. Help me! Then there are the different variants of headcrab zombies, all worse than the last. Ravenholm is practically a testing field for what variants of headcrabs can turn people into. Lore-wise, Ravenholm used to be a resistance stronghold filled with citizens who escaped the Combine's grasp, yet by the time we see it in-game, it's already been transformed into an apocalyptic nightmare and an example of what humans could become if they do not follow the Combine's orders. But following Combine orders doesn't guarantee survival, as shown many times that the Combine will beat you to near death just for not picking up a can and throwing it in the trash. They'll give you 1 meal a day, a full meal if you're willing to comply to their demands, such as ratting out resistance members, and this doesn't even guarantee your survival, honestly. Again, they don't see you as humans, barely even as conscious beings. The Combine see you as slaves, as cattle, as a dying race on its last legs, just like every other race they've conquered. Let's also not forget that Civil Protection, as in the Metro Combine you first see in the game, are also enslaved humans. As evil as they may seem, all throughout the game you can hear radio chatter that implicates what could drive someone to betray their own species. Other than maybe a small minority being psychotic and love the power of being a CP, the life of a CP isn't so very luxurious, as it's stated that the reward for doing your job as Civil Protection is either getting to see your family and keeping them alive, or getting a decent meal.
Reminder, memory replacement is the first step towards rank privileges. Rank leaders, reminder, 100 sterilized credits qualifies non-mechanical reproduction simulation.
Yes, that's correct. They are treated, rewarded for beating citizens with non-mechanical reproduction simulation, which I don't think I need to explain what that is. They actually encourage CP to brutally beat or even kill other civilians due to augmentations that are implanted in their suit that give them a surge of dopamine just from complying. It's brutal, and in many ways it sympathizes what the CP does and why they become what they are. Speaking of augmentations, the Combine has enslaved many worlds just like Earth and have synthesized the creatures they found into bioengineered machines. Ever notice that the Combine dropship looks kind of weird and vaguely like some sort of alien creature on its own? Well, that's because it is. This is the carcass of an unknown alien turned into a Combine dropship, and this sort of technological advancement can be seen from most Half-Life enemies. They're called synths. They are terrifying in concept, basically the husk of aliens repurposed into killing machines. They can be seen even on humans, as human synths work within the Citadel, and even for Combine. Stalkers are the most brutal synths out of any of them. We'll talk about the cut content soon enough, sure, but by God, Stalkers are terrifying. The design is honestly genius, as the details hidden within this model alone host a myriad of speculative design choices, such as the gastric ports found on the side of their bodies, assuring that they must be dependent on the Combine to feed them and keep them alive. The skull itself warped and drastically altered to meet the needs of fulfilling its role in the Citadel, which is largely unknown aside from operating some machinery. Their voices are removed and their limbs are torn off so that they may never do more than what they were built to do. They're kept just alive to work, but barely alive to live. That's just what the Combine does to humanity. Hell, to any civilization it conquers. It combines you into their society. The Combine is not even a civilization, honestly. They're just one large entity, a heart, a brain, and a body, and it's melding everyone, whether they like it or not, into their bodies. Humans are lesser than cattle, than ants. They're microorganisms in the grand eye of the Combine, and they'll do whatever it takes to integrate them into their collective consciousness. Now, I know I said we were going to talk about the beta of Half-Life 2, but unfortunately, I'm really bad at scheduling videos and making them and all that stuff, so if I were to talk more about them, this video would have lasted for 30 minutes, and I think that would have been the longest Traumathon episode we've ever had, aside from the ones where we're reading stuff, so I'm going to save that for tomorrow. Check back in for part 2. We'll talk more about it. I promise this time the beta will get a deep dive, and hopefully you'll find out something that maybe you didn't know. In part 1 of the video, we talked about the Combine and how horrifying Half-Life really is, despite its action-packed gameplay and many other things that don't really make it seem like a horror game. The Combine is brutal, and really, they don't treat humans at all like they are humans. Ugh. It's gruesome, but maybe not even as gruesome as the original beta of Half-Life would have you believe. Yes, the original version of Half-Life was actually a lot darker, and it's been argued whether or not the story was better before the revisions, but nonetheless, this showed an incredibly bleak and disturbing story just prior to all the changes. First of all, the children. That's the main change between the games. Whereas Half-Life 2's story does not include children, and it's heavily implied that these citizens were the last children that Earth ever had, if you go to a nearby playground, you can even hear eerie sounds of ghost children playing, once again implying that there are no more kids. The last kids that ever existed are all grown up now, or have just been executed. Meanwhile, in the beta, children are instead forced into labor, just like adults. They build these giant flamethrower-bearing machines called cremators. The cremators were removed for seemingly unknown reasons. However, the gameplay itself was going to be pretty creepy. It was going to lie and lurk around darker corners and alleyways, and you could hear the breathing the cremator made as it is lurking within the dark corner until bam, it lights you up in flames. The sound files are still in the game, and they're really horrifying to listen to, like sort of like a strained Darth Vader or something. Eesh, that's pretty bad. Not as bad as its lore, which was apparently, it was supposed to act more like a janitor than it was a sort of killing unit. It was meant to just burn the bodies that were littered all across the entire city. This was most likely changed mainly due to the fact that the direction of the town, City 17 itself, was drastically altered, making it more gray and bleak as opposed to very apocalyptic in the beta version. There's also the implications that they were built by children, and since children are just no longer in the game at all, then that would not make sense lore-wise. But then again, why did children have to build them anyways? You mean to tell me a galactic conquering civilization is capable of producing some of the most powerful weapons and is able to suck dry an entire ocean, but they're forcing kids to make their robots when they can just easily have machines do that for them? Well, yeah, of course they would, because they're training kids to be obedient and to get used to work and life from the get-go. This version of the game actually also showed dead children, and of course that might have gotten them in trouble. Sure, nowadays maybe you can show a kid's corpse in a game, maybe, but Half-Life 2 came out like 10 years after the ESRB was created. People weren't really treading the waters to get banned or worse, sued. Also, different areas of the world have different laws regarding children in media, so ultimately this idea was scrapped. Then of course we have the Wasteland, another major change. I talked briefly about it before, but the Wasteland in Half-Life 2 is essentially the Earth outside of City 17. Nothing thrives on these lands. No plants, no fauna, save of course a couple of forests maybe. The only thing that thrives are Zen aliens, so head crabs, ant lions, etc. This had a huge role in the game, and it was supposed to be explored extensively, even being the very first level of the game. It had railroads, beach seafloors, whale and fish bones scattered across the land, ship graveyards all over. It could have potentially been great, but ultimately it was scrapped. Then there was the air exchange, a facility that replaced the Earth's air with toxic, noxious gas, essentially meaning to kill the Earth. This required most citizens to buy gas masks to protect themselves from the poison miasma. City 17 was a lot more in 1984 than the retail one, and one of the few changes I'm glad happened. I do like that it was much bigger, sure, but these propaganda posters and the TVs, I feel like it's a bit over the top and too flashy. City 17 in the retail state is just gray, dull, and lifeless. The beta version of City 17 even has a quote-unquote entertainment center where citizens take control of manhacks and are under the belief that they're just playing a game with the objective of slaughtering other civilians. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that idea. It's kind of dumb. I don't know, it just feels forced. This beta version of City 17 gives the city itself life and color, which is something I don't think fits narratively. Many of the enemies that were cut were horrifying implications, such as the combined super soldiers looking like a mesh of human and alien and synthetic augmentations. It's disturbing to look at, like a walking cockroach or something like that. And much of the concept art have heavy implications of what the lore could have shaped up. Hell, you can play the beta version of Half-Life 2 yourself. It exists, and the game is nearly done to completion. But as much as I love to dive even deeper into this and the beta itself, I reluctantly have to wrap things up. Sorry, but I've talked long enough, and there's a ton of other Traumathon videos that need to get covered soon. Listen though, I've barely even scratched the surface of the terrifying and creepy shit found in Half-Life 2, both retail and beta versions. So if you're at all interested in that sort of stuff, I really highly recommend just doing a YouTube search of the lore and the beta. Seriously, there are tons and tons of content creators who to this day still make great Half-Life content. Like most of the videos I reference were from 2020 or 2021. That's what happens when you put so much attention to detail, from the areas that you craft to the enemies you face, and even down to the very props that you can hold. Half-Life 2 is a disturbing view of what happens when man comes into contact with beings higher than his own mind can comprehend. It is a dark and disturbing outlook of creatures who've played God and won, but more importantly, it's also an optimistic and hopeful story that shows what humanity can accomplish when faced with certain calamities. I love this game to bits, and I love all the creepy shit that hides within it, but there's so much we can discuss. But for now, let's close the book on this one, and hopefully someday we can talk more about it. I leave you guys with one of my favorite creepy moments of the game. During the end of Half-Life 2, Dr. Breen, the main antagonist of the game, is about to be transported out of the Earth due to the Citadel's imminent destruction. Needless to say, he wasn't able to transport in time as you destroy the Citadel's core. During his final moments, Dr. Breen says this. To this day, I don't know why, but that still sends shivers down my spine. Why did he say it like that? What made him say that? What did he mean by "you need me"? What happened to Dr. Breen? Did he die? Did he transport? I guess we'll never know. These words are the reason why I made this video, and they still ring within my head, echoing constantly. You need me. By now, talking about creepypastas is pretty much a Traumathon tradition. Every single year, we seem to talk about how good they are, how terrible they are, or something in between. This time around, I think I just want to reminisce about the old stuff, about how we all just came in contact with this thing, and the stories that frightened us. Now, while diving deeper into the things that I really wanted to talk about, I noticed that they were a lot more in depth than I really imagined at first. So plans are changing. And I think I'm going to be dedicating those particular stories into their own episodes just because they mean so much to me. Plus, let's face it, I'm like 57 years old and I really don't have that youthful look anymore. So instead, I'll be bringing along the boys over at Going Obscure. They talk about really cool shit on their channel, and honestly, I get jealous sometimes because some of those topics are kind of fucking cool.
SpongeBob Defecation Brazilian Broadcast.
Yeah, regardless of that, I would really appreciate it if you guys would be nice to them. I understand that whenever there's a guest appearance on a YouTuber's channel, people usually tend to react negatively, but seriously, I love these guys and I think you should love them too. Please treat them with the amount of respect that you give me whenever I make Traumathon videos, and also please understand this collaboration helps me out a lot, seeing as how I'm recording this while I'm sick with corona and also while I had my internet down. This helps me a ton with catching up with the Traumathon stuff that I missed out, so please sit back, relax, and enjoy tonight's Traumathon episode featuring the boys over at Going Obscure as they explain and retell their stories of creepypastas.
Being like 48 years younger than Goose, we have a very different experience to creepypastas than him. Both Matt and I were around the ages of 11 and 12 when these now called classic age creepypastas found their way into online relevancy, so we were much more susceptible to their creepiness.
I was an easily frightened child, a tubby meatball kid who would lose sleep at the mere thought of these stories. But upon uncovering some of these images, well, let's just say on several occasions I almost lost my lunch. So creepypasta is a goldmine for childhood trauma, in my case.
Growing up with far too much access to the internet and too much of an imagination didn't help me when it came to finding these internet campfire stories. Speaking of campfire stories, I used to look out for Bigfoot in my backyard as a kid. Why bring that up? Well, when you boil it down, creepypastas are just the next step to folklore and rumors. A story like Bigfoot starts somewhere unknown but gains traction and becomes a legend all over. Creepypastas are much the same, only difference being that these stories are on the internet, so they spread much faster.
You can see us talk more about obscure cryptids in an upcoming episode of our show, so stay tuned for that. Back to disturbing childhood memories about fake internet spookies. Most of my first-time experiences with creepypastas began with my older brother. He loved to torment me, as most brothers do, so when he discovered the new story titled Squidward's Suicide, he just had to barge into my room and force me to witness the pure terror and horrors that came from an image of our favorite cartoon octopus, squid thing, plastered with badly photoshopped red eyes and blood, maybe. Well, after seeing this, 11-year-old me didn't get a good night's rest for at least a couple days.
For me, my first encounter with creepypasta was from a 10-year-old peanut butter gamer video, specifically the G-Files Minecraft. At the time, Minecraft was a lot more mysterious and creepier, so it was right up my alley to watch YouTube videos about it. The Enderman is mentioned in the video being new to the game, and PBG explains the connection from the Enderman to the Slenderman. If I remember right, he doesn't specifically say that the Slenderman was a fake character, so I was understandably disturbed and afraid to go anywhere near the woods. The video does also mention a white-eyed someone that we'll talk about later. How fitting that the grandfather of creepypasta would be the start of my downfall.
Speaking of Slenderman, I discovered the granddad of creepypastas by none other than Gabe himself. Hard to believe, I know. The same person who told me he saw a melted human face peek at him through a window of an abandoned house. The same person who told me he saw a poor innocent man get crushed by a falling building at recess. The same— Anyway, he told me that if I think about Slenderman, he will haunt me and kill me. What a great friend. And if you're wondering, yes, I immediately thought about Slenderman and thought I was gonna die. Happy memories.
To be fair, I believed it too. To continue the trend of real-life characters, Jeff the Killer was one that I assume the majority of us got scared from. To keep it brief, like Goose said, the image is far better than the story, and yes, I told Matt about him too. This is one that I admittedly believed for a while and even tried to catch on camera. There's of course the flood of videos by kids who actually saw the real Jeff, so I'm glad I ultimately deleted my video rather than joining them and regretting it for the rest of my life.
In the same vein, there's countless numbers of Jeff clones out there that I'm sure scared at least one person. Probably the most famous of all being Jane the Killer, getting multiple stories written about her, including the crossover of the century, Jeff versus Jane! But that's enough about the cause of the downfall of classic creepypastas.
At least at the time, real-life creepypastas had an air of uncertainty around them. Why not believe these pictures and stories on the internet? Being a kid who didn't know better, hearing these stories was unsettling. How could a kid prove that Jeff the Killer isn't true, or Slenderman, or even the Rake? To kids our age, this was almost a gateway of both fear and intrigue. It made it feel that the world was more mysterious. Of course we know today that they're all fake, but then, that line was not as easy to distinguish between.
Of course, you can't talk about creepypastas without talking about the classic gaming stories. The video game side of things was also pretty creepy, but unlike the others where it felt more like an outside threat, the fear came from our own TVs. Especially stories about curses and spirits in the game, which made you feel that the story could happen to you. Most famous and most infamous of all being Sonic.exe, a creepypasta which I discovered through a small, unknown indie YouTuber known as Markiplier.
This story is quite the mess now. Now that I think about it, I can't say the story was ever good when looking back. The game, though, was where I'd assume most people back then learned about it. To be fair, the creators did a great job adapting the game. Too bad it was far better than the story. The visuals, the music, the sound were all haunting to a kid interested in creepypastas, but Sonic.exe was not the scariest Sonic-related story at the time.
Tails doll and the curse around it was nightmare fuel for plenty of kids, of course including myself. The multiple images made for the character on its own was enough to make a kid nope off the internet for the day. But I could imagine at least a few kids being afraid to play Sonic R, where Tails doll resided. At least the kids who had Sonic R for some reason. That's probably why this character wasn't as scary as it could be. Being within a game most people don't have makes it just seem less possible or less of a threat to the reader.
The best-selling game of all time, Minecraft, is the perfect place to have rumors to scare its players, and being that the main demographic for the game is children, why wouldn't you? Enter Herobrine, the bane of all early 2010s Minecraft players, including me. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, I learned about Herobrine from the same video I learned about Slenderman. To be completely fair, Herobrine is a great idea for an internet horror story. The sightings far in the distance, the videos, the stories, even the game itself. At the time, Minecraft was much more empty. The emptiness made the game creepier and more mysterious than we see today.
Most kids then, especially prior to the official release, found this game to be mysterious. Herobrine was just the cherry on top that made any little kid without access to the game shake in their boots a little harder. It's just strange how changing one detail on a recognizable character can haunt thousands of people for years and inspire dozens of other Minecraft ghosts and creepy sightings. In my own experience with the Demon of the Craft, I used to think I heard breathing noises while in caves that were linked to Herobrine. Of course, these are just Minecraft cave noises, and, well, they have a story of their own.
Pokemon was a popular franchise to make scary internet stories about, and was a genre of creepypasta I was a fan of. To keep it brief, the most famous story of all was Lavender Town Syndrome, which blended the game and real life together. The story doesn't need an introduction, but the idea that a game could cause kids who are most likely in the age range of the kids reading the story to take their own lives was enough to keep me from listening to the admittedly creepy music that plays in the town while in the game. The best video game creepypastas seem to be the ones that are able to blend the game to our reality.
The most famous story that blends these two elements is Ben Drowned, one of the first popular creepypastas. This story is legitimately well made and is topped off with well-made videos that I'm not surprised tricked a lot of kids. A story that's actually still going on now.
I'll be honest, this story scared me. Being a Zelda fan and beginning to play Majora's Mask at the time, I remember always being on edge throughout the playthrough. I have a distinct memory of reaching the point where you do get the Elegy of Emptiness and seeing quote-unquote Ben for the first time on my own in my dark basement, realizing there was nothing actually to be afraid of. Maybe it's more of a defining moment than I thought it was.
I suppose most of us go through that moment where we realize these stories are nothing more than delirious fiddle-faddle made by random people on the internet. What makes these stories traumatic is the uncertainty of them all. Sure, there's that doubt in your mind that these stories are fake, but on the other end, there's pictures and videos to go along with them, so how could they be fake to a kid?
I think that's what makes them so cool, especially thinking about the time when we were younger. These mysterious internet rumors and folk stories that spread like wildfire, and honestly, spreading them was the most fun part about it all. Anyway, going from real-life killers to ghosts in video games, they were just fun to listen to and read. They were able to spark our imagination and scare us a little bit in the process. That's our experience on the good old days of creepypastas. We'll give the stage back to Goose.
Thanks a lot, guys. Remember, if you want to check out their content, links will be in the description and also a pinned comment as well. I love these guys a ton. They're really, really fun to watch and really funny sometimes. Not all the time. They could be fucking lame, though. I'm sorry. That was mean. No, seriously, check them out. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow for our 13th episode and about 13 ghosts. See you then. 13 Ghosts is an absolute garbage film that scared little tiny Goose when he was just a little duckling. I think it would have been much more appropriate to make this video on Friday the 13th, but there's not going to be another Friday the 13th on an October for another 2 years, so we're just going to make it on a Wednesday the 13th. Ooh, spooky, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I tried. Anyways, 13 Ghosts is by no means a good film. It's ass, to be completely honest with you. In fact, rewatching it now, I can completely admit that it's not even particularly scary. Like, at all. It's a confusing mess of a movie with an honest-to-God, interesting lore, and well-fleshed-out paranormal universe sprinkled with absolute garbage attempts at being scary and sometimes trying to be funny while falling flat on its face. It's a remake based on the original 13 Ghosts that was released in 1960. That movie was just as silly, if not sillier, than the remake, though I will give the original film credit. They made the movie a lot of fun because they implemented real-world tactics to scare the audience, the most famous, of course, being the glasses that allowed you to see the ghosts in the first place. You see that? Yeah, you can't. But if you put on the glasses back then you could have seen the ghosts. It was a stupidly named gimmick called Illusiono, and the way they did it is through a blue filter put on most of the scenes, except for when the ghosts were highlighted in red filters. You put on the glasses that were made of red and blue cellophane filters, and voila, you can see the ghosts. It's basically how people back then saw 3D in theaters. It's a gimmick, but that's what the director of the film, William Castle, was all about. He loved introducing gimmicks and making going to the theaters a well-worth experience. Not only did he have spooky ghosts glasses, but he'd also have actors in the theaters jump up and scare you, or he'd make your chairs move while you sat in the theaters to give you a little spook. And most notoriously, during the screening of House on Haunted Hill, he'd drop a spooky little skeleton with the big red glowing eyes from the ceiling just to scare his audiences. I say notorious because teenagers during the time notoriously sucked, and they'd bring rocks and empty cans and bottles and slingshots just to throw at the skeletons whatever the hell they had, and whenever they dropped down they just used them for target practice.
Yet despite that, you gotta give it to William Castle. The dude made theaters a funhouse and an interactive experience, something we seldom ever get from our local AMCs and whatnot. Now, going back to the remake of 13 Ghosts, well, it's infinitely lamer, but as a kid, it was the scariest film I'd ever seen. It's so weird because I really don't know what to think of 13 Ghosts nowadays. This film is absolutely traumatizing. The monster designs, or I should say the ghost designs, were so inventive and creepy, and I had nightmares of both the Jackal Ghost and the Torso Ghost for about a good year. I'm not the only one either. Turns out there were tons of kids my age that watched the movie and were also totally spooked. It's like my generation's Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street. Spooky movies, sure, but nowhere near as creepy as they used to be. Now, this is different from last year's Traumathon where I spoke about a film that traumatized me too, the one about the mask or whatever. Well, the difference is I actually never watched that film, and to this day I still refuse to watch it just because I don't think it'll be as interesting as what I imagined as a kid. This, however, is different. I watched the whole movie and I could not have been more scared. Nowadays, however, things have changed. Now, I will be honest, this was going to turn out to be a full-blown movie review of 13 Ghosts, but unfortunately I lost the entirety of that audio and most of it was ad-libbed. I guess sometime after Traumathon, if this video gets enough views or enough likes or enough requests, I could maybe do a deep dive, a deep review of the entire movie itself, but I'll just put in some keynotes that really scared the shit out of me as a kid and a lot of the things that I really don't like about this movie now. First and foremost, this whole movie is about Cyrus or Cyprus or something like that. Anyways, he's a big baddie daddy that likes to capture ghosts all night long, all day long, until eventually he gets killed by one of them. It's never really made clear why exactly he wanted to capture so many ghosts. Apparently maybe he wanted to be like immortal or something, but it doesn't really make sense because there's another character who, spoilers, actually betrays the main group of the characters that seemed very friendly at first, but for some reason decided, man, that old daddy dick is really good, so she betrayed them. But for some reason she has dynamite and like capabilities of just blowing this shit up, even though he really needs this device in this mansion, which is where he stores all the ghosts. Now, the mansion itself is beautiful. It is made entirely out of glass, and while it is pretty to look at, it really fucking sucks. All of the ghosts are under the basement. Now, as aggressive as the ghosts can be, everyone outside of the basement is protected by the walls themselves. Even though they're made of glass, they have Latin phrases that help keep the ghosts at bay. The only way we can see the ghosts is through the glasses, which is a nice little nod towards the William Castle version of the movie. However, since the original owner died, the only person that can own it is Arthur, which is played by Tony Shalhoub, and if you don't know him from Monk, then I don't know where else you know him. You probably know him from the 57 different tragedy stories that he's a part of in many of the films of his career, or that one time he hooked up with the tentacle porn monster. Either way, he's a great actor. And honestly, he's really good for this role. He always acts as a very sympathetic character, and this is no different, as he acts as a father who, well, is going through a grieving process as his wife was burned, like, to death. Like, I don't know why I said it like that. And all that's left are his kids. And also this very sassy black woman. None of them really have personalities at all. Like, the kids are so forgettable. They get kidnapped within like the first 20 minutes of the film, and you have to like save them from the ghosts. It's really nothing at all. The guy who really steals the show though is Shaggy. Fucking Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. I love Matthew Lillard, like a ton, and he is a firecracker in this film. He just constantly moves and is constantly in pain. He gets the shit end of the stick in this entire film. Like, all the ghosts really hate him, and for good reason. I mean, he captured them, he helped put them in these prisons. I think it's fair that he gets his shit end of the deal, but he's still really entertaining to watch. And we have Tomb Raider, who, again, not really any sort of personality at all. She ends up betraying everyone, but like I said, she brings like dynamite for some reason, and I guess her purpose was to like trick Arthur into thinking, oh, you gotta sacrifice yourself for the kids, but I got these bombs right here, so we could just do that. So her mixed signals. I have no idea why she exists. So there is one scene where she is incredible, where she just explains the entire lore of the whole movie, and it is a blasted shame that this entire film is reduced to just 2 minutes. And what I mean by that is that there are 13 ghosts in this film, and they are all very well designed. Some of them more generic than others, but there are some that are particularly standoutish, and I would love to learn more about them. However, for some reason or another, their backstories were reduced to just a DVD extra special. Yes, you have to buy the DVD in order to find out what the backstories are for each and every one of these ghosts. Now, they're not really mind-blowing, they're not Emmy, Academy Award winning sort of backstories at all, but they're still interesting nonetheless. Just like how one of them was a little leaguer who was the star of his entire state, everyone loved him, except these greasers who just decided to assassinate him, and now he has this horrible scar on his face. Or this one blacksmith man who really loved his family, loved his job, but some rich asshole decided, hey, you stole from me, even though he really didn't, and even though he denied it and didn't go and run away from his entire town that wanted to kill him, his whole family was lynched, and he went on a fucking murder spree to kill everyone in that town. Until eventually he got railroad spikes lodged into his skull and his entire body. It is super metal, and that is really cool. Why didn't we add this to the film? I'll tell you why, because it's the producer's fault. They didn't want to add any more money into this film than they needed to. It was a quick cash grab, it was a summer horror flick, and that's all it ever was. But if we ever expanded upon these ideas, and if we remade this film, I'm sure if we gave it like 13 episodes, for example, on Netflix, we could really dive deep and have way better props and makeup designs for all these characters. I think it would have done way, way better. Oh, and speaking of which, as much as I love the 13 ghosts themselves, I hate seeing them on screen. Like, there is not enough time to process how much these gorgeous designs are made. Like, the 13 ghosts are just there, and then there's this white flash, and then sometimes they slow down, and then they speed up, and it's really, really annoying. It's really fucking terrible, and it makes you almost nauseous. It's hard to watch this film because of all the effects that are going on, and also sometimes the weird sexual connotations that honestly every 90s film had at the time, especially 90s horror films. It was blood and boobs for like a whole decade, and it was a strange time. I didn't really enjoy it myself. Not to say boobs aren't great, I just would rather see the ghosts than boobs, and I'm not really a necrophiliac, so this whole naked chick right here in front of me is not turning me on whatsoever. What does turn me on is the super cool kill scenes. Yeah, there was a scene that is so infamous in this movie that everyone really loved it. It's so creative and wonderful. It's this lawyer character that convinced Arthur into buying, or rather inherit, the whole house, and then he's just all around like taunting all these ghosts and accidentally unveils the entire maze. The entire prison opens up and the ghosts come out, and this one particular naked ghost girl just has him sliced up right in between. Like, his brain is sliced in half. You can see his face, his expression. It is a wonderful kill. I loved it. And then there's this other one that made me claustrophobic for a long time, where this girl who betrayed the guys for the big daddy dick gets crushed between two walls. It's gruesome, and it gave me nightmares for a long time. In fact, since we're talking about it, the entire mansion gave me nightmares. Like, the idea of a maze just constantly shifting with these monsters inside of it, the monsters that you can't see, waiting around the corner to just kill you. I am not exaggerating when I said that I had years worth of nightmares just from this one movie. The whole mansion just changing, not being familiar with your surroundings. I mean, that's so scary to me. Everywhere you look, you are just in a different place, and it is frightening to know that there are monsters going after you and they're fucking invisible. I love that concept a ton, but again, because of the flashes and the distracting special effects, it's really hard to enjoy these characters and these ghosts. Some of them get way more screen time than others. Which is a shame, really, because if this were designed like a video game, like every single one of these ghosts act differently, like how it's hinted that the first son or whatever this ghost name is will only kill you if you just move or look at it or acknowledge it. I think that was a brilliant idea, but everyone else just sort of swings a ghost hammer or like a ghost bat or like their ghost fists to beat you up, and it's like, that's not really scary. I mean, I get the jackal being kind of scary using his nails and whatever, and his design is terrifying, but the others are just like, they're just really big dudes who just beat you up. It's not that scary. The torso, I mean, he gave me nightmares for years, right? But he's just like a rolling head. He has like no threat whatsoever. Wouldn't it be cool if he like gave you hallucinations that you're losing your body parts, or he wrapped you up in plastic wrap and then you're slowly bleeding internally and you're just vomiting inside your own like plastic wrap? You know, like, wouldn't that be way scarier? No, he's just a rolling head. Yes, visually that's creepy, but that's really nothing at all. And I guess really that's my whole opinion on the whole movie. It's just lost potential. There could have been so much more, but they just sort of skimmed out on it. It was a scary film back then, but only because I didn't really know what good movies were. I was scared of the designs, of the concept itself. That put a primal fear inside of me that haunted me for years. Nowadays, it's a shit film. I do not recommend watching it, but it is something nice to watch in the background. I don't know, passively, just put it on when you're having a Halloween party, if you can even have a Halloween party this year, and just put it on in the background. It will, you know, entertain some folks, I'm sure. It's good for like a cheesy B-movie sort of thing, but if you're really looking for something scary and spooky, look elsewhere. This is not the one. When you're a kid, you're often dared to do something unpleasant. For some, it's a sort of rite of passage. You see it in 80s and 90s movies all the time. Spend one night at the spooky lake, the most haunted lake in the tri-state area, or go through the spooky abandoned mansion by Old Man McGillicuddy's house. Even where I grew up back in upstate New York, lots of teens were challenged to go to Onion Town.
Car! There's a car! Oh my god, I'm going!
Get the fuck out of here now!
Kids go through some tough shit just to prove they got some cojones, or that they're just brain dead. I don't know. And debate all you want, everyone goes through something different, and the severity changes as the times do. For me personally, I never went to Onion Town. That was old news by the time I was my sister's age, at the height of its popularity. Nah, the real way to prove you were tough when I was a kid is if you visited a small little website full of death, disease, and all around disgusting imagery and videos. The website I'm talking about is rotten. Literally. It's gonna be a tough one to talk about because I really don't know if I can talk about the website itself or show it up on screen, but if you know, you know. Now, admittedly, today's episode might be the closest we'll ever get to in actually visiting something that could have seriously traumatized us as kids, because it's not just rotten we're talking about here. We're going to cover all of those shock websites that were so popular to us when we were kids, and probably still popular to the newer generations. See, my introduction to my website, rotten.com, was actually through word of mouth. My friend, let's say his name is, I don't know, Alberto, talked about this one website where he saw a gallery of dead bodies and gore, all sorts of terrible shit he could barely describe. Mind you, we were about 10 or 11 years old. Pretty young, maybe too young to be visiting websites like these. To this day, I still don't know how Alberto found rotten.com, but I know for a fact that I was just too curious not to find out what the website was all about. So that night, I visited rotten.com and I was presented with this skeleton-looking figure and their famous tagline, "When hell is full, the dead will walk the earth." The very first photo I ever saw from rotten.com was this one photo called Blonde or Blonde Beauty or something like that, and it was a photo of a young girl decaying in a hotel room. Her skin was a pale blue that I've never seen on skin before. Her eyes were soft and dehydrated, and her only distinguishing feature was her blonde hair. Everything else was rotting away. It terrified me, and I really didn't want to explore any further than what I had already seen. So I closed my browser, but went to sleep. I tried to forget it,
but I was just too morbidly curious. And so the very next day, right after school, I revisited Rotten.com and explored the rest of the horrors that website had in store. Picture after picture, video after video, I'd witnessed the worst that humanity had to offer, but in many ways, what all of us had to deal with eventually: death. The ever-looming presence of it. This website does everything it can to remind you that people just die, and many times it is never a glorious or glamorous death. It can be absolutely shocking and downright disgusting. Looking back now though, Rotten.com wasn't really that bad. I mean, yeah, it's bad, but it's practically babies for a shock site. I think most of us stumbled upon or purposely looked for Rotten.com in our childhoods, and if not, then you're probably familiar with other gore sites like Gore.com. Of course, I started this video off with the rite of passage, and while seeing these shock sites alone are in many ways rites of passages of themselves, for a lot of you and your friend group, none were ever quite as popular as Two Girls, One Cup. Wow, this is so going to be demonetized. I can't even believe I'm making this video, but I want to talk about it, alright? Whatever. Two Girls, One Cup is legendary, and I don't believe we'll ever see a video quite like it in, like, ever. I mean, yeah, we've had videos like it and many much worse, but what I really mean is there hasn't really been a mythical popular gross out video like that ever since its first coming out. Everyone in my high school talked about Two Girls, One Cup, and then everyone dared each other to check it out or record themselves watching the video. I'm not even kidding when I say this, but I'm honestly convinced that Two Girls, One Cup popularized reaction videos. No joke, everyone reacted to that video. Even I did a reaction video back when I was a kid. Don't bother looking it up, by the way. I privated it and it was like 10 years ago. Anyways, my point is, this video was viral. Joe Rogan reacted to it. Marines reacted to it. This old lady reacted to it. Everyone reacted to this video, and it was a stupid, fun challenge. I don't know. But to this day, you really can't find anyone who doesn't know what Two Girls, One Cup is. Unless, of course, they're a boomer who has no semblance of what the internet is. But even then, well, yeah. Now, there's been some questions as to the validity of this website, and no doubt are they good questions, but I don't really care much for that at all. If you want to dive deeper into that video, I'd suggest watching Wang or Moist Critical talk about it. The point is, this traumatized the shit out of us. No pun intended, but what... Actually, maybe yes, pun intended. But what's fascinating about this is that nobody really forced us to watch this. I mean, sure, peer pressure probably got the better of most of us, but we still chose to watch this. We chose to be traumatized. And what I've learned in the previous years of Traumathon is that trauma is instigated unintentionally from media we consume. I mean, nobody could have guessed that something like, I don't know, Super Mario Brothers could scare us so badly just because of that piano with teeth or that giant eel underwater, right? Now, Traumathon is filled with entries that seem innocuous at first glance, but deeper within the surface, there's something else hiding within, something that'll scar you for life. Two Girls, One Cup, on the other hand, was something we deliberately delivered onto ourselves. We sought after this video. We knew this video was going to be bad. Some of us even knew the contents of the video itself, and yet we couldn't help quell our awful curiosity. And that opened the gates to some of the worst shit we've ever seen in our lives. Now that some of us had had a taste of what the internet held, many of us sort of stuck with the morbidly curious high that we sort of obtained. What else did the internet have in store for us? What other things can we watch? What sort of terrors are there? BME Pain Olympics? Oh sure, that's a classic. Goatsy? Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. Mr. Hands? Oh, we all know him. How about those Mondo films that are sold in Brazil and allegedly banned all over the world except in Canada or whatever? Sure, sock it to me, I can handle it. I'm just a quirky teenager who can handle this sort of violence and gore because I'm psychotic or something. Ooh, I'm not affected by this at all. I must be a sociopath, XD roar. I would say that to my friends all the time. It's really a gateway into the fascinating world of death and the limits the human body can really go through. I've seen people fall off buildings, set on fire, blown to bits, and yeah, it was awful. I'd even prank some of my friends with these shock sites. Remember Blue Waffle? Yeah, you do. And if you don't know what that is, well, I don't really recommend looking it up. But things have sort of changed since I was a kid. See, gore and death and whatnot was a lot easier to find when I was younger. Nowadays, you look something up like Blue Waffle, and you're pretty much not going to get what you expect to get. Google has, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on what kind of freak you are, implemented a filter that's really not that difficult to search around, but still requires more effort than I think the average person would want to give. Meat Spin's a classic though. I'm sure that's easier to find online, as well as Lemon Party. Do keep in mind though, these websites are old and they could contain viruses, so I really don't recommend going to them anymore, as I don't know what they contain. Still, the point remains. Back then, lots of people were getting their kicks off of watching gross and disgusting stuff, and a lot of us really thought we were crazy for not really thinking much of them at the time. Well, the truth is, I didn't really know it at the time, but I wasn't actually building up a tolerance for gore and violence. I was actually affecting my future self. Look, almost 2 decades have gone by since I've seen gore and actively looked for people dying. And while I'll admit I'm not as sensitive as most people are when it comes to online shock sites and death, I am much more aware of people's lives nowadays. It actually disturbs me now way more than it ever did than when I was a kid. And I really think it's due to the fact that I'm just more aware of my mortality. Look, all jokes aside, I'm not as young as I used to be. And I've had my fair share of medical scares. Hell, this past summer, I had a cancer scare. I'm fine and perfectly healthy, but when you become aware of your own life and the lives of others, acknowledging that they're worthy of that life as much as you are really changes your perspective of what these shock sites have. I think the last time I ever watched something as a teen that was considered shocking and disturbing was when I watched Two Guys, One Hammer. That one was terrible. It involved the murder of this old man by the hands of these 2 teenagers known around the world as the Hammer Maniacs. These 2 Russian teens pretty much made headlines all over for not only the publication of the video, but also for the absolute insanity of these kids. They had nearly 30 victims, 21 of them being murders and 8 being assaults. It's one thing to see dead bodies and awful accidents. It's a whole nother thing entirely when you witness a horrific murder. I can't really describe in detail what the video contains, and for many of you it might not be the worst. I mean, it's not the worst for me personally, but it's the one that sticks out. There's also the Mexican cartel execution videos, which are just absolutely brutal, and I seriously do not recommend watching them at all. It's not a fun thing to watch them. It's not even something that should fulfill your morbid curiosity. It's just awful. See, and that's why things started to shift for me mentally, because shock websites and gore videos, they're not fun to watch, at least not for me. It was just a morbid curiosity I think I had to fill, because I was just surrounded by things that covered and censored that sort of stuff. I think I've just had my fill around the time when I saw murders take place on camera, and I do somewhat regret seeing these videos. I'm not manly for not reacting to these sorts of things. I'm also not tough. I'm just deeply disturbed to the point where I can't recover from that sort of trauma. I couldn't describe why this sort of stuff really affected me or why it didn't, but in reality it was affecting me, my mentality, my way of thinking, why I think this way, and the other sort of fragilities of life. I know there's quite a few teenagers out there who watch my videos, and I know some of you might think you're really tough or maybe sociopathic for not being grossed out by shock websites or gore videos these days, but seriously, do yourselves a favor. Don't watch that sort of stuff. I mean it. I seriously mean it. These videos stick out like a sore thumb in your brain. They stick with you for life. You will always remember those victims, those faces, all of that stuff. I didn't even have to look up the blonde photo that I mentioned earlier from Rotten.com. I'm just recanting from what I remember because it's sticking out to me vividly. And sometimes I still have nightmares about that photo, even when I didn't have them back in the day. I've had a ton of friends who've watched that one video of that woman getting her head caved in by that passing brick as she was driving with her family in a car, and they've pretty much never recovered from hearing that audio ever since. That's not even visibly shocking. You don't see anything. You just hear everything. It's just audio of the aftermath, and yet it stuck with them for life. Everyone that I knew who watched that video pretty much stopped watching gore and shock sites after that. When you break the barrier between mundane pictures of the dead and gross videos of people eating poop, then you begin to understand the humanity of it. And that's all it really is. It's the human element of it. Like I said, I wasn't aware of the fact that these people I was morbidly curious about were humans. Yeah, I know that's weird to say and borderline psychotic maybe, but when there's a screen in front of you and about 100,000 miles between you and the victim, you tend to forget that these people have lives and their bodies are not something to be taken for spectacle. Seriously, if you think you aren't affected by these shock sites and gore videos, heed my advice. As an old fart who is in your shoes, they do affect you. And they affect you for a lifetime. There are visuals you'll never forget and audio you'll never unhear. It's something that'll be with you forever. And if you're okay with that, hey, I ain't judging. I'm just giving you a heads up. This stuff is literally the stuff of nightmares. Obey the Walrus. It's actually kind of surprising just how many people want me to cover this and how many people were actually scared by this video. See, this video is old. Like, old. How old? Well, how's 14 years sound? Yeah, I can't honestly believe so many people still remember this video. Maybe that's just the power of this video because really, I admit, it's really not one that sticks out at the top of my head. But I've been flooded with requests for this one video, so let's dive deeper. First and foremost, this video started out as just a weird video uploaded by someone in Mexico titled Obedece a la Morsa, which of course means obey the walrus. It's actually the first time I ever learned what walrus was in Spanish. It's not very common, you know, to see a walrus in Mexico. The video featured Andros from the original Star Fox game singing the Itsy Bitsy Spider song in Spanish, then proceeding to speed up that version of the song with some trippy visuals. Then the song is brought up to a drastic slowdown reverb as we see someone with some sort of body deformity tap dancing with an umbrella. Yeah, reciting that sentence makes me realize just how random and weird that is. Probably the reason so many of us were fascinated by the video in the first place. Then we cut to the same woman slowly approaching the camera as the song fades away. As she gets closer, the video does a heart wipe transition into a walrus, and then that's it. Just over a minute long, yet somehow it stuck with us for nearly 15 years. 33 million views in total, plus some 6 million more views from the re-upload by David Nunez, which is where most of us probably watched it. Now, there's quite a bit to unwrap here, and don't worry, we will, but let me ask you guys something. When you watched this video, did you laugh, or were you unsettled in any way? Yeah, this is a real weird thought experiment for some reason. It's kind of like the blue dress, gold dress debacle some people had years back. Either you're the sort of person who found this video amusing and kind of funny, or you're the type of person who got kind of scared and sort of unnerved. You fall into one of each category, or maybe both. The reasoning behind this is really just the way your mind is built. This video accidentally teaches us on how our mind works, and while I can't be too specific in the risk of just getting things wrong,
long. Essentially, the video either suits to your specific tastes in comedy, or it's a video that warns your brain to be shielded from, so you get scared and react differently than those who find it funny. I personally think it's just kind of freaky, and I won't lie, when I first saw this video, it did have me looking over my shoulders. Something about it just activates a fight or flight sort of trigger in my brain. I remember watching it in my dark, dimly lit room back in 2009, and this was around the time when I was like figuring out what creepypastas were, as well as debating whether or not they were real. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually a creepypasta. Like, somebody uploaded this as a creepypasta back in the day, though I don't know if I can find it anymore. In fact, if you read the description, you can probably see a glimpse of what the story was. You'll find a dark and hidden secret in the video description, something about it placing a curse on you, and this video being the product of some backwater cult in Latin America called La Morsa that worships walruses or whatever. It's ridiculous and obviously not true, but it's spiced up the story enough to make people just get a bit more interested and a bit more spooked. In reality, it was most likely a video made by some random teenager in Mexico, and yes, we can tell it's from Mexico because of the location found on top of the video, and they probably thought it would be funny to just make this weird video because late 2000s humor was all about just being random. Of course, the centerpiece of it all, and the person who piqued our interest the most, was of course Sandy Crisp, aka Goddess Bunny. Now, Sandy Crisp is a fascinating individual and difficult person to do research on, mainly because while she is very well known and is considered a local legend in California, much of her background comes from her word of mouth. Yeah, I'm not claiming everything about her is totally fabricated, but she is often known for exaggerating or romanticizing her past, so much of it may seem more exotic than it really is. What we do know is that Sandy Crisp was assigned male at birth, contracted polio shortly after her birth, and she was subjugated to a lot of malpractice from her doctors, deforming her body further and disfiguring it permanently. Things didn't get any better when she was sent to a foster home after her parents divorced, where they would physically and sexually abuse her due to her gender identity. The person who ran the foster home was also just a vile piece of shit. Like, they would just give any of the kids spoiled milk if they didn't pray every night, which is just shitty. She returned back to her mother at the age of 14, telling her how she identified as a trans woman, yet her mother, being deeply religious, rejected Sandy's identity, refusing to call her by anything but her dead name. Sandy had a brutal upbringing, and of course, her disability did not make things any better. Yet Sandy Crisp lived her life the way she wanted to live. Despite having polio, a disease that rarely sees its victims past the age of 10, Sandy lived on to be 61 by the time of her death. And throughout her years on this earth, she graced the world with her dancing, the things she loved to do so much for everyone, and she lived her life as a woman, free from anyone's judgment, the way she wanted to live. She had sex with every man that wanted her, even having sex with, and apparently this is true, she had sex with the entire college football team one night and was arrested on charges of prostitution, where she spent the night in jail, yet she was allowed to sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow over the intercom of the jail, pretty much putting everyone to sleep. She made an appearance in the Marilyn Manson music video The Dope Show and 2 other music videos. She starred in 9 movies, 5 of which she was just herself, some of them being all about her. She visited foster homes and hospitals just to sing and dance to the children and nurses, and she does it all with a smile. She was a singer, a dancer, a model, a star by every definition, a Hollywood diva in every sense. And yet we've reduced her to just being that thing that dances in Obey the Walrus. Now, in no way do I want to make us feel bad for thinking Obey the Walrus was creepy or that Sandy was creepy in the video. In many ways, the video is still creepy, despite what we know of Sandy Crisp. It's just how our minds work, unfortunately. But much like when we talked about Shay St. John, I want to remember the Goddess Bunny for who she was instead of what we knew her from. Lots of people will still find Obey the Walrus scary. Again, don't blame me for that. But man, when I researched the Goddess Bunny, Sandy Crisp, I couldn't help but be inspired by her. Here's someone who was dealt one of the shittiest hands any man, woman, or child could ever be dealt. But not only did she play that hand and win, but she rose above that deck of cards we call life. She lived it the way she wanted to live, and she loved every moment, despite the many hardships she faced in her past and later on in her adulthood as well. She thrived in her environment, and she rocked the world beneath her feet. She's one in a million, and someone I've only barely scratched the surface of. Sadly, Sandy Crisp passed away this year due to COVID. Lana Del Rey even posted about it on her Instagram. The end of a story for one of Hollywood's lost legends. Now, like I said, there's still so much about her I haven't even begun to mention or talk about, so I highly recommend watching this video titled Goddess Bunny, The Forgotten Story of a Hollywood Icon, made by her son. Also, her documentary, Goddess Bunny, is available on YouTube as well. I really have nothing more to say about Obey the Walrus, honestly, but when you have someone who's far more interesting like Sandy Crisp, you can't help but be magnetized and just talk all day long about her. Rest in peace, Goddess Bunny. I love ghost footage. I really do. I'm the guy who loves watching those compilations of ghost videos everyone makes, and despite knowing that most of them, if not all of them, are either fake or complete misunderstandings, I can't help but love them all the same. It scratches an itch at the back of my head that yearns for more spooky ghost content. But where did it all start? Well, honestly, it started back with those old TV shows. You know, the ones where they have those really stupid ghost footages and overanalyze every single piece of garbage footage they had with overqualified scientists. You see that? You know who that is? That's Michio Kaku, world-renowned theoretical physicist analyzing the stupidest fucking ghost footage ever. It was great. Yeah, the 2000s had a ton of shows like this. I'm not really sure why they died down, maybe because of the rise of the internet, but Japan is still filled with these kinds of shows. I wish they brought it back, but it's unlikely that they will. Though, honestly, maybe it's for the best, especially when you look at just how fake some of these pieces of evidence can be. The most famous example that apparently stumped the world for a real long time is the famous Ghost Girl in the Graveyard footage. If you're not familiar, well, it's as it sounds. It's footage of a seemingly weird ghost child sitting in the middle of a graveyard crying, and when she turns around, she stares right at the man recording the footage, her eyes piercing and glowing right through him. And as he runs away, you can faintly hear her screaming in the background.
¡Venga, güey! ¡Venga, güey! ¡Por favor!
Sorry for the quality, by the way. There's not a lot of good footage of this video online anymore. Well, needless to say, it's a spooky video, but compared to today's ghost videos, it's really not that convincing. But let's step back for a moment and realize when the clip came out as well as who recorded this. This particular video was part of a Mexican TV show called Incognito, and the show itself is a sort of variety show. It's not really about ghosts, it has a lot of pranks in between as well as social experiments. It talks about serious issues such as the latest news, the life of prostitutes, corruption in politics and cops, so in many ways it focused on several different topics to make itself more interesting, and of course make itself seem more current. One of these topics, however, was ghost hunting, called Cazafantasmas, which apparently translates to Ghostbusters. It's weird because I grew up thinking it meant ghost files or like ghost cases or like ghost detective or something. I don't know, I was a dumb kid who loved Mikami. Anyways, Facundo was the host of the show, and while he dabbled in all sorts of pranks and social commentaries, the Cazafantasma segment was really interesting because, well, Facundo considered himself a skeptic. Despite this, he did a fair share of investigating the paranormal, such as his hunt for the chupacabra, going so far as to using chicken as bait. Now, we'll get back to this particular case in a moment, but for now, let's talk about his most famous case, the little girl in the graveyard. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the backstory was on the graveyard girl. Maybe Facundo found a particular graveyard in Mexico that was the most haunted it is. I'm not really sure, but for this one particular case, he teamed up with Carlos Trejo. Carlos, from what I've gathered, is, or should I say was, a pretty famous ghost hunter. People loved his show where he went around talking about ghosts, and not just ghosts, but also myths and urban legends. One of them being about like some conspiracy involving Ronald McDonald. Like apparently he turned into a literal demon and murdered 2 dudes that just sat on a bench with him. That, you know, like those statue Ronald McDonalds you could just sit next to. No joke, this is apparently a thing that happened. Also, while watching his old clips of his old show, boy howdy do I fucking hate that one transition he uses. And if you're a fan of his show, you know exactly which transition I'm talking about.
Vueltas en una cinta. Pero
that is really fucking annoying. He does that like 270 times. He does it about as many times as like Johnny Test uses the whip sound effect. Now, I say was a famous ghost hunter because it was later found out that a lot of Carlos's evidence was fabricated and falsified. Some of the cases just straight up being false and never once existing. Oh no, you're telling me possessed Ronald McDonald didn't actually go devil trigger mode on 2 dudes that party too hard? Wow, color me surprised. With this in mind, it's very clear that the video itself is no doubt a falsified piece of footage with the help of Carlos Trejo. But man, did it fool everyone. Mainly because, well, even if you don't know Facundo or Carlos, it's shot extremely well. The creepy glowing eyes of the little girl, the panic in Facundo's voice, it all seems incredibly authentic. It's really not even that crazy either. It's not so spectacular that it immediately becomes obvious that it's fake because it's special effects or some other fabrication, but it's also so mundane that it could clearly just be a random girl in a cemetery and it'd still be creepy, because probably maybe Facundo didn't know it was a little girl. Maybe he really did think it was a ghost. Why is she just there in a cemetery? Is she really a ghost? The reaction Facundo gives really sells the idea that it could be real and not necessarily paranormal. Unfortunately, if you go back and watch Facundo's other ghost and paranormal segments, you can clearly see it's really not that convincing. In fact, you can tell immediately that most of what he covers is also pretty much falsified. Going back to the Chupacabra segment, it is so laughably fake and bad that it makes you wonder why anyone would have believed him in the first place. Look at how this chicken was snatched. Oh yeah, that's some real authentic footage right there. They even use the same like moose or cow sound effect multiple times.
Vamos a ver.
Without second guessing, despite Facundo's acting, the fact that his other paranormal segments look so fake added to the fact that he collaborated with a well-known fraud. It's pretty much settled that his footage was absolutely fabricated and not worth the attention. Well, not worth it, I mean that's debatable honestly. Like yeah, sure it's fake, but so is like 95% of ghost content out there. That doesn't make us any less interested, it just makes us more curious to find that 5% that could potentially be real. It's perfect, and for me, this video acted as a gateway into the multitude of ghost videos that were viral at the time, leading me to discover some of my favorite ghost videos ever. Nowadays, I'm far more jaded and far more skeptical, but nonetheless, I still enjoy watching ghost videos, because again, sometimes on a blue moon, on Friday the 13th, when the planets are aligned, I get to find that one piece of content that I cannot explain. Holy shit. Those are the ones that truly matter to me. If it weren't for this video, or shows that hosted ghost content and creepy content like this, then I'd probably never be quite as interested as I am today. And maybe, just maybe, Traumathon may never have existed at all. You know, a common theme in Traumathon is the naivete of just a young mind. Whether it's exaggerating certain details or just believing everything we see, the part of Traumathon that makes it so fun and exciting and sometimes a little silly is the fact that we were able to conceive certain things so differently when we were young as opposed to now, I guess. And I bring this up because there was this weird trend for a long time, I think longer than I would like to admit, happened when people just started posting videos of them going outside and hearing these strange noises in the sky.
Oh, this is it. Maybe it wasn't 2012, it was 2013. Fucking hell. Alright, okay. It's not an animal, is it?
It was possibly the weirdest trend ever that I really hate admitting I believe. Yeah, for some reason it started off somewhere in Russia where someone just went outside their building and they started hearing strange noises as if it's like horns coming from the sky or something of the sort. In reality, it was probably machinery from construction or somewhere from the town. But that didn't stop us and our young little minds to believe that something was going on around the world. Then, soon after, we saw other people from other parts of the country and other parts of the world start posting online of how they go outside and they start hearing these strange noises. You can't be the only one that believed this stuff, right? Well, as much as I'm making it out to be a bit fake and maybe even a hoax, the chances are that this is more real than you might think, and in some cases, it might be unsolved for as long as we live. This is the case of the worldwide hum, a strange noise heard by all sorts of people all over the globe, and it's heard so many times, so frequently by so many people, that there's actually a map that tracks down who has heard it and where. Now, I'm very skeptical when it comes to paranormal garbage, and I'm going to call it right now, there's a lot of people who just straight up faked it. It's really not that hard to just go outside right now, in fact, and just take out your camcorder or your telephones. My God, I'm fucking old. Did I say camcorder and telephone? I'm saggy. No, but it's really not that hard to just go outside with your phone and just record yourself reacting to the outside world and then going back inside with that same footage and then just adding noises. And it doesn't matter what kind of noise, as long as it's like some weird electronic or weird mechanical kind of hum noise, you can add whatever you want and people will most likely believe it if you are good at mixing your audio, unlike me. This could be easily debunked because everyone's using the same exact sound, which is coming from the movie Red State. And in that movie, it's about a cult who basically believes Jesus is coming back and it's the apocalypse and, you know, the same Christian bullshit. If you live in America, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But anyways, there is this sound that they hear at the very end of the movie that sound like heavenly trumpets that are pretty much a signal of the apocalypse. Of course, later on in the movie, it's confirmed that those trumpets are just sounds that are a prank from the college next door or something like that, but that exact same sound is actually used by everyone who hoaxed it. The sad thing is there's a lot of people who really do believe that these trumpet-like noises heard around the world are trumpets for the apocalypse or something, some sort from the Bible and whatever. And it's hard to convince people who are that faithful into their own beliefs that it's actually a hoax. So it's kind of done irreversible damage now. Thankfully, it's not that big of a trend anymore. Maybe it'll resurface on TikTok, or maybe already has, but this sort of thing has already been confirmed to be a hoax. But there are just some cases where it can't really be confirmed or denied. Sort of what makes this entry a Traumathon a sort of weird one, because usually I talk about things that are fake or from media or just a hoax, but this one is actually just unsolved? Well, let me explain. The hum is not as simple as to just be a hoax. For some people, they could genuinely think that they've recorded something otherworldly or some sort of strange phenomenon, when in reality, they just recorded some sort of strange machinery from, I don't know, construction or something of the sort that I mentioned earlier. They just don't know it. The hum is not just one sound. It's many different kinds of sounds. For some people, it could be the signs of, and this is kind of funny and a little sad, but the signs that they're developing tinnitus. And if it's not that or machinery, then it could be just something that the earth is producing. I mean, keep in mind, The Earth is a noisy fucking planet. It makes a ton of noise, noise that we can barely even hear, but sometimes it makes that noise loud enough that we hear a sort of humming-like sound, either through the sky or through the ground. And of course, if the Earth isn't noisy enough for you, keep in mind that we're not the only inhabitants here. There are several animals out there that make really strange noises that could really resemble a hum or some otherworldly thing. And then we have machineries in the sky like jets and airplanes, and they make all sorts of noises, and that could be part of the hum as well. Or maybe a completely different explanation altogether, like faulty construction work. Yeah, did you know that the Golden Gate Bridge actually had a problem? The problem was that it was too noisy.
A hum, a ghostly wail, a Brian Eno-style soundtrack for the world's most famous bridge. The noise isn't just hard to describe, it is something people have had a hard time identifying.
Now, how can a bridge be too noisy other than the cars that pass it? Well, the fence surrounding the bridge was built so thin that on windy days, it made a whistle sound, and it annoyed the shit out of a lot of people who live next to the bridge. But then, aside from natural phenomenon, there are some that just can't be explained, such as the Tao's hum. If you don't know what that is, the Tao's hum is this, well, it's a sound that only a small percentage of people can actually hear, around 2 to 3%. It only affects the residents of Taos, New Mexico, and for many it varies from being slightly annoying to incredibly awful and migraine-inducing. At first, many doctors thought it was, again, a sign of onset tinnitus maybe, but some people found out that if they just move away from Taos, the hum just sort of stops. And to this day, nobody really knows what the hum is caused by or why it even exists. Some scientists believe it's caused by the Earth shifting. The citizens of Taos believe that it is some low frequency from the nearby radio signals. Others attribute it to like some sort of secret weapon being built somewhere in New Mexico and Taos is the testing ground. And others believe it is spirits from beyond the grave trying to communicate with the people of Taos. And to this day, nobody can really find a definitive answer for it. However, that should show the diversity of the hum. It could be a hoax, sure, but for some, it's something completely different. Something that can be explained, or something that just can't. Kinda gets you excited, doesn't it? It makes you want to find the answers for yourself. It also makes you kinda scared, doesn't it? Either way, someday, somehow, you or I could hear the hum. We might just not know where it's coming from, if it's even coming from anywhere. Well, we're 20 days into October. That means it's time for our annual user suggestions. Sometimes during Traumathon, I get a lot of suggestions that don't really fit into one video. Like, I can't really make an entire video out of it. But I know they're really important to you guys. And instead of just ignoring them and not doing anything with them, I instead ask you what your personal trauma is so that I could make a video about it alongside other people's traumas. Whether they be niche or incredibly popular, these are the ones that I want to do justice. Now, this is an episode of Traumathon that I want to do a little different. We're just going to sit back and relax. There's no script, there's no structure. I'm just going to read off your personal traumas and we're just going to ad-lib the entire thing, honestly. Starting out first with Christy. So there was this weird ass cartoon I watched when I was little. It was about ants growing the last segment of their body as if it were a part of puberty or something and calling it their kabump. One ant hasn't gotten their kabump yet, so he goes looking for it, I think. There's a part where he falls in a cave and comes upon something shiny and he says, "It's blinding me," and his pupils disappear and his eyes are solid white. Then he starts sobbing and singing this melancholy song about not seeing the sun, only memories of a brighter day, while feeling his way around the cave because he's been blinded. Eventually the tears cure his blindness, but the damage to my psyche was done, lol. This ant character that we've grown to care about in an otherwise cheerful, silly kids cartoon is horrifically blinded and is streaming tears down his face while singing a sad song. What the fuck?
It's called Calavance, and there's a video of the scene I'm talking about. So I actually watched the video in question, and it is actually a very sad song. I didn't watch the actual animation. I don't really think I need to, but it's a really, really sad song. And it's not that bad. Like, the singing's kind of shit, but the music is actually pretty well done. If you gave it to a singer that can really belt out their lyrics, it would have been really like gut-wrenching. But it's a fucking scary thing. Like, imagine if you were to just, you remember that one scene in Pokemon where Ash just turns into fucking stone? You remember that, like, from the movie? That shit scarred me. It's horrifying to think about death, but it's another thing when you think about, like, crippling, horrible things like blindness.
Blind!
You know, that, why did it need to be blind? Oh well. Oh, thanks, Christy. Here's Nathan with his sci-fi bumpers. Hey man, first off, I want to say that I love your videos. I saw your post and I couldn't help but submit this. Back in the day, my family and I would watch the Sci-Fi Channel's Twilight Zone New Year's Eve marathons. Oh, me too, actually. But not with my family, but by myself. Now, Twilight Zone can be pretty spooky, but it wasn't that stuck with me. It was the commercial bumpers. They were the surreal sci-fi fantasy shorts with random crap happening. Some were pretty chill, but others were downright terrifying. The ones that got to me was the guy staring into the camera, kind of blank expressions. Then a crow lands on his head, and his head splits open and eats the crow. After that, he just smiles. Maybe not as creepy now, but definitely some nightmare fuel. I fucking love this entry because I completely forgot about the sci-fi bumpers. I really, really did. Like, I don't know how many of you remember them, but the Sci-Fi Channel is essentially, well, it is as it sounds. It's a sci-fi channel. They show sci-fi stuff or horror movies or anything of the sort, but they're really well known for their horror and marathons of Twilight Zone. After a while, it got kind of weird because I remember the Sci-Fi Channel changing their name to Sci-Fi. I know it's still pronounced sci-fi, but it's now hip and modern, and now we got wrestling in the Sci-Fi Channel, which was like the weirdest 3 years ever. But I loved these bumpers so much. It's what made the Sci-Fi Channel so unique and so, you know, attractive. Some of them were very provocative, some of them were very sad or imaginative, some of them were pretty funny, some of them were inspiring. I mean, they were just a range of different things. It's actually kind of cool because with a lot of these, you can build an entire story out of that. In fact, I'm sure that's what I did when I was a kid. I remember seeing some of these and just making up my own stories or daydreaming about what kind of things or events happened after these little bumpers. Funny enough, I never really found them scary or anything like that. I just found them very imaginative, and it sort of opened my world in different ways, and it helped me explore more horror and fantasy sort of things, and sci-fi, of course. That's why I loved the Sci-Fi Channel back when I was a kid. Also, apparently one of these were directed by David Lynch. I'm not really sure if that's true, and I tried doing a little bit of research in Sci-Fi Channel's bumpers, but I couldn't find much. Sadly, as the years went on, Sci-Fi sort of rebranded themselves, and even before the whole Sci-Fi sort of change in their logo, you could tell that there was a sort of shift in the way they wanted to present themselves, because these bumpers became a lot less elaborate and their budget just went to the shits. Like, look how short some of these later ones were. Yeah, they're not that great. They're a lot less imaginative. I mean, you're working with like what, $600 budget? That's not gonna get you far. Nevertheless, I love these a lot, and I totally forgot about them until I just started watching them again. Then my brain started piecing the puzzles, and I started to remember all this floodgate of knowledge that I completely blocked off. So thanks again, Nathan. That was incredible. I loved that real quick journey into my childhood. Here's one from the subreddit. Traumathon idea, Dance with the Devil by Immortal Technique. I don't know if anyone else can relate to this. I assume kids who grew up in poorer neighborhoods where this song would have the biggest impact have heard this song.
The gist of this song is that it's the story of a young man who turned to a life of crime where he commits an absolutely heinous act to prove himself to high-level gangsters. It's an absolutely disturbing song that still gets to me as an adult. I remember listening to it on the way home from a family party when I was 10. My dad let it play on the radio and it absolutely scared the shit out of me. I assume he let it play to send me a message about criminals and the abhorrent things a life of crime can lead you into. I don't know if Goose Boose can relate or if he listened to it as a kid, but I figure I'd throw it into him my own personal trauma for consideration to the Traumathon. So I have heard of this as a kid, and it made me fall in love with Immortal Technique, and I grew up with him ever since. Like, I listened to all of his music. I absolutely loved his music. I wouldn't say I grew up in a bad neighborhood, but I didn't grow up rich, so I definitely lived in a poorer area of my town, and this song was something I had encountered maybe like when I was 11, maybe 12. It was shown to me by my cousin, who we were very close back then, so we used to share music with each other. And I remember his brother was making fun of him because the title of the song is Dance with the Devil, and immediately just images of like hardcore metal and rock just started like passing through us. So we made fun of him. We were like, it's Dancing with the Devil, like some sort of stupid hair metal band thing. But it wasn't. It's actually a fucked up song. Now, I know a lot of you don't really know what I mean by that if you haven't heard it, and I really do recommend listening to it. It's a really good song. It's more of a story of this, like the poster said. It's someone who was a kid who grew up in a really bad neighborhood who just did some fucked up shit in order to get noticed. And listen, this song does not pull any punches. Like, this is not for the faint of heart. This is not for people who get offended easily. This is a song of brutal reality, and if you can't handle that, then I wouldn't recommend this song, because at the end something really bad happens. Something that he didn't expect would happen to the main character happens to him. So if you have 9 minutes and you're willing to listen to that song and you can stomach that sort of thing, then go ahead and listen to it. I know when you think disturbing or scary music, you think of, like, I don't know, that one song about Alzheimer's, but it's nothing of the sort. It's disturbing in the fact that it's a true story, and it is really just really like, it's horrible to even think about it. Not only that, but the backtrack, the sample that's used in the song is actually kind of creepy. The sample comes from the theme song Love Story. It's a movie that in itself is very tragic, but the theme song is used in loop as a sample for the rap, and it's very haunting as it drones on and it gets darker and darker as the rap and story itself starts getting scarier and more disturbing. Really, I can't emphasize enough how much you should listen to this song. It is incredible. If this song was in a disturbing NSFW, NSFL like iceberg, it'd probably be in the second level. But that's about it. Like, it's not gonna fucking, oh my god, it's the worst thing I've ever heard kind of deal. It's just a really sad and horrible story. Immortal Technique makes other music just like this, and it's really good. He's a fantastic lyricist. I love his music a ton, so if you loved Dance with the Devil and you can stomach through that, I really suggest exploring his other songs. It's really good. Also, he's the bully Lamano. Switch Speedster gave us this. This is something that should be on user suggestions. Courage has claimed to be the scariest show on Cartoon Network, but that doesn't mean Flapjack doesn't have some disturbing moments on its own. A lot comes from hyper-realistic illustrations. The worst of them all was Who Let the Cats Out of the Old Bag's House. Yeah, I knew someone was going to talk about this. Anyways, with a close-up with the cat that has sharp teeth and blank, dark eyes. The worst part is that they keep showing it again and again. It was seriously traumatizing as a kid, and I had nightmares about that cat several times now. It forever makes me avoid the show since. Even to this day, I still avoid the show, and that episode still scares me to this day. It is a very terrifying image. I've never seen that episode. I rarely ever watch Flapjack, actually, but I remember loving it way more than any other Cartoon Network show at the time. I remember that one episode and that image in particular, and it is still a fucking scary image. And I'm gonna show it, okay? So just be warned, here it is right here.
There you go. It is a horrifying Photoshop. Like, Jelly is still scared of that image and she hates it. I think it's a fantastic image, but I still think it's terrifying to look at. Look at this motherfucker. It's horrible. I don't know why. They showed it like 3 times throughout the entire episode too. Like, I saw a compilation about it. And the interesting thing about Flapjack is that that's not the only thing that is scary, as mentioned by Switch Speedster. There are other horrifying aspects to it, like voice changes and a lot of illustrations that are just horrifying. I remember there was this one episode where Flapjack literally just said, "They're here," and the scariest like picture shows up like representing Flapjack. It is a really funny fucking show, and I seriously think it's super underrated. I know a lot of people talk about it nowadays, but when it came out, people didn't really watch it. It had very dark humor, which I think is a little ahead of its time, because you see that a lot now in Cartoon Network and whatever. But I think if it came out now, people would love it a lot more, but it didn't, so you know. Here's another one from Reddit by Beneficial Gap 2265. I got a suggestion for you, Goose Boose. The woman gets possessed by a ghost during makeup tutorial video. Although it's fake, it's surreal how she bashes her head out of fucking nowhere. I bet some young kids thought it was real. This video was pretty famous for a little while. Everyone that was doing creepy lists back then were pretty much adding this as a default. Like, everyone knew about it, everyone thought it was really creepy, and everyone knew it was fake. I think most of us thought it was really creepy, but I doubt many of us thought it was real. Like, maybe. I mean, I wasn't a kid at the time it came out, so it could have fooled some kids, and I've been fooled by dumber shit too. And honestly, from what I've seen, apparently it was uploaded by a YouTube channel called The 15 Experience, which claimed it to be a found footage sort of thing, like some sort of demon like possessed the woman to slam her head against the table. I'm not entirely sure on the story, but it is a really creepy video, and I unfortunately can't show the entirety of it because apparently YouTube has flagged it as sensitive and adult content, which I understand, but it's stupid. Actually, when you really think about it, this video came out in the perfect time, because around 2012 to 2014, that was the resurgence of creepy content and people's loves for creepy content. And I think also makeup videos were really popular. Like, people who you know in the makeup world are pretty much people who started around 5 to 6 years ago, around the same time this video came out and became viral. The makeup is actually really good and the acting is superb. Like, again, I can't show it, but you have to just take my word for it. It's really well done, really bloody. Now, again, this was all done by the 15 Experience, and I assume it's somewhat of an ARG. Again, I'm not familiar with it, but if you would like to check it out, his channel is still up, but the video itself is not. He seems to be doing some pretty creepy shit himself right now, and he is apparently reworking on some of them. I'm not sure. Nevertheless, I love this video a ton, so thanks for the suggestion. I just wish I could show you. Another one by Reddit, posted by the PG Tips Monkey. I think the Tar Man from The Return of the Living Dead, or this film in general, could be a good suggestion for Traumathon. This photo was shown to me around 2012 in a class where he was on the computer and it scared the life out of me. I had this image stuck in my head for years and he still scares me. He is an incredibly scary monster. If you don't know about Return of the Living Dead, it is a movie that basically acts as somewhat of a parody, somewhat of a sequel to The Night of the Living Dead. It's a very influential movie that pretty much coined the term brains whenever it came to zombies and eating brains and whatever. It's a really well done movie, and I fucking love it a ton. But if you think you're gonna get something scary, it's not really. It's mostly comedy, but there are some disturbing scenes and really freaky, well, things. But the Tar Man is probably the most famous zombie in the entire franchise. He's supposedly one of the original zombies from the original outbreak, and because of that, he is a rotting corpse that can barely really move. So I really love the way he moves around as if he has no guts or any sort of real structure within his body at all. He's just bones and tar and a little bit of skin. It's a really well made design and fucking terrifying. And here's one by Eduardo. The Trapper Keeper episode of South Park always scared me as a kid because of what happened in the middle of the episode with the mutant Cartman. I didn't know that it was based on Akira, and when I watched the movie later on, it gave me flashbacks to that episode. I figured out that the one type of horror that I find the most scary is body horror, despite the sources not really being scary or creepy. So I remember this episode, and I remember being really freaked out by this episode also. Do kids still use Trapper Keepers? Dude, Trapper Keepers fucking suck. Why were we forced to use Trapper Keepers? They're awful. But anyways, I guess there was a trend where the people tried to be really cool with their Trapper Keepers, or at least South Park made it seem that way. And Cartman, of course, having the ultimate Trapper Keeper turns into this fucking Akira horrible mess thing that it kills upon impact. And I think that's the thing that scared me the most. That episode is funny with a lot of the sci-fi tropes that they had going on. There's like a Terminator reference, obviously the Akira reference. There's also a reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey. It is a fantastic episode that's really funny to watch, but I don't know, when I was a kid I didn't know any of those references, so I had like existential dread. Even watching Akira now, like I remember that movie really fucking me up just because of the weird concept of it all, like the psychic energy just turning into a nuclear bomb and destroying everything. Yeah, that whole Cartman scene where he just kills Rosie O'Donnell on impact, and when he goes inside of Cartman and he's like in this weird space, and it's just scary. I can't explain why. I guess it's because it reminds me of The Blob, which I was really scared of as a kid. And I remember watching that movie before that episode came out, and it terrified me. So anything that reminded me of The Blob, in other words, Eric Cartman turned into that huge blobby Akira thing, that scared me so much. Just the idea of people melting and like this giant form of mass and muscle that can't really be discerned. It's just something about that really freaks me out, man. Alright, well, this is turning out to be really, really long. Sorry about that. Thanks everyone for the user suggestions, but this isn't the end. I have quite a lot more to go through, and I just barely scratched the surface. So, let's take a break right here and come back to this another time during Traumathon. Keep an eye out for part 2. For now, just enjoy the rest of Traumathon. Hope you guys are enjoying it so far. I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, so right off the bat, we're going to be talking about trypophobia. So if you have that, I'm going to be showing several images of trypophobia, and you are not safe in this video, so I recommend just skipping this one if you don't really want to see that. If you just put me in the background, though, I'm sure I'll be fine. Trypophobia, the fear of holes. It's something that became quite a meme sometime in the late to mid 2000s. Many forums and image boards would post photos of horrifying little holes ranging from skin diseases and rashes to plants like the lotus pod. It was meant to show how disgusted we were of these seemingly normal things, but we turned it into something that could actually be a fear as the years went on, and people got better at Photoshop and makeup, and it made things a lot worse. Trypophobia is a fascinating little fear for many reasons. One of those is, well, despite the name, it's officially not recognized as a real phobia. There's some strange condition that makes it not fully recognized as a phobia, mainly because with every phobia, there is an innate fear that causes you to panic or give you anxiety, or put you in a state of such great worry that it interferes with your everyday life. As it stands now, nobody has really shown to meet these conditions, and if they do, well, they're among the rare few that can't be considered enough to categorize trypophobia as something real. Nevertheless, for many, the simple imagery of trypophobia is enough to make their heads turn away from the screen or even scream out in shock. Yet because of how rarely we see tiny holes in our lives, or we just plain don't see them, it doesn't really impede us, just sort of gross us out. Another thing is that, well, trypophobia is so new. Really, I'm sure most of us are older than the actual term trypophobia itself, which was coined around 2005 on an online forum. The phrase itself is rooted in Greek origin, with trypa meaning hole and phobos meaning fear. And yet, while so many of us hate seeing images of holes, well, it's not something that greatly affects us in such a way that it would stop us from even functioning. For some of you, I bet you didn't even really care much for holes or pictures of tiny holes. Yet if I show you enough of these images, you'll start feeling a bit jittery, maybe even a bit grossed out. I remember when I first started looking up what trypophobia was sometime in 2010, I think, I couldn't help but feel itchy at the back of my head. I can't explain why or how a bunch of holes could activate that feeling within me, but it did. And nowadays, well, I've seen so much shit that trypophobia is the least of my worries. Really, I can't explain it, but I just don't feel that icky feeling anymore. It's kind of funny, because if it weren't for the internet, many of us might not even have discovered our fear for holes, if it even really is a fear. I don't know. It's really hard to say. American Horror Story actually acknowledged trypophobia one season, and they had a character who had an immense fear of tiny holes. It was one of the first times a mainstream show acknowledged trypophobia, and wouldn't you know it, people hated the advertising for this show. Yeah, they made a ton of posters and screenshots showing a ton of imagery with tiny holes in them, and people flipped out and lambasted the show for its inconsideration of its audience who might suffer from trypophobia. Though, saying that might be inconsiderate in itself. Again, there are people who suffer from real phobias, and being grossed out and annoyed by seeing tiny little holes, well, that's nothing compared to the people who are afraid of, I don't know, balloons or smooth objects or even large crowds, which can be extremely debilitating for these people who suffer these legitimate phobias. But then, am I the one being insensitive for not acknowledging the few who might actually have this phobia? Well, to me, the few that might have it won't even be watching this video. I acknowledge that they might exist, but for the majority speaking, most of us are probably just curious about it or find some sort of morbid fascination with it. It's like when I talked about Rotten.com. We were disgusted by the stuff we saw online, yet we saw it after it anyways. I don't know a single person who's heard of trypophobia and reacted negatively, and then they didn't look it up later to see more images. Everyone that I know who saw trypophobia images proceeded to look up even more images. We sort of do this to ourselves most of the time. Don't believe me? Well, look up trypophobia on YouTube search bar. What do you see? Yep, videos about trypophobia, obviously. Yet look closer. These videos have millions upon millions of views. PewDiePie's video has 23 million views. This short film about trypophobia has 13 million. This one has 4 million. This one has 5 million. Even this channel, with only 40,000 subscribers, has a 1 million view video about trypophobia, even though it says do not click. Let's face it, most of us kind of like this stuff. As disgusting as it is, or as weird as it sounds. Videos that explain or test your trypophobia have less views than ones that actively show it. It's fine, you're not weird for liking it or deliberately looking for this stuff. It's just our fascination for the bizarre and natural curiosity that makes us seek out this sort of content. Even on TikTok, people have trypophobia makeup and content, and it's incredibly popular. And with the way TikTok works, well, you'd have to either like this sort of stuff or look up this sort of content on your own in order for it to show up on your daily feed. Otherwise, you'd never get trypophobia videos. My feed is mainly made up of ghost videos and memes, and from the year or so that I've used TikTok, not once have I ever seen trypophobia content on my daily feed, which could only solidify what I'm saying. Maybe we are grossed out by tiny little holes in our face or in the back of some frog giving birth, but none of us truly fear it. Hey, some of us also love seeing pimples get popped while simultaneously being grossed out by it. Does that mean we have a pimple phobia? No. Does that also mean that we have a pimplephilia? No, not that either. We're just weird as humans, honestly. We love seeing body horror sometimes. Maybe some of you do want to avoid trypophobia, and I understand that, sure. And I certainly don't want to invalidate the feelings of those who truly suffer from a fear of tiny holes. Yet my point wasn't to say that it doesn't exist, just to make clear that most of us don't have it, as grossed out as we are or as volatile as we react. But that doesn't make our disgust any less valid. In fact, for some of you, it might only be the start of something you'd wish you'd never seen before.
In East Asian cultures, the number 4 is considered bad luck due to the word sounding a lot like pain or death phonetically in many East Asian languages. Today I'll be talking about Junji Ito, one of the world's most influential mangaka and horror icons, and we'll be doing this in just 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Junji Ito is a mangaka who has inspired the world with his horror manga since the late 80s and early 90s. The things he's worked on have inspired millions of people worldwide, and despite what many think, he's actually a very reserved yet happy-go-lucky scaredy cat, which is the opposite of what is portrayed through his manga and writing. Talking about Junji Ito's work is much like talking about the people who inspired him. For example, the characters and situations his characters go through are cruel, unidentifiable, surreal, and often lead to his characters to suffer insanity or fates worse than death, similar of course to H.P. Lovecraft, whom he cited as one of his major inspirations. The way in Junji Ito draws his characters are so vivid, detailed, dark, and mind-shattering that you can't help but think of Kazuo Umezu, another serious inspiration of his, who is sometimes considered the grandfather of all horror manga. But of course, I'm sure you've all heard of this by now. The man is after all incredibly famous, which is why I recommend looking for other content creators who made their own videos that go in depth on why Junji Ito is so good and his inspirations behind everything he does, because seriously, there's dozens upon dozens of videos that are far more detailed and a lot longer. I simply wanted to make this video to appreciate the man who made our skin crawl and admire some of his pieces of work. Of course, we have Uzumaki, undoubtedly one of his most popular pieces of work out there, that is being made into an anime now as we speak. The visuals alone invoke a feeling of dread, and the way Junji Ito uses black and white to his advantage to fill in the gaps of both our imagination and his is foreign and familiar. Taking a shape that looks something that we know, yet exaggerating it into something unfamiliar is what horror is all about. It's why movies like The Thing are so terrifying, because we see things that we know, yet it's so mangled and torn that it becomes unregisterable to the human mind. His horror also isn't very far off from the things we fear as humans. The concepts of claustrophobia, for example, can be seen in the enigma of Amigara Fault. Even if you don't have that fear, Junji Ito instills that fear within you. The stories make you curious, but the fear of the unknown is twisted within you like a dagger to your psyche. The fear of holes, trypophobia, is relatively new and unknown to some, but reading Shivers might just help you realize a fear you've never even known you had. Acne is a socially scary thing to have, but Junji Ito will give you nightmares over the concept of just letting the grease flow from your face, taking a common fear and enhancing it tenfold, using shapes and shadows to emphasize the horror that lurks within, as well as cleverly utilizing the page of his books to emphasize and enhance his scares, while Junji Ito is, in short, a genius in his craft. For my own personal input, I can't help but think of old 1940s and 1950s sort of black and white era horror films they used to see. They too heavily emphasize the shadows and the casting of the darkness that is within black and white films. It's really rather beautiful, but oddly scary and horrifying to see what Junji Ito can make. The incredibly small details that he puts into every single page that he works on, handcrafted, is incredible, and it is amazing what he can do with digital art. The textures he puts on his characters and everything in between, such as the environment and the backgrounds, can almost be felt. It almost scratches the back of your brain and makes you realize that maybe I did experience this once in a lifetime. Maybe not by my own, but maybe from a past life. Sort of like a primal fear that is instilled with you that you never even knew about. These disturbing imageries just stick with you for a lifetime. Going back to Uzumaki, you can never forget that one image of that girl with her spiral head. It's a famous image that has lasted with the horror community for a lifetime now. Sadly though, with such great detail, it's almost impossible to replicate that same art style in an anime, as we've seen with his failure anime of the Junji Ito collection. No doubt these people did their best, but it's really impossible to sort of replicate that sort of anime without taking years of your time for every single fine detail, especially if you're gonna do it in color when most of this was casted in black and white. There is hope right around the corner with Uzumaki's anime. And of course, we'll always have the mangas. My personal favorite is Frankenstein. Frankenstein has always been my favorite novel of all time, so seeing the creator behind Uzumaki remake one of my favorite novels ever is pretty much a treat. It's a shame we could never see him work on Silent Hills. Regardless of this, Junji Ito will go down in history as one of the most influential horror icons of all time. With the manga he's made and the manga he'll make in the future, as well as the anime that will soon come out and hopefully inspire more people in the future, there's no doubt in my mind that Junji Ito is a legend. This is what I got a lot of requests from, surprisingly enough. Probably high up there for some of Traumathon's most requested. Happy Tree Friends. A short animated cartoon series made by Aubrey Ankrum, Rode Montijo, and Ken Navarro. I first saw the show on G4 TV back when they had this thing called the Midnight Spank.
God, gaming culture in the 2000s was cringy and stupid, mainly because the people who made content for gamers were middle-aged assholes who thought they knew what gamers were like. Oh yeah, they're just basement-dwelling dweebs, right? Yeah, just put up a bunch of sex and make sexual innuendos. They'll watch it. Anyways, on the Midnight Spank, oh Jesus. On the Midnight Spank, which literally did air at 12 a.m., they would show a bunch of stuff relating to sex and violence, stuff they'd normally not show in the day, splashed with actual entertaining shows like Brainiac or Ninja Warrior. And I'm talking about Sasuke, by the way, not that American knockoff Ninja Warrior bullshit. Among the shows, though, were Happy Tree Friends, and holy shit, I was so shocked by what I saw. Granted, by the time Happy Tree Friends came out, I was in between the age where I thought cartoons were for kids and still loved them, you know? Like, you still watch cartoons, but everyone around you thought it was lame and stupid, so you never told anyone that you still watched Edda and Eddie, even though it was perfectly fine. Fuck, kids suck. Anyways, Happy Tree Friends was something I was in love with. The things they did to these cute little critters were brutal, and if you don't know what it's all about, well, it's a cartoon show featuring woodland creatures who are very cutely designed and are shown doing awful things due to unfortunate circumstances. Well, that's about as kind as you can say it. Most, if not all, the characters per episode were mutilated beyond recognition and killed brutally. It's really unwarranted too. Most of the time, like, they could just be spinning on a merry-go-round, or, as the British would say, roundabout, and they'd get fucking eviscerated. Why the fuck is there a jumbo plane next to the park? Yeah, whatever. Who cares? It's comedy. It's a cartoon. I guess it's weird that so many people recommended this to me, only because I personally never was traumatized by this. I just thought the show was really funny. Though I'm sure if you accidentally saw this show on Netflix, for example, thinking it was just an innocent TV series about cute animals going on little adventures, yeah, I could see where the scars would start forming. I will say this though, as funny as I think this show is now, it was really hard to watch some of these segments. Like, there was one segment where Lumpy the Moose went on a hiking trip or something like that, and he got his leg trapped under a tree, and try as he might, he just couldn't get it off. Ultimately, he decides to chop off his leg and set himself free, and holy shit, this is really, really brutal to watch, and it leads to the most painful punchline of the whole episode. Yes, he chopped off the wrong leg, and then he's got to do it all over again. The sheer agony he goes through just to set himself free, only to have to do it all over again. Fuck, man, like, it's horrible, but we little shits, we sadists, we just love that shit. We're from the edgy attitude era of the 90s, you know? We heard that Stone Cold Steve Austin music playing in our heads all the time, and we adored it. It's actually funny looking back at the show's origins, because it all started out one day when Road Montijo, or Montijo, I don't know, one of the show's creators drew one of the characters with an ominous phrase, "Resistance is futile," written underneath. From what I gather, he was interning at Mondo Media, so he put that up on the fridge in order for everyone to be sort of, you know, drawn in by that drawing of his. Mondo Media took notice. Many of the producers liked the idea, some of them didn't. But in the end, they were able to finally get the show on the road in the late 90s. Yes, you heard me. This show started in 1999. Granted, the pilot started in 1999, which, by the way, is incredibly funny. Like, check it out. It's just like 18 seconds of glorious, gratuitous violence. It's awesome. And yes, this is what launched Happy Tree Friends into the stratosphere. Apparently, when the first episode came out, the website that hosted the series had over 15 million hits, and it just kept growing and growing as each episode came out. Eventually, the series grew large enough years later that it was converted into a TV show once it found success on G4 TV. Not much really changed with the TV version aside from the quality drastically changing, the frame rate being a lot smoother, and the lines being a lot cleaner, but it was made using Flash, so it wasn't that hard to make. And I do remember at the time, Flash was kind of looked down on for a little while during that time, probably because of the rise of Newgrounds and just how easy it is to make a cartoon with it, but honestly, Happy Tree Friends always looked really clean and well made, so it never really fit these stereotypes that people who hated Flash often complained about. It seldom cut corners, and really it didn't have to, due to the fact that each episode at the time were only about a few minutes long, 5 to 7 minutes, so this kept the cost of the production low and freedom of creativity high. Also, as an added bonus of being made in Flash, each episode that was made back in the early 2000s have now been remade into HD. Nice. So with the series being officially made into a TV show and looking good as shit, the fanbase rocketed to the upper stratosphere. People couldn't get enough of this cartoon, and merch flew off the shelves off every Hot Topic in America. Sorta like those Happy Bunny shirts everyone wore in middle school. Yeah, that was really fucking funny, wasn't it? Anyways, actually looking back at this sort of stuff, we kids, man, back in the 2000s, we just had a lot of real stupid and edgy stuff back then. It's sort of what kicked cringe culture into high gear, though honestly, while so many of us consider this sort of content to be cringe and maybe a bit try-hard edgy nowadays, I think that's such an unfair assessment of Happy Tree Friends and content like it. You know what I mean? Cartoons that were edgy and bloody, that subverted expectations. Sure, that shit traumatized us when we were taken by surprise, but if we like it now, is that a problem? I don't know. I'm getting a lot older every day, and a lot of the stuff I love nowadays are just now things that I wished I loved more as a kid. I want to be an edgelord weeaboo in my adult years. It's not like I'm in fucking high school, so nobody's gonna judge me again. And I don't have to give a shit about social hierarchy. I got taxes to do. I ain't got time for that. I make money now, so I can enjoy whatever the fuck I want. And I enjoy Happy Tree Friends, goddammit. Sorry, that was a bit of an episode, sorry. Anyways, Happy Tree Friends grew larger, the fan base got bigger, and it stayed relatively big for years, and it's actually a lot longer than I thought. Before I started researching this video, I could have sworn that the whole show just died around 2009 or 10, but it turns out they made episodes as recently as 2016, though sadly it's said that they underperformed expectations, and as of 2021, no new episodes of Happy Tree Friends have been made since. During its 15 minutes of fame, Mondo Media produced over 130 episodes of Happy Tree Friends, re-releasing most, if not all, of the first season in glorious HD. They also sold a ton of merch, won several awards, and apparently they have a video game. And of course, it's a Lemmings clone. What a shock. Also, there were talks that this show was going to be made into a movie, and I can't imagine how that would have even turned out. First of all, the movie would have been R-rated, guaranteed, and if it wasn't R-rated, then it wouldn't have been a Happy Tree Friends movie. R-rated movies are notorious nowadays for just not making as much as, say, PG-13 movies, so that would have been a big hurdle already. Secondly, it'd be for a very niche audience. Sure, it was a big show, but it's not, say, South Park huge. It was a fad, much like Happy Bunny, and nobody remembers Happy Bunny. Third, nobody fucking talks in this show, like ever. So overall, this would have been a disaster, but the whole movie thing was just a rumor, and nothing really concrete ever came out of it. Ah well, whether you're a sadist or just a curious kid with a scarred life, there's no denying that no one was ever quite as brutal as Happy Tree Friends when it came to the blood, guts, gore, and cute little creatures getting wrecked. I wrote down in my script that this has to be one of the strangest internet videos of all time. I feel like that's a bit of a hyperbole. The video itself isn't strange, but the mysteries surrounding it really are. Just what went on behind the mind of John Bergeron, the man who created her, is all to himself. First and foremost, let's start from the beginning. In 2009, a YouTube channel by the name of Creepy Blog uploaded a video titled I Feel Fantastic, and the video itself featured a singing robot mannequin looking thing whom we later find out is named Tara. The description of this video has something to do with some sort of Greek mythology, something related to the robot I'm sure, but not relevant to why the video exists. As I'm sure most of you already know, Tara the singing robot eventually became an urban legend soon after her debut on YouTube. People speculated as to
why the robot existed, and if there was anything deeper to it than what was shown. The most prominent theory comes from a creepypasta that claims that this was a video created by a known serial killer who showed his creation, that being Tara. Somehow though, the serial killer is also an engineering genius apparently, as he somehow converted the screams of his victims, buried somewhere here I guess, into singing. Not really sure how that's possible, but yeah, I guess it is. Well, that's what people believed anyways, but it's not true, obviously. No, the true story is that this video is actually a re-uploaded clip from a full 15-minute video made by John Bergeron, who is also the creator of Tara. We know this because it says so on the website androidworld.com, which, if I have to add, is a website that's unnerving in itself, but we won't be touching on that today. Instead, we'll be clicking on this link right here, which takes us to this page in which we can actually buy the Android music videos, all for the low price of $7 plus shipping and handling. Of course, I'm not going to bother buying the video myself, as I'm not necessarily comfortable giving money to a website that looks like this, so I'll go ahead and use this Medium article as reference from here on out. Written by Yitzy Lit, by the way. So Yitzy purchased the Android music video and it came to them just a few months later. It also came with a note that apologized for being so slow on the delivery, as well as how to play the videos themselves. Seriously, what the hell is a BUT file or a VOB? Well, anyways, it's here we learn that these files are copies from the original source, obviously, and that they were last modified on December 6th, 2004, meaning this DVD predates the quote-unquote original Tara the Android music video uploaded on YouTube by 5 whole years. Now, as curious as that is, no real new information can be gathered by purchasing this music video DVD compilation. In fact, you can already watch all of the music videos included in the DVD on YouTube right now, so it's not like you haven't seen these before or couldn't. But then digging deeper, we can actually eventually trace these videos back to a channel called Halloween Android, which, if it really were the case, would pretty much explain Tara's origins, but of course, the re-uploader is not John Bergeron. So this sort of brings us to a halt. We do have an additional few videos not included in the DVD compilation, some of which are definitely made with the intent to shock, if not slightly creep out the audience, which could only mean that the people behind these videos must be self-aware that Tara herself is super creepy, right? Well, actually, not quite. Exploring deeper into this website, we'll eventually stumble upon some dead links, mainly ones that talk about more about John Bergeron and his history of robot building. His first robot was actually nothing more than just a cruder version of Johnny 5. Yeah, remember that dude? Holy shit, what a cool movie. I really love this. Anyways, aside from this, we also get a glimpse into why Tara was made in the first place, that being for entertainment purposes. And no, you sick freaks, not that kind of entertainment. I mean, like, she and others of her kind would be used for display in theme parks or greeting robots in stores, trade shows, advertising, for basic research of AI and human movement, as well as for home use, security, and quite a few other things. John had a massive, ambitious plan for Tara. Something that could be used in the future for the entertainment and protection of humans. She wasn't made to be scary, she was made for everyone to use. Sadly though, that was the complete opposite of what Tara's appearance had on the public eye. We already discussed how she became a terrifying urban myth on her own, but really I have yet to even touch just how creepy her appearance is. Did you know she has a second head, and that's actually creepier than her first? This one has camera eyes, which was to incorporate a sort of vision-like detection for Tara, but was never fully implemented. The strange singing and the odd songs that she was involved in, I mean, Tara just had a real rough start, and that was apparently made by John Bergeron himself, and sorry John, but your music is not quite there yet. Maybe old John could fix her up and she could be better, she could be reintroduced. Maybe in the future she could change, right? And surely he must know about her fame, right? No. Sadly, no. On Friday, July 22nd, 2005, John Bergeron passed away at his home. Yes, 2005, years prior to Tara's internet stardom. John Bergeron was not a serial killer, far from it. He was a man who was passionate about his art projects and his ambition to entertain the masses with his robot.
Tara. And I'm sure he had other designs, other plans, other things that he really wanted to show you, other things that weren't ever really explained. But sadly, he's gone. John died wanting to have Tara be a superstar, and he wanted to just make sure everyone had fun. But sadly, nobody ever really contacted John about his creation. Nothing came to fruition. No new models, no commercial use, nothing. John died being known as some sort of sick fetishist or some sort of serial killer sadist. But he was just a man who loved his robots, and he loved his hobby, and he just wanted a better future for them. And that is the tragedy of Tara, the singing robot. Usually when I talk about stuff on Traumathon, they're mainly based off of recommendations that I get from you guys. It's very, very seldom that I got to talk about my own stuff, so here's an obscure one that haunted me for a long time called Metallosis Maligna, a short film that displays the horrors of an invasive disease that turns all the calcium and flesh in your body into metal. Sort of like Metallica from JoJo, but fucking terrifying. Actually, Metallica is still pretty scary, but this is just as bad. It was made by Dutch director Floris Cake, I hope I said his name right, who has since made several other horrifying short films and animations. For now, I'll just be focusing on that one that doesn't really get much attention, but should. That, of course, being the aforementioned Metallosis Maligna, which was shot as a documentary, much like you'd see one on any other TV network. The disease is talked about with such detail and the acting is so deadpan that you could have sworn that this was a real disease at one point, or maybe it's a glimpse into an alternate reality where metallic implants are far riskier than humans anticipated. First of all, if you're not familiar with this video, I highly recommend watching it before you watch this. It's really well made. And if you're someone who's constantly anxious about their health, like me, then this will strike that one nerve in your brain that'll send you in a panic. So yeah, it's really worth watching before watching this. I don't want to spoil it for anyone. Secondly, please forgive the quality of the footage. I've searched up and down for better quality versions, but even the best version of the film I could find was uploaded 13 years ago in 360p, so sorry about that. Anyways, let's talk details. The film starts normally, talking about implants and the normality at which implants are given to most humans. Now, here, we can get a slight glimpse into this alternate reality, as it seems like in this world, humans have lived much longer than ever before, and while that's true with modern humans in our world, the way the narrator states it, it almost makes it seem like everyone nowadays gets an implant. Makes me think that in this universe, medical science is slightly more advanced than ours and keeps their humans living longer, as well as being able to replace vital body parts. That, however, has now come with a cost. See, because now there's a new threat that could potentially cripple most humans who have implants, and could cripple the scientific community for a long time. And that threat, of course, being Metallosis Maligna. As stated in the film, Metallosis Maligna is an infection that is caused by the grafting of metal with human tissue. Implants meant to heal or fix certain areas of the body could turn out to be infectious, as bacteria will make the implant grow with metal tissue and protrude out of its origin point. And it could continue to infect the entire body until eventually it penetrates the skin and jets out into critical areas of the body, eventually devouring the skin, meat, and bones of the victim's body. It's here we get some pretty graphic and raw images of what exactly the disease does to the human body, and honestly, if you're not good with body horror or just real life medical stuff, this is not going to be pleasant for you at all. And this sort of thing is talked about extensively, and it's brutally depicted
The worst of it all, of course, comes from when we actually see a victim of the disease lying in his bed with half his face devoured into metal, and his arm is completely succumbing to the disease itself. As the documentary continues, his conditions get worse and worse, the metal eventually just taking his whole face and voice, and he strains to say anything at all, while the metal grinding sounds that can be heard within his throat just start screeching through his mouth.
Can you make a steady tone with your voice?
The horrors of the disease itself don't just stop there, as towards the end of the film we see that even animals such as this mouse is not safe from the disease. This is a master class in body horror, and it's a shame that it doesn't really get talked about too much. Hell, I feel almost bad making it a Traumathon episode because I really want to dedicate a whole video essay on this film, though sadly there's a reason why that is. And it's simply for the fact that I just can't find much info on this video aside from what I've already told you. Also, it's a 7-minute mockumentary, and there's really not much I could add. It also means a lot to me personally, because I remember seeing this back in high school with friends several years ago, and we were in awe of this beautiful film. There was seriously nothing like it, and I wish I could see a full mockumentary made of this, like a whole movie on this whole topic, though I fear that adding more than what was already shown might just make the concept worse, so who knows. Either way, this is a film that I always show to my friends, especially the ones that are into horror stuff. It taps into your nerves, it taps into your reality, it makes you think what other kinds of diseases affect us nowadays. And you know, even though we don't have metallosis maligna, we have a lot of diseases in the real world that are much similar to it. I mean, sure, we don't have metal sticking out of our heads or necks, but we sure have some scary diseases out there that we unfortunately have no cure for. When horror taps into reality and it reminds you of everything that makes the world so scary, that's when you really know you got something bad. Or, in this case, something really good. This is nothing short of brilliant, and seriously, I wished it could get the attention it deserves, so I hope I've educated at least one of you out there, and hopefully it'll inspire future generations to make something just as terrifying, if not more so. Crazy just how many people tell me about certain shows I've never heard about that traumatized them, and yet somehow, even though there were a lot of requests for this one show, this show isn't really that popular. We're of course talking about the UK's Trapdoor, a claymation cartoon that I literally watched one afternoon while spamming Duty Roulette on FF14. No, seriously, the entire series is on YouTube right now, and it's like 2 hours long. You literally have no excuse to just not watch the show. Seriously, why wouldn't you? It's a show that focuses on dark fantasy and comedy, though while it is aimed at children, the show is not shy to show some truly terrifying shit, and even jump scaring the audience every now and again. It's actually pretty crazy what they were able to show. Like, I don't know, the worst we ever got was Courage the Cowardly Dog, and sure, that got some real good scary monsters there, but have you seen these bastards? Well, anyways, the show takes place within a castle, and only in this castle, save for the finale where we'll get to in a bit. The castle is inhabited by monsters, though they're not all that terrifying. We have Burke, a blue blobby creature who's an absolute prick. No, seriously, he's super brutal and evil. Like, there was this one episode where this bird plant thing helped them out with these annoying flies pestering them all the time, and then after it was done eating them, Burke sacrificed the poor bird to the thing upstairs, which I'll talk about in a minute, but what a dick move. He literally just feeds it to him. Asshole. Then we have Boney, a talking human skeleton who's a stickler and sort of a worrywart, sort of the straight man to all the chaos happening around and the token buzzkill. And then there's Drut, a stupid ass spider. Okay, he's kind of funny. The show's titular trapdoor is the center of all their worries, as per every episode, a horrible monster often leaves the trapdoor to torment or to annoy our three protagonists. And yeah, that's about the gist of the series. Burke sometimes opens the trapdoor and lets something loose, or other times the monster just comes out by itself. Oh yeah, and then there's the thing upstairs. I forgot to mention that one. An ominous off-screen monster that shouts at the cast of the characters whenever he's really hungry or just really grumpy. He's basically the head of the castle and always demands things. I find him to be one of the most terrifying creatures out of all of them, maybe just because of the fact that we don't see him. Sure, there's the obvious scary monsters in the show, but there's something more ominous about monsters you just don't know exist. Kinda like how some of us were just scared of the boogeyman. Even though there were no photos or pictures of that boogeyman or how he looked like, for most of us, we were scared of the implications of what he could have looked like, and our wild imaginations filled in the gaps. I guess in a way, the thing upstairs is just the boogeyman himself. Anyways, back to the show. Even though there isn't much to be said about the plot, I mean, each episode was like 5 minutes long also, so you're not getting anything really fleshed out in just 5 minutes, but make no mistake, it is a ride and a half to watch nonetheless. But of course, you might be wondering why this is on Traumathon. Well, if you haven't already seen it, these monsters are fucking horrifying sometimes. Yeah, they can be just borderline annoying more than they can be deadly or actually a threat to the main characters, but seriously, these are some scary creatures. And even though it's played up for laughs sometimes, especially when just Burke just beats the shit out of them, the fact that they look this scary in the first place is just cruel. I mean, this is made for kids, obviously, and I don't know, just stumbling upon this thing, I would absolutely piss my pants. Maybe that was the point. I mean, what an innovative idea that was, to have comedy spliced with horror. The only place you'd really see that is with Scooby-Doo. But even then, Scooby-Doo is just straight comedy. But this show doesn't give a shit. It will scare the ever-living fuck out of you because the monsters are just made that way. Sometimes they don't even have to be threatening. Sometimes they just exist and they can be really creepy. Nonetheless, I caught this show when I was an adult, as in like 2 weeks ago, and I really loved it, a ton. I just like how it's basically just a slice of life cartoon that so happens to take place of the lair of horrifying monsters. Burke just does his daily routine of serving the thing upstairs, either by cooking or cleaning or bathing the monster himself, while Boney mouths off in the background and Drut just, I don't know, farts. I think we're really spoiled by beautifully written cartoons nowadays, and that's not a bad thing. Sometimes we just sort of forget a good cartoon doesn't always need a good plot. Sometimes it can just be as simple as a concept. The world can be spooky and abnormal, but then you have these characters that are really down to earth and can guide you through this chaotic world. And honestly, that can just be enough. Though I won't lie, I think fleshing out the world would have been kind of cool, but it's a fairy tale world. And I think the charm this show oozes compensates for the lack of narrative. And what's funny to me is how improvised a lot of this show feels. It's obvious that much of the script was written after the animation was already done, so we get a lot of these awkward moments where Burke just sort of ad-libs his lines. Like in the first episode where a bunch of tentacles just come out of the trapdoor and he just says, "It's bonking time. I love me a good bonking."
Right, it's bonking time. I love a bit of bonking. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Like, that's just the dumbest, that's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but it's just charming nonetheless. The sets were also incredibly colorful and really well made, and much of the animation, albeit rough by today's standards of claymation, is still really wonderful to watch. I mean, back in the 80s, you didn't really have much variety when it came to cartoon. Everyone during the time was just a Hanna-Barbera clone. At least that was the case here in the States. I don't know how it was outside. So seeing a show be ambitious and try out claymation regularly, I mean, I know for a fact I would have loved this show to bits if it ever came out of the UK. Aside from it traumatizing kids back in the 80s, and whenever this was syndicated later on, the show is incredibly imaginative, both in set design and in design of the monsters themselves.
Even with the limited amount of time and budget that they had for the claymation, they still figure out how to do some weird, wacky, out-of-the-box sort of ideas sometimes. Also, even though this show doesn't have any real concrete narrative, I do find it interesting that both Season 1 and Season 2 have fake-out serious endings. No kidding, Season 1 ends with Burke being fed up with the entire castle and all the bullshit going around and decides, hey, enough is enough, I'm out of this joint. Only, of course, for that episode to have a stinger at the end that reveals, oh yeah, look, Burke didn't really leave after all, so, that was pointless. And Season 2 is even worse. It's the final season they ever had, and they actually kill off one of the reoccurring characters that I assume a lot of people really loved, and his name is Rog. I'm assuming people loved him just because he's a huge lovable oaf. Despite him being clumsy and slow, he's a gentler giant compared to the other monsters that come out of the trapdoor. And occasionally he does help Burke out. He's just a nice guy overall. But at the end of the whole series though, Rog is killed off after a confrontation with another monster of equal size and infamy. Man, that's really sad. Honestly, just kind of a tragic way to end the series. Oh, but wait, let's just wait after the credits. Oh, here he is. Rog is completely fine somehow. I don't know. Oh, and then it ends with a jump scare. Honestly, these two endings are just pretty cruel. It sort of teases that the showrunners wanted to go a different direction but weren't confident enough with going either direction at all. Well, it doesn't matter now. Because in my own headcanon, everyone was killed by the big red monster after this episode. Which makes sense, because the series ended afterwards. 40 episodes, and it's a trip. Seriously, I can't recommend this highly enough. It's a real treat of a show that I wish made it overseas. Sadly though, it seems to have only garnered a cult following. Not much happened afterwards, and not much has happened since. I wouldn't want this show to be rebooted anyways, as I feel like it might have been ruined. Not many production companies have the patience for stop motion nowadays, so it'd likely come back in 3D. And that might stiffen a few things. Though there is some hope. I mean, people have mastered the art of faux stop motion and faux claymation in Blender, for example. So what's to say they'll do a poor job? As long as there's some love and respect for the original source material, then I'm pretty sure they'll do fine. But this is just speaking in hypotheticals, honestly. I highly doubt this show will ever come back, but who knows? Renewed interest has a funny way of affecting otherwise unknown media. For now, it's all available right here on YouTube for free. So do yourselves a favor, give yourselves a treat, and check out a piece of your childhood you've been missing. Before I get started on this, I might as well mention one thing. Yes, I'm going to do Ben Drowned eventually. Every time I bring up creepypastas, Ben Drowned is always brought up. It's been one of my most requested creepypastas, in fact, since the very beginning of Traumathon. But I won't lie to you, it's really intimidating because that thing is just massive, and how much there is to cover is immense. I initially thought this year was going to be the year I talked about Ben Drowned, but sadly, due to technical errors that happened earlier in the month, I'm afraid I'm going to have to delay it for some other time. Sorry, but I really want to get this right. For now, let me tell you about one of my favorite creepypastas ever, my personal favorite. Not only because it scared me for the longest time, but because it introduced me into the world of creepypastas in general, for me as a whole. Suicide Mouse. I know it's nothing too spectacular, and hell, I'd be the first to admit that it's not very good, but Suicide Mouse introduced me to concepts and spooks that I never really thought about, and never really thought would affect me very much. First and foremost, what is Suicide Mouse? Well, it's a creepypasta story created back in 2009, and it's about an employee of Disney who stumbled upon an old archived Mickey Mouse cartoon that was so terrible that the employee stumbled out of the viewing, spoke the words "real suffering is not known" 7 times, and then proceeded to kill himself. That cartoon in question was a pretty rough and really weird
3-minute loop of Mickey Mouse walking across a town. It was discovered by Leonard Maltin, who apparently was reviewing the film for consideration for a Mickey Mouse collection on DVD. Now, as described by the story itself, the video doesn't get much more interesting until after the 3-minute mark, where the screen goes black and the video comes back after 3 more minutes, and this is when we begin to hear moaning and groaning in the background and unsettling sounds for sure, and then the animation itself begins to warp and unfurl. Things became strange and weirder when a blood-curdling scream can be heard, and man, that scream really made me shit my pants when I was a kid. I don't know what it is, but I hated that part of the video. I guess it's because I never really heard anyone scream like that before in my life, and it sounded so real. Now as an adult, I've heard that scream used a ton in other horror movies and creepypastas that I know. It's just a stock scream, really. But dude, I really did not know at the time. Added at the fact that I was a very naive child, and I had no idea what creepypastas were. Honestly, it was just a huge recipe for just trauma. The video ends with a close-up of Mickey Mouse's face, and strange songs can be heard in the background. Russian text appears because the Russian language is fucking cursed, and then we see this guy stumble into the picture, which we might assume might be that guy who took his own life after watching the cartoon. Honestly, this whole thing feels like a bad nightmare, and I know people use that a lot to describe freaky shit, but I'm serious. I felt so unsafe watching this video back when I was a kid. It almost felt like someone was watching me, and this was back when I used to live in a 2-floor apartment. My mom and dad would always be watching stuff downstairs, and I'd watch creepy stuff upstairs by myself. The whole floor is just my own. That feeling was still there though, like I was watching something forbidden and that some dark, ominous force was hovering over me, staring at me. Ugh, it was spooky. I even convinced my friends to watch it with me over Windows Live Messenger, remember that? And I acted tough by thinking it was stupid and telling them that it was just some dumb shit, all of them being really scared. I honestly regretted that moment, because honestly as an adult, I truly cherish being scared alongside other people, because that feeling is exhilarating to me now. So sharing that feeling with others is honestly just very blissful, if that makes any sense. Now, as freaky as that story is, as wonderful as it may be that it was my gateway into creepypastas, there's something darker about this video that I guess I'm only just realizing now, and that's the strange romanticization of suicide in, well, pretty much every creepypasta and horror story at the time. Suicide was one of the most popular topics alongside murder for a lot of creepypasta stories. It's really weird, but a lot darker when you realize that a lot of creepypastas were made by teenagers, and the idea that so many of us are fascinated and morbidly curious about the idea of suicide is pretty unsettling. This video, no joke, instilled the fear inside of me, the idea of death and suicide in general. I've never once been suicidal, but I've had friends that were damn near pushed over the edge. It's crazy to even say that because, well, we were teenagers. Thinking about taking your own life is tragic in itself, but doing so at such a young age, I mean, that's beyond tragic. What's even more tragic is knowing that some of my most successful friends nowadays were the same kids back then that thought about this sort of stuff. That's not to say that they're not depressed now, but they've gotten a lot better at managing themselves and their emotions in general. And what if they didn't? Honestly, sorry, I never really intended this to be so personal, but I'm honestly just typing this from the top of my head, so this is just raw feelings being dumped right now. But really, I guess this video just pulls me back to a time where all I'd ever see on the news is some kid getting bullied into their suicide for one reason or another. I guess I never really noticed it until, well, now, recollecting all these memories. It really was everywhere for a time. I don't watch the news anymore, so I'm not sure if that's still the case, but I guess my point is that real life's true horror sometimes is worse than what we read. It's what inspires our films and creepypastas, and for an introduction into the world of creepy content, Suicide Mouse wasn't half bad. It's silly to look back on it now, and it's so laughably fake that it's hard to imagine anyone would even think that this was real, but I guess didn't really care. Because in the end, sometimes all you need is just a few terrifying sounds and a bit of a convincing video and inject some reality into it, and bam, you got yourself a classic. Batman Beyond is a criminally underrated show. And yes, I said underrated because even back when I was a kid, I didn't really hear too many people talk about the show. Even nowadays, the only people that talk about the show are people who grew up with it. Well, I mean, I guess that's the same with media nowadays, but even more popular media has its fair share of newcomers who've only just discovered the show or game or whatever piece of media just recently. It was written mostly by the same people who were behind the Batman animated series, which was, and still is, considered one of the best animated series Batman ever had. Yet Batman Beyond, or as it's known across outside of North America as Batman of the Future, never really got the recognition. It's a shame too, because to me it always felt like the perfect sequel to an amazing cartoon. It stars the titular character Batman, also known as Terry McGinnis. He's a nice kid with a zest of comedic flair and a heavy sense of justice. He's not like Batman, who's 100% serious and sometimes unempathetic. He cares a lot about the people of Neo Gotham, even the villains sometimes. That's what I like about him. Otherwise, he would have been just a pale knockoff of Bruce Wayne. The show was written incredibly well, and it can be very serious and dark, with a lot of respect towards the franchise, aging up the more prominent franchise characters if they're not already dead, and giving them appropriate conclusions. Like, of course, Bane would end up like this after years of abusing Venom, and of course the Joker, though dead in the series, ended up influencing future generation of mobs and gangs, which I feel is very realistic. Also, this show predicted furries. No joke, they really did. It's a very well thought out show, and honestly, even though this was a kid's show, it was brutal sometimes. That brings us, of course, to The Earth Mover, an episode that I got a few requests from. Personally, if it were me, I would have requested that one episode where the guy phases through the floor forever until he reaches the center of the Earth. It's terrifying. Holy shit, I mean, Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, anyways, people told me about the Earth Mover, and I honestly don't really remember this episode at all. It starts with Terry and his friends having a study sleepover bullshit. Kids, I don't know. I guess that's what friends did back in the day. When he notices his friend Jackie is looking out the window. This is when she confesses she thinks someone's watching her, and it turns out, hey, she's right. A huge earth creature or something is seen running away, and when Terry catches up, the monster is gone. Without proof that the monster ever was a monster, or that it might be gone for good, everyone just sort of sweeps it under the rug for a moment until the very next day when Bill, Jackie's paternal ward, invites the kids over to see his, land for some reason. This is when a massive earthquake hits and green sludge along with ugly old earth monster comes out and wrecks shop. After a moment's reprise, Batman begins to suspect, yeah, Bill, you're kinda sussy. This is when we learn the tragic story of Jackie's father, Tony, and subsequently how he died. Though, much like the Lord himself, Tony hath literally risen not just from the grave, but the whole motherfucking earth around. Land swallows Jackie's home alongside Jackie and Bill with it. And it's here where we see a pretty cool segment where the house itself is underground, all dark with no sky whatsoever, and instead covered in dirt and earthworms. It's awesome, and I think it's incredibly eerie. You can't help but have this sense of dread in the pit of your stomach, as all of this is leading up to possibly the scariest looking Batman Beyond villain in the entire series. Good fucking god, they did you dirty, Tony. No pun intended. He sort of reminds me of a dying man, all the roots sticking out of him, sort of like a patient on their deathbed, hooked up to wires and machinery. The body is reminiscent of old photos of people who suffered through radiation poisoning, which may or may not be intentional, seeing as how Tony was basically dunked in radioactive waste. He's honestly drawn so realistically in comparison to everyone else that it almost feels like that was probably intentional. Also, sort of reminds me of Hikashi Auchi, the most radiated man in the world, who was pretty much reduced to nothing more than just bones 3 months after his nuclear accident in the Tokoi nuclear power plant. Don't Google his name, by the way. You'll see some really graphic photos of him after his exposure, though if you can stomach it, you'll see what I mean. The rest of the episode from here is sadly not that good. It's just one huge action scene, you know, typical late 90s, early 2000s cartoon stuff where they don't have enough time to resolve everything, so let's just fit in a bunch of stupid action scenes so kids will buy action figures in video games. It's a shame, because this one segment where they're just underground and the confrontation with Tony should have been more explored, but nah, fuck it, we gotta sell toys, baby. Oh well.
Whether that be the case or not, in the end, Tony was a horrifying visage that stuck with the minds of many children around the world, and even if it's not as fleshed out as it should have been, even showing Tony in such a terrible state shows that Batman Beyond did not shy away from brutal imagery and tragic deaths, as I said before with that guy who fucking phased through the entire Earth. Even before Traumathon, I've had a lot of requests for Possibly in Michigan, and if you're a longtime viewer, you know that I don't really like to cover topics that everyone already talked about. It'd be a waste of time, honestly. But since it's Traumathon, and I know most of you who are asking are only asking because it's suddenly a lot more popular on TikTok, I'll give you guys what you've always wanted. Think of it as like a Halloween treat from me to you, though I'd still recommend others' videos, just in case I've missed a few details myself. I'll only be taking a quick glance at the ever so infamous Possibly in Michigan. If you don't know, Possibly in Michigan is a strange experimental horror short film about two women somewhere, possibly in Michigan, exploring around a seemingly empty mall while they're stalked by some strange masked man. Sharon is our main character and is said to have an insatiable lust for violent men, as told by the narrator. Her friend Janice was pretty much the same, as well as the stalker named Arthur. Now, most of what is talked about and sometimes sung about is mainly symbolic and at first glance nonsensical. However, most of what is shown has meaning, sort of having this message of self-destruction and an appetite for chaos and death, as well as a not-so-subtle cannibalistic imagery, as much of this story is about a cult of cannibals that Sharon once met. Arthur, in the meantime, has fantasies about Sharon and believes that being intimate with her could lead him to a better life or to be a better person, much like the Frog Prince. When he invades Sharon's home, the two begin to struggle while a very sing-song narration takes place that represents the two conversing nonsensically, though it seems to be more of an allegory of an abusive relationship and manipulation. Janice comes inside the house with a gun, shoots Arthur, and the two then proceed to cook and eat his corpse. Yeah, it's pretty fucking freaky, and to be honest, aside from it being so talked about by pretty much everyone else in the creepy community, I'm really not a big fan of experimental films. And that's partly why I've stayed away from this one. I mean, it's not bad. I don't think I'm suited to talk about experimental stuff because I'm not into it. But it means a lot to y'all, so I'd be remiss to ignore the resurgence of this video's popularity, so let's dig in a little deeper. This film was made back in 1983 by Cecilia Condit, a video artist who made films much like Possibly in Michigan that dealt with psychological aspects of sex and violence, as well as the subverting common trope of female representation within media. She's no lightweight either, having won several awards from many organizations such as the American Film Institute and the National Endowment of the Arts, just to name a few. This video didn't really garner much attention by itself back then, but soon became viral after being posted on Reddit sometime in 2015, which technically means the entry itself is just about 2 years shy of being included in Traumathon, as all Traumathon entries should be at least 8 years old, but I'm gonna allow it since the original film is fucking 30 years old. At any rate, Cecilia was actually interviewed due to the sudden viral success her video garnered, not from YouTube back in 2015, but on TikTok 4 years later as the audio grew larger than the video itself. This is when we get to learn some dark shit about Cecilia's life that heavily inspired much of her work, and to some degree, adds to the unnerving nature of Possibly in Michigan. For example, her first film was called Beneath the Skin, which is based on her experience dating a guy who was, get this, not only was he cheating on her, but he murdered the other woman he was seeing while he was dating Cecilia. And not only did he do that, but he also hid her body inside of his bedroom closet. Holy fucking shit. Also, Possibly in Michigan wasn't really seen by many people until just recently, but there was a time where it was used as propaganda by that stupid fucking show, the 700 Club. God, I hate this show. If you're not American, you might not know what the 700 Club is. Well, basically, it's just an hour-long Christian show that was it was on a lot of networks. When I was a kid, it was there, and it was so annoying. It's stupidly boring. total fear-mongering, and as the show went on, they actually featured Possibly in Michigan on the 700 Club, just for them to say to their audience that art in America has become provocative and amoral, and that this is some sort of smut that's being funded by the American liberal government, blah blah, eat my dick, whatever. I fucking hate this show. Regardless of what the Boomer Club thinks of Possibly in Michigan, it's very clear that this video is quite ahead of its time, with many people comparing the video to that of the sketches from Tim and Eric's show. The cult following this video has garnered has exploded exponentially, with so many people on TikTok embracing the weird and odd songs of the video itself, many people even claiming that it's a feminist video icon. I've heard this song a ton of times in the creepy community on TikTok, by the way. People love it, and Cecilia, now 74 years old, adores that so many young people are getting into her old flick. But with so much praise for the old piece of film, what exactly is the meaning behind the flick? And what is it that it could all mean? I mean, is this feminist revenge porn? Or is it some sort of telltale warning about toxic relationships? Well, I'm sure there is some meaning to it, aside from it being just about cannibals, but I think, like most pieces of art, that's just for the viewer to decide. Some of us might think this video is unsettling, others might find it dark yet funny, or just maybe meme-worthy. It's all in the eye of the beholder, and I think that's what makes this video so memorable and what kept it to be so fresh even after decades of general obscurity. It's a wonderful film that you just have to watch for yourself and really try to keep your mind open. There's so much imagery, so much talked about, so much sung. There's really barely any dialogue at all. It's mostly just song, and that's what makes it fun. For me to just call this some creepy piece of content, I feel is just a disservice to this film. It's more than that. It's a charming flick that has a meaning of its own, but you just have to find it by yourself. And I think, ultimately, some people won't connect with it, others will. Ultimately, that's for you to decide.
She must have been out of her head.
During Traumathon, one of my favorite things to do is to recognize talent on the internet. I feel as though we don't really get to do that much, especially when it comes to horror content, which often is such a blip in the online space that we often forget who's behind it all. That's why I want to talk about Ben Wheel, a phenomenal digital artist who makes some of the most unsettling shit people could think of. His most popular, of course, being Henry Eats, which turns 8 years old just this year, though it was originally made back in 2003 apparently. It's a short animated video that makes absolutely no sense, yet because of that, it unsettles us and keeps us on edge. It involves this smiling, disgusting figure imagining or maybe staring at this one image of this head chomping on these strange figurines. Eventually, a faucet attaches itself into Henry, leaks out all the imagination juice in a mug, I guess, and then a creature from my goddamn nightmares emerges and drinks from the mug with a straw, only to crawl back in later. Oh wait, what? Was that Henry? Did Henry just eat? Or is this Henry? Well, whatever. Time goes on. This figure, who I assume is Henry, is stuck in the middle of the woods in a cabin, and a strange creature approaches the cabin. All Henry can do is just stare. Stare, stare, stare as the monster gets closer, and this creature fills itself up. The monster devours both the creature and Henry, and... Oh, wait, was this Henry? Was that him eating? Again? Or now? Well, who cares? That shit was nightmare fuel, and I loved it. It really does feel like a vision from hell, though, doesn't it? Like, this would be what Satan's likes and favorite playlist would probably have. Everything from how Henry looked and how subtle details like the spider thing licking the air. I mean, it's a massive recipe for terror to just crawl up on your spine and give you nightmares for life. Again, I love it. Yet this is but one of Ben Wheel's creations. Ben has a plethora of horror and unsettling animations that are sure to scar you for life. I remember watching Tropical Cake Boutique on stream one night and thinking to myself, what the fuck is going on? Legit, am I having a fever dream? Am I dying and seeing the gates of hell before me? His animation scratches the back of your brain and freaks you out. Yet they're so oddly satisfying to watch, aren't they? It's like replaying the nightmares of a lunatic. Sure, it's scary as hell, but it's fascinating nonetheless. Though I will say some of his work is pretty hard to watch. Not for any graphic nature or anything like that, kinda, but because of the imagery itself. I hear that these sorts of visuals cause seizures, so I won't be playing them up on screen, so do be warned. If you have a history of epilepsy, I'd be cautious. Nevertheless, Ben Wheel's art and animation has gotten better and better over the years, especially his 3D work. And while a ton of people talk about Henry Eats all the time, to be honest, my favorite animation personally of his is Top 5 Animation Containers. It's a video that speaks to me just as someone who loves creepy content growing up and seeing the evolution of creepy content over the years. By that I mean this video is a clear parody of what creepy content and quote-unquote urban legend videos have become. Yet in no way is it disrespectful. Actually, it's the complete opposite. It's a celebration of how the strange things we were obsessed with as kids and how warped we remember those things as opposed to how they really are. We see those things as creepy legends and myths, and we grow out of them. Then we look back and realize, it ain't that bad actually. But then of course, shit's kicked into high gear real quick by the end, and I won't spoil it, but it's a wonderful, wonderful treat for the eyes. I think this was so well made and beautifully disgustingly done that I can't help but watch it at least twice a week. No, I'm not joking. I really do watch this multiple times a week. I love it. It is fascinating, and it is so bizarre. I'm also a fan of Blender, which is something I'm trying to learn more and more every day, so seeing 3D content really helps me visualize what I want to do and what I could possibly do. Though Ben Wheel doesn't seem to work with Blender though, at least from what I've gathered. This particular animation, for example, seems to have been made in Cinema 4D, a pretty popular animation program, but a little too rich for my blood. Though if you're interested in Cinema 4D, maybe this video will help you decide whether or not you want to invest in the program. Or not. You know, we keep focusing on the horror aspects of his animations and the horrifying, surreal nature of it, but in many cases it's just made to be funny. A twisted version of what comedy might be, sure, but funny all the same. Yeah, I'm not sure how Ben Wheel does it. His surreal visuals are beyond comprehension, so that alone makes anything he creates or uploads absolutely terrifying. And yet, despite it all, it's so very charming and it has its own personality that you look at it and you just immediately think, yep, that's Ben Wheel's style. Defining his work as body horror could be completely missing the point of his art, and just saying that it's scary or weird is in no way doing it justice either. Ben Wheel is a metaphysical, surrealist artist, and he is an absolute genius in his craft. This is the sort of stuff you shit out like a bad habit but keep just because you love it so much. Does that make any sense? I don't know. What I like is the fact that Ben Wheel actually made a video about the people who reacted to Henry Eats, which were a lot of people, and he's actually a pretty nice guy about it. Most artists are pretty protective of their work, understandably so, so hearing him not only say that he's flattered by people reacting to his video, but also calling react videos pieces of art in their own right is astonishing. Now, I'd love to tell you more about Ben himself, though I couldn't really find much, and honestly, it doesn't really matter. I really just wanted to focus on his art anyways. No offense to the man, but when your work looks like this, or this, you bet your damn ass I'd rather talk about that shit. Now, as it stands, it's been a hot minute since he's uploaded, and that's okay. Animation takes time, though I do hope I was able to introduce his art and his animations to a newer audience. I think we all know Henry Eats, but do you know his other stuff too? I understand when it comes to horror animations, we have the already established, the usual suspects, and that's fine, I love them too, but I'd like to see Ben Wheel get some more recognition too. The dude's inspired me to work more with 3D and to hopefully someday make some horror content in 3D on my own, so I hope he gets the recognition he deserves. Regardless, his work is no joke, some of the scariest and most unsettling content I'd ever seen in my life, but frankly, there's something oddly satisfying about it.
I'm happy I was able to find them. I don't regret ever seeing this. It's so chaotic and intangible, yet it almost feels like your brain is allowed to just be mush, to just allow itself to consume and to just be. Everything Ben Wheel has made so far is just gold, and it reminds me of Nana, the Japanese horror content creator. Someone who lives for their passion and their love for their craft, and it's damn good. Ugh, maybe too good.